Hello, everybody, and welcome to day number 2 here at the Pokemon World Championship 2026. We are here with your pre-show before the action gets started. Of course, I've got some amazing representatives here from every single game being represented here at this amazing world in San Francisco. I'm Evan Hashimoto, joined by, with VGC, Sierra Dawn, with the full legal names, and then for TCG, Emily Forson, and then, of course, Caleb Peng, who's going to be doing all of my Unite stuff because he knows the game better than me. Well, we've got so much action going on here. Actually, a lot of you have done Unite. I made that joke earlier, but we've got so much action that has happened over the past few days. I mean, of course, players and teams coming from all across the world, and it's been so exciting to watch, but we're only, I guess half-ish through the entire tournament. Already we've seen so many upsets and some great wins, so I'm gonna go one by one and kind of ask you all, first of all, what is your big takeaway so far now, being partway through this event and seeing what's gonna come into the future? So, Sierra, VGC.
I mean, first off, for the Pokemon video game, the biggest takeaway from the get-go is this has been a really tough tournament. We have had so many of our previous world champions get knocked out in phase 1 of the competition, which, I mean, you come to World, it is the best of the best. Some people have to drop along the way, but I think we were really hyping up this repeat champion, and we do have a couple of them still in the field, but it's looking tricky. The other one, too, with our current regulation, M/B, it's all been about this Mega Charizard, right? But we have seen that even though it's really at the top percentages, it's not necessarily all of the top teams. We've gotten to see Mega Dragonite by Yuya, which has been incredible. Justin Tang with his Mega Delphox and Mega Blastoise. NJ and Carrie D'Ortona with Megastar Raptor and Raichu, just showing that there is a lot of innovation in different Megas that really could rise to the top.
Yeah, of course, it's so exciting seeing, of course, the new game and all the new formats, and there's just so many things being changed. But Emily, how about TCG? What's the takeaway?
Well, you can't talk about the Pokemon trading card game without talking about the big bad Dragapult EX, which of course is here in full force. But honestly, not as much as people would expect at the World Championship, only sitting at 43.2%. A lot of players actually thought that this deck would actually be above 50% for this tournament. But all the way at the top of our Swiss Phase 1 is going to be Brent Tonneson from Australia, who is currently undefeated 8-0 with Dragapult crushing hammers. So there's a couple of variants of Dragapult that can be played, but it seems like Brent has actually really locked down just the most consistent list and where you really just don't want to take risks here in the World Championship.
It's you either want to take no risks or take every risk, right? Because it's the chance here. But of course, with Pokemon Go, how's it feeling?
Definitely. So a big takeaway here is our 2 grand finalists, Potoman and Beelzeboy, are still in the running to make another grand finals appearance. They were top 2 for a reason, and Beelzeboy, reigning world champion. We've never, speaking of repeat world champions, we've never had a world champion repeat ever as well in our 5th year. So still early on, but it really might happen this year. Meanwhile, Potoman, the finalist that finished 2nd last year, has gone on 5 straight championship Sundays in international worlds combined, which is absolutely insane stat line. And he's looking to try to make it back in the grand finals to finally win that world championship that he's been going for. So that could be a super exciting one, especially if they get that rematch. They had a rematch at NAIC that was super close, and I'm sure it's on the back of both their minds that they might face off again in day number 2 and maybe in the championship Sunday.
All right, well, that actually is a great segue into Unite, because we've got a lot of players that are former champions, world champions, but a lot of them have been eliminated. You know, they moved on to other teams. We've got our previous reigning world champion as well that's having a little bit of a tough time. But the real takeaway here that nobody expected is people who have never been the world champion, which is Europe, right? We've had Japanese champions, we've had American champions, we've had a LATAM champion most recently, but Europe has qualified with 1 extra spot through like kind of a big qualifier at UIC, and all 4 of their teams have made it to day number 2, which I believe is the first time that's ever happened, and they are looking extremely good. So they've made it up to like 2nd place at Worlds, they made it to the grand finals before, but they've never quite been there. It's just been one of those regions. This might be their year, so everybody's really looking towards Europe, but we still have basically every region present in day number 2, so anything can really happen with Pokemon Unite. It's looking very exciting, but of course there have been some amazing moments that have happened already, and I think we want to each kind of highlight one of them that's happened so far. So in, of course, the Pokemon video game, any big moment?
Oh, I highlighted 2.
Oh, okay.
We had to highlight 2. But starting off, talking about the fact that we can have a repeat world champion, I wanted to highlight for Shohei Kimura's match, our 2023 Pokemon World Champion. Looking back at this match too, he was going up against our, okay, we got the clip switch, but we'll start with this one first. So we're switching the points. We're talking about the unique Pokemon. We'll come back to Shohei in a second. I wanted to highlight Carrie's team and Carrie as a player, because Carrie has been someone who has really stepped up throughout this year. He is reigning regional champion, and when we're looking at a couple of these unique megas, he has 2 of them with the Staraptor and the Raichu, but it was really this Hizui and Arcanine that stole the show. This has been a Pokemon that hasn't necessarily picked up on so many teams, but it really made so much impact. But this is what I was talking about. Shohei Kimura going up against a Japan national champion in Hiroshi Onishi, and this was such a great match. Shohei now sitting at a 7-1 record. We had very similar teams, with Mega Charizard being one of the dominant teams going into this tournament, and how Shohei piloted it was such a we know that he's so skilled, but to see it again in such confidence display was really like, wow, if this is just a preview of his matches, he's gonna go all the way. Like, it was incredible.
It's such a big stage to be able to show something like that on. And yeah, now since, of course, Pokemon video game had 2 clips, now that means Unite gets 0 clips, unfortunately. They took it away from us.
I'm sorry, that's just how it goes.
That's just how it goes. No, no, we'll have one later. But for the trading card game, of course, this is a gigantic tournament. Any moment that you wanted to kind of showcase?
Well, there's plenty, right? And I think for a lot of players that may be tuning into the Pokemon trading card game for the first time, they may not know this, but we've had a whole expansion set that has been released in between NAIC and the World Championship. But of course, it is going to be Brett Tonneson on the right, piloting that very straightforward, very consistent Dragapult. He even ran out of ways to get Dragapult in the end, and then Dragapult's best friend, Monkey Dory, coming in with the Mind Bend, with that ability, Adrenabrain, being able to move 3 damage counters over and then taking the win from here. But honestly, this is my favorite moment of yesterday. Mateusz, who actually got top 8 at Worlds last year with Dragapult, I believe, is piloting Alakazam. Now, the most popular stadium that we actually have in the trading card game these days is Team Rocket's Watchtower. It shuts off the Dunsparce, but he actually paired it with Dusknoir. So it's definitely a very tricky way to make the deck, but he knows exactly how to trip up the rest of the field.
That's another 2 clips. I think you're actually out of clips now.
Yeah, they're not gonna let me finish this segment. They're just gonna take me off stage immediately. No, I love the fact too that when we talk about all these games together, which is not, we don't get all that many opportunities to, it just sounds so ridiculous to hear 2 Pokemon paired together that it's classic. You're like, Dragapult and Dragapult's best friend, Monkey Dory. Like, looking at that from other games' perspectives, it's like, what? That's wild. And then you think, like, maybe I should play a trading card game, Crime Round was good at it for a while. I want to play that. But, of course, we can't ignore Go. I think they might have taken away your clip too, because they're so greedy. They have too many clips.
We'll see if there's a clip or not. We don't have Monkey Dory in the game yet for Pokemon Go. We do have Dragapult, which someone actually tried to bring last year for World Championships and quite worked decently well. But we are in our 5th year, and I feel like the skill level for this game has gone to an all-time high. It's going higher and higher, as this is Emi Wido, one of our former world champions, against the 2-time Thailand champion in their first matchup on the winners finals. Winner goes to day number 2 on that winner's side. Loser might even get knocked out of the tournament. But look at how close this is, down to the wire. Both players having like 2 or 3 Pokemon left with red HP bars, only a fraction of percentages of health. And you can see in the very end, it comes down to the final second, simultaneous knockouts. Just really highlights the skill of the game too. That's a half second that they had to, tie on that very moment, and that's exactly what happened. But we've seen that in so many of our matches throughout, and these players, like, they're so tuned into the game that they kind of are anticipating each other's anticipations, and that's kind of how Go has been this year. And so I say every world champion every year is just better and better than the previous.
It's so cool, especially with games like, of course, I love video game, love TCG, but, I feel like our games are a little bit newer, right, as far as things go competitively. So it's really, really cool to see the players level up more and more as time has gone on. And that's actually what my clip is, which is, if anybody out there is not familiar with Pokemon Unite, I think this is such a great clip to kind of show how amazing the game is, like how strong the movement is. This is Haruto, one of the best players in the world coming out of Japan, pulling off one of the best jukes that we have ever seen. They're going to be on the Lucario, and they're going to be chased around. So you should be able to see them kind of in the top right there, juking an entire team, 1v4. They managed to escape into the Kyogre pit. They're escaping the entire team. They managed to teleport backwards using Bone Rush right here, a huge juke, and they waste the entire time of Root Dignitas, which was considered one of the best teams in the world, looking to win this entire tournament, but they actually got eliminated on day number 1 in a big upset. A part of it was because of this, but there are just too many good teams, so...
Breaking ankles over there.
Yes. Oh, such an amazing juke. That's going to be an amazing clip for all time, so if you haven't checked out Pokemon Unite, that's kind of the movement that you can expect from it. So, amazing moments already from all of these games. It's been such an amazing half of the event so far, or I guess maybe 1/3 if we're considering Sunday as well. And of course, there's so many amazing things out here in this actual venue. I cannot believe how huge it is. There's so many things to do. I feel like I don't know, caught like 10% of it. I feel like you were...
Yeah, I tried to go for a wander and I'm like, all right, I'm off for a couple rounds. Surely I can see everything, right? You start getting out to the convention floor and it just goes as far as the eye can see. And there's still so much more. I looked at a map and I'm like, this doesn't even scratch the surface. It is just incredible how much love there is for Pokemon, how much love has been poured into the event, and so many things going on. So hopefully we have the opportunity today, but as our competition ramps up, I don't know.
Yeah.
Honestly, to build on Sierra's point, I really feel like there's something here for a Pokemon fan of any level. Even if it's your first day, if you've been with the series for years, you really can just find something for you. I know there's musical performances outside. There's a whole outside stage. Pokemon XP happening for the first time. For me, my favorite thing that I've seen so far is that life-size Venusaur, Blastoise, and Charizard made out of Lego.
The Lego.
It's so cool.
Ridiculous. Yeah, I trying to get a picture with that. Have not been able to yet. Do you have a favorite thing, real quick, before we move on to the next thing?
I mean, yeah, I don't think I've, similar to Emily and probably everyone else here, maybe haven't had the full time to experience all of it.
Or
from all my friends and competitors that have gone to this event, even just after first day, they're like, yeah, I didn't know what to expect from the Pokemon XP side of things, but all of them, for everyone them said, it's blown their expectations away, right? And it's just, if you're a fan of Pokemon, you love Pokemon, it's the perfect place for you. If you're on the fence about Pokemon, you'll probably fall in love with Pokemon after this weekend. So many great reasons to come out to these World Championships, and no better way to celebrate it than the third year.
Oh, absolutely. But of course, I want to make sure that everybody at home doesn't feel bad as well. So of course, there are things that every game is giving out for just for watching, which unfortunately I've been missing because I've been here, so I actually haven't had the streams open. But let's talk about what our games are kind of giving away. So let's start with the Pokemon video games. Sarah, if you have anything knowledgeable about what's actually being distributed for the Pokemon video games.
We're giving away so much. I don't know which order the graphics are going to fly, but we're giving away swag in-game if you want the World Championship shirt. As well, we got to make sure that your style is matching your Pokemon, and you have the opportunity to pick up the 2026 World's Incineroar. Incineroar's everywhere now for VGC. It's kind of taken over. Whether you love or hate Incineroar, it has taken over. It is here. It is one of the strongest Pokemon. Opportunity to grab that there. And this is the shirt I was talking about. Enjoy Worlds 26. Again, enjoy Worlds 26. Write it down. Take a picture. Don't ask 10 million times in the Twitch chat. Enjoy Worlds 26, and you can get that hat and shirt.
All right, I need a pen. Production, can you bring me a pen so I can write that code down, please? Or otherwise, I'll just ask in chat later. No, I'm just kidding. And of course, we have so many different things for so many games. I agree. I was like, I don't know what's going to come up first, but for the trading card game, we'll see what they bring up. There we go.
Honestly, you talk about swag in Champions. You can also get your swag in the Pokemon trading card game live as well. I personally love the jacket. Looks like a half leather jacket, half Letterman, which is really sick. But of course, players love to customize their deck boxes as well. So you can find all of your World swag right on your screen. But the longer you watch the Pokemon trading card game, the more things you actually get unlocked. So in order to get all of this swag that you see right here, you have to actually watch for 60 minutes. But if you only have time for 30 minutes today, you can actually get 6 packs of Pitch Black. So once again, that is our newest set that we have in the Pokemon trading card game. I personally love watching a regional stream on the side to make sure I'm always opening packs either in person or online.
There's so much stuff here that I genuinely cannot read that text from here. I'm going to be honest. So this is a nice giveaway. Pokemon Go. Let's see what you're giving away. We've got so much stuff. I feel like we got to zoom through this.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'll just quick highlight. You get Elite Charge TM, super exclusive resource that you get for watching up to 60 minutes. Also, more importantly, you get the world champion from last year, Beelzebub's Tinkaton, that he used his stats on the Tinkaton, and more importantly, he even gets an exclusive background just on the Tinkaton. Really cool to have. And of course, we got the Pokemon Pikachu XP. You can see in the space outfit, as well as the champion Pikachu spawning in the game right now, so you can get it if you're opening a game. So open up a game, play it, and you also get a fresh avatar shirt as well. You can do, and you know, no big deal. But I might have gotten the shiny Pikachu with the space, costume yesterday. So but hey, you could be like me if you just open up a game and play it.
Everybody up here is greedy. They're bragging about the shinies, getting multiple clips.
We got so much good stuff. What does Unite got?
I know. Yeah, Unite, of course, has some really actually amazing things. Depending on how you watch for, you get an exclusive logo sticker for the event, or at 30 minutes, you get to an exclusive license art for Pikachu, which is very, very cool. And then you can actually get a license for one of the Pokemon from the World Champion Team Peru last year, what they won with, if you do watch for 45 minutes. So some really nice stuff. And of course, just be sure to watch all of the streams for each of these if you want to be able to get some rewards at home. And I mean, just watch all your favorite players play, because we are getting so close now to starting day number 2. I know it's been an amazing day 1 so far. And of course, as a reminder to everybody, this is all leading up to a huge championship Sunday in the Chase Center, the arena. I mean, we got a little sneak peek of it. It is incredible. It is going to be a show like I think no Pokemon fans have ever watched. So of course, we've got 4 amazing games. Be sure to watch all the broadcasts. We're going to have a really tough time today, I think, deciding who will be moving on towards that special championship Sunday. So thank you from all of us. We're going to be moving on very soon as we get sending it over to our start for day number 2 here at the Pokemon World Championships 2026. We'll see you all playing soon.
at the start of a new day, looking out on a new adventure. No one knows where the road will take us. Ready, set, 'cause now it's time to go. Maybe we can finally see who we're meant to be. Every step of the way tells a story. Every challenge will show us who we are. Now we ride side by side to glory. Together you and I will touch the stars, and then we'll do it all over again. 'Cause even if we lose our way, of us on a path to the unknown, standing tall on the edge of greatness. See you when we're walking victory road, and then we'll do it all over again. 'Cause even if we win the day, we'll always say, here we go. Here we go again. Memories last a lifetime. Facing new days to beat our way with all our friends. Here we go again. Here we go. Here we go again. Memories last a lifetime. Face a new day to lead our way with all our friends. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go again.
Hey everybody! Welcome to day 2 of the Pokemon World Championships and Pokemon XP! Yeah. We are absolutely delighted you decided to spend your days in the Bay enjoying oh so sunny San Francisco, California. What a day that we have in store. I'm Gabby Durden, and after a strong start to yesterday, I'm back to keep us on track towards Championship Sunday and the culmination of all the fun surrounding Pokemon XP. Have you seen the skate park? You get a chance to? Yeah? It's cool, right? Okay, I'm gonna have to go check that out. It's wild. You know what else is wild? The fact that we are going to know our finalists across all of the divisions by the end of the day. Some of which will be crowned world champions when we take over even more of the city by unleashing the power of Pokemon in the Chase Center. Today is about our trainers. Across Pokemon Champions, the trading card game, Pokemon Go, and Pokemon UNITE, our incredible competitors are ready to battle for glory. And I'm curious, who are you cheering for? Let's see, who did I write down in my notes yesterday? Oh yeah, and Pokemon VGC trainers Yuya Wakasugi, Justin Tang, and Stefano Greppi. They look like they have the best shot at Championship Sunday, but we'll see how things shake out once we get into Top Cut. The Pokemon TCG competition has been unmistakably fierce. But Brent Tonneson, Henry Chow, and Rune Hermans, they really hope to hold on to yesterday's momentum, and I know a lot of people agree that they can. In Pokemon Go, I mean, not gonna lie, I'm keeping my eye on Beelzeboy, as well as Potaman and ME Weedle as they tap their way through the bracket. And finally, for Pokemon Unite, we've got Peru Unite, Reject, and Komai ready to put up a fight. Am I right? Who's gonna shine bright in the Championship Sunday arena? Well, I'm stoked to find out. How about you? As we've mentioned, the Pokemon World Championships are only half of the fun we have this weekend. Pokemon XP is in full swing. And whether you're tuning in from home or you're here with us in person, there is something for everyone. Later on, make sure you check out the Pokemon XP panels featuring Pokemon Go, Lego, and Jimmy Paul. Those will be live on the Pokemon XP channel. You don't want to miss it, so this would be the time to add that to your schedule. And while I have your attention, can we take a moment to recognize all of the people that make an event like this possible? Join me in thanking the phenomenal staff, judges, production crew, and everyone working behind the scenes to bring the Pokemon World Championships and Pokemon XP to life in San Francisco, California. See? the Pokemon community truly is something special. And it's because each and every one of you is part of it. Okay, that's enough from me right now. We have a day 2 of the Pokemon World Championships to get started. Let's get into it. Casters, take it away.
Lock it, lock it. Turn it up. Reverse. Let's go. Yeah. 張り詰めた空気 Lock it, lock it. Lock it. 行き詰まるほど all in全てをこの瞬間にかけて遥か先へかけて何千何万積み重ねてきた No fear 背中を預けるバディ No limit 止められない Nobody 呼び覚ます記憶震えるほどの感情 Knock knock Yeah 一人じゃない通じる We just know 信じてきた未来へ We go 掴め Victory 超えてけ Infinity Get up get up 高鳴ることに描き続けた景色の先へ Victory 上り詰めてく Glory Are you ready 湧き上がる熱狂覚悟と決意を今やしゃに合う Lock in lock in 始まる Showtime All in all in 何もかも Rock it rock it Yes we night Break it break it 幕開けたこの苦労を乗り越えて自問自答を繰り返して限界超えて Never stay yeah, yeah 高め合い磨き合う Rivals 勝ちのと Challenges 負けられない Bring it Come on watch me Yeah 追いつけば Catch me 追い越して Pass me Look how far we've come 先あと少しで手伸ばす We just know 信じてきた未来へ We go 掴め Victory 超えてけ Infinity Get up get up 響かせ Louder 世界の果てまでこの熱を Victory 上り詰めてく Glory Are you ready 何度だって証明覚悟と決意を今一緒に Out loud の胸が叫ぶ Dream will never give it up 聞こえるのはことと完成だけ今こそ My eyes 開いて目指すはただ一つ頂へ Go higher 進め Lock it lock it Turn it up We rise Let's go 掴め Victory 超えてけ Infinity Get up get up 高鳴ることに描き続けた景色の先へ Victory 上り詰めてく Glory Are you ready 湧き上がる熱狂覚悟と決意を今やしゃに合う Lock in lock in 始まる Showtime All in all in 何もかも Lock in lock in Yes we night Break it break it 幕開けた Lock in lock in 始まる Showtime All in all in 何もかも Lock in lock in Yes we night Break it break it 幕開けた
That's right, everyone. Lock in and welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE World Championships. Here we are in San Francisco, the Moscone Center, for day 2 of this epic competition. I cannot lie, we were loving that video the entire time.
I was doing lock in.
We were locking in.
Definitely.
Hi,
this
everybody.
is us locked in.
This is us locked in right now. Jake, your resident content cowboy here. Yeehaw, all of those things. I'm joined by the one and only Noob Snacks. Hello, Noob Snacks.
Hello, cowboy. If that little ditty, little song didn't get you going, our first matchup certainly will.
Yeah.
Because I want to talk about it right now. We've got Reject. Again, Overlord, 2-time world champion, and a great team that we saw dispatch Dignitas yesterday. And across from them, Peru.
We have so many insane games. And you know, we decided at the start of this show, we were going to go with every crazy game right up top. So we had to do Peru Unite versus Reject. I cannot believe the second place team from ACL, looked at as one of the best teams possibly in the world in Reject, or our reigning world champs, will be going home here at the start of our day. This is our top 16 bracket. It's single elimination, so it is heartbreak all day long and insane amounts of jubilation and celebration from the teams that are continuing through this tournament. If your bracket looks pretty pink and red, it is because Japan has every single team they brought here qualified for day 2, and so does EU.
I mean, come on. Japan, I think you might have been able to dial that up and say, hey, that's expected. What you didn't expect out of that is Fennel being the second seed out of their group to cause this chaos. On the other hand, EU, a region that everybody counted out, including ourselves. Look at this, all 4 teams, the LCQ team making it out, Peps or EUIC champions making it out, BH3 and Komai, the league winners making it out. Everybody's gaming in that region, and it's gonna be fun to watch.
Speaking of another region with full representation, both teams from Korea making it to day 2. One lone team from North America, Evil Geniuses. One lone team from Latin America South. That will be, of course, your reigning champs, Peru. From Latin America North, we have Stamina coming out of the Group H craziness with Reject and Dignitas yesterday, and a lone team from Brazil in Gremio Esports. Finally, Team Nemesis from APAC East having some crazy matches against Fennel. They are the reason that Fennel is a 2 seed right now in our tournament.
Oh, absolutely. With that buzzer beater Hundo Burger going in, they punch their ticket as the #1 seed and make it into day 2. Let's talk about that, as you say, the Do-Re-Mi.
That's right. We have got a whole lot of cash on the line for these teams. Not only is this the final Pokemon Unite World Championship here, hoisting that trophy is the most important thing, no question. $100,000 ain't too bad either. A total of a $500,000 prize pool. That's nearly $500,000.
Yeah, and something you may not know is actually Spraggles and I are the alternates for all top 16 teams. So credit to us for making that pull, because we're getting a lot of money too, which we love.
That was so smart of us. I love that we did that.
We were bound for one of those.
But incredible stuff here. Obviously, there's a lot of money on the line. There's even more on the line, which is the hardware, right? That trophy, the prestige, and the statement of being not only this year's world champion, but the final world champion. As we were looking back through that, video they played earlier, that package showing all of these amazing players, all of these amazing moments, I really can't emphasize enough how much this weekend is a celebration of these players that have been playing this game for years. I absolutely love so many of these teams, so many of these players. Again, every match is going to be a heartbreak in some ways because it's the last time we're going to see these players on the world stage, but I cannot wait to get us into a position to crown our champion as we are heading up to stage right now. Obviously, we have got the former or current reigning world champion, Peru Unite, against Reject. You could have seen this as a grand finals match, no question about it. This is just how it shook out.
Yeah, listen, here in year 5, the competition is stiff, right? Whereas maybe you could say year 1, there was clearly some teams that were the cream of the crop, and then everybody else that kind of qualified. Right now, that is not the case. It is chaos from top to bottom. You're looking at this, EU upsetting everybody under the sun, Japan getting everybody across the finish line, and your world champions now find themselves in the 2nd seed and have a tough road ahead.
Well, here we go. We are heading to our first draft here on day 2. Like we said, we are starting with an absolute barn burner of a game. Reject is going to be on our purple side. Peru is going to be on our orange side. So our bands, we are looking at Umbreon. No shocker there. Peru was unbelievable unbelievable on this yesterday. The Scyther, that is such a targeted ban towards Peru. And Crustle, I mean, they won Worlds with it, so maybe take it away, huh?
Yeah, I mean, take it away, but also Draken's Crustle is incredibly special, right? There's certain players that you can associate with this specific Pokemon, and I would be remiss to say if Draken wasn't clearly associated with Crustle. Get that out of here. First pick, though, from Reject is Blastoise, and that is public enemy #1 in my book. This thing has been a menace to this game for years.
Yes, it has. It is so frustrating to fight. Dignitas giving it so much priority yesterday in our tournament. You saw why, right? I mean, this thing is really hard to fight. And a team like Peru, they love to scrap. So something that disrupts that's going to be tough. Surfetch, this is a Pokemon that I feel like every time I see it played by one of these top players, it impresses me. It's getting better and better in my book. It just requires someone to be one of the best in the world. Well, guess what? They are all here. That is the scariest 1-2 punch I've seen. They just grab Machamp and Espeon back to back.
One thing I am surprised though, Tempo grabbing this Surfetch. Zacian is available, and their Zacian yesterday is literally what allowed them to dominate and win. Tempo Zacian took over the game. Peewee and Satake grabbing Espeon and Machamp is a combination we really saw show out in the ACL, and they have been riding that ever since, and it is a tough thing to beat.
Zynu's on the Mewtwo. Why? This is not what I expected. I do think this Pokemon absolutely has a place in our meta. We just have not seen it a lot throughout this tournament. So we look for our final picks over to Reject. Feraligatr making its way into the match. It has one of the highest encounter rates in the game right now for a good reason. If this is Overlord on Feraligatr, I cannot wait to see this.
It's going to be a fun ride for sure. Reject says we don't really like to play tanks. We're going straight for you, and we're on camera as we smile to take a picture with another camera.
There's a camera here, there's a camera there, there's a camera over there, but that one's watching Pokemon Go, so who cares about that?
Yeah, bump that one. And a Nemo rounding out Metagross, something that Reject used very, very well yesterday themselves. Maybe taking a page out of that book. And Nemo gonna grab that for Peru. How you feeling about this draft right now? I'm looking at Reject and I'm seeing some tough customers.
If I'm Reject, I feel great. I mean, they have Blastoise. I feel like that's gonna be so insanely disruptive. And then they have sort of that perfect delete button combo that we've seen over and over again. It's Submission Machamp, it runs at their opponents like a weirdo, it grabs them, it throws it over their shoulder like a Continental Soldier, and then Espeon, boom, with the 2-shot, deletes it.
It's a very good combination. Is it going to be enough, though? Kaya's Clefable and the healing that that Pokemon provides is astronomically high. Now, that is not anything that Reject is foreign to, but it doesn't mean it can't, that doesn't mean it needs to be disregarded.
Yeah, absolutely. As we are taking a look here at our battlefield, our maps are starting on Groudon. We've got Thea, Sky, Ruins.
Yeah, and we're going to try a little something here, take a page out of the book from the Japanese casters. We're going to queue up the 3-2-1, and we're going to say, ready, go. And we're going to start training you all for our big arena show tomorrow. So if you're out in the crowd right now, you know, if you're a little shy for the first one, go ahead and just mumble it to get the, the timing down. But they have assured me that they're going to cut to the 3-2-1 so we can say, ready, go together.
They have assured us, and that is going to be hype on Championship Sunday. So yeah, we're prepping for it all weekend. We're stealing this from Japan. We love it, and here we go. Ready? Go! As we head into our first game of day 2. Reject, your purple team. Peru Unite, your orange team. How on earth this is the first game of the top 16?
Because every game in the top 16 feels like an absolute barn burner. Let's get into it. Haruto, Pavone getting into that top path, and they're going to go to work.
Tempo looking to fight over some of this experience right here, and it does look like that goes to the side of Peru as Kea is taking this opportunity to stack up and make sure that they are able to heal early. They're trying to punish this little Clefairy for it as it has to run away, but that is going to give them the opportunity to get some of the experience in the top path. Kea is going to go down. The Eldegoss just way too mean, those auto attacks.
Yeah, that K opener does go to Reject, but look at the time that K was able to buy. Tempo getting a lot of the wild Pokemon in the top path, which is allowing them to lead pace and levels up there, and that's not nothing.
And here we go, the Metagross, or Metang at this point, in the top path. We have multiple members of Reject ready to take this experience right here. Draken has some vision on it, but really can't do too much about it. But that does let Reject know, you're on notice, we know where you are, we know where you're going as this fight's ready to break out.
Pee-wee goes back downstairs, straight into the middle is Anemo, Tempo, and Kea does get the evolution there. Haruto having a hard time getting to level 5.
Yeah, Tempo looking pretty good right here. And even though the Clefable went down, it is not going poorly for Peru in this top path. Nice little opportunity to move some of that experience over to the side of Reject. Obviously, they need to get this Squirtle online. We need to see a Blastoise as quickly as we can. Metang grab.
Oh, and that's that 1-2 punch, right? We just saw the submission, the big side shot knockout, and that's a KO streak of 2 for Pee-wee. And there's a reason Espeon is getting such high priority this tournament. It is so good. It is so safe, and it does so many things.
Tempo right now in a very bad position. I'm wondering if they really want to be down here fighting on the goal zone, but Anemo does show up. Very scary situation. They missed the grab right there, but look at all the damage from Pui.
Yeah, I mean, that was a big Fury Cutter out of Tempo, putting Overlord on notice, forcing them away, but Pee-wee able to step up and really put some pressure on.
And now we have Pavone just getting a lot of information for the squad here. Reggie Drago at half right now in the secure tool from Reject. It doesn't look like there's anything Peru's going to be able to do about it. Reggie Drago over to the side of Reject. Level-wise, pretty close between these two squads, but Reject ahead and ahead on the scoreboard.
Yeah, and now we've got our Feraligatr here. Excuse me, we've got Overlord getting to level 8, ready to become that Feraligatr and start taking over as they're moving up. Don't have their Unite move quite yet, that's just one level away.
Here we go, looking for some of this experience. Draken trying to get some of it, but of course, Mewtwo caught right there. Side Strike a little too late in the top path. We also have a Scrap, and that's another KO. That's gonna be a 2 KO streak for Reject. They might be regretting letting this Feraligatr loose.
I mean, Reject kind of got the best in class in almost every role here in this draft. I'm not exactly sure what Peru Unite was trying to clock up here. Here comes Tempo, Zinus, Draken. They want to get a knockout here if they can. It's 4v3. This is a great opportunity, but they're going to give up Draken for nothing, who heavy slams and just tries to waste time to get away.
Yeah, Draken just buying time right there so that Peru has things they can do elsewhere on the map. Anemo right now fighting Haruto. Beautiful gyro ball, but it's just not enough. Tempo trying to punish. There was a Hydro Typhoon, and that means Tempo's going to have to run. Tempo right now is out-leveled by the Eldegoss on Reject. Things are starting well for Japan.
It cannot look any worse for Peru. Overlord here, highlighting that crunch, going for it. Gonna grab the Pollen Puff, and the pressure continues. Overlord not really playing with any fear here. Gonna be able to use that waterfall going bang, stun, and we're gonna crunch him down. Block shield is just gonna be enough.
Yeah, here we go. Draken actually able to make it out of that. I think Overlord making a statement more than anything right there. One of the biggest things on the map right now, and just able to head to the central area of Peru. And this is Reject's happy place, you know? When they're in the central area of their opponents.
There we go, bang. Deep goes Overlord on top of Kea, who has the eject button out. Regieleki on the doorstep, and they're going to close out a tier 2 here. And this is a great start for Reject. Wow, I can't believe we're only 4.5 minutes into the game.
Yeah, this is a brutal start for Peru. The only silver lining here is there's more time on the clock, and there's a lot of experience that is going to be on their side of the map because they have not taken a goal zone from their opponents.
Huge Psychic Solaire, stuns 3. Overlord able to get to the back line. They're putting the pressure on. Draken has very little HP. So does Anemo. So does the rest of the team. Kea has gone 3 down in a heartbeat. And Zinus barely has over half HP. Goes right over the wall. Does Overlord give him another one? Holy smokes. Reject is here to play.
Yeah, this is rough for Peru. This might be one of those games. I don't think you're allowed to surrender at 5 here in the World Championships, but it's one of those games where you would feel like it. We're going to see what Peru can do to get back in this. They need to pick up some KOs. Fortunately for them, if they do, their opponents are high level, so they are going to get a lot of experience here over to the side of Peru, but everything is going great for Reject.
Yeah, Zinus, normally a big impact player with these ranged Pokemon, has been incredibly silent all game long, getting caught by the Machamp, suplexed and deleted by Pee-wee over and over and over again, and Draken's the one that's falling victim to that, as we are spinning and we are using Hydro Pump on that Blastoise. No defense necessary.
Yeah, I mean, Snorlax right there absolutely deleted by this combination that we talked about earlier. It was very scary that they allowed them both Machamp and Espeon. We've seen this time and time again, so it does feel I don't know. It does feel like a bit of a mistake to give this to your opponents unless you have a great answer for it. Finally, some scores happening right here. They are able to dodge that grab from the Machamp.
Yeah, I mean, double teleport away for Zainus is going to be enough to put them in safety here. Right into the back is Draken trying to get the attention. Tempo goes into a Unite move. That's a big Mewtwo Unite. Hydro Typhoon eject splits up Peru, and now they're getting the break speed off, and they're still pushing forward. Suplex pressure K is the first one to go down, and now the dominoes are going to fall. We are building the Coliseum, and Naoma's trying to find a target, and they do get 2 in this exchange. Now Overlord's in deep waters, and Peru Unite is collapsing. Overlord is trapped between 4 and finally knocked out. Tempo getting a couple, and now they're getting some of that experience back.
Good morning, Peru Unite. Welcome to the World Championships. It's been going on for about 7 minutes now, but here you are right back in this match. What a fight. Beautiful. I love that they went and cut off the Feraligator's waterfall. Literally stood right in its way so it couldn't keep running. Pretty perfect here. That's one good fight for Peru, but they're going to need to string together a couple more of those to win this thing.
Yeah, now they just got to focus on making sure they don't fall behind on experience. Now that they got a big crop of it in that exchange, they have to keep going because this final fight is going to be the next opportunity they have to scrap, and they need to win it. Overlord
right now looking for some experience. They've kept this goal zone up in the bottom path. I'm sure a lot of you have probably been wondering why that is. They've had multiple opportunities to break it, but they knew by breaking it, they would unlock some experience for their opponents, and they did not want to do that. Reggie Rock now heading over to the side of Reject. This is going to be an easy secure. However, we have Peru deciding to use this opportunity to actually get pretty close to even on the scoreboard. We have these two teams moving through the center. They could run into each other at any moment right here, and I think both of them know right about where they are, just not exactly where each player is positioned. Overlord now hiding in the tall grass all the way over on the side of Peru, seeing if they can catch anyone. Yeah, they're looking for a big flank here. Draken trying to get information. We're spinning, putting some damage down. They found Draken. Zainus taking a huge chunk of damage. Overlord with the flank. They're going to start working on the buff. Yeah, Overlord moving in here. They grab by Machamp. Oh, cross chop right in. Suplex, delete. Mewtwo's gone. Zainus is there. Big Unite by Tempo trying to reposition. Machamp doesn't hit anything. Can't hit a soul, but we do have a suplex. Draken covers with the heavy slam. Kea needs to get that Moonlight going. Tops off everybody on the team, and now Zainus is back. Reject. This is a protracted fight. Mewtwo Unite goes off, and now we're settling out. Actually, beautiful plays there from Peru. It didn't look good for them, but now they're moving back in. Doob Snacks, but they're getting pushed back just for a moment. The Moonlight able to keep them all topped off right here. The question is, when do they go back in? And Emma with a huge gyro ball, they get caught! Hydro Typhoon! Kicks up, the Coliseum is down, and we're scrapping in the middle. Draken is low, Satake has to cross chop away. Anema's looking to fight, Pee-wee's down! Kea's low, Zainus is low, Moonlight follow me to cover! Zainus is still up, and they're mega now! A pressing down, KO Shrika 2! Reject has 2 players down, and we're still fighting here! Peru's looking for more! Everybody's Overlord's gone! Pavoni's low, and it's just Haruto there! Do we have 4 players? We have 55 seconds. How is Reject going to play it? Go, Peru. This is your moment. If you're going to take the match, it has to happen right now. Draken moving in. 2 members. Oh, they're down. They're down. The Blastoise is down. Groudon is being ripped apart, and Peru is taking this fight. 39 seconds on the clock. Reject is coming back, Doob Snacks. They are collapsing on this tier 2 goal zone. They're going to need a couple of these. They're still down on the scoreboard. Everybody's hiding out from Reject, ready to play defense. They're up now, and we got to go for a counter score as well. The battle is on. Psychic Solaire's there, and that's enough for Mewtwo. Zainus is down. Satake taking a ton of damage. Here comes Tempo from long range, lunging through, trying to put an onion in the hearts of Reject in game 1. Crash landing on top, but time is running out. 10 seconds left, and Peru Unite snatches a victory from the jaws of defeat. That is why you never count out Peru Unite. You never count out your reigning world champion. There is no team that wins when they need it more than Peru. What an insane comeback story to start our day in game 1. These games could not be better, my friend. Dude, yeah. I say it every time we watch Peru Unite. The reason
that Zainus and Anemo and Tempo get to play like absolute space cadets is because Kea and Draken are everywhere, bro.
Yes.
They are so good. Zainus gets caught, but look at Kea and Draken. They turtle up around everybody. And now they are moving around. The Moonlight on top of 3 players, critical. Anemo on the backside getting to bully Pee-wee, forcing Pavone to go into the blender. And now spinning to win in the middle is the Blastoise. But look at Kea and Draken. They have completely saved Tempo on repeat.
Wow, it's such beautiful plays
Watch
here.
this, watch this. Cross shot into the block so they can't submission
Yes.
and drives the team back. Critical moment in that battle.
This Hydro Typhoon eject button hits 4 members of Peru. Look at Draken right here, forward, and look at how big Anemo's shield is from this Unite move, from that gyro ball, and they are just taking out Espeon. They recognize they have to get Espeon, and then they move for Pavone right here. Machamp coming in, but Kea the entire time they have been healthy enough in this fight to stay in a zone of influence around it, to constantly heal their team, and it was so impressive. That was from both teams, an absolute stellar final fight. It was incredible.
Kea with the follow me to Zainus Moonlight, so Zainus can just get a couple heal picks and then teleport back behind the wall to safety with no HP and A press over the wall. Dude, Peru Unite, imagine if we watched this team for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
They woke up with 3 minutes left in the game and were able to pull out just a big win. Hey, that 86,000 damage out of Anemo right there, the last 3 minutes. They didn't touch a soul in the first 7 minutes.
It all happened near the end there. They had that one good fight at about 3:30, right? Things started kind of moving for Peru. And you do have to recognize, when you look at Peru, I mean, Metagross, it's a late game Pokemon. You got a late game Pokemon on the side of Reject as well, though. I mean, the Blastoise takes a while to get online. One thing for sure, I feel like Zainus, really a non-factor in this match, and I don't know if we're going to see Mewtwo again.
No, I mean, they're so good on other ranged Pokemon as well. They have played a lot of Mewtwo, right?
Yes.
I just don't think that was the game for it, especially with how quickly Reject was able to get on top of them. But we are straight into this next match, and the map selected here is Groudon.
That's right, Groudon is our map, and the bans looking pretty similar to game number 1. That Comfey getting a lot of target bans throughout this tournament. We've got the Crustle, we've got the Scizor, we've got the Umbreon. Final ban for Peru. I'm curious to see what it is, and they decide it is Psyduck. Reject is going to be our first pick.
I love the Psyduck ban. I think it's incredibly oppressive, and it just eliminates one of the things you just feel like you don't want to contend with. Haruto, again, going to the Blastoise, and it didn't look bad there in game number 1.
I'm wondering, I'm not shocked to see Tempo on the Sirfetch'd here. I think this has been an incredible Pokemon for them. I'm wondering if they're going to try to get that Espeon so that at least they can stop the combination here. Yeah, it's pretty important. I mean, I agree. It was a game winner.
The secret to Peru Unite is Kea and Draken, and I refuse to believe otherwise. I've said it for 3-4 years, and I will not stop saying it. Pee-wee and Satake, they're literally drumming up the same thing.
Yep.
And if you're in Reject shoes, it's like, why not? We did just dominate the game for 7 minutes. Maybe we took a terrible fight, or maybe we underestimated how good Kea and Draken are at saving the rest of the team, because that is really the key to Peru Unite's late game success. And now, like, they're drumming up the same thing.
Yeah, it's the exact same. I mean, second verse, same as the first. Mewtwo back out onto this battlefield. This could have been one of those moments where they say, it's not the pick. We just got picked a lot by Machamp, and we need to get this online a little bit faster. I don't see why Reject wouldn't run it back. They beat them almost the entire match, and also Peru won. So I guess Peru's like, hey, the start of it didn't go well, but we knew how to finish it. We just got to fix that. And Reject saying, the end of it didn't go well, but we know how to fix that. Let's just run it back. Same map, same bands, same pick, same casters. They didn't switch us out at all. I mean, this is the same everything.
Despite their best efforts.
If we could, just run the footage back of the first match again, see if anyone notices.
Hopefully they do.
What if we cast it again and we didn't notice?
Dude, that's happened to me before. Remember when they're showing us footage and I thought it was a game that we were casting, but it was a replay. And I was like, I feel like I've seen this before. And you're like, yeah, man, we just did that.
We're getting ready for our match here. Our players loading in. A reminder that we're hitting the ready, go, all of us together. We're getting ready for Championship Sunday. Our battlefield, of course, Thea Sky Ruins. Once again, Groudon is the big-time boss Pokemon in the center, Doobsnacks.
Yes, it is. Peru Unite 1 game away from continuing their quest to being back-to-back champions. On the other side, you have Reject, number 2 out of Japan, number 1 of your hearts. Ready?
Go! Reject your purple team. Peru Unite your orange team. Your reigning world champions 1 game away from moving forward in this bracket, taking down one of the best teams in the world. If they did, that would be Reject. Reject right now needs to win 2 in a row to move on. I think this would be a heartbreaker for Japan. This would be a heartbreaker for the West to lose Peru. It's heartbreakers all day.
Heartbreakers all day, guaranteed. I was saying Reject, number 2 team out of Japan, Overlord, 2-time world champion, trying to become the 3-time world champion and considered the best player of all time. Peru Unite on the other side, though, they're the same 5 players looking to run it back, and you have to say they've got a pretty good argument to being best of all time if they pull it off.
Once again, Clefable getting caught here by Haruto and Pavone. I mean, this is very similar to game number 1, except they stayed in the top path for this. They take a lot of experience here from Tempo. Tempo not able to get online as quickly as they were before. Anemo right now looking for the secure, giving some experience over, and Reject once again having the perfect positioning around these 9-minute experience. They're going to take that with the Machamp and Espeon you can see on our mini map.
Yeah, we've got Draken kind of eyeing down Satake and Pee-wee there, getting ready to see where the rotation is going to happen. Machoke goes up top, Satake. Now they've got a 3v3. Kaya's Moonlight, though, going to make sure that Tempo and Anemo are ready to go.
This is a very similar texture to game number 1. It feels a little better for Peru just knowing exactly how the game can go. But Reject in control at the start of this match here. War Turtle online a lot faster than they were in our first game. So Reject humming in the top path, that's for sure.
Absolutely, and without a doubt. Pavone going here on a little bit of a mission. Anemo and Kea assess it out, and they're ready to collapse. We'll see if they can actually get this Eldegoss down.
Yeah, Eldegoss able to be very annoying right here. They have to play around this Pollen Puff. They decide to not actually go for it. Pavone right now looking for the secure. No, not able to make it happen. Now they move in.
Yeah, Anemo just making sure that they get the buff for sure, right? And now they're just, the chase is on. Pavone trying to do their best Haruto impression here with the Eldegoss. Anemo is going to get the chase down going. And this is going to take a second.
It is. It's going to take a while. And this is kind of the play that a lot of these great defenders and supports will make in this moment. And hey, this looks very similar to game number 1 as we have Reject crushing it in the bottom path. We almost have Feraligatr online. Mewtwo Y very far behind.
Yeah, I mean, Zainus really needs to wake up here. I think in the first game, they're overextending a little bit and getting caught a lot by Satake and Pee-wee, but now they just need to have an impact. A little suplex, a little knockout, and we're going to fight here. Reject looking for Anemo, tons of damage down. Tempo trying to get back. They're able to dash onto Pad. They get suplexed again. No follow-up, though. Anemo going to gyro ball on top of Pad and feel pretty good about their safety.
Yeah, Satake right there getting in some trouble, almost getting caught by the Surfetched in that moment. However, they make it out on just a little bit of HP. It always helps to be such a high level so you can make it out of a situation like that.
Absolutely, as now Peru Unite collapses on that gold zone. Haruto has to do essentially what Draken's been doing all game 1 and 2, and that's defend the gold zone by themselves.
Yeah, here we go. Tempo looking to possibly get another stack. Overlord looking for maybe a big score right here. Their points just go right over. Now they're going for the Regirock. They kept this tier 1 gold zone up all game last time, and big shocker because they were destroying in the bottom path. It made total sense.
Surprised Draken didn't go for a play there. I feel like he really wanted to.
I agree.
And this whole team just said, don't go.
You're not going to get, don't go.
Don't do that. Now we're working on Regidrago. Big commitment here from Reject going in. Kea takes a ton of damage off that Waterfall Crunch combo, and they're going to get chewed up easy.
Yeah, and here we go. Up to the top path. Multiple members of Reject looking for this tier 1 fight. Tempo moving in with the Unite.
Big Unite, but they get suplex put down instantly. And there's the Feraligatr chomping through Peru Unite, turning Thea Sky Ruins into Lake Placid. It is a crime scene for Peru, but now they're fighting on pad, and they're looking for one. Zainus grabs the berry to save themselves. Overlord hard commit. Waterfall crunch combo is going to be good enough. Satake looking for a Nemo. That's a suplex. That's a knockout. Bang, put him down. Reject playing inspired right now.
Reject having a great fight right here. They're going to move in 2 more members of Peru. Just getting rinsed here. Kea actually having to run away from this fight. 165-84. A little closer on the scoreline, a little closer on the experience, but still the first half of our match dominated by Reject.
Machamp's run kills me, dude. It is so hilarious. And I can't believe we reenacted it on camera. We did that willingly, which is also wild work. Anemo, Tempo looking to level up here. They are starting to fall a little bit behind on the experience lead, something that Peru United is typically very good at maintaining pace with.
Yeah, but here we go. We at least have the 11 on the Metagross. I think this match is very similar to game 1, but slightly better for Peru, which is scary for Reject because Reject had a stronger start in game number 1 and ended up losing that.
In our picture-in-picture here, we're seeing the strength of what Peru Unite can do in the late game, right? We've got a lot of pressure on. It took Overlord a long time on a 1v2 to get the knockout on Anemo when they got the jump on that. So Kea's healing is very good. Tempo showing up a bit too late, can't prevent any other damage from being dealt, but now the teams settle out.
Yeah, the teams settle for just a moment right here. Everyone is going to head back to base, get some HP, get ready for the next fights. And again, because Peru has not broken either goal zone, they do have that experience that's going to be spawning in the top path. They are giving that to the Metagross right now so that it can keep pace with the side of Reject, and that could be a difference maker for them. Satake looking for their moment, they go.
I mean, cross chop, submission, bang, knockout. It's on repeat, Zainus. Learn the lesson, brother. Please, dude. If you want your team to win, you can't just be doing that over and over and over again.
It may be that they know this is the target and it's just something that they have recognized is going to happen, and the best thing they can do is fight elsewhere. If U2 Unite move right away, just recognizing there really aren't too many other opportunities to use this thing. Maybe they can stop someone on the side of Reject from scoring or fighting here in this bottom path. Zainus is back. We have the power nap from Snorlax. Here comes Tempo.
Heavy slam, block, isolation. Tempo Unite back in the middle. They're looking for more. Zainus finally able to A-press down. Pee-wee gets Kea back the other way. Cross-chop pressure on Tempo. They're going to go down here. Draken can't save them, and now he sacrifices his body for the team. Block is up, shield is there. Pavoni and Pee-wee going to take care of it. Satake and Haruto, on the other hand, going to try and close out a goal zone.
Draken right now stealing the berries. He gets away. Absolutely insane. 241, 170, 1 minute until Groudon. And I know we're having fun in this moment, but I do think we have to take a second, reset here to remind ourselves that if Reject doesn't make this happen, Doob Snacks, this is the end of their tournament. One of the best teams in the world, one of the best teams in Japan would be knocked out in just 45 seconds. We have our fight. We have the Eldegoss going down. For Alligator, all alone here at the Regieleki.
Overlord, Regieleki just absolutely collapsed. Overlord trying to do something. Oh, able to crunch, get that HP back, and now they're running away. Waterfall, stun, Anemo. Overlord is wasting so much time. Their timer is now up, though, and it's going to be 5 seconds after spawn, and that's huge.
This is a brutal timer right now. I think they're running away from Regieleki, and they're getting ready for the fight immediately. Peru getting extremely aggressive right here. Overlord is nowhere to be found. He could not make it out. Here comes Peru. We see Reject. They're trying to get good positioning right here. Do they take advantage of these 6 seconds, Dude Snacks? This is the question right now. Draken looking. Anemo moving in. Tempo. Could this be the fight? They go!
Heavy slam block. Feed him back into Anemo. We're spinning to win. We're pump spinning as well. Satake misses on the submission. Back into the action is Tempo. They're putting the pressure. But here comes Overlord. The Feraligators back in the mix with the flank opportunity.
Donna. Donna. You just see it moving in the top path. Donna. When does Overlord move in to fight Peru? They couldn't take advantage of this moment. And now we actually have the Metagross scoring. Peru peeling back. This is going to make the match very, very close. The question is, how does anyone want to play this now? I feel like Reject doesn't want to flip for their tournament here.
Zainus, pressing Overlord a little bit, getting some damage down. Groudon getting chipped by Reject.
Here we go. We see the Metagross looking for the fight here. They are caught, Dude Snacks!
They try to go for the stun. Gyro ball, huge, but on the backside, the Blastoise getting isolated. Tempo needs to get back in. Here comes the backdoor crunch, but it's into a blocking Snorlax. It does nothing. They don't get the pop stun. Satake, Peewee, Pavone, Haruto, and Pew all have to retreat. Overlord still in the flank.
And here we go, Overlord looking for their moment. The Blastoise moving forward right here, and this looks to be it. Can Overlord move in? Satake catches!
Oh, Mewtwo Unite comes down, and it's just in time. Hydro Typhoon in the Coliseum. Everybody's trapped. Onto the backside, we're trying to split. Zainuz is separated from the team. Peewee goes down. Anemo's looking for the next one. Pavone goes down. They're putting the pressure on. Overlord's in. 2 in an instant. Haruto is running away. Dragon Heavy Slam. Water falling away as Overlord. Resetting as Haruto. Anemo can't prevent it.
Oh, Overlord right now has the opportunity to KO Anemo. Anemo missed the gyro ball! There's no shield! 261, 226, and here comes Overlord with an absolute hero play. 20 points,
Oh,
Draken
just in time.
stops. Mewtwo looking to score, but it wouldn't be enough. What an insane finish!
Oh my goodness. It separates these teams 30 points. Brother, welcome to Worlds.
Oh, I gotta sit down.
Sit down, shut up, look at the scores.
Oh man.
Yeah!
Reject 261, 226. That missed gyro ball was the entire match. Gyro ball hits there on the outside rim. The shield is big enough. He beats Feraligatr. He misses gyro ball. All we're waiting is for Crunch to come off cooldown, and Overlord does what Overlord does, saves the day.
Dude, that waterfall crunch for 2 KOs was gargantuan. Holy smokes. Okay, let's take a look.
What an insane final 2 minutes, Dupes next. I mean, really great start here from Peru. They definitely wanted to put the pressure on, and they did that. And I love the play for Metagross to actually peel away and score.
Yeah, I mean, look, they saw Satake miss the submission. Tempo immediately dashes in to try and cover, right, and get a quality knockout here. But look, they have the Feraligatr back, like you said, going for the big-time flank. And Anemo gets isolated. But look at this gyro ball. Bang!
Yep.
2 targets, shield explodes up, and they have nothing in the tank.
Right once they recognize you hit 2 with the gyro ball, there's no way you're going to get that Metagross without committing everything to it. Overlord moves in here, can't make much happen. This fight actually was looking chaotically bad for Reject at one point until the level 14 Feraligatr moves in.
And Nemo right into the middle, gets submissioned, gets hit with the combo. The Mewtwo Y Unite kind of with the save there, and into the Hydro Typhoon, but Metagross gets through it with their own Unite move to get in, and now we're getting pops of damage everywhere. Zainuz is split away.
Yes, we have the Espeon finally go down here, as well as the Eldegoss, but look at this from Overlord. Look at this crunch. Boom! Boom! Unbelievable right there. Draken in trouble. Zainuz right now not able to make something happen. Here's the moment right here. Watch, the gyro ball barely is going to, oh, it was right before that. The gyro ball barely misses for the shield. It gives Overlord the opportunity to come back with the crunch.
Oh, man. We are working with the tightest margins, Cowboy. And Overlord getting the credit. 10 knockouts. Holy smokes, brother. That was that was a quiet 10. It was kind of a quiet 10.
I happen to agree. It was a quiet 10, but the whole time it really did feel like Overlord on the Feraligatr was going to be the difference maker in that match. It was either Peru could take advantage of Overlord not being there for a moment, or Overlord was going to come back to save the day, which is what happened.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as we're looking for numbers across the board, something I want to highlight, and it was in the moment, you think it's a very strong move, but Crunch has multiple instances of it.
Yep.
And one of which is when you bite, you get, well, you essentially heal yourself off of it.
Yes.
So when Overlord got pinned in 3, he actually selected the healing Crunch and Crunch to get a big HP bar back, but that actually ended up being kind of detrimental. He almost would have rather have just gotten knocked out faster.
Sure.
So, I mean, but when you're in that mode, it's survivability, right? You're like, he's moving so quickly that processing point of like, did I just make the right play in a vacuum to actually make me late and cost us the game? And that's the type of margins we're working with here.
I gotta wonder if we literally see the exact same composition run back.
Dude, at this point, I kind of want to
Yeah.
because these fights are awesome.
They're amazing. They're so good. Reject has a stronger early game clearly than Peru, but Peru doing a bit better in that one. However, Reject making it happen in the end. That crunch, when it KO'd 2 members at the same time, that was so pivotal.
Oh, yeah. One thing that I want to state about this team, they have a better early game, you're right, Reject being. But you can see the diminishing returns of that submission Psy Shock because once Metagross is the one punching you in the teeth, that's not really doing much.
Yeah.
And when you submit into that shot, you get a stun, yes, but that also sets up a gyro ball for almost guaranteed shield recovery or shielding. So it makes it so tough for you to continue to scrap. This is a very intricate draft. We're looking at it, and like we said, some of the best Pokemon in the game are on Reject's side.
Yeah.
But what Peru Unite has cobbled together battles pretty darn well into it.
One thing that I think is really impressive is they have 2 Pokemon who negate a ton of damage, essentially, in a couple ways, right? You've got Surfetch, who literally negates some damage and then gives itself a shield plus a dash to move away. Then you have Metagross that has a built-in move speed into its kit with another massive shield that it provides themselves. You stack that on top of the Clefable healing, and it's really tough to take these Pokemon down. Even with a huge burst of damage, they seem to weather that storm. Kea stays in the pocket, continually healing the team, and then they're right back in your face fighting again.
Yeah, I mean, as we saw on Overlord's loadout right there, they're playing a cursed item as well to try and help mitigate what Kea is bringing to the table, what Peru Unite is bringing to the table. We've got a game number 3. Current world champions versus the second best team out of Japan, Reject, and 2-time world champion Overlord.
I mean, honestly, I want both of these teams to move on. I cannot say it enough. I love these 2 squads. I really feel like this could have been a grand finals on Championship Sunday. However, here we are, 1 game away from losing one of the best teams in Unite.
Take a deep breath. So far, we've got Umbreon, Scizor, Scyther, Clefable. That's new.
If it's exactly the same, Dupsnax and I, we leave.
If the draft can't be the same, they banned Clefable. Reject banned Clefable.
Oh! Well, we can't leave.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Looks like we're stuck here.
Or will we leave?
Is mine long enough to do this bit?
You can get out of there. Blastoise is going to be picked up. Yeah, you're right. Clefable. I apologize. I did not see that. Kea, Tempo now. The question is, what do they do? Because now that you're not getting Clefable, do you steal away the not the Eldegoss, excuse me. Do you steal away the Espeon? Now Zinus doesn't have to play this Mewtwo. Why? They're taking a huge tool away from Reject.
Yeah.
And we're going to see what they want to pick. I think they might take some priority on Feraligatr at this point, but we'll see.
We've got a Blaziken hover by Overlord here, and maybe we're just going for put it on the Peewee nabbing the Crustler, Pavone grabbing Eldegoss, and for the first time, I think Reject has truly selected a true defender character.
Yeah, that's what we're looking at right here is our next 2 picks over to Peru. I'm wondering, I mean, this could be an opportunity to grab your defender, but they're not taking a 3rd one, so you may want to hide your final pick from your opponents. I think giving Overlord the Feraligatr once again is really scary, but maybe they don't want it.
Yeah, but, you know, Anemo has a great reactionary pick here with the gutter pick, the last pick of the draft. Satake with Zacian.
Oh, and tell me we're seeing Dodrio.
This would be a very fun Dodrio game. This would be a very fun Dodrio game. Overlord going through the cycle of characters now.
Wow.
Alolan Raichu, which is having a tournament, by the way.
It's having a great tournament. I've not seen Overlord play this, or who would be playing it possibly, right, on the side of Reject. Final pick. Anemo's Metagross has been incredibly good, but we were looking at a different team, and yeah, they're bringing a different pick because of it.
All right. We've also had some very strong Urshifu games this weekend, right?
Yeah.
Out of Overlord, out of Vin, Anemo here going to try and put their hat in the ring for a great performance. This is what it all comes down to, another 10-minute match of Pokemon Unite between these 2 teams again. Win or go home.
Yeah, this is it.
Forever.
Day 2.
Because we're never going to, you're going home forever.
Yeah, you're not allowed to leave your house. They lock you in there.
It's Unite house arrest.
This is a big moment for these two squads. Again, these are the kind of teams that should probably be facing off in a semifinals or even a grand finals. But Peru coming in as a 2 seed means they have to run right into reject. This feels like Peru's match to lose in some ways. I don't know why. It just feels like they have had some huge answers to reject, especially as the game has gone on. But we're gonna see. I really don't think you can give it to either squad right now.
No, I mean, it's, again, the margins with which these teams are operating. Ready? Go!
Reject your purple team, Peru Unite your orange team. This is the single elimination bracket, the start of our day, and we are starting with one of the best games you are going to see. Reject Peru in just a moment here. One of these teams will move on closer to our World Championship, and one of these teams will be heading home.
One of these teams will, in fact, be heading home. 9 minutes, 35 seconds till we find out exactly who. Pavone on the invade, going to put some pressure on this Kubfu, one of the worst early Pokemon in the game.
Yeah, it's absolutely terrible, and they're going to see if they can slow it down. Pavone in a little bit of trouble right here, but Eldegoss seems to get out of a lot of bad situations. Draken having to zone it right here as best that they can. Maybe they get the KO. Pavone right now, no. Oh, that was so close.
But now Pavone able to A-press Anemo very well. Draken kind of giving up the chase and thinking Pavone did as well. And now they have to come all the way back around. Kea is here to help now just to get Anemo online.
You can see how smart this play was. Now Anemo is walking to the top path, not yet level 5. What a huge difference maker. Overlord ready to fight.
Yeah, almost at level 6 too, and they know their priority here. Anemo tempo ready to go. Anemo does evolve, but the blue bear goes down and Kea's on the chopping block next, trapped in the rock tomb.
Yeah, and there you go. I mean, nothing you can really do right there. That was an incredible way to stall out Peru at the start of this match. They slowed down the Rapid Strike Urshifu, but it is online now, Dupe Snacks, and it's going to be looking for revenge.
Without a doubt, Anemo back into the central area, going to get their levels up quickly as we press on into the 8-minute mark of this game.
And here we have 4 members of Peru in the bottom path right now. No one in the top path for the side of Peru. We have the Urshifu possibly moving there. Satake in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, I mean, we're just putting tons of pressure on. Good stuns on Satake. Pavone also there. Heavy slam on the backside. And now that's a good knockout. Eject button by Draken to make sure that the Zashi can't get the berry. Pavone taking a ton of damage. Are they going to hang tight? It looks like they're just going to hang out and watch, see what happens.
Yeah, Pavone just trying to stop them right here. But look how annoying this Eldegoss has become. The secure by Pui on the Crustle right there. And now we have the Zacian back in the bottom path, able to push them off this goal zone.
Tempo gonna roll back. Kea, Zainus, I mean, everybody in Peru, they're just concerned about this bottom path. I kind of like this approach, right? They had a rough start, focus on something else, and try to get value somewhere else.
Now losing in the top path, though, the Urshifu going down means it's free reign up there for Reject right now. We're looking for a fight. The Metal Claw goes in, big time Psyshock, Psybeam combo.
And it's exactly what Reject was doing all game 1 and 2. Peru United said, give me some of that.
Yeah, I mean, Espeon just so amazing in these moments, right? The crazy burst damage and the stun, Dupe Snacks.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely amazing. And when you have Draken, you know, Heavy Slam kind of works as a functional submission there, as that's a Heavy Slam back. And we're going for stuns now. Haruto going to use that Rapid Spin Hydro Pump combination to see it do some damage. Draken has to run away. Regieleki is low. KO streak of 2 for Overlord on this Alolan Raichu. We said this Pokemon's having a game and it's looking pretty good, but Peru able to take that Regieleki before they go down.
Yeah, Peru able to steal that right there. Really incredible. And you just saw the patience, right, from Zainus on that Espeon. The ability to stay in the pocket in that moment, wait for their Psybeam. They get the Regieleki even though their team loses the fight. And we're just going to have to see what happens with this top path here.
I mean, Draken just kind of running around the map, somehow being difficult to catch. Zainus watching this Regieleki. It's slow to come off the map, and Zainus is just going to try and secure things and make it back safely as the rest of Peru Unite is really interested in playing together.
Here we go. Satake moving forward. Overlord picks up another KO. And Nemo in trouble right here, caught in the rock to massive X-Scissor. Oh my gosh, Peru Unite falling like dominoes.
I mean, you want to talk about just stepping in it. Anemo just overextending, getting hit with just the tiniest amount of CC, and that allows the Rock Tomb X Scissor combination to happen. And now Peru Unite, who is fighting very well together, is completely discombobulated and getting eliminated.
Yeah, 143-117 is the score line. A very close match. Level-wise, however, things are going better for Reject as they have the highest level on the board and a couple of 10s. We've got the level 11 Alolan Raichu, which has picked up massive KOs throughout this match. Peru is going to need to shut that down early in some of these fights.
Here comes Anemo, going to be working with Draken and Kea. Zainu's in tow as well. Pee-wee looking for the support. Haruto pinned, used the eject button to get past. Kea, Phantom Force through to A-Press. Now we're using the Urshifu Unite. Hits 12, 14, 15. Gonna have to keep that going. 17 into the back line, they get one. Haruto's gonna come through. Overlord putting that big star down, using that star power and using their Unite move. Overlord looking to A-Press with that store power Raichu, and they get a knockout on Draken. Anemo is low, they're running away. Is the chase gonna continue? Overlord once more, walks straight into the Fury Cutter. Unite move by Tempo does take care of Overlord, but they're dispatched of summarily.
Yeah, I mean, I think you want to take that KO. It's the highest level on the board, even if you go down for it. But it's, you know, great tit for tat between these two squads. You take an inch, and they'll take one right back as Regirock is being ripped apart here. Zynus able to get the secure if possible. Kea right there. Here comes the moment, and it's Eldegoss!
Pavone snatching that Reggie, but here comes Peru Unite. Big stuns, Anemo pinned against the wall. They do get one back on the Eldegoss the other way. Heavy slam for Draken. Backdooring is Satake. They're looking to fight, but now they're caught between a rock and a hard place. And that hard place is Peru Unite. We're hard-boiled and we're hard-bodied, son. X-Scissor from Pee-wee going back. Haruto trying to get out, taking a ton of damage. Anemo gets clipped and can't hang tough, so they're going home.
4 minutes on the clock, 150 to 132. Level-wise, things are evening up between these two squads as we are heading into some of our final moments of this match. We are halfway through. One of these teams will be moving on. One of these teams will be going home. Honestly, I can't choose, Dupe Snacks. It's going to be insane.
Good thing we don't have to choose, because they're going to earn it off their merits here in the next 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
Looking for a possible fight right here. Reggie like he's just being ripped apart. Zainu's in position. Unite move from Tempo.
Going straight forward, trying to find a backdoor here. Hydro Typhoon kick up a couple. We take a little nap, does Draken, and now we're using the Anemo Unite, but they are going to get dispatched up quickly in the efforts with Tempo here. Tons of damage being put down. The combo continues. We end at NC 17. Nobody's safe out here.
Oh man, what an unbelievable fight there. I mean, Peru really putting it together. The only question is, what are they going to do if they don't get Unite moves in time? Tempo needs to get experience quickly, wild Pokemon as fast as they can to make sure that they have a Unite in these final moments. Great fight from Peru. Put another one of those on the board, and all of a sudden they are moving forward here in day 2 and dispatching Reject, one of the best teams out there.
Anemo silently climbing up in levels, level 13. And yes, Reject has Overlord on 14, but Peru has caught up across the board here.
Here we go, 10 seconds until the top objective. It's possible that no one looks for this at all. Every member of Peru getting experience. I want to point out that besides Hoopa, no one on Peru has a Unite move at this very moment. 20 seconds left, however. The Surfetch ticks over to it, and now we're just going to see how many more members of their team have it. Reject, some aggressive positioning right here, getting some information. Haruto finding Peru, and they're moving forward right now. Anemo in trouble, having to peel back.
Now Anemo moving straight forward, being able to pull back through the Trick Phantom Force there. Anemo gets spun, pumped, and stunned.
Here we go. They're looking for their possible fight right here. 150, 152. Pulled back through that Phantom Force. Haruto down at half. Caught right now by the block.
Getting fed back, but the good pump spin delays Anemo's engagement. Power nap, yes, doesn't hit anybody. We're fighting. Satake with the big flame. Stunned by the rings on Mount Hoopa Unite. Draken pulled through. Hydro Typhoon takes care of Tempo. We've got Alolan Raichu Unite right on top of Draken. They're taking a ton of damage. Kea just trying to pot shots with the big Hoopa mode. But in the backside is the 25-hit combo from Anemo. They're looking to work, and it's not enough. They get knocked out. Zainu's full HP. Haruto on the verge of going down. Kea takes care of him. Draken stepping up. Zainu's eject past the wall.
Satake is ripping. Satake is ripping Groudon right now in the face of Zainu's. The secure they're looking for a Dupe Snacks.
They're in the kitchen. Zainu's has a chance. They stop hitting. It's too early, and it's taken by the Crustle. Oh my! Are you kidding me? Zainu's had the opportunity, was a bit too early, and it throws right in the trash can.
Wow. Tempo right now trying to peel away from this 250, 152. If they can pick up a KO, they can make something happen. but it doesn't look like it's possible. Can a Nemo stop something here? Can a Nemo take this Groudon buff? It would be massive. However, we have multiple members of Reject now looking to score. Crustle in the bottom path, and that looks to be over. Reject, what a moment to rip in front of the Espeon with 30 seconds left on the clock, and now they're continuing to score. Reject is going to be moving on through day 2, beating the world champions, Peru Unite.
An absolute heartbreaker for Peru. Zainus got the good rotation above the Groudon, and they were just a bit too early with their Psy-Shock combination to do that burst damage and get the final hit. And it is Reject winning the game.
Amazing. What a brawl between these two squads. That was so scary, seeing that rip in that moment. It was the right call, but boy, what a moment there. They knew they had to make sure that Zainus couldn't secure, and it got incredibly close. Peru Unite, some of the best to ever play the game, an incredible world champion, beating Japan last year, Zeta Division, in the grand finals in Anaheim, are going to end their journey here at the start of day 2. What an incredible team. I'm so glad we've got to watch them for years. They've been amazing.
I mean, they have been amazing to watch. Both these teams are incredible, and this final fight is an indication of the skill level of both. What an incredible just tit-for-tat back and forth here, as every teammate is trying to get an opportunity to put the team on their back. We've got a deep engagement here. The Rubble Rouse stun, Hydro Typhoon gets a quality knockout on tempo, and that really felt like the first domino to fall.
Anemo right here dives incredibly deep, using everything they can to pick up the KO on Overlord. They do get it right here, finishing their Unite move on Overlord as they are going down. Both get KO'd. Zainus with a huge catch right here, but doesn't hit the second attack. Haruto ends up going down in this moment, and this is when Satake decides that it's time to rip. Hui zoning out this Espeon. They end up moving around, and they do get great positioning around the top of the pit. Groudon getting incredibly low. By the time they get there, they recognize they cannot keep this rip up. They start the Unite move here from the Zacian. We have Zainus running, and it looks like Zainus just a hair too early. Here comes the Psy-Shock, Psy-Beam, and it just barely doesn't get it. The X-Scissor from Crustle with the final hit.
I mean, razor edge margins.
Yeah.
Razor thin margin, walking on a razor's edge, whatever you want to say. It's slim. Slim.
The point is the margins are slim.
Shoo.
Overlord, 10 knockouts, our MVP of the game, having an incredible match there on the Alolan Raichu. Peru Unite just couldn't quite get it done in those final moments. What a battle to start our day. Of course,
I can't believe this is the first thing of the day.
I know. It truly feels like we just watched the semifinals, right? And
yeah,
one of these teams is walking forward here towards our grand finals. But there are so many more games coming. There are so many more teams that Reject is going to have to deal with if they can get themselves in that position to make it to grand finals. A team that I would absolutely love to see there. Both of these teams, it would have been incredible. And again, I really do think we should take a second. This is the last time on this stage, the Pokémon UNITE Championship Series, that you're going to see these squads. Peru Unite has been a phenomenal team from their run at Eos Cup years ago, where they shocked the world and took down some of the best, even the teams coming over from Japan, to their really close finishes in the World Championships, and then finally kind of defeating Luminosity last year with Overlord on it, taking them down, moving forward to face off against Zeta and crown themselves as the world champs. Such a deserved team. They are amazing.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Peru Unite, and they're the quintessential example of growing through adversity and the power of friendship. A team that has not changed their players year after year. They've stuck it out, and they've gotten results. Super, super proud of that team, and super, super proud of the ability to be able to cast them and watch their growth and the development. That being said, Peru Unite, you are going home, which means we've got an interview on stage with Overlord. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Dukes. Next, I have here from Team Reject, Overlord! first tough match of the day, especially playing against the reigning world champions right now. But of course yourself, you're not unknown to being a world champion, 2 times world champion Overlord. How was this experience for you to start day 2 of Worlds?
It's definitely been exciting for sure. So far we've only had very good teams. Probably all teams are expected to have great results at WCS, so but I think, you know, the nice thing about that is I will be able to carry the momentum further into the day, and I think it'll give the team a lot of, you know, confidence and a big boost. So.
And speaking of momentum, of course, you guys went to a game 3. You know, it was a very hard one, especially for you guys, because Peru took the first game, and you guys personally yourself on game 2 with that relegator play really just saved and sealed the deal for Reject. Tell me a little bit about how everything was going throughout this series, because there was a lot of ups and downs.
Yeah, our team and our comps were very strong in the early game, and in all 3 games we were able to kind of build a lead into the early game, but Peru are a very, very resilient team. They never give up, they're never out. So, of course, they find their ways back into the game. They're a very strong team. So, of course, the raid fights are always going to be close, and they're always going to be, you know, pretty equal. But luckily, you know, we were able to come out on top. So.
I'd love to hear your thoughts as well in regards to the first 2 games and that perfect mirror matchup, because both teams chose the exact same composition. So how did that go for you guys specifically?
We were pretty confident in our draft because even though we lost the first game, I think overall the game went pretty well for us. We were pretty confident. We were pretty happy with how the game went in the early game. And I think it was just late game mistakes and kind of not respecting the enemy Clefable enough. So we made some adjustments in terms of gameplay and how we wanted to approach the fights, more so than the draft. And into the third game, we decided to change the draft because we thought that they were going to probably change their draft strategies as well, so we wanted to come up with something new.
Right, and so qualifying for quarterfinals now here of day 2 of WCS. What are your expectations into facing the next teams in the bracket? Because of course we don't have any confirmation yet on any of the other teams because this was the first series. So give me a little bit of how you're feeling about it.
Yeah, I'm excited. Hopefully, one of my former teammates that I won the World Championships with twice, Kyrios, is on team Evil Geniuses. They're on our side of the bracket, so I'm hoping that they can make their way up to the semifinals and we can have a match against them. I think it'll be pretty fun.
That would be amazing, facing former teammates, and you guys must be friends up until this point, right? So that would be so exciting. I know that you have a lot of fans here in the audience, so would you like to say a word to them in English or maybe even in Japanese? I don't know how you've been practicing your Japanese, but I would love to hear it. Or not.
I really appreciate all the support, and I'm very, very happy that, you know, coming back to North America, that there's still so much support for me. A lot of like the fans and everyone has still come up to me and said that, you know, I've been watching you, even though despite you're in Japan, we've been watching Reject and supporting you. So I'm very, very grateful to everyone. Of course, I'm very grateful to my wife and my family for coming out as well. So thank you, everyone. I appreciate it.
Right, thank you so much, Overlord. That was it for this interview. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you very much, Soph. Overlord, our 2-time world champion, heading across the pond from North America to Japan. Can he become the first and only 3-time champion? Time will tell. Reject moves on. Peru is dispatched. Coming up, we've got an exciting one, Doob Snacks.
Yes, we do. We have BH3 out of EU and Exist out of Japan. You see them there at the bottom of your screen. And again, every matchup today is just going to be an absolute slaughterhouse. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing. Now we're looking at the 2 regions who have the most qualified teams heading into day 2 facing off. The question is, can BH3 show up as the powerhouse EU team that they have been for so long, and is Exist as good as the top teams out of Japan like Reject and Fennel? We're going to find out very soon here in day 2. We're going to throw to a very short break. Don't go anywhere. I know I won't. Don't.
Sometimes we take a look at our favorite moments, and for some others, it's their least favorite moments that have ever happened on broadcast. And of course, for me personally, I'm talking about the time that Spragle is elected to just kick me in the middle of a show.
Okay, so let me say a few things. First off, I'm very sorry I did that. I really did not mean to kick him. That was a very dumb thing that I did. I was practicing my kicks. We were at a point at LAIC where our match wasn't starting. We were having some tech issues, and it had been going on for over an hour at this point. We had people online saying, is this a podcast or something? We're just talking. Naturally, you start seeing how high you can kick. So that's what I did. Again, really sorry about that.
But this is the first stretch, if you will. This is Unite.
This is the morning stretch.
This is the morning stretch. I didn't even do my morning stretch.
Got to get those calisthenics in. Long lunges here. We've got this. We've got this.
We're ready
Too
to go.
easy.
Yesterday, by the way, I just want to let everyone know at home, I was kicking very high. Now, my pants are a lot tighter today, so I can't do as high of a kick.
Are you serious?
I didn't try to kick him.
That is insane work. That is insane work.
I tried to kick behind him, which I was doing all day.
I
Please
cannot.
roll the tape of me kicking yesterday. It was so good. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Me.
It's already been hope and heartbreak here at the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series, Pokemon World Championship 2026. And we're only one game in, an unbelievable one to start the day, but that's just how things are going to continue to go. I am Wonder Chef, joined by Danily with our special guest.
Yes, we do have a special guest today. A little Ponyta. But today's, honestly, it's been incredible. We had one game already, and I think a lot of us on the couch backstage, it felt like a grand final. And it was the first game of the day today.
Yes, I think it easily could have been a grand final. I mean,
It could have.
Japan is 100% bringing in. I just want to, of course, let everybody know, of course, there's a few matches that we're not going to be able to catch. We can see right here being played out. And I believe probably right now, I'm not 100% sure on that, but you can see there's a match Zeta Division and Fennel, which, of course, are two of the most legendary Japanese teams to ever play the game. And we are giving that match, of course, over to our amazing, incredible, wonderful, I've got so many words, and they're all positive, for the Japanese casting crew and production crew. They do have their own broadcast. They've been casting some games that we have had off broadcast on our stream, sometimes on the same one, but of course, go give them some love, as they're, of course, I'd have to assume, going to be watching their, kind of first Japan versus Japan match, which is going to be a heartbreaker, but I'm sure it's going to be an amazing one, so be sure to watch their broadcast as well. But we did see some updates here. The first one, another Japanese team, C2, you can see right there, going up over Team Peps, which is a little bit of a heartbreak for me. Huge Team Peps fan, but C2, we'll see them on broadcast later.
So we already have two teams making it through to our top 8 bracket, but we still have to figure out who's going to be the remaining teams to make it on through. Now for our broadcast, of course, we already know our matchup for today, and we have our players in the booths, or at least on the stage, ready to go. I think they're almost ready with the prep, so it's going to be a really exciting one here, Chef, because we have Exist going up against BH3 Esports. So this is our first, I believe, EU team on the stage.
Right, yeah, and interestingly enough, I mean, we've seen so many Japanese teams, we've seen so many EU teams, and the fact that both of these regions have had all of their teams qualify for Day 2, which is an amazing feat from both of them, but we haven't had a chance to see either Exist or BH3, so nice kind of little first look into two teams out of just kind of the most dominant regions, I would say, right now in this World Championship Series. But Exist is a well-known team out of Japan. They have had some roster changes right before this little bit of Worlds. BH3, though, doing extremely well in the European region, and hey, we don't even have time to talk about the teams. They are just jumping in. These teams are ready to play.
They're ready to play because, their spot going into the next round is on the line. So let's see what's going to be on the table for both of our teams. We have some really interesting bans right off the bat, Chef. So right off the bat, we have the Blastoise, Gengar on the other side, Serena. It looks like it's going to be a Urshifu ban for the final ban here for BH3 Esports. Nothing too crazy. I'd say like the Buzzwole's probably the weirdest, and the Gengar being the weirdest bans between these two teams. I want to think this is insider info. Like, these guys know that they specialize in these two Pokemon, and so just kind of get rid of them. Don't focus on the meta. Focus on what these teams are going to be really good at.
Right. Yeah, I mean, this is some kind of like regional meta as well. Of course,
Yeah.
Serena being very, very popular in Japan, but not as popular in a lot of the other regions. And then the Eldegoss, which is really interesting just because it is, you can see, only a 2% ban rate. It's been picked a lot over the weekend. A lot of times it goes through, but definitely a little bit more of a specialist. There's a lot of support players that are really kind of specialists for that. But as far as the picks, we are going to see some force on the other side for BH3. However, lots of damage dealers for Exist. We are going to see the Great Bacon Bird come out, Yveltal, which we haven't had to see. Only 38 encounter rate, which is pretty low. I think more people thought it was going to be banned or picked, but here we go, one of the newest Pokemon.
Yeah, so I don't know how to feel about Yveltal, honestly, Chef, because in the games that we have seen it hasn't really been the star of the show, right? It's mostly been the rest of the team to kind of carry the Yveltal through the finish line. So maybe, maybe Exist has something under their sleeve that's really going to allow that Yveltal to shine. Looking at the lineup so far, Mega Charizard. Okay, Mega Charizard X is going to round things out for Exist alongside the Comfey. So I'm assuming this is going to be Comfey accompanying either the Zacian or the Feraligatr.
Or the Charizard, or
It could
kind
be
of
Charizard.
anything.
Yeah, it could be. Sure, I guess you could put on Yveltal. I kind of feel like you really want everyone else to be in the front line, right?
Yeah.
And Yveltal just to be in there to sweep things up. But Utao with the last pick, Cerulege. And this has been a really rare pick as well at the competition because it says 5% encounter rate. Encounter is both inclusive of picks and bans. So
a really, really rare Pokemon at Worlds this year compared to last year where, you know, Several Edge was one of the top picks.
Right. I mean, I think it's still a pretty strong pick, but it's just one that we haven't been seeing recently. There's so many strong Pokemon in the game right now, so we'll see what Utah can do with it. I do think still it brings a lot to the table that it did in the previous events, where it was pretty popular of a pick and definitely had some game winners. Of course, that Unite alone can do so much to win a team fight if you can land on a bunch of different Pokemon, but way easier said than done. Another question that I want to ask, which I kind of assume from the items, I'm going to guess that this Comfey is going to be Sweet Kiss and not going to be going for the healing. And that is what we've been seeing from it a little bit more recently, at least in the previous events that we saw a few months ago. So we'll see if that's going to be the case. And I just got to say, Dan, we got to try the ready go, okay? When we get into the game.
All right, we're going to try. We got 2 rounds at least, Chef.
Yeah, but we got to practice here, you know? We finally get to do the ready go that Japan does. And hey, you know, we're getting prepped up for it. Are you ready, Danley?
Not really. Let's go.
All right, here we go. Ready, go! And that's all we need. That's all we need. Here we go. Game number 1, Exist versus BH3 Esports.
All right, so let's have a look and see how these lanes are going to pan out. Who's going to be the team that wants to make that move first? Because, you know, between the Feraligatr and the Ceruledge, these two are going to be crucial in creating that tempo and space for their teams, because we already know that both of these teams, you know, ideally, especially in game number 1, you kind of want to have that first win under your belt. You have that insurance in case anything goes wrong for game number 2. Let's go. So far for lanes, it's down here. It's not looking too crazy. They're more focused on just farming that wild Pokemon experience. Up top, it's looking pretty passive too. I have to say, bit of a slow early game for game number 1.
Right, there were a few different ways that Exist could have spread out kind of where their Pokemon were going. Zacian top was pretty much guaranteed, but they could have thrown some kind of wrenches in, you know, different directions where, especially whoever goes to center, right, we could have seen potentially like the Charmander go there, but they decided to go this way, which means that the Feraligatr is going to be a more aggressive early on, and that's probably the most solid pick. Wow, that's a nice way to get a bunch of EXP.
Yeah, that's a little hungry crocodile. Yeah, I don't think you really want to underestimate Feraligatr because it's just so good at farming those wild Pokemon. So Tommy is going to have a field day unless BH3 Esports start to put pressure on him, because I feel like, you know, this has been a very quiet early game. They even try and go for a knockout. They get their first one on the Machop, and they're looking to grab another one as well. The early game for Exist is so deadly.
That definitely is their plan, right? Like I said, there are a few different ways they could have gone with it. If they had decided to maybe give a little bit more experience to the Charizard, that means that they wanted to get a little bit of a quicker push to the late game. But the fact that they're giving it to this, the Feraligatr, not Feraligatr quite yet, and then they're, of course, giving the Comfey onto it as well, means that they really want to use a lot of early aggression to build space to get the rest of experience for their team that they need. And I think that's going to work really well, because the rest of their comp is really strong early. If Eltal, obviously Zacian is just a powerhouse early on, and they're already pushing that early advantage, as you can see very well. Like I said, though, on the bottom path, it does seem like it's been a little bit more slow, so we'll see when some action actually happens there. They're probably waiting for some power spikes as well on both sides, but we are going to see potentially a meeting here in the center pretty soon.
Yeah, and I think BH3, this is their response after seeing the Crocodile, now Feraligatr, but we got the Comfey as well. They do manage to get the pullback onto the Feraligatr, but first knockout already onto the Marchant, but they do get the counter knockout onto the Feraligatr. Huge Solar Beam, and look at these knockouts. BH3 Esports, they sweep almost all of Exist as if they never existed at all. If there was a play that was going to bring them back into the game, it was that one.
That was a disgusting amount of damage from the Mew there. I mean, I mean, it's just a good level for Mew. I mean, of course, we tend to see Solar Beam. Of course, Solar Beam, quite a while back, got some damage nerfs on it. So usually it's just a little bit more of like a poking tool, but that felt like that melted like half of the HP of the other Pokemon in it, like 3 people. What a great turnaround. And being able to get a ton of experience off of that, especially that Feraligatr at the start of that fight, absolutely gigantic. BH3 was looking, I would say, a little bit behind as far as, you know, trying to deal with the aggression, but they now look like they're in very much a great position as they're going to hit level 9 first on their Snorlax, and there we go, in there to fight.
Yeah, that was a beautiful Sweet Kiss as well, just bringing in BH3 in towards that Feraligatr, setting up for the Zacian as well. Looks like the secure is going to be there, so Zacian gets that Reg Ice, that big boost of experience, as well as that bonus passive healing as well for Exist. So BH3 Esports not going to be too happy about that. It doesn't mean it's the end of the world, but it does mean I feel like this pressure from Exist is going to start to kick up a notch, because we've seen Exist, right? Early game, if they want to play aggressive, they will do it, and they have some Pokemon that will punish you if you're not ready to deal with it.
Reggie Alecki on bottom being defended pretty well, which is going to give a little bit of space to, we can see, of course, there's a little bit of aggression up top, which is kind of a solo for Alligators. We've actually now moved where this Comfei is going, right? Comfei manually got off and walked away. Machamp being a little bit, or was Machoke currently, it was being a little bit aggressive in center, got caught, and decided to go back. But we're seeing some shifts, I think, in the strategy, right? Like, there's so many good targets, and they can change who their highest prio is. Right now, it's Charizard.
Yeah, they possibly could. Now, it seems like both of these teams are a bit hesitant to go and team fight. I don't think I want to blame BH3 Esports either, because we already saw what happened if things go sideways. It's just, it can be an absolute disaster. So being a bit selective of when they want to start these fights against Exist, I think it's really crucial for them to be able to build up that lead again up against their opponents, especially coming into the mid-game. We're almost at that 5-minute mark, so we're almost halfway, folks. Another 3 minutes till that last 2-minute stretch, but still lots of pressure on both sides, as we only have a 10-point gap between Exist and BJ3 Esports.
And we do get to see right there, haven't had a chance to talk about yet, for Flail, which has been pretty popular so far over the course of this weekend. This particular build with the Flail and then the wall has been really strong for a lot of different regions. Getting pulled in, that's a lot of aggression, but of course that's not really a target that you really want to pull in, and you kind of give him positioning to be able to wall and pushes Froligator back, who then gets chain CC'd all the way to the center of the map for a clean double KO.
I love this setup for BH3 Esports. Like, if they get the catch, they just pull them back into the Solar Beam, into the Cerulege. Like, there's just too much disable, even for Alligator to survive through, along with the support of a Comfei. So I think Exist, they have to be very cautious of where they do have Tommy, because he can't just simply run into the front lines, right? He has to be a little cautious of where that Machamp is, even Snorlax as well, because it just sets up for, you know, damage City from BH3. But even though we did have a little bit of a victory there, the gap between these two teams is still, it's gotten a little bigger. It's almost 30 points, but really nobody is feeling safe yet, right? Like, 30 points is nothing this early in the game.
Exist managing to take back the EXP lead as well, which is really nice. Even though they've lost some fights, they've found a lot to farm. Megu, interestingly enough, still one of the highest level Pokemon in the game and on their team, which is very funny as a Flail-Axe. So Flail-Axe carry is real. All the Flail-Axe enjoyers out there in chat, definitely speak up. This is your time. Nice little beam right there. Actually,
Chen.
Technically hits 3, technically, even though one of them can't be hit. But this is a lot of posturing for this center area at the 3-minute 30 mark. This feels like we're waiting for a final objective fight, but nope, just a Regidrago. So we'll see if they actually commit to it. I mean, it's just a Regidrago. It does seem like BG3 Esports not quite as committed, but they might try to pick somebody off.
Yeah, unfortunately, Kranix is a little far behind the team, but no, it looks like Exist are the ones to start the initiation. They go in, they pull in the March, and they say, you will not initiate for your team. And now Exist diving on top of BH3 Esports. They still have that goal zone. They do have a little bit of that protection of the goal zone, but is it going to be enough? They get the counter KO on that Mega Charizard X, so we do get a little bit of a return, and it ends up just being a small skirmish. I thought we were going to be seeing more Pokemon getting knocked out there, but I think after a while, both teams just got cold feet and they decided, let's not go too ham now. It is too close to the final 2-minute stretch.
Right, we're also in an awkward situation where you can see right now on the mini-map we're 13 seconds away and 16 seconds away from both of the objectives spawning at the same time, just long enough to be able to take them with relative ease. So I think they wanted to back up, make sure that they didn't overcommit before any of the objectives. That was a little bit scary, but you kind of do have to face check those tall grass if you are the Flail-Axe. And look at that, we got the vision. We're all backing up except for, well, I was gonna say except for Kranix, but Kranix did finally go back. And now seeing that, okay, enough people are going to take this Red Rock, which will be free for Exist. We are going to instead pre-position for the final stretch. 10 seconds away, and we see all of BH3 Esports just sitting and waiting, and I wonder, they're so far forward, are they going to try to land some sort of big ambush?
They possibly could. They're playing very aggressively because they are also camping on Exist's side of the map. You can see Megu playing towards that left-hand side of the Groudon bush. And I think they're going to try and use Resu as the bait. Yutao, though, is in enemy territory. I mean, it's technically his territory, but he is very close to Exist. If he sticks his head out right now, I think Missy would probably just jump him on that Mega Charizard X. But remember, BH3 Esports, they are currently leading in points, so it's going to be up to Exist to try and win this team fight. They do try to go in with that Feraligatr super low. Oh, they almost insta-stunned him, but they were able to slip away. But at what cost? At what cost, BH3? They've lost two, the Mew and the Marchamp as well. They still have the Psyduck, the Cerulege, and the Snorlax, but can they buy enough time for their teammates to come back in? The Groudon is super low. Who's going to get the final secure? The Cerulege gets the steal onto the Groudon.
what an amazing first push from Exist, but they didn't clean up the entire team. They made a call. Unfortunately, we're going to get a little bit of a pause before the final push, but I mean, you can see BH3, they're already just so happy from that situation, and that's the thing, is this team is so incredibly tanky. They're so hard to deal with. Mew has the great ability to escape. Psyduck is the most un-KOable Pokemon in the game. We've got so much from Sterilage being able to self-heal, and then the other two, I mean, they've got great escapes, great crowd control, so it was so hard to take down that full team, even once they got that first pick, and now with the objective and so many points in pocket, it's going to be easy to jump that lead up to over 300 points, 329 points. With 39 seconds left, we're going to have to see a huge push from Exist. One final push, but even then, with only 30 seconds left, I don't know if they have the time, and look at this, the attempt to back cap from BH3.
Yeah, I mean, BH3, they can afford to do this, right? Because Exist, they have to fight through that bottom tier 1. So they have to score, they have to run, they have to score again, and after seeing this back cap, I think if you're Exist, you're thinking about game number 2. Now you think about game number 2, what are you going to do for the bans? What are you going to do for the picks? What do you let through, and what do you maybe even have to take away from yourselves? Because I do think there are elements of BH3 Esports' lineup that I feel like was really, really crucial.
Right.
Mew, is this something that we're going to be having to take away from BH3? I think this is something that they're considering because Mew has been a monster in this game. Psyduck, typical Psyduck things, I don't really think it's going to be strange to assume that maybe Psyduck is taken out of the equation as well from BH3. Ceruledge, I would say Ceruledge was enabled by the rest of the team, so I don't think they'll be seeing that Pokemon touched at all. Snorlax could be in the same boat as Psyduck. Machamp, I think situationally, it will depend on what Exist decide to play going into the next game.
Yeah, and of course, we're going to figure out what this final few seconds pause is, but I mean, there's only 15 seconds left in the game, so we know that one is locked up. Of course, we'll see if there's any sort of judge rulings or anything like that, but I'm just going to continue, like you were, just to talk about basically what to look forward to in the next game, because that is basically what you do have to look at. And I think of all the Pokemon, which has been a big issue the entire weekend, I think Machamp is the biggest thing, right? For Alligator,
think so?
Yeah, I mean, for Alligator is so good. Obviously, we just saw Overlord basically save an entire Worlds run with Alligator solo, but we also know that Alligator really has to commit to go in, right? And every single time that BH3 has seen Alligator come in, even with the Comfy on it, it's just immediate. It's the Machamp CCs, and then the Psyduck CCs, and then the Snorlax helps, and then it's just, they just completely jump on whatever Pokemon goes in first, which has basically always been the Alligator. They didn't get the KO on it in that final fight, but they did managed to prevent it from doing the damage that it wanted to do. It had to back up, and then they were able to kind of survive based off of that. So I think this Machamp is something they're going to have to deal with. Japan knows that. Almost every Japanese team is using Machamp really well, so I do think it's going to be one of the biggest answers in what you have to deal with for game number 2.
Possibly. I think I want to add another thing to this conversation. I also think it might be the way that Exist drafted this lineup as well, because unfortunately for Alligator was kind of forced, right, to play that very forward position for the team with the Comfey, because they didn't draft a classic defender that would have initiated before for Alligator, right? Because who else was the for Alligator going to fall back to? Zacian kind of doesn't want to start the fight himself. Mega Charizard X could, but in most cases, Mega Charizard X can only initiate if he grabs his ideal target, which is the Machamp. And I think the one time that they did catch that Machamp, BH3 just told Machamp, okay, just back up a little bit, don't stick your head out so you don't get caught out by that Charizard, and force the Feraligatr to be the one to start the fight, because that's Machamp's priority target anyway, right? So going into game 2, I'm thinking Exist might change the way that they're drafting, because realistically, this is a really technical lineup that they drafted themselves. They needed so many things to go right, and it's just every single fight, or at least most of them, not a lot of these fights went the way that they wanted it to, because again, Tommy was just completely exposed because of the existence of that Machamp, and he didn't have anyone else that could really help him in dealing with the Machamp in the long run. So I think if I'm going to ask for any changes on the side of Exist, Comfey could possibly change, but I do like what Comfey and Feraligatr do. So the next best thing would be to actually swap out Mega Charizard X and maybe go back for a classic defender. So you have an alternative Pokemon that can initiate before the Feraligatr.
Right, yeah, I mean, the other thing too is that, I mean, looking at the Comfey, I mean, we can see here our our MVP, who was, again, I gotta point it out because it was so funny. At one point, was the highest level Pokemon in the entire game was Megu on Flail Block, which was pretty awesome. If I'm being 100% honest, I love that we're seeing so much Flail this weekend. But Snorlax, of course, one of our most used Pokemon and one of the most impactful Pokemon over the course of this weekend so far. But you can see the comps here once again, and I do want to point out. So the Comfey, you really, whenever you go comp, right, you are really honing in on being able to jump in and then be able to get a pick, especially when you are the Sweet Kiss Comfey. You know, you're not going to give that much self-sustain. You get the shield, which is not bad, but it's not going to be like, oh, we're keeping you alive for the entire fight. So they need to jump in, they need to get a first keep it KO, and then they need to run over with the rest of the team.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, just because of the counter crowd control on the side of BH3, that just never happened. Like, I didn't feel like I saw a big Sweet Kiss pull almost the entire time, because they just, as soon as they get close enough, it's just you're in submission. It's just you're spinning through the air, and then you get hit by Psyduck, and then everything's just going along. So I do think that they've got to find some other way. Either if they're going to commit to that, find something else to back it up, something else to maybe deal with that crowd control, or just go a completely different support route.
Either different support route, or maybe they just switch off the Feraligatr overall. I think just go back to, you know, classic Unite, something that wouldn't be completely crippled by that Marchand. So we'll see what Exist decide to do. I'm pretty sure they do have another strat up their sleeve, but for now, I do want to see what these bans are going to look like, because there will absolutely be adjustments, and right off the bat, you can see that Mew taken off the table here for Exist, so already identifying Mew as being a major issue in game number 1. For BH3, they also go for a bit of a swap themselves. No Comfey for Exist, if they even considered the Comfey, but they continue to ban out the Serena and the Gengar, and actually Feraligatr gets removed by Exist, so maybe they're worried about BH3 getting their hands on that Feraligatr for first pick.
Yeah, I do feel like that's exactly why they banned it, but it is really funny that Exist like used Feraligatr, and it didn't really work, and then they banned it. And then BH3 had a really good answer for Comfey, and then they banned it. So it's just kind of like, oh, okay, this is like really forward-thinking. But Blastoise first pick, I do feel like that has been one of the, if not the most common first pick over the course of the weekend. It makes a lot of sense, especially when you've got some strong players with lots of experience on that Pokemon, which I guess most teams do at this point. But wow, okay, so we gotta talk about this. Really high priority on that the Veltal, right? But I don't know if I felt like it did as much as this high priority of a pick is usually supposed to do.
Yeah, so I do feel like we didn't really see a lot of the potential for the Yveltal in the last game, but again, I think it was really just because Yveltal didn't have any space to move. So I think it's, I'm going to reserve my thoughts on this until we see the next couple picks, but Mega Charizard X and Blissey being the next 2 picks for BH3. So I love the support duo so far for BH3, Blastoise and Blissey. Very solid, very tanky, hard to remove these 2 support duos. Paired up with Yutao on this Mega Charizard X. Now this one's pretty interesting. Is this supposed to be a replacement for Machamp in a way, but also a deny pick from Exist?
Well, there is just no, I mean, Machamp has not been picked nor banned, so there's definitely the opportunity we can still see it. So, I mean, I just think it's a great combo. I mean, you really can't go wrong with a Pokemon that is basically unstoppable for the majority of its damage and Bliss Assistance. Well, I guess now it might not be the target now. There are some other really good targets. You know, we saw a huge, like, really aggressive melee comp from Exist last game, and now BH3 Sports is basically kind of going the same idea.
If we go Mega Charizard Y, this is going to be absolutely legendary. Just a battle of the Charizards, and it's going to be the case. Mega Charizard X versus Mega Charizard Y, and the colors kind of match too. You've got the Sun variant up against the Dragon variant. Oh man, that is awesome.
Ooh, yeah, this is, it's really interesting to me that we didn't see Machamp picked at all, which it just seemed like it was such an important part of last game and basically every other game it's been in this weekend, but we are going some different strategies. We don't have quite as much crowd control to be able to land stuff with the Espeon, but Espeon's going to be good basically 100% of the time always, no matter what you pair it with, so it's still going to be solid, but I mean, it could follow up pretty well off of, I guess, the Charizard Unite. There's not, I mean, you can also as well, like the crowd control of the Veltal. We'll see how it ends up playing out, but just a very different strategy. And this is an even maybe more risky strategy, right? You're talking about frontliners, there's no frontliners. You want the Charizard to go up and be the only one to be hit, but you have no real support for it. It's not really that tanky. I mean, it does have sustain, but we'll see. But I mean, game number 2, and okay, we got to lock it down. We got to lock the ready to go down.
Okay, we're gonna lock it down. But this game, completely different play style, but I think I can kind of see it, right? Like we are not seeing so much crowd control. We'll talk about this in just a second though, because as we said, we got to do the intro, Chef. Are you ready for this?
I am. Here we go. Game number 2, Exist versus BH3 Esport. Ready, go! Now it's time to see where everybody's being sent. This one's a little bit more straightforward, I think, but I mean, really Exist has some options as to where they want to send everybody. But yeah, the Kung Fu almost certainly probably was going to go towards the center. It's just, they found a very strange comp, which I was literally just talking about.
Yes.
That's so aggressive, so many damage dealers.
All right, so going on to Exist comp. So this is my theory craft on why they've decided to go for this comp, right? You look at BH3, you looked at their last 2 picks. A lot of BH3 wants to get in your face, especially that Garchomp, right? Garchomp wants to be right on top of their target. Mega Charizard X also wants to be right on top of their target and has options of being able to gap close. Now, I think the solution for Exist here is that they've decided they want to try and play a little more hands-off, especially with the Mega Charizard Y, right? Because Mega Charizard Y thrives on just zoning its targets with all of its ranged special attacks. The Unite move also going to be able to give it an opportunity for some extra movement on the battlefield as well. So maybe this ability to zone could be how Exist wins the game. But again, it's going to come down to whether or not they can even keep all of these gap closers under wraps on BH3.
There is such little range in this game. We are going to see a little attempt to fight up top. I mean, honestly, the most range that we're going to get, I mean, is like mid-range. It's basically that range right there. The Espeon, the Leafeon, which is actually, I would consider like kind of a mid-range assassin, and the Yveltal. None of them are really super far range. So we are going to be fighting up close and personal 100% of the time. I think the biggest thing that we're going to have to see how they deal with is how will Exist deal with Bliss assistance, which is always a big question no matter what, but especially in this team. And they do have a little bit of extra damage. They should be able to get through some of the shields with Urshifu. That should be a nice little option, but whatever you Bliss assist, which probably could be the Charizard, but also could be the Garchomp. So many good options.
Even Leafeon, yeah.
Yeah, even Leafeon. Hey, do it. You know, give it to Blastoise. We saw like a Blastoise leading in KOs the other game today.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with giving it to Blastoise. It's a situational thing. We'll leave it up to Blissey. You know, Blissey's going to know the best target for grabbing those Bliss assists. But again, similar situation to last game. The lanes themselves aren't too active, but after we have these levels, we are starting to see some movement. Yutao sticking his head out, just sitting there with Tazuro. They're waiting for that Regidrago. You can see Exist really want this. They're going to try and zone out with Tommy on this Urshifu. He is sort of giving them a couple of chops here and there. Megu's not feeling too happy. Going to try and escape. Thankfully, his teammates are going to be there. And they have the soft-boiled as well, so that healing will come into play too. But because of that, you know, the Regidrago, he is exposed yet again. Do they want to try and finish this? No. Okay, maybe just thinking, well, it's maybe not the best time to try and go for this now.
Oh, yeah, the spawn's just happening up top, and look at this. They already managed to get a big KO, taking out a really heavy carry that really needs to evolve, and now we'll be a little bit further away from that Garchomp. Told me, yeah, no, okay, that was a pretty risky spot to try to return to, but instead they're just going to stay around and maybe fight for this objective up top. But a lot of rotations Exist definitely with a stronger early game, especially once they get hit their Shifu. They kind of hit most of their big power spikes, except for that Charizard. On the other side, though, they still have to wait for the Blastoise, still waiting for the Garchomp. Only a couple of big power spikes, so we got to play a little bit safer on BHD Sport for at least another minute or so.
Yeah, but if you're Exist, you kind of want to go on to this now, right? Before you have to deal with these two Pokemon. Megu taking quite a bit of damage there, will evolve halfway through that battle. And thankfully, he's going to be able to get out of there scot-free. Free shielding as well on the side of BH3 as they do take that Reggie for themselves. So Exist is in a bit of a weird spot now. They can't really easily jump onto BH3, even though Garchomp isn't Garchomp. He's still a Gabite. So I kind of wonder what you do here as Exist. You just continue to gather as much experience as possible, just kind of either stay toe-to-toe or eclipse BH3 in the experience department, because I don't think that's the right play either. I think you have to do something.
Well, I kind of feel like the window to push an early lead was a little bit earlier, which I kind of felt like they were going to do, but they played
just
it a little bit safe. Yeah, they're just waiting for these team fights. Again, they don't really have any support on their team, right? Like no like real like hard support. So they might just be afraid of overcommitting and not being able to kind of get the damage that they need. They might be waiting for a full team fight. You can see right here, even when they're fighting for these spawns, they're not overcommitting. They weren't even in position to get hit at all. And they do have a slight range advantage, so they might be trying to play to that as well. We did see Zacian being a little bit aggressive, being caught out, and maybe not really paying all that much of a price for it. This is definitely a very slow game. However, I do expect that within the next few minutes, it is going to turn into the opposite. It is going to become just chaos. Whoa!
Whoa! And catching out Tommy. I think he regrets that bush check now. He's like, I wonder who's over here. Oh, this is the wrong Pokemon to go after. And now this is a bit of a scary position here for Exist because they basically let this Garchomp farm for free. He's level 9. He hits like an absolute truck. You don't want to go into a melee 1v1 with this Pokemon. So all of a sudden, the game plan is going to change here for Exist. They're going to have to try to pivot back to this sort of keep away playstyle. Have the Mega Charizard Y be the one to maybe deal with that Garchomp. Just burn him from a distance. Have the assistance there from the Espeon as well. Zacian and Urshifu, they kind of can only really come in and help later on when the Garchomp is a little low. Registeel, though, going to be taking quite a bit of damage. No commitment at all from BH3, so that's going to be a free one for Exist. But whilst that was all happening, up top we did have the Reggie Alecki pop on in.
Ooh, big KO there. I'm not really sure why Garchomp was quite that far forward, but again, we are going to have to see BH3 be the ones to kind of move forward a little bit more. They are slightly low on the range department. Okay, a little bit of aggression here, at least from Exist. However, I do expect they're just probably going to back up now that they see the Charizards there. And so once again, we're returning to this patient game. Like I said, this just really still feels like the calm before the storm for me. It's two super aggressive comps that are just not committing to an actual fight, which is a really interesting way for this to play out. But again, I mean, this is Exist's final chance here. If they lose this, they are in fact going home. But BH3, they want to lock this in. You know, they want to represent Europe. They were the top of their league, and they want to continue to prove why they were. So they're ahead by a few points. We still got 1 minute and 43 left until the final stretch. Experience just slightly as well in BH3's favor.
Yeah, looks like Missy's going to be spotting things out for the team. Tommy comes in from the bottom bush as well. The surf is there. Urshifu able to escape. There's the lift from that Mega Charizard. Why? Straight eject, but the Blastoise not a chance. Just gets roasted. There's the lift. Mega Charizard X going to be coming into play now. We do see some exchanges. 2 for 2 so far. 3 for 2. 4 for 2. Big victory here for BH3 Esports, and this is what Exist were worried about. They thought that they had an opportunity to grab these free picks, but BH3, they say, not this time.
Right, and even one of the KOs being on the Blissey means that it was worth even less to Exist. So that was a huge team fight win for BH3. I mean, this was certainly the time to try and go for something like that, just because it allows you to respawn, it allows you to maybe lower that cooldown timer a little bit, get a little bit more Unite just for these final stretch. So they had to try something. You know, they could, I guess I should say they had the space to try something, and they did. It does make sense. They weren't necessarily ahead in experience, so it wasn't like they were giving away rubber band experience as well. And now they've tested the waters. Unfortunately, those waters are feeling a little bit hostile. There might be some piranhas in them because they now have to figure out how to win a team fight, kind of like that, but not in the way that it resulted in, with 4 of their members going down for 2 of the other team.
Yeah, and can I mention as well, Mega Charizard X is level 14.
Oof.
So there's a very good chance Mega Charizard is going to be hitting that level 15 around the time this final objective spawns. And I think if you're Exist, just looking at their levels, only Tommy is really in a good position to maybe combat this Pokemon. But with 3 seconds to go, Chef, I think the calm before the storm is about to end.
Oh, I think so too. Groudon's taking a little bit of damage. I think it's still just them kind of poking away at it. But with the way that these teams have been kind of playing footsies the entire time, Groudon might start to get pretty low before anybody actually commits. And the big question here is who has to actually commit first? Charizard kind of slow walking in, and that's going to be the Unite to start it off. They're getting hit by a bunch of others, though, in return, jumping into the pit, and it's going to be Zacian to confirm the secure with 4 members immediately melting. That wasn't even a fight. That was everybody jumping into a circle and doing damage.
That was absolutely insane. So everybody just tried to gun for the Groudon, and Zacian was what came through, cut through the Groudon, got the buff for the team, and that damage boost was really what Exist needed to just chop through all of this health, all of the defense on the side of BH3 Esports. I think if you're BH3, you're thinking, wow, what happened? Everything just happened so fast.
Yeah, I mean, that is kind of how things felt like they were going to lead to with two comps like this. Everybody had to jump into kind of the same area to do damage to each other. So there's just so much collateral damage. And I mean, more than anybody even could have realized probably in that situation. It seemed like a lot of the Unites were used, so it wasn't like anybody got eliminated before they even had a chance. But we do have to still kind of lock in here, of course. This is a final push. Wow, immediately melted. That was an unbelievable amount of damage Tommy just did. Trying to do the same exact thing to Kranix. And it's looking pretty good. That's a double KO, and that might have shut down the chances. 3 now down, 30 seconds left with only Sazero up. We're definitely going to a game 3.
We're going to a game 3. I mean, Exist really had to fight going into that game number 3, and they made the right call, right? I think we were all worried about how they were going to go and fight into BH3, especially with the level deficit between the two teams, but they chose the right moment at the exact right moment. The riskiest play too, right? They put probably the most important Pokemon on their team in the front lines. That Mega Charizard Y made the call, used the Unite, kicked things off for the team, and of course just sort of, you know, the dominoes fell as soon as they started to race for that Groudon. But they knew what they were doing. I kind of wonder if BH3, maybe they were a little bit shocked as to what happened. Maybe they weren't expecting the rip. Maybe they thought a team fight was going to happen. And they noticed only too late that the Groudon was going to be taken down. And they just weren't in position to be able to try and compete with the Zacian.
Yeah, I mean, it was just such a... It was a weird game. This is honestly one of the weirdest games that we've seen all weekend because the comps were so aggressive and so high damage and such low tankiness altogether. And it was from both sides, especially from Exist. But when you see comps like that, you kind of expect that there might be a little bit more fighting early game, but this was also one of the slowest games that we've seen all weekend. I mean,
it is, yeah.
Yeah, there were some fights, right? But nobody pushed an early advantage. Nobody tried to push a points advantage. Nobody really committed to all that much. It felt like everybody was ready to just fight in one final one. Perfect, Bob. Thank you for slowing it down. I still don't think I had visibility on this.
No, it just happened so quick. You know, as soon as we saw those Unites kick in, that was it. Groudon was at risk, and Exist, they reminded us they're still here. Their tournament dream is still alive, pushing it to that game number 3 after a masterful display of charging in after that Groudon. MVP belongs to Tommy. He absolutely deserves it as well. Like, although the game was slow, I feel like he did what he needed to do as that Urshifu. He wasn't forced to play as far forward like the Feraligatr in the previous game. Like, they were a bit more selective in how they tried to choose those fights. Sure, they didn't win every single one, but at least they didn't give away too many resources to BH3 where the game was just unwinnable. They still were able to kind of keep things close enough that they had a chance.
Yeah, you can see, look at how low damage this game is. The highest damage was Tommy with 56,000. The next highest damage was like 30,000 damage, which is such an unbelievably low damage game. And I mean, without healers, you kind of do expect that a little bit. I mean, there was some healing, obviously,
Man,
but
look at the rotations, right? Like, we're so used to seeing on a classic map of Unite, like normally someone just kind of sticking to their lane, you know, sticking to their lane, their territory, but Tommy was everywhere.
Yes, which is exactly what you want, especially when you're that rapid strike and you just have that mobility just to be able to make sure that you're always in the place you need to be, and especially just defending a lot is what happened really on both sides there. So, again, I gotta say, one of the weirdest games that I have seen all weekend, and it's really hard, I think, to take anything away from it, right? Because both teams, they played, they kind of had an agreement, not an agreement, but they decided, we're not going to really fight each other that much until the end. And when they did fight in the end, I mean, what do you even say about that fight? Maybe do some other way to kind of initiate into the giant crowd, but also, it's not like you can say like, oh yeah, they initiated really well here, and then they ran away really well here. It's just like, they just jumped and pressed buttons, which is just so rare to actually happen in this game without a true lead on either side. So, coming out of that, I think the draft's going to be really interesting how they decide to change it.
Well, we're already starting to see some adaptations here. Buzzball and Eldegoss going to be the bans here for Exist, whereas for BH3, they will continue with the same first 2 bans, the Gengar and the Serena. Blastoise is going to be removed from the pool here by Exist, so that's not going to be around. And Comfey continues to be banned here by BH3. They don't want to deal with the Comfey again. This does open up the Feraligatr pick here for Exist if they want to continue with that. But I kind of think if I'm BH3, is this maybe a bait? Are they trying to bait Exist into the Feraligatr once again?
Well, I mean, it really did work well for them. Okay, I love this a lot. I was going to say, I think one big thing they really need to focus on here is range. because that was a big reason why the game ended up so weird, was the teams didn't really have that much range. And that Mew, we've seen how well Mew has done even in this set in game number 1. So I think this is a great pick to be able to steal away, and it's time to see how Exist uses it. You know, I haven't had a chance to watch them as much on that. On the other side, though, some picks that we've seen from Exist now going over to BH3 Esport, where now they're going to be, again, the aggressive brawler team, and we'll see if they can kind of show how they think this Pokemon for Alligator should be used.
I'm seeing a Palkia highlighted here, and I don't know if this will be the final choice here for Exist. If they do go for Palkia, they do lock it in. So interesting choice here for Exist. Palkia and Surfetched for their next 2 picks against a Feraligatr and a Zacian. Chef, okay, we have had some pretty interesting comments about Palkia on the caster's couch behind the scenes. What are your general thoughts on Palkia currently?
Palkia, in my eyes, as far as like its place in the meta, it's like pretty mid-place, you know? Like it doesn't feel like it's like terrible, but it also doesn't feel like it adds like a huge amount to a team in particular. And I've been wondering why a couple of the teams have picked it. I know that Dark Peach did pick it quite a bit, so I'm not sure. I'm not a fan of it yet, but I'm open to becoming a fan of it. And it's a much tankier option than we've seen out of Exist basically the entire set, so we'll take that, as they're now going to have, honestly, a pretty difficult team to take down.
Pretty difficult team. Clefable is going to be the choice of support for BH3, Chef, so we are going to see that classic support on the side of BH3. Exist, however, they don't seem to like their healers. They do like to run this more aggressive draft, so we're going to be only seeing the side up as that true Tita U-Tao.
I have to say,
wow.
Direct quote from maybe 30 minutes ago, Zoinks on the couch in the green room said, "Can you imagine if they last picked Tyranitar?" Literally, legitimately, that is a direct quote of us just talking as we're watching the match. Wasn't this match, but Zoinks out there, if you're watching, you're getting your wish. Last pick Tyranitar coming from BH3 Esport. We know now who he's going to be cheering for.
Yeah, the man, he knew.
Yes.
He knew. He had insider information we did not, apparently. So this is crazy, though. Like, look at BH3's lineup. They are so big and tanky, and they're being supported by the Clefable. But if I'm looking at the side of Exist, like, sure, they do have some fantastic Pokemon that is going to be able to do significant damage, but can they do enough to outdo the support from a Clefable? I don't know if they do.
Well, the support from the Clefable is going to be big, and honestly, the Tyranitar concept is good. It's true damage against a team that's going to be surviving with a lot of shields. So we will see if that works out. It's going to match up as well with being able to use that Clefable to kind of run this Death Ball comp. That's just going to be a ton of damage in general, but here we go. Ready, go! Game number 3, Exist versus BH3 Esports. One of them's moving on, and one team we've got to say goodbye to.
Oh man, it's going to be a heartbreak regardless of who ends up going home. But I think for now, these 2 teams are going to give it their absolute all for game number 3, especially with their tournament lives on the line. And it looks like we are starting to see a little bit of a change here between these 2 teams. Both supports thinking about rotating in, and Kaki's going to be there to provide support for his team just to make sure that this little Clefairy isn't going to be able to do anything. So Zoro trying to go where he doesn't belong. This Cubfree is going to continue on with his regular thing. I mean, Tommy's just like, it's just a Clefairy. What's a Clefairy gonna do to me?
Famous last words, but this is also the cutest fight that I've ever seen. It's adorable, absolutely adorable. But they will be finally getting away. Yeah, we'll see how well they do. Wow, Surfetch already going down. Well, I guess it's Farfetch still. That seems a little bit rare for that to be such an early KO. Might have been a little bit of a mistake somehow in that fight because there was no assistance, not quite yet, as these center area Pokemon are now just starting to finally spread out to where they're trying to go to. We can see as well Snorlax maybe rotating up top. No, he actually went back down, making me look like a fool, but the fight will definitely be up top 4v4.
Yeah, Tommy's going to be here as well to provide support for his teammates, and they managed to get most of it. They are going to go for Sazura here, it seems. They also got another knockout onto that Totodile, so pretty big victory here for Exist to be able to get those 2 knockouts. It will be slowing down the progress of the Totodile and also the Clefairy as well. So pretty big win there, top lane for Exist.
Yeah, that was 4v3, by the way. I just said, for whatever reason, 4 just came out of my mouth. But I can count, I promise. Promise, guarantee it, chat. I can count at least 50% of the time. I think that's how it works. Another little bit of an invade there, saying, you know, I was a defender earlier, but instead I'm going to see what there is to take. And that blue buff kind of going uncontested. They could have stolen that for free. I think they saw Restu and were like, oh, okay, maybe we don't try to actually push this down. But they're staying over there for vision, while it looks like Top Path is being a little bit aggressive as well. So certainly already a very differently paced game game than we saw in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit faster, but I wouldn't say it's really the same Unite we've been seeing over the course of the weekend, right? It's
Yeah.
still a little bit slow, but again, we can't blame our teams here for doing so. A really great block, but not quite enough, though. Utah thought he was going to be able to save the Snorlax there, but Exist, again, continue with their assault in both of these lanes, this time scoring a bunch in that bottom lane, so putting BH3 at risk of losing both of their tier 1s, regardless of which lane that Exist decide to push into. Reggie Drago, though, is at half health, and they were deciding if they wanted to commit. I think once they realized that BH3 went in position, they said, okay, we can quickly take this. It's going to be a free one. That's going to be a buff for us as well. And because Captor is fully evolved as that Surfetched, he's feeling a little bit more confident here, so at least he is able to independently lane without having his supports nearby.
It looks like they might have decided to prioritize top objective, but we are going to see a pretty big rotation here as the the very scary crawl is coming out of Franix right there. Mego taking a lot of damage on this bottom tier 1. That does mean they're probably spacing on the side of Exist to take this basement Reggie, which will be the Reggie steal. Regieleki being taken for free up top. No challenge on either side. So once again, a little bit of a handshake situation. The question is, what do they do with it? Are we going to see some aggression towards that top tier 1? Yes, we are, as the Regieleki is going to go in. Same thing on the bottom side. I mean, wow, great kind of barrier to push off, but I'm not sure they're going to be able to defend that for that.
Yeah, it looks like it's a bit of a trade here, right? We've got Exist down bottom, we have BH3 up top, so both these teams just doing what they can to try and break these lanes. They don't have enough to break up top, but down bottom though, T1 is broken. They're going to continue to push with another 40-point dunk in that tier 2 goal zone. 7 points again going into Exist, and here we go, supports coming in. BH3 want to try and go for the punish. Mew going in for the Unite as well. Here comes the Feraligatr wanting to back up. Was that a mistake? They do finish him off with the Palkia. Exist turning things around. There goes the Snorlax as well. They're reeling. They get a third, a fourth KO with the Urshifu. Tommy putting in work on the Urshifu.
Wow, Tommy definitely been an MVP player so far this set, and things are starting to look pretty tough for BH3. They still don't have that fully evolved Tyranitar, still a Pupitar that's really, really not where you want to be at this moment. You're falling really far behind considering you're level 8 on one of the harder carries in the team, and they have a level 12 on the other side, and that's just not a matchup that you can generally win. So we got to find a way back. There's still plenty of time. 5.5 minutes left. So I mean, not a lot of experience. You got to figure out where you're going to find the experience. That's the question. This is one of the awkward kind of big decision moments of Pokemon Unite. It's really easy to say, hey, there's yellow dots here. Let's go farm them. But when you're waiting for the next spawns and you need to decide what you want to prioritize and preemptively move there, that's when the big decisions happen in a lot of the macro spots of this game.
Yeah, I do have to point out as well, right? Like, we have to acknowledge that BH3's lineup is a little greedy, like, in terms of experience. Like, everybody wants experience, especially Tyranitar. But you got to give some to the Feraligatr, you got to give some to the Zacian, so they have to kind of balance that experience distribution. The only way to counterbalance that is to win team fights, but we've seen BH3 unfortunately struggle in these team fights against Exist, so because they can't confidently team fight, that this experience is not being funneled to the Tyranitar, which is where they want it to be. Now the good news, they do have a little bit of room here. They take the Regieleki in that top lane with the Zacian, so they create a little bit more space. Down bottom though, Regirock gets secured for Exist, so it's going to be a trade. Whilst that's all happening though, T-Tar is farming, U-Tao is sitting at level 10. Kind of wants to be level 11, level 12 before we hit that final 2-minute stretch. Level 13 would be golden though.
Yeah, which is already a golden situation for Exist, as they, at like the 5-minute mark, hit level 13 with their Urshifu Tomi. An unbelievable amount of experience here. I would love to see that experience for a minute later. Looked like a big push, but I think with some vision, they decided to back up. I don't realistically know how you win this fight, but what they need is they obviously need experience, but they need to find one big pick.
They have to find something. There we go. Feraligatr just comes in for a little chop, but they have to send in the Snorlax. They're a bit worried about losing Kranix there. Feraligatr going back in yet again, but BH3 leading so much of their health bar. Snorlax is down. Feraligatr, Clefable, T-Tar super low. 4 Pokemon down and out on the side of BH3. Exist continue to feast in this game.
They just needed to find one pick for some return experience. They can't find a single one. I mean, BH3 definitely in one of the worst spots that I think we've seen almost any team. They're sitting at level 10 and 11 against 12s and 13s. Their highest level on their side is the lowest level on the opposite side, and it's a side duck. That's just not what you want to see.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I mean, they know that they want to try to find some damage. They just can't find it. I'm trying to think of what even their big comeback situation could be. They've got to land some huge unites, but the amount of survivability on Exist is so huge. It's going to be so difficult to take them down. I think they were really depending on the Tyranitar being able to do a solid amount of damage with that true damage. Just not really looking like an option yet. Hitting level 13 would be huge, but they just hit level 12 and there's 45 seconds left.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to be able to make it. Like level 12, I think would be a godsend here for Utah. Now, looks like up top, we're going to get BH3. A bit of a bonus here. Reggie Alecki is going to be pushing in that top lane. We do see a Reggie down bottom, but Exist are like, okay, we don't want that Reggie. Instead, we're going to get into position. If they pick off anyone from BH3 now, it could be a complete disaster as we tick on over to the final 2-minute stretch. And we can already see that Mew chipping away with the solar beam, scouting out anybody that is in the bush. Snorlax is going to be there to kind of help provide vision, but you can see Sazuro is kind of struggling on the Clefable, taking quite a bit of damage.
They're taking so much damage, even just from the poke of the solar beams, and Exist knows that they can kind of just walk forward and bully and get some space. They've got a huge score lead as well, almost 200 points, 172, so they don't have to do anything. They can sit here, use the advantage of the Mew, which has been such a gigantic pick all game, wait for an engage, and they don't have to be the ones to do it. They can wait for the optimal time to counter-engage. They're getting vision with the Palkia. They can see everything that's happening. There's no surprises coming from BH3 Esports. They've got the Feraligatr attempting to flank from behind, and that might be their only option.
Yeah, it looks like the flank is going to kick off in just a second, but the solar beam doing so much to Resu and Megu. Oh, the Zacian is not feeling comfortable at all, and this Palkia is doing such a good job at zoning for the team. Here comes Kranix coming in from that bottom lane. I think the fight's going to finally kick off. Feraligatr going in as well. Oh. There we go. We've got a side up going down. Maybe this is the opportunity. Also, Fesh is gone. So is Tommy. It's just the Palkia and the Mew. But Groudon is still standing. Maybe they can do something. Maybe the Rip is the way. Can they bring it back? I don't think they can. BH3 secure the Groudon. Looking for Chan. Missy behind him. But can they do anything? Can they break the shields? Can they stop the scores? I don't think they're in a position to do so. There's the jump. They stop the Snorlax. The score's still not enough. Exist. They might still have this.
Oh no, look at this. They don't have the ability to score. 4 members counter-pushing as well. Not only do they need to escape, yep, we've got an attempt at a back cap. Utah has, I think that's enough in pocket just to steal back the lead once they pick up those few others. But the defense here is going to be huge. They've got to hold on, make sure nobody scores on this goal zone because they're not going to have that much of a counter score. Another attempt to counter score, maybe coming from the Clefable, but we're going to engage on this tier 2. The beam being huge, and they immediately get the points in. 140-point lead for the side of Exist. Counter score, Hundo Burger going in the tier 2. That's still not quite the lead. 40 points lead for Exist. Can they find any more points in the top? It's got to be the Tyranitar. Yuto has to score, but there's no way with the defense. Exist will hold on to the lead.
And Exist keep their tournament dreams alive up against BH3 Esports in a 2-1 fashion. That late game got incredibly intense. BH3, they had a moment where it looked like there was a shining ray of light. They got the buff, but the buff itself just wasn't enough. Like, sure, Groudon, it might be an objective to help you to win the game, but unfortunately, if you're just not in the right position, that's not going to save you.
I know. I mean, it was just, even once they won the fight, there were just such strong members on Exist.
The level difference. I think that's what's really kicked in, right? Like, the level difference between the two teams was massive.
Yeah, even with the KOs, it was just, they were so strong. I mean, at the very minimum, they were close to even, and the numbers advantage was in Exist respawning. So they just were respawn time, surprisingly not as long as one would have thought. It took a little bit long for BH3 to try and manage to actually fully get all the way over to the goal zone. So, I mean, what a close game. Absolutely unbelievably close game. That really did come down to whether or not they could get one more score in. That's how close it was, and unfortunately it didn't quite work. And we do have, we have to give love to BH3 because that was as unwinnable of a game as one could feasibly have, and they pushed it to a winning position. It was just as close as you could get to making that comeback. So great stuff to them. They made so many right calls, but they were just behind a little bit too much.
Yeah, if they just had a little bit more of their early game oomph in their lineup, I think things could have been a little bit different, right? Because Utah struggled to find that space to grab that experience. The map was always clear. He had to share that experience with his teammates as well, who are also quite experience hungry. And in theory, it's a good idea to have a very late game composition, but it's like, is it, in this case, is it maybe just too much too late?
Yeah, I mean, clearly it was, right? We can see right here exactly how this all went down. And I mean, so much of this fight was, we didn't really get a chance to see it, but for Alligator getting the flank, forcing Mew to use Unite to escape on the bottom side. It was a little bit before this, but that meant that Mew was out of the fight considerably longer than they wanted to be, was at low health, so they couldn't be in the position they wanted to be. Obviously, they were here towards the end, as you can see, but they just weren't able to be as big a part of the fight and use that range to defend the rest of their team, nor that Unite. So a really great way to kind of sandwich the team. It was kind of what you pointed out, for Alligator being the one to do the flank rather than the one to engage is always going to be stronger, and that's exactly how BH3 played. They played to their outs, but you can see here, they were just not quite strong enough to defend.
Yeah, too little, too late, unfortunately. So BH3, unfortunately, we're going to have to say goodbye to them, but that also means Exist will continue their tournament run here at Worlds. Another Japanese team going to be joining the fray as well. Exist. I mean, I think there was a little bit of doubt within the community as to whether Exist was going to make it on through, but I think they're now starting to prove some of those doubters wrong. You know, this is a team that is still well in their right, a possible world champion contender.
Right, I mean, Japan has had some tough fought matches. I do believe that Exist went 2-1 against all of their matches in their group stage, which was a pretty tough one. I believe Tuzi was in there. I believe, okay, I completely forget now. I'm blanking after that amazing set, but certainly it was another few strong teams within the group. OSPEFs. So a lot of 2-1s from their side, another 2-1 right out of pools, but also we've now seen now Reject with a ton of really close sets. We've seen actually C2, we haven't seen on broadcast, we'll see later, has been, I think, kind of dominating. I'm excited to see them. But even Fennel now, who has lost a set entirely. But despite that, Japan is all in. I do expect that off broadcast, we may have now seen one of the Japanese teams eliminate the other Japanese team. But aside from that, you know, the region kind of self-takedown, Japan has continued to move on, and that's, despite their close matches, showing just how clutch and how strong this region is.
It's incredible. So Exist, fans of Exist, look forward to seeing some more of them on the main stage broadcast, because going into round 2, we will be seeing one of their games. So yeah, Chef, we've got another team still in the books. We still have more matches today, though, because we're still trying to figure out who's going to be making it to our next round of matches. And while this was happening, we also had a major Japanese matchup, a Japan head-to-head matchup. And we actually don't know if that has concluded yet, so we don't even know the results of that.
Right, I'm sure we'll be getting some off-broadcast matches. So again, just as kind of like a reminder to everybody, of course, there's a ton of matches happening during today, way more than could fit in the normal, you know, day for any human being. So a few of them are going to have to be played off broadcast, but always check, of course, our friends on the Japanese production team. They do such an amazing job. They're incredible casters, incredible production. They're doing some of the off-broadcast matches, some of the same ones as us. Kind of depends on what they feel they want to look at. So be sure to check out their broadcast as well, so we can get as many of these watched as possible, because all the teams deserve to be seen, and hopefully we do get a chance to see every single team. But only a few matches off broadcast for the first round, and then for the rest of the rounds we will see every single one. So only a few more to be missed on this stream, but in the meantime, let's send it over to the stage, because we've of course got a chance to talk with some of our winners from Exist, their first time, in fact, on broadcast.
Thank you so much, Chef. This is Capio from Team Exist! Omedetou. Congratulations for this. Congratulations for this win. This has been a very tough journey. From yesterday to today, only game 3s. How are you feeling?
今回はなんか苦戦ばかりみたいで、対戦が3つまでやることになってきて、もう今の印象とか教えてください。
海外のチームは集団戦がとにかくうまくて、逆に僕たちはその集団戦がちょっと苦手なところがあったので、その弱点が噛み合って、ちょっとなんか苦しい戦いが多かったんですけど、しっかりチームのみんなと話し合って勝ち筋を拾えたことがすごくいいなと思います。
So for our team, we're not necessarily the best team fighting team, but that's one of the reasons that we struggled through these opening rounds. But we leaned on our great team comms and were able to overcome.
That is just wonderful, right? Because if you can make it to game threes all throughout the weekend, it means that you can face any difficulty. Right, for this last game that you had, it was down to the wire, the last few moments because BH3 took the buff. Tell me about how you guys went on deciding how to approach that advance to score.
この最後の対戦でもうすごいなんかギリギリの勝利って感じだったんだけど、もうどうやって乗り越えられたんですか？
はい、取られた後はしっかりグラードも取られた後にどうやって敵を倒すかっていうことをまず第一に考えて、その次に自分たちの残っている状況とかをしっかり話し合って、そのままなんか突き進むことができたのがいいなと思います。
So after the Groudon was taken, we were in a tough spot, but we were able to lean on our comms, talk about like what did we have left in order to win, and that was able to see us through.
And it was so difficult as well because they had a composition with Tyranitar and Feraligatr to defense, which we know can burst down quite a bit, and they're great at defending. So I know you mentioned this all around in regards to the push, but tell me, how did you make it work?
The final push? もっと具体的にどうやってその最後の戦いでなんか勝利を達成できましたか？
もうかき小屋さんとか富井さんが絶対に諦めないでって言ってそのままその後ちゃんとみんなで気持ちを揃えてそれで勝つことができたのかなと思います。
So actually it was about like our team members, including Tomi-san, really motivating everybody to say like, do not give up, we're going to do this. And really that's what actually pushed us through.
Do not give up. That is the message for all Pokemon trainers out there. This was Capio from Team Exist. Thank you so much for this interview. Would you like to give your fans and family and friends a final message?
最後ですがなんか応援してきたファンとかなんか自分の家族とかなんか日本から見てる方へのメッセージとか一言お願いします。
今日はもうこの後リジェクトっていう大きい敵が待ってるんですけど、絶対に倒して明日の Day3 につなげます。応援お願いします。
So after this, there's some strong teams, including Reject, standing in our way, but we're really going to bring it home.
I'm sure you're going to be at your best. Team Exist, thank you so much once again. Now back to the booth.
A lot of positivity out there. Of course, don't give up. Honestly, that's kind of what BH3 was trying to do, is not give up, and it still didn't quite work out for them. But, I mean, amazing showing from Exist. Love to hear from them, a team that we don't really get to see all that much here off broadcast, at least over here in North America, or, you know, kind of on our side of the UCS. But all these Japanese teams, all these Japanese fans and players, all amazing. But speaking of Japan, we've got a really interesting update.
Yeah, this was an interesting one. I was looking at the spreadsheets before we saw the graphic, and I was like, Chef, hold me. Is that Zeta Division? So in case anyone cannot see the graphic, Zeta Division has beaten Fennel 2-1 in their best of 3 match in the top 16 round bracket, which I think a lot of people are extremely surprised about, because a lot of teams, a lot of players were looking at Fennel thinking that they should have been the ones to possibly take the final title for Pokemon Unite, but Zeta Division has crushed this possibility.
Right, I mean, just a little bit story about Zeta Division. I believe I'm correct on this one, at ACL, I think they didn't even qualify for ACL, where Fennel dominated the field, and then Zeta Division, the 5th team to qualify from Japan, only because normally normally we would have 3 spots, but 2 spots went to A, Fennel, and then B, Reject, because they both went top 2 at ACL. So the only reason why I said it even qualified is because the invites continued to move down. They were actually in 5th place of their qualifying tournament, but despite that, they have now defeated the first seed out of their group, their region, the most dominant team in Unite right now, and they're gone. Root Dig is gone, Fennel's gone, Peru is gone. We are completely set up for a brand new grand champion here for our final champion for Pokemon Unite.
I think it's a really fitting moment, right, to have a brand new champion to close things out for Pokemon Unite. As sad as that is, we all were looking forward to seeing who's going to be getting that title, and knowing that it is possibly going to be a brand new name, a brand new team, maybe some repeat champions in the roster. We kind of don't know about that, but overall a team name, to have someone new come in and close things out, it makes absolute sense. We are going to be getting ready for our next matchup. However, as you did see our teams getting ready for our next game, it's going to be Evil Geniuses going up against Volticons Unite in our next up-and-coming match. Don't go anywhere. We will be going for a quick break, but once we come back, we'll be jumping right into this best of 3.
Looking back at some of our favorite moments from the Pokemon Unite Championship Series, here is a little look back at me and Snacks having a pretty cool cast moment. And we don't like to toot our own horn that much, but this was really nice. And every once in a while, you just get into a groove, Dupe Snacks.
Yeah, and this is a moment where you just kind of look at each other and go, okay, we're on one today. We've got it going on. And it's one of my personal favorite casting moments. I think it really shows how we, as 2 individuals, share one brain. Take a look.
Don't forget, Fusion's playing for their tournament life here. If they lose this game, they are Gandhi. They're doing a pretty good job, and I think they found a good pace. It's up for Plaga to keep up with it.
That's right. Well, if they're Gandhi, if they lose this one, they better not be a pacifist right here as they move down towards this Regirock. Here comes a possible Seer. Glaceon picking that up.
Not going to be a pacifist, because that Hoopa's passing fists, son. They got a
Come
couple
on,
knockouts.
too good.
Come on, we got there.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Pokemon World Championships for 2026. We got Pokemon Unite on the brain because we are headed into yet another top 16 game, this time between Evil Geniuses and Volticons, and we're jumping directly into it. We got the draft already going. You're hearing me, Zoinks, and joined by Kellosaurus, of course, and we're going to be breaking down all these incredible matches, starting with such a fun one here between NA and EU.
Yes, Evil Geniuses, the last hope for the North America region here that have made it through to the top 16. And EU having a pretty decent day 2 presence going into this with 4 teams, but now 2 of them have just been knocked out. So Volticons Unite are still one of the 2 remaining left. It's just a matter to see, well, how this next one ends up panning out.
Yeah, and I mean, in terms of being alone within your region, Evil Geniuses, the only North American team still left in the tournament. The other 2 representatives being eliminated in the group stage yesterday. So we'll see how this matchup ends up playing out between these 2 squads. Blastoise being such a high priority pick across the entire weekend is no surprise to me how early we're seeing it. However, the Hoopo very early pick from Volticons is interesting. Obviously a pick we've seen so much from Roland. Could be just trying to take that pick away.
One thing I'm really surprised about, considering we saw it banned so much yesterday, is this Feraligatr get put on through. Where the teams, I mean, I know it's had some incredible moments and obviously some misses. I know it's a bit tricky to handle there, but Evil Geniuses, they trust in themselves to go and handle it by letting it through that draft. But be interesting to see which 2 of these last picks they're going to use to round out this squad.
Yeah, I like Volticon's kind of early priority pick of a speedster. Sometimes we'll see that in the 5th pick where you can kind of hide what high damage option you're going to be taking. But with how often Evil Geniuses likes to play this double attacker, or how like we like to say sometimes the double mage style compositions, a Pokemon like Talonflame is a great option. And there it is. I don't got too much intel on this Volticon squad leading up into the tournament, but I have heard scrims have been dominated by this Zapdos, game in and game out. So 2 birds on the side of Volticons, one of those being the legendary Zapdos, a Pokemon that brings a lot of damage to the table, even starting in the early game, but of course has a Unite move that is kind of akin to the old Zapdos, the boss Zapdos, and really opens up some interesting macro later on in the match.
Yeah, 100%. Just that ability to go and nullify that defense, that pad. That way they can go and get that insta score. It's just a matter of whether they're going to be able to have that opportunity or that opening to go and do that, or whether that's going to even be necessary to meet those ends.
Yeah, that's true. Hello, we are getting into our game right away. So San Francisco, in a moment, we're going to need you to join us in getting these players on stage started. We're taking a look at Thea Sky Ruins. We're going to need y'all to hit a ready go with us. Akin from our friends across the ocean from Japan. We love getting these matches started this way, so we wanted to join forces and get that done as well. Evil Geniuses versus Volticons. Ready,
go! And off to the races we go with Evil Geniuses on the purple side of Volticons Unite on the orange. We are going to send that Torchic and Squirtle up into that top path to look like they're going to be going up against that Totodile. So a lot of evolutions to come up here.
Yeah, cool to see this duo working together in tandem. 2 players that have played together for so long, even before they were age eligible for the Unite Championship Series. So Chris Smith and Ducky, a duo that has really made a lot of teams in North America afraid when you load in towards that squad.
I've got to say, walking past Evil Geniuses before they hopped on stage, they looked like they were just full focus locked on in. And we'll have to see, well, they've just been disrupted by Fizzy on this Piloswine going in for the invade. So looks like Pikachu for the time being doesn't want to deal with that, instead focusing on the bottom half.
Yeah, it looks like maybe the supportive core from Evil Genius is a bit too tied up in path to kind of jump in and defend that central area that we usually see from teams try to counter invade with, either a Snorlax or even the opposing support will rotate back in to help out. Instead, these two teams a little more worried about this path phase.
Yes, we do have that Zapdos locked on down, but they are able to reach on out towards those birds as Fizzy is looking to distract the rest of the team. No KOs just yet on that bottom pad, but it's just a matter of recalibrating, seeing where the next wild Pokemon spawn on in.
Yeah, just saw some goats on our screen, by the way. We've got Pikadiff, Overlord, and Toon, all just available in our picture-in-picture. Everybody, you might be in the tournament, you might be eliminated, but they're trying to support these squads still on stage. Shari already stuck in that mean look, means Curios is be able to set up for these high-impact, long-range damaging moves from you very easily, and Shari's got nowhere to go. So that combination also from Evil Geniuses is going to be extremely potent.
Yeah, 100%. We have seen so many incredible Mew plays there, but otherwise it ends up being an eye for eye on either side with Combuskin and Croconaw going on down, but there goes Snow into the sky looking to take out Ducky, but they are able to make an escape.
Yeah, Ducky kind of using every resource available to them. A movement ability as well as that eject button. So a few resources are going to be gone, but when you're in that War Turtle stage, it's not like you're trying to set up your Unite move with that battle item at all either way. So Regidrago going to be our next focal point for these teams. And Volticons Unite, they're actually trying to spot out where Evil Geniuses is first before they enact any of these battle plans. They don't got vision. I think Tibby the only one who knows at least somebody is into that opposing tall grass. And it's going to be up to Volticons Unite to make the first move, but Chris Smith's going to take the wild Pokemon.
Yeah, and I guess that is the brilliance of that Blaze Kick from that Combuskin to push back those wild Pokemon. But otherwise, Alolan Raichu gets picked off by that Talonflame. So that was a great move for them, considering that's put them at their level 8 closer to getting their Unite move.
Yeah, Vin has had a really tough spot here, but they have a decent amount of peel to work around, right? You have the Mean Look Umbreon and that Blastoise coming in the future that has a lot of pushing effects. The problem is Talonflame able to circumvent all of those with that fly move. So very, very strong speedster at shutting down its attacker and ignoring a lot of the crowd control. Now, it can be high risk, high reward, because as soon as you land, you're in behind enemy lines, but still, Snow is playing this Talonflame expertly.
Yes, 100%, and we already can see on that picture-in-picture, Regieleki has been secured by Volticons Unite, while we do have Evil Geniuses working on this Reg Ice. Leon is unable to make it on in because we have some great resilience from EG here.
Yeah, that bounce back looking great for them. It's a very close match, 67 versus 60 between these two teams. But of course, a Regieleki debuff goal zone is going to mean Volticons is going to have a few more chances to up that scoreline on the bottom side.
Oh, but here comes the Feraligatr looking to take a Chompet out of the Blazing, but they are able to make an escape. Finally, after all of that time, we have that Regidrago, which is the first objective to spawn on in, ends up getting taken out after the other two.
Never given the attention it deserves, Kello. I mean, Regidrago, the last one to get picked for the team, but at least we still have someone grabbing the objective. You know, on the top side, we have Roland trying to get back to their goal zone. They will be able to dodge the Flame Sweep of Snow, but it's still a 4-on-3. We're going to jump on towards this Tier 1 goal.
Yeah, now that we do have some resources available for the side of Volticons Unite, we do have that Zapdos utilizing that Unite move to allow Hooper to get 26, but that isn't going to go and break this pad. Kyrios here with the Mew to go and chunk out a big chunk of damage. Leon able to make an escape from that muted auto, and now we do have a bit of a reset.
Man, so far Snow has just been doing so good on this Talonflame. Already at level 10, it has been shutting down high priority targets on Evil Geniuses again and again. Talking about how it can be high risk, high reward. One of the ways that Volticons Unite can play around that, though, is that Trick Phantom Force combination from Leon. Give Talonflame one extra exit button. Here's a Unite move, though, to do the opposite. Bring the whole squad up to the top path to defend this Tier 1. Evil Geniuses sees the big glowing circle and decides to retreat.
Yeah, but it's only TB that decides to actually take that portal, while the rest of them end up staying in the bottom. Hooper Unite move has expired, which just paves the way for Evil Geniuses to go and take this top pad. Otherwise, down to that bottom part, we can see that Regieleki has spawned, and it's going to go over to the side of Volticons Unite once again.
Kello, I mean, we say it so often, but all of these Worlds teams, especially especially the teams that are making it towards our day 2, are so phenomenally good, and such close matches that every time it becomes a game of millimeters sometimes. Give and take in these tiny little fractions, and eventually we'll see who the winner can become in these, you know, death of 1,000 cuts situation.
Yes, well, I don't know if we have any slicing and dicing happening just yet from this squad, but there we go. Once again, Volticons Unite. That seesaw, it is forever going as Volticons are able to go and take down another Tier 1.
Now, they have the chance to rotate towards the bottom side where that Reggie Alecki was. It will eventually get KO'd by Vin's Alolan Raichu, and we do see 40 points going from Curios. They have the Unite move to try to back themselves up. Snow dodging away again in another 1v1 against Vin. This time the Unite move is there and combines for an electric type KO on the Talonflame with Curios.
That was an incredible Hydro Typhoon from Ducky to go and get a multiple stun, which Volticons are now trying to retreat, but Fizzy gets caught in the Meanwalk.
Yeah, this is getting scary. Evil Geniuses have Unite moves to utilize in these team fights finally, and after they're able to employ those, Volticons is kind of sent running. Now still an extremely close game, 212 to 221. These teams are keeping each other in lockstep.
Yeah, I hope everybody's just clinching their seats right now because it is absolutely intense. We can already see that there is so much wild Pokemon to go and gather before the next engage, but we already have members reaching their benchmarks at level 13.
Yeah, it's getting scary at this moment in time. We got level 13s happening like you were just saying. That's plus moves. That's extra utility and firepower for these teams to use in the final team fight. Now remember, I talked about that Zapdos Unite move before, a really powerful one that can open up some angles in the game. The only problem is, in terms of team fights, it might not have as big of an impact as some of the other attacker role Pokemon. So this will be Volticons kind of employing a strategy maybe for another direction. Top Reggie is available. That's a big amount of damage into Chris Smith early.
Yes, and we do have a pincer maneuver coming in from Volticons Unite with Fizzy and Snow coming in from the back line. Snow trying to target out Ducky, but they are able to make an escape as we have that Phantom Force being able to utilize those members to get on out of danger.
Yeah, they're kind of doing a front-to-back strategy even with this dot, hitting that tank again and again. Regirock extremely low. Secure will go to Chris Smith on the Blaziken, and Ducky going to invest that Hydro Typhoon. The final stretch is upon us, and this is our final team fight. Talonflame is going to jump into the fray again and will take down that Umbreon. A defender gone on both sides as Mamoswine has been KO'd early as Zapdos is going to have to recall. Chris Smith is able to walk away from that fight, and Curios somehow puts together a KO streak of 2.
And the scramble is on as Evil Geniuses is going to make work of this Groudon, but they still have to be wary because Chari and Leon are still up and running. Fizzy also coming on in. It's just a matter of whether Volticons Unite can get the steal, but no, they do not. That goes over to Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, Blaziken and Mew basically uninterrupted on the side of Evil Geniuses. That means Volticons are never going to be favored around that Groudon. Evil Geniuses understand, but they still want to push towards these goals. Over a minute to get a few points in, but they got 5 players with Groudon buffs and plenty of points in pocket.
Yes, a minute 10 on the board. Evil Geniuses have now taken the lead at 358 to 221. Now they're going to work towards that top half, but all of Volticons Unite are up and running. Talonflame also has their Unite move on hand.
Yeah, there's a few really powerful game-changing, and there is the Talonflame bringing in a few targets, but it's actually Chris Smith, the one to get a first knockout. Ducky pushes 2 outside of the team fight, and Vin and Curios play cleanup. Now all it is scoring on the tier 2, and they might even forge all the way to the home base of Volticons Unite. Evil Geniuses of North America fighting to keep NA in the tournament.
Yes, game 1 goes over to them as they are able to go and wipe out Volticons Unite. Evil Geniuses, gotta say, I mean, they were looking fierce that round, but they definitely put up a sweat because Volticons Unite were able to hold their own too.
An extremely close matchup. I really liked the strategy that Volticons was employing. I was talking about that relatively safe Talonflame and Feraligatr play. They were playing cautious, but when Evil Geniuses finally got online in terms of Unite moves, it felt like the momentum of that game heavily shifted. All of a sudden, this North America squad was dominating a lot of these major moments. moment. Objectives were falling in the favor of the purple team, and they were able to put up a scoreline like this. We got 20 more seconds of this matchup. We are in official garbage time as we are going to be looking at a 1-0 scoreline for EG to start this series.
Now look, considering how today has gone and how close these games have been, both going to a game number 3, we'll have to wait and see whether that streak ends up continuing, but otherwise, first game, congratulations, Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, and I mean, let's face it, we're in a bit of a heartbreaker run for EU so far, with Peps getting eliminated as well, as well as BH3 a little bit earlier on. Komai and Volticons, these last two hopes, and Volticons now put into a really tough spot.
All right, now we were talking about this. It was very much back and forth between these two teams. In terms of, one team will go and dominate that top path. Meanwhile, the other team will go and dominate that bottom path. But I guess coming on into that final stretch, we had somewhat of a pincer maneuver strategy from Volticons Unite.
Yeah.
I suppose, do you think that was effective in terms of what they were trying to do?
It's not the worst strategy, right? Like I mentioned, the Talonflame is able to play it kind of safe. You're protecting your Feraligatr. I think the problem really comes down to is Umbreon and Blastoise can protect both flanks. It's more this double defender that actually becomes a really nightmare situation for Volticons to run into. You can set up the flank all you want, but if Ducky is going to be kind of the head of the spear with that Hydro Typhoon and rolling on this Umbreon defending the other side, that becomes a really difficult problem for Volticons to solve.
There we go. We have our player of the game, which is going to be Chris Smith on that Blaziken, only fainting once throughout that match and being able to pick up 6 KOs and 6 assists.
Yeah, impressive stuff for this top path player. Chris Smith, I mean, one of the best players in North America, has been proving that all season long via international championships and regional leagues. And here on the world stage, that's a great start to day number 2 for this all-rounder player.
I'm just wondering what the angle it would be for Volticons tonight. I mean, for me, I feel like that Mew is such a threat. The amount of range that it has with that Solar Beam, able to chip out so much damage. I mean, I know Volticons Unite, they have been playing a lot of Zapdos, but in comparison to that Mew, I don't know if it's as effective.
Yeah, it is interesting. I mean, I think it did help in the early game in a couple of major moments, but it's now the time to I don't know if it's the time to experiment or the time to lock in on one of your major strategies. We are getting into game number 2. We're going to lead off with some usual suspects in terms of the bans. Espeon and Kofe almost at a 50% ban rating now at this point in time, and Volticons is going to ban the Mamoswine. So clearly, Volticons expecting Mamoswine to be a major part of Evil Genius' strategy. They counterpick it themselves in that game 1. They're going to go ahead and ban it in game number 2. EG are going to elect to ban the Snorlax killer. That means Umbreon is still available. A phenomenal tank that we see banned so often in these matches.
Umbreon along with Blastoise as well. Feraligatr is also out for the pickings. However, we end up having Volticons Unite locking in Surfetch first. I'm not sure how I feel about this. I feel like this should potentially come later on in the draft.
Yeah, it is a high priority pick, and Chris Smith has been playing a ton of it, but oh, I am loving this from Evil Geniuses. A double defender first pick when Snorlax and Mamoswine are already off the table. Now, there are pocket picks out there. Crustle, we've seen some players playing the Trevenant this weekend. The Zeta Division eliminated Fennel with it, so it is an option. They are forcing Volticons Unite into some awkward team compositions. Chari gonna pick up the Alolan Raichu, take that away from Finn.
Yeah, and it looks like Fizzy has opted for that Crustle pick as their defender, considering 4 of those ones are out of the mix. So I guess we can see some great combinations with an Alolan Raichu and a Crustle Rock Tomb come into play, but ooh, we have an Yveltal being selected by Evil Geniuses here.
And a return to the Blaziken as well. Now, I hate to pull away from the draft for just a moment. I do want to update everybody. Got an off-stream update for all of you. Gremio Esports from Brazil have eliminated Zipto Esports from Korea in a 2-0 finish earlier on an off-stream match. So Gremio Esports Brazil moving on into the round of 8.
Yes, so soon getting closer to having that top 8 there. Evil Geniuses, well, they're the one up. we'll have to wait and see whether they're going to go and join Gremio.
All right. Okay, rounding out the draft on the side of Volticons Unite was that Scyther pick. This is probably Snow's most infamous pocket pick. See a lot of them on Talonflame, Scyther, and even the Palmont, one of their more popular selections. On the opposite side, though, Curios is going to pick up that Feraligatr, a Pokemon that is all over the draft screen. Sometimes it's first pick prio, sometimes it's a final selection. For EG, that's exactly where the Gator is going to end up. Leon is going to be on that Hoopa again. We'll have to see. We could see the changeup onto Portal Hoopa, potentially. Thanaforce Trick, while an amazing combo, there are a few opportunities to apply portals for a bigger effect. See Leon on our screen right now. Loving the Volticons jerseys. Great vibe across the board with the big old V.
Yes, it does look great. Absolutely love those colors there as well. But yes, about to head on into that game number 2. Obviously, we have some similar picks, but definitely some switch-ups from these two squads. It's just going to be a matter of, well, what strategies are they going to employ? You mentioned the Hoopa. Are we going to end up seeing more rotations? Because I guess that was somewhat lacking in that first game.
Yeah, we will see. But all right, San Francisco, let's get these teams ready to compete.
Ready, go!
All right, Volticon's going to be your purple team. Evil Geniuses, your orange team. And Snow is going to take that Scyther immediately into the central area. We've seen a little bit of invades so far today, Kello. However, Scyther, a tough one to get some early invades, at least to succeed. That is such a quick clear on that Speedster-style Pokemon.
Yeah, it doesn't look like we're actually going to have any invades on either side, just members focusing on their respective lanes. Otherwise, Chris Smith is needing to retreat and grab a berry because they're already at half HP. Leon trying to put the pressure and being able to provide a berry with their move.
Yeah, Magician, that extra button Hoopa gets access to, really fantastic for Volticons Unite to do, as well as I think Tibby taking a lot of that early EXP, winning against Chris Smith in the very, very early game. Vin on this Veltel, though, is going to be a scary threat to deal with. A mid-range attacker that has a lot of lifesteal as a part of its kit. So an attacker that can be devastating, but also really tough to KO. I mean, it's a big change up from when they were playing on the Alolan Raichu last time, but they don't have that Talonflame to deal with.
No, I guess they don't really have much of a threat that they need to get into the back line with Mew out of the picture here. Otherwise, we do have that first set of Swabuz and Altaria coming on in. Quickly wiped on out. No KOs just yet. Yeah,
he seems playing a little bit safer this time. I mean, this is a good pace. Evil Geniuses probably want something like this, play a little bit into the later game. They want Curios to be that Feraligatr stage to really start some of these team fights. Not to mention, Ducky having access to Hydro Typhoon would be a huge asset for this squad. On the other side, Volticons Unite have a Scyther, they have an Alolan Raichu, and a Surfetch. All Pokemon that in this early to mid-game range can have some huge moments and really take over the match. So I'm looking forward to seeing what Volticons wants to do early on with this aggressive chance of really high success.
Yeah, I suppose that's the thing. They need to take the advantage of that early game and apply the pressure, which they have just demonstrated by Tibby picking themselves up a KO on that Combusken.
Yeah, Chris Smith going in really deep to try to get one of those attack weight stats. I mean, they might have thought they were in a 1v1 situation in that top half. Either way, they do successfully get the goal scored, but Volticons is going to get resources everywhere else. Leon picks up that KO. Scythers are going to be able to take that Reggie Draco in the middle of the map, and Volticons Unite, while they are only at 0 points, are leading the way in terms of EXP in the early game.
Yes, we do have a 4v4 up in the top path as members are waiting for the next lot of Swabbles and Altaria to spawn on in. Chris Smith is able to go and get that Bunnelby for themselves. But yeah, once he spawns on in, I'm expecting everyone to dive in.
Yeah, here come those Swablu Altarius as a dive. Ducky gets into the backline, tries to get a big push with their moves, but it's Umbreon actually taking the credit for a lot of the KOs. That stun on the Curios means they got nowhere to run, and that Fury Cutter is going to be devastating from Tibby. 2 KO streak, as well as Leon getting involved as Curios will eventually fall, and Volticons Unite with a landslide win on the top side of the map.
May have been a slow start for Volticons Unite, but now they have managed to take the lead, and Snow is just on the edge of reaching that level 9 and having access to the Unite move. Focusing on the Regirock, meanwhile Evil Geniuses are focusing on the bottom half Regieleki.
All right, it's only down to half HP. Volticons Unite has a small contingent of players. They got 3, they get contested, but not against Christmas Blaziken. Just so powerful in these last hit situations around these objectives, especially the Reggies. Chris Smith loves these Regielekis at this point in time, and they got 2 already just in this series.
Meanwhile, Volticons Unite, they are needing to try and whittle this Regieleki down as Evil Geniuses is looking to hook the pressure on. Yveltal is going to use their Unite move to chunk a minute damage, but none of them ends up getting taken down.
Yeah, I mean, what an amount of splash damage to start that fight, but the follow-up just isn't quite there. Ducky and rolling it down. 2 defenders don't have the damage numbers to really follow up, and they're going to rely on Chris Smith and Vin and Curios to respawn before they can take another fight like that.
Yeah, that was a great defense from Volticons Unite to recognize that Regieleki was just too much of a threat there, being able to whittle that down, and now they are just back to focusing on getting this experience from these wild Pokemon, because there's a lot of yellow dots on the minimap.
Yeah. Kello, I was talking about Hoopa in the draft earlier on today, about
Yes.
what kind of movesets we would actually see. We are seeing the Shadow Ball Hoopa this time around, so I was saying we might not see as much synergy possibilities between the Trick and Phantom Force. However, you can add Shadow Ball for a bit of extra damage, and most notably, 1 more stun being added towards your kit with that Shadow Ball explosion. So Hoopa having a bit more utility now in terms of offense rather than in terms of supporting their teammates defensively.
Yeah, and that is such a perfect way to try and catch out one of the members, one of the threats coming out from the side of Evil Geniuses. But we can already see this wide angle as members are scattering about. All those wild Pokemon have been cleared on that, but as we reach that halfway mark, it is a close game with only a 4-point difference. Volticons Unite leading the way.
Yeah, you can see it's spreading out to get wild Pokemon, but it's also for information. You can see Ducky surfing into seemingly very strange spots in empty tall grass, but every single time they are checking to see if enemy Pokemon are waiting and lying in ambush. But everything changes when an objective actually spawns in, as Registeel is actually below half HP already. Chris Smith trying to get in range of contest, but that Crustle just too big of a wall to get around.
Yes, too big of a wall of itself, and able to go and build some extra walls as well.
He's got a big wall and he made another wall.
Yeah, just got to have all of these walls there to go and protect that Registeel for themselves, because, well, yeah, Chris Smith is too good of a secure, but otherwise we do have Tibby being left all alone up in the top path, which means they end up getting wiped on out, allowing Evil Geniuses to go and take this pad. But first, Chris Smith needs to get their stacks.
Yeah, a pretty aggressive Unite move to get that done. However, Chris Smith, of course, needing those attack weight stats at this point of the game, also sets up for a big overdunk. So it might be a big investment into a very small battle, but still, Evil Geniuses gets advantages in multiple ways because of breaking that goal zone. Ducky in a kind of a scary spot. They're going to have the backup of Finn on this Yveltal. 2v3 defending the goal zone, but the entire time, Scyther waits in the wings.
Yes, just waiting for that perfect moment to go and dive onto Ducky, who ends up getting stopped by that wall.
They have the Hydro Typhoon, but they are trapped outside of that goal zone. Chris Smith will be the backup as Finn and Chris Smith actually combine. The eject button to reposition the overheat is just shy of hitting Leon, so they will not stop the scoring attempt. They'll stop the entirety of the attack, but 40 points from Volticons will still land on that tier 1. Problem is, the counterpunch is immense from Evil Geniuses. They have set themselves up in a great spot with 3 minutes left to go, sitting at a scoreline of 251.
Yeah, but they've also just cleared so much space by eliminating both of those tier 1 pads. They have that advantage to fall back on in that bottom if they need to come the final stretch.
All right, well, yeah, they got a few routes up to victory. That is correct, Kello. This final Reggie will be spawning in. A stat bonus available to the teams as a Regieleki is going to be showing up at the bottom pad. Looks like Vin is actually just going to play the recall game. Wants to return to base, and Blaziken trying to gain a little bit of their own breathing room as Hoopa right in their face.
Cool, Registeel has spawned on in. It would be a nice prize for whichever team is able to secure it. But the thing is, this could also lead to the potential final fight, but instead, nobody's actually looking to commit. They're going to retreat, and Snow gets caught on out.
Oh, that is so scary. They're going to be responding exactly when that middle boss Pokemon jumps into the battlefield. I mean, that's exactly what happened to Volticons in Game 1 as well. An early fight around the top side, but they are trying to pivot and get in range of that Groudon. Chari and Tibby set up to get some damage, but they're both only at level 12. Currently, Evil Geniuses have a huge power advantage.
They have that advantage that they've managed to zone out Volticons Unite. One thing that Volticons do have in their kit, though, is going to be that Hoopa Unite move if they need to make a quick move.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Does Leon want to use that? Or you might want to use it early so you have the potential of getting it back later on in that team fight, or rather after it to try to get a big scoring attempt. But so far, Evil Genius is able to hold on to this defense, but Fizzy gonna build up another wall.
Yeah, build another wall. They're not able to go and zone in Chris Smith, so that was a failed attempt at catching them out. Volticons Unite have managed to make their way into the Groudon pit, but the Angry Beast hasn't been angered just yet as everybody's waiting for the move. Chris Smith did end up getting caught on out, but Volticons Unite don't commit.
Yeah, I mean, the Surfetch and the Alolan Raichu, even right beside them, just don't have enough. There will be an overheat. I love that for Chris Smith. Fires off the overheat extremely quickly, trying to play mind games with Tibby to kind of outpace the detect timing from that defensive move. Big push in by Ducky, though.
Yes, and there goes the rings unbound as we have multiple members of Volticons Unite falling down like dominoes. Fizzy, ultra low, does have to pop the Unite move, but crikey, mate, that was an insane push from Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, Evil Geniuses tired of waiting themselves. Volticons Unite's not going to show up. Evil Geniuses bring the party to their doorstep. 30 seconds remain in this one, and unfortunately, Volticons Unite chances of comeback have been eliminated by the Evil Geniuses. And plans upon plans for this evil squad as North America are going to dispatch one of the last EU teams in the tournament 2-0.
Yes, and that's the thing, in those moments, time is of the essence, and Evil Geniuses were able to time out that well, knowing they had the lead. They just had to wait for the timer, but there we go. Evil Geniuses making it on through for the North America region.
Yeah, celebrating a crowd that, of course, has a lot of North American players and fans, and they are the last hope of that region. They take down Volticons Unite and move on in our bracket. Evil Geniuses are going to be going forward to play against Zeta Division in their next round, the team that was able to defeat Fennel 2-1. It does not get easier for EG, but they got to be breathing a little bit easier after that game one.
Oh, 100%. After that game, they were pretty much in command, here to make a stand. So definitely cool, calm and collected. But yeah, Kamai, last EU team representative remaining.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on that final team from EU, but of course, the same pressure on this team from North America that got the win. Oh my word, watching Curiosus for Alligator just delete button that Scyther in that final moment, get that charge. So Chris Smith and Curios working like a buddy cop movie towards the top side of the map and just crushing it across the board. This Yveltal from Finn also looked phenomenal, able to shred even high HP targets like that Crustle with their firepower. So very fun to watch. Chris Smith is going to go back-to-back player of the game for Evil Geniuses. This time with 4 knockouts, 4 feints as well. Felt like Volticons Unite absolutely focusing this top path player a little bit more in game number 2.
Yeah, I feel like this game was particularly more of just get that experience. There weren't really a lot of fights happening between these. I guess in terms of comparison to that first game, these knockouts and feints are a lot lower.
Yeah, exactly. But spreading the wealth, of course, we got Curios with 1 KO on the for Alligator. Kind of a quiet game from them, but of course, like I mentioned, Vin having a great game on the Yveltal. Great to see them having another strong attacker in their Pokemon pool. 6 KOs, 1 feint, and 1 assist. On the other side, Volticons Unite might be dispatched 2-0, but they were able to keep a lot of these matches close, and of course, making it into day 2 in one of the most stacked World Championships we have ever seen. Flowers to them, but Evil Genius is looking for a bit bigger of a bouquet as they move forward into our bracket.
Well, yeah, adding flower by flower for every win that they can get. We'll just have to wait and see whether they end up having the biggest bunch of flowers at the end there. But there we go. There is our stats. As you can see, it was somewhat not really much of a high octave kind of brawly game there, but otherwise still the job was done.
Yeah, exactly. It was a bit of a mind game, I think. Tactics everywhere, and we actually are going to have a chance to pick the brain of one of the Evil Geniuses players on stage. Let's take it away for this interview.
Thank you so much, Zoinks. I have Ducky here with me from Evil Geniuses! Well, you are the last NA team here at Worlds for day 2. How are you feeling? How was this match? How was yesterday compared to today?
I mean, yeah, the team feels great. The environment is definitely different from yesterday. We had to get a little lucky with the tiebreaker to make it out of groups, but we're feeling really strong now, playing good as a team. I think our drafts were really strong. And yeah, this tournament has been crazy. Fennel lost, so that was insane.
I was just going to talk about that, right? Because it was the Fennel Zeta Division match, and Zeta Division are going to be your next opponents. So how are you feeling about that? Because I know that at the end of that, if you do end up beating Zeta Division, you might meet Reject. And I'm sure that Overlord, like he said, is very much excited to meet you guys.
Yeah, it's definitely crazy to play Zeta. About a year ago from right now, I was at home watching Zeta get second at Worlds. But now I'm here at my first Worlds doing well, so it's really cool, yeah.
You deserve it. I mean, it's such a fast-growing journey that you've had in this game. And honestly, I love watching you play. Casting you throughout Regional League was always such a blast. And speaking of blast, we know that Blastoise has already been such a mark of this tournament. Tell me a little bit about what you guys are feeling in regards to this meta.
Yeah, I mean, Blastoise and Umbreon are definitely two really strong tanks, and I think they kind of have like an interesting matchup into each other. I'm not going to say too much about our thoughts, but we were surprised that we got Blastoise Umbreon both games, for sure.
They are so high priority and so valuable, right? I totally agree. So, this being your first Worlds, I know it's totally different. Is it too different from what you expected before you qualified?
No, I mean, I like to just view it as another tournament. It helps me, keep the nerves cool. Just act like I'm playing another scrim and tournament. So yeah.
That is the nerves of steel here from Ducky on Evil Geniuses. Do you have any words to tell to your friends, family, and fans out there?
Yeah, I have a couple shout outs. First of all, I got my family right here.
Woo!
They came all the way from Minnesota to watch me play, so that's really cool. And then also shout out to Gang. They're watching from home. Big friends of mine, so yeah.
Right, congratulations once again, Ducky, advancing in the day 2 of the bracket stage of Worlds. Evil Geniuses, this was it for the moment. We're gonna go back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Soph. It was so wonderful from Ducky, and I know that they didn't exactly explain their strategies, but
Right.
I feel like the silence still spoke 1,000 words.
Yeah, yeah, they were like, they're really good. We got both of them. So, yeah, they are very, very happy with that draft. I don't know if they're going to have the same opportunities against Zeta Division. It will be an interesting one. Obviously, a team that likes to play very strange defender options. So that will be a matchup that is very interesting to watch in our round of 8. What do the defenders look like in the EG versus Zeta Division? So we have our top side of the bracket already locked in. Exist versus Reject, another Japan versus Japan matchup. Evil Geniuses versus Zeta Division to round out that side of the top 8.
Yes, and down in that bottom side, we have C2 making it on through. It's just a matter of whether they're going to go up against Kamai or Stamina Esports, the game that is to come up next. And Gremio Esports able to knock out Zipto Esports, which means there is only that one team from Korea being T1 left on over.
Yeah, I believe Team Nemesis and T1 are playing their match off stream as we speak, so we will give you updates as often as we can about how these results are turning out, because once we get to that top 8, don't worry folks, we are watching every single game. We don't want you to miss a moment of the last but the biggest, the most stacked World Championships we have ever had in Unite Championship history. This has been an absolute blast so far, and these games are only getting better. And guess what? Tomorrow, we're closing this thing out in the Chase Center.
Yes, and oh my gosh, I am so looking forward to that. Whichever teams we do end up making their way through the top 2. I mean, you said, each year it just gets better and better, but I mean, as each of these matches progress, they just get better and better, and well, it's single elimination. There is just so much on the line.
Oh yeah, it's scary every step of the way, but we are going to be jumping to a very short break, and when we come back, that high-octane action you love will be continuing.
Tonight, we are looking through so many amazing moments from competitive Pokemon Unite history, and one of those absolutely has to be the Grand Finals in Honolulu for 2024. A match between Fennel and Zora Tigers Gaming. The energy was everywhere. The crowd, the stage, the match, but also even the casters from everywhere.
Yes, I mean, the fact that Japan was just on that brink of becoming the world champions after having NA becoming the back-to-back champs twice. We were going to get a new region up there, so it was just so hype. As you mentioned, the casters, the crowd. I was sitting in there for a little while and just seeing all those little signs from the audience, the fans, the family was so sweet.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. We love the support for the players on the main stage, and I know you do too, so check out this incredible clip.
I know we've got 1 minute and 10 seconds left, but I gotta be honest with you, everybody. It's over already. You're looking at your Grand Finals World Champions. Fennel from Japan has taken this whole thing, and it looks like the enemy home goal zone is theirs as well.
From the first minute to the last minute, besides Onyx Rise taking one 10-minute stretch out from under them, they have been perfect. They have been meticulous. They are now your world champions, and there is absolutely no doubt who the #1 team in Pokemon Unite is right now.
The clock counting down here before they can celebrate. They don't want to set their controllers down. They don't want to set their device down. They want to savor this moment because in 20 seconds, they get to come to the full realization of what we in this arena have already found out. Fennel is the best to do it this year in Pokemon Unite. Japan is the best region in Pokemon Unite. As we are counting it down, the last 5 seconds here before we can crown our champions. Fennel!
Our final run ends here in San Francisco, but before we get to our grand finals tomorrow, we have a day of insane matches coming at ya. Next, we have Komai versus Stamina. EU with some hope in this competition still, Doob Snacks, but this is gonna be a tough one.
Absolutely is. I mean, that just shows the difficulty of this tournament so far. Of course, EU, all 4 teams making it into day 2, but now all the hopes of the region are pinned on the backs of Komai, the 2nd place finishing team in the league from that region. And across from them, Stamina, a team that has been nothing but relentless.
Taking a look at our bracket right here, we have such an unbelievably powerful setup at the top of our bracket, and a lot of that has to do with the fact that we have so many teams from Japan, without question our strongest region in our top 16 up there. Exist and Reject have moved forward in this competition, taking down BH3 and Peru Unite, your former world champs respectively. They're gonna face off in a little bit. Evil Geniuses were able to take down Volticons. Zeta Division taking down what was looked at as the #1 team in the world, Fennel. Those two are gonna run into each other in our top 8. Now we're heading to the bottom of our bracket. C2 taking down Peps from EU. And again, the last hope for EU. Komai is now facing off against Stamina.
Yeah, of course, Gremio from Brazil taking care of Zipto Esports to move on as well. And then, of course, we have Nemesis and T1. That's going to get resolved here shortly. But for us, right ahead of you, and what we are bringing to you is, of course, Stamina and Komai. Let's talk about these teams a little bit. We got to see Stamina yesterday on broadcast, but not so much from Komai on the main stage. Tell me about it.
Komai is an incredible team. There's such a story behind this squad. They've been here since the very beginning. Year 1 at Worlds, they had multiple members who made it to the grand finals. I'm talking about Gotlu and Adesu right now. They've been here before. They've been on these stages before. They are such an incredible squad. Longtime legend Gek is there. Yep. Narami and Toast. I absolutely love this team. And you and I talk a lot about Gotlu, and I feel like the reason we do is this is one of the most impressive playmaker players in the entire game, and absolutely chaotic. In the right situations, it feels like Gotlu completely disrupts the enemy team and can outplay anyone on the map. Genuinely, I think at times he's one of the top players to have ever played the game. Now we're looking at Stamina right here. Stamina Esports, an unbelievably powerful squad. Everyone was worried about Group H for good reason, because they were in it.
Yeah, I mean, just what a team, putting together a great run, of course. Now, I want to, like I said, we got to talk about Stamina yesterday, so I want to talk a little bit more about Komai. They have Narami and Toast, 2 youngsters there that are really bringing sparks of life to the old heads that are Adesu, Gatlu, and Gek. And Gek, I see more like in the role of like Spider-Man stopping the train, just like getting ripped apart by these wild personalities, and has been the only person so far since year 1 to take Adesu, Gatlu, and some fresh blood and cobble together a team that can make a really deep run here. We're going through our bans. We obviously see the Scizor Scyther ban, Zosh and Snorlax, and Feraligatr and the Duck, Side Duck, being banned so far.
Yeah, I would definitely be taking away the Zacian from Stamina. Unless I'm picking it on the side of Komai, I think that was so incredibly strong. I would absolutely be ripping it away from him. When I think about Gek, Doob Snacks, I feel like he's more of a, to me, he's more of a master splinter. I feel like any squad he's on, he can take those 4 turtles and make something happen, you know?
You know what? You found some turtles covered in goo, teach them karate, as one does.
Look, I mean, we would come up with that plan. So in some ways,
we're the Bebop and Rocksteady of this analogy right now.
There's no question about it. We're the side characters here. Mufasa and Minato are going to be picking up Machamp, Blastoise, powerful Pokemon, have been all weekend as well. Blastoise getting an insane amount of priority, but Komai used their first pick to snatch up the premier attacker choice in all of these matches, and that has been the Espeon.
Yeah, I think that encounter rate on Espeon is criminally low for how good it is. That thing should be in the 80s or 90s. Of course, Surfetched and Gek grabbing the Crustle, the Hustle Crustle, maybe grabbing the mantle of Draken from Peru, no longer in this tournament. So somebody has to carry the weight of the cake, and they're going to try to.
Here we go, Kira grabbing Eldegoss, a Pokemon that they are very familiar with. Eldy is so good. I feel like it's one of those supports that's never fallen out of favor. With some recent buffs, it's doing very well in this tournament. In fact, there are so many good supports that it feels like you really can't go wrong in this game right now. One that's had a real showing, Narami right now grabbing him, that is the Clefable. I feel like a lot of teams are getting insane value out of this, especially with a Pokemon like Surfetched.
Yeah, absolutely, and so much so that it's been earning bans slowly throughout the progress of this tournament. Again, really, if you haven't watched one of these 3-day tournaments before, you actually see the metagame change in front of your eyes, where priorities shift and different metas develop kind of within the context of the metagame here, and Clefable is a part of that moving target right now.
Now we're taking a look at some of our final preparations between these two squads. Mew with a 77% encounter rate. No surprise there as we are getting ready for this match up on the big stage. We will all do the ready go together once we get in there, as these players are locking in right now. Again, Day 2, this is all single elimination. So this best of 3 counts for everything between these two teams. And here we have it. Thea, Sky, Ruins, Groudon in the center as our boss.
Let's get primed up here right around the corner from, of course, seeing the 10-minute marker and the ready go. And it's going to snap to it, and you got to be ready to do it here in a few moments.
Groudon, the map we're starting with all day.
Ready,
go! Koma, your purple team. Stamina Esports, your orange team. Here we go. EU's last chance, as well as Latin America North in our top 16.
I love this lane for Komai, 2 incredibly resilient players that have been in the game for a long time. Gek and Adesu going to try to use their veteran status here to take over early in the bottom path. However, Narami, Gatlu going to hold it down against Mufasa and Kira.
Yeah, we're going to see if Narami can, maybe make an early score. That's something you would love to get out of your Clefable, right? Make that healing even more powerful as quickly as you can. Or Shifu on the side of Stamina, being left alone in that central area. Some teams would decide to head in and try to slow it down, Dupes.
Yeah, you'd think so. Narami, however, not going to be able to get stacks early because their pockets are a little flooded with 11. Good engagement. Gatlu's on the chase down. Toast, not willing to pursue either. Maybe afraid that the Urshifu would swoop up and get just a chain of KOs there.
And I think they were 100% right, especially finding out that Squirtle was leaving that bottom path. They know they need to be careful right here, and he's just looking for this moment right now, Dupe Snacks.
Little tough because Narami hasn't clicked over to Clefable. You love the Moonlight. Tons of damage engaged there by Enisus and Minotaur. Good damage down. Pollen Puff is going to top off Minotaur. Eldegoss sorting out Clefable, but that isn't too bad right now, as you still have Gatlu and Adesu holding strong.
And here we go, the aggression from Stamina, starting off 52 points in that goal zone right there. Great start for them. Mufasa now 5. Gatlu, though, still keeping pace.
Yeah, and they have to. My big question mark is Komai unable to get anything going downstairs to Mew, fending off everything by themselves. Gatlu in a lot of trouble. Mufasa getting a quality knockout, and they're immediately sprinting to get points in.
Yeah, Narami not able to keep them healthy in that moment, but just looking for the opportunity to stack up. Kira with the secure right there. Narami not making it happen. Toast now having to rotate up to this top path, as we have once again the Urshifu making their way, looking for a fight.
Yeah, pushing deep right on top of Toast. Half HP there. Narami's there to pick them up. Kira does their own job of healing up the squad here as the rest of the team is rotating.
Now we are taking a look at the center of the map. Reggie Drago is spawned to give some nice experience over the squad if they can get it. Gek getting bullied out by Minato, and that's going to be an easy one for Stamina. Controlling the start of this game, Dupe Snacks.
Yeah, unequivocally, right? And Enisus being unencumbered, already level 8, is ready to dominate Komai. So they're actually turtling up together to see what they can do. They've got a 4v2 here, and this is a great opportunity for them.
Woof, looking for it, getting some of the secure right there. They're committing a lot of resources to this bottom path, so you hope you would win, but Hitman is actually just doing an amazing job of securing on their side. That's Mew for you.
Yeah, I mean, a 4v2 to get out with anything is invaluable, but now Narami's trying to stack, getting bullied by Minotaur, like you said, and they're going to have to peel back. They're going straight towards the objective, and Stamina's working on the upstairs objective here as we are watching on screen.
We also see 2 members of Stamina making their way down to the bottom path, seeing who they can find from the side of Komai. That Regieleki is going to walk, but it doesn't look like they're going to fight for it. Instead, looking for opportunities around the map to get experience. They are behind.
Without a doubt here. Gek going to try and rally the troops to see where they're going to make their next play. Everybody is just split back to their paths where they started, so maybe a little bit more of a passive approach.
Regieleki has been here for a very long time. They don't have great characters for ripping through this thing here. And
He's edging it forward.
He's trying to push it forward using rock tombs so that it bumps into the goal. A really fun play there by Komai. Unfortunately, they were not able to get much out of it. Hitman now, level 9.
Yeah, you know what? Credit to Komai to do even the things like that that might seem like just working through just really bizarre, maybe 1% opportunities. But in a tournament like this, every little percentage point you can gain matters. I mean, if that Regieleki hits, all of a sudden you can go get some more points in and feel a little bit more comfortable. Gatlu taking a ton of pressure. And I think Stamina is seeing that Gatlu is a key here for Komai's success and really not letting them get online.
Real heads-up play there by Gatlu to hit the detect and not get caught by the submission. They're coming back in for Gatlu once more. They have a Unite move. Gatlu Unite moves right back the other way, but Champ's coming back, Dupe Snacks.
Yeah, Urshifu Unite right on top of their heads, though. Gatlu, the Fury Cutter, not going to do much. Toast is pulling up for the smoke, but it's still a 2v3 with Kira there in tow. Makes it tough to take that battle.
Yeah, it just looks like not much that they can do, but I'm impressed that Gatlu does not get caught multiple times by 3 members of Stamina. What's not impressive is the score line for Komai, 19 to 164 at the halfway mark. Stamina really in control of a lot of these fights and completely in control of the map here. As we now have Unite moves on the side of Komai, we're going to see how this fight changes.
They're trying to trap Hitman as Gek moving forward. Komai not that bad on levels considering how this game's gone so far. Regieleki's going to help them out. The whole team shows up. Since the whole team is there, they'll all get experience from that at the very least. And now they're looking to march. Minotaur and Hitman with the Lord's work ahead of them. 5-on-2. Let's see what they can do. Good surf reposition. Gek picks up the berry. Minotaur has to fade back. They do close the goal zone. And now if I were Komai, I'd probably just retreat.
Yeah, and that's what they are going to end up doing here. Maybe leaving someone down here to watch this goal zone. Gek could do a great job of that on their own as 3 members of Stamina are up in the top path and kind of threatening the central area of Komai. They decide to peel back. You know, Stamina's ahead. They took that opportunity to score in the top pass, so they really don't need to make any crazy plays here. They just need to keep the position that they are in, and they could win this thing. Gatlu, once again, in a position to fight 3.
All right, they're going to put the pressure on Mufasa here. They're trying to rubble rouse. They're trying to run away, and that's an Urshifu Unite back the other way. Good enough to pull out Toast's Unite move for the single isolation, and the fight continues. Hydro Typhoon hits everyone under the sun. Everybody's getting soaked out here. Gek has to eject over the wall. Adesu's on the retreat, and so is Gatlu. Finally, Kira gets a KO, but that fight went sideways quick.
Yeah, that was amazing for Stamina right there as they are continuing to put aggression down, trying to take all of this experience. The Hydro Typhoon was perfect. The Super Soaker, it could be in a commercial. It was so beautiful. Dupe Snacks, as you mentioned, taking, I think, at least 4 members of Komai up into the sky.
Yeah, and that was just enough to send everyone reeling, right? We had eject buttons being expended just to try and get out. Fortunately, they mitigated the damage that could have happened after that phenomenal Hydro Typhoon. But now I'm looking at Komai. Now you're real down on the scoreboard, almost 200 points, and the levels are sliding away from you.
Yeah, this is very difficult for Komai right now. As you mentioned, 100 points is something that's hard to come back from. 200 means even if you get the objective, your opponents can do something about it. Objective coming in the top path here in 15 seconds. 5 seconds in the bottom path as they once again have Regieleki. Komai going to get some experience, going to have something heading towards the goal zone, but this is going to be a strong buff for Stamina. We're just going to have to see which Reggie it is going to be and what buff exactly they are going to get. It's going to be Reg Ice, so you're going to get that HP recovery throughout the fight.
Creeping along is Gek.
Oh! Come on!
You You could see it from a mile away. Just the Crusler moving in, hits him with the Rock Tomb, buries him with the rest of the squad. That's a great pickup here for Komai. I mean, they are making chicken salad out of chicken scratch. Let's see how they take this fight in 10 seconds.
All of a sudden, everything's going great for Komai. They must be feeling amazing, but 5 members of Stamina are ready to fight. If Mufasa can get a pick on this Espeon, they're going to go for it. No, peeling back right here, couldn't make it happen just yet. We have Toast continuing to get experience right now. They're looking for their level 13 before this fight really kicks off. Mufasa, once again, seeing if they can find a catch. Can they get one of the squishier Pokemon? Can they get that Clefable? Can they get that Espeon? Gatlu on a little bit of a mission looking to score right here.
Gatlu gets snatched immediately by Mufasa. Cross chop through, Gatlu pressure on. They do get the shield, Fury Cutter halfway on Mufasa, and that's enough to give us a little pause.
Yeah, here we go. Gek looking for a fight right here.
Use
There's
the X-Scissor. Oh, Hydro Typhoon for no value. Just for the shields, now we're going back the other way. Moonlight on top of everybody. Get Ejects. Oh, X-Scissor back in. We trying to top off the HP. Enisus is hitting 13 here. We've trapped Mufasa under the blanket, and now we're comboing through. Enisus has 21 hits, and it's not enough to get a knockout. And look at the rip. It's happening upstairs. They're going after Groudon, and they're bubbling out Stamina. Gek is putting the whole team on top of that square head of his. Here comes the run-in. Mufasa can't snatch anybody. Groudon so low. It's secured by the Surf Edge. Komai saw their opportunity, kicked through that door, and then the security guard for the squad. Gek says nobody else is getting in.
Amazing stuff from Komai. Incredible positioning from the team, taking the advantage that they had. Toast using the Shadow Claw on the Mimikyu, just ripping through that objective, waiting for their team, deciding whether or not they could continue that push. And then when they were in the perfect position, we have a Desu, we have Gatlu, turn back to it and look for the secure. What a fight there from Komai.
You know I have to gas up the support core of these teams. Gek was stopping 4 players with that Crustle, and that's how good the Crustler can be. Rock Tomb cutting off these entry points and making everything difficult was so impressive. What a game by Komai, and it starts, I mean, a player of the game gotta be Gek, right?
It was
snatching the Regice and then bubbling out the entire, dude.
I think there were 2 insane plays throughout that Ray fight and throughout that Groudon fight, I should say. And I think it was Gek for sure, absolute heroic, the Hodor of the tournament, no question right there. And then it was Gatlu. Gatlu on that mission to the bottom path knew they could get caught by Machamp, detect their way out of the submission, come back into the fight, scrap very well, and then move in for the final secure. Impressive stuff by Komai, a really impressive team fight, played expertly.
I mean, look at Gek, just creeping in. And
was
what
so
do you say
mean.
about a Rock Tomb here? Bink! All right, now the team can play.
So mean, dude.
Okay, so that's what you're talking about, right? Detect out, Gatlu's there, puts good damage on Mufasa with that Fury Cutter, right? Now Kira has to palm puff, Mufasa has to hang back. But look at Gek, Rock Tomb, traps 2, X-Scissor, bang, 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 right back in. And we're gonna see Hydro Typhoon just for the shield, no value. Watch Gek though. He's about to Rock Tomb, eject button back in for an X-Scissor. And it's so clean, brother. And then whoop, bang, bang, and then Enisus is trapped, and they just converge. It forces everything out in the kitchen sink from Stamina.
Impressive stuff here from Stamina as they actually peel away from this fight. Shockingly, no one going down right there in that huge moment. Enisus moving through the Rock Tomb here, and here's where Komai decides to change things. They say, forget it, Toast, you're on Groudon patrol right now. We are gonna fight them in this bush. You see the detect from Gatlu with the shield, peeling back. Boom. They are able to get huge damage, and then once again, another beautiful Rock Tomb. Groudon now at half, and this is the moment where Gek is trying to hold that really wide choke. It's difficult here. Komai turns back around, and it is time to finish the game.
Huge X, did you see the huge X-Scissor there as well from Gek? Just another big one, right? I mean, it was through Minotaur, through Enisus, and getting on top of the mute. Dude, from the captain of the team, without a doubt. I told you he's Spider-Man stopping that train, getting torn in half, and he was managed to do it with those heroics here in game number 1.
Really impressive game from Komai. Had a tough start, right? But they absolutely came back, and I do think there is something about a frustrating steal I think I even saw Stamina multiple players went, really? You know, just that moment, and all of a sudden, things start to shift a little bit as we are heading into our next draft between these two squads. Remember, today is all single elimination. So if Komai wins this next match, they will send Stamina Esports home. That will be the end of their tournament. Only one team will be remaining from that unbelievably powerful Group H that we had yesterday. Komai, the last hope for EU.
Without a doubt. Our bans are materializing kind of the same way, right? Scizor, Scyther, Zacian, Snorlax, of course, Feraligatr into Psyduck, and we'll see where Stamina rounds out, and they go Machamp this time.
Yeah, I mean, it is a frustrating Pokemon to fight, and especially if they think they're not going to be able to get it in the draft. Komai, once again, has the opportunity to first pick the Espeon. I could absolutely see them doing that unless there's something that they really need to steal away from their opponents here. Umbreon is on the table, but no, they go with the Espeon, and I feel like many teams are going to
everything.
It's so good, yeah.
The fact that the encounter rate is so low just tells me that some of these teams might not have prepared accurately for this tournament, because that thing should be 80, 90%. It is so strong in the early parts. They might get Blastoise back right now.
So here's the tough thing for Komai. I do feel like Gotlu was absolutely sliding on that duck. So I hope he has some other options right here. Gek is picking Blastoise, so that's going to be pretty incredible. Gotlu hovering around a Mega Gyarados right there, but we are going to give Narami the Vaporeon, a Pokemon we have rarely seen here. It had for sure its moment in the championship series, but it has not been recently.
Yeah, I mean, it does have with the pulse of the ability to heal a little bit, which is why Narami is picking up this character and Gek is on Blastoise to round out their support core. Kira going back to Eldegoss, not a bad choice. We'll see where Hitman goes Miraidon. So really probably going to lean into the Charge Beam and try and melt down Gek. But Gatlu has a lot of information now, and so does Toast. And there's one thing that can rip through big targets or jump on squishy ones, and that is Mimikyu. Gatlu going with the Quaquaval.
So we saw some really wild Quaquaval plays day one, especially from Dignitas. Zealot was on this Pokemon, looked fantastic. The thing I've noticed about Quaquaval is when it's winning so hard. Yeah, that is the big thing with it. The tough thing about it is when it's behind, it feels like there are a lot of other Pokemon you would rather have. And unlike something like NESUS's Blaziken that we see on the other side, it doesn't have the same secure potential. What it does have is an unbelievably powerful Unite move. And once it gets going, once it's spinning, once it's winning, it is a Pokemon that just seems to pick up steam. It is a snowball rolling downhill, getting bigger and bigger and bigger. If you could stop it early, you know, it might just be powder in your hands and go away. But if you can't, it can crush your entire squad.
Yeah, and I think that's where you see this Blaziken stepping in. You know, Blaziken can eventually, if it can keep pace, shut it down.
Yeah.
And that's what it's going to have to do, is keep pace.
Here we go. Two squads. As a reminder, Stamina right now, backs against the wall. They've been here before, though, and they're the kind of team that can fight through it. If they don't win this, however, they will be leaving our tournament. Once again, our battleground. Thea, Sky, Ruins with Groudon in the center. Here we go, Dupe Snacks.
Here we go.
Ready? Go! Komai, your purple team. Stamina Esports, your orange team. EU's last hope, still alive in this competition. Stamina right now has a lot to prove after they had some amazing matches yesterday.
Yes, they do. We have Gatlu and Adesu here, partners for years within this game, ready to continue their journey to a world championship title. Minotaur getting a lot of pressure, does manage to get those points in and start stacking and really turn up the healing that they are able to possibly provide later on.
So they were able to get that stack, and they were able to get out. However, they did expend 2 resources right there, Dupe Snacks. The X speed was already used, as well as the focus band. However, the level 4 there is pretty amazing. They're looking for another stack right now. And they were a little too early on that.
Yeah, just a bit too early, and now pressure on. Gatlu and Adesu have to be able to close the door on them for sure. Adesu has the tools in the toolkit to do so, and well done by Adesu, letting themselves get hit just a little bit so they can grab the berry and keep it out of the hands of that Umbreon.
Yeah, incredible heads-up play there by Adesu as we are now looking in the top path for this fight. Here we go, looking at huge burst damage. Anisa's pulling it back towards their side. Secured, Mufasa now evolves.
Yeah, I mean, great evolution here as Narami is just hosing them down, trying to keep Stamina Esports in check. Gek, not even level 5 yet, hasn't evolved. Narami grabbing, moving forward with that big spout of water, trying to slow down these scores, but it is pretty much a fruitless endeavor.
Stamina seems to have a tried and true method of this early fight, putting insane amounts of pressure on that tier 1 goal zone, making sure that they can get a lot of early scores, a lot of extra experience. It's worked out for them in both of our games so far.
Yeah, again though, Komai leaving Gatlu to their own devices here, going to be alone in the bottom path, squaring off with that Miraidon. Meanwhile, Gek getting to support from Adesu to finally get that evolution.
Narami in a tough, weird situation, the central area here of Komai, looking for a moment to get up, but no, Anisus picks up the KO. That is going to be a level 7 Blaziken already. It's exactly what you want. As soon as you have the ability to hit those overheats, the secure potential for the side of Stamina goes through the roof.
Yeah, just trying to keep pace, of course, is Gatlu in the bottom path. However, Toast also quietly level 7 and some opportunity to jump onto some pretty good targets here. Gatlu going with a rotation back up top here as part of a little bait and switch. Now they've got 2 characters downstairs ready to put pressure on that Miraidon.
Narami right here recognizing that there could be a fight, trying to catch them there with the Hydro Pump, having to peel away the healing, saving them for a moment. Gatlu in a lot of trouble though.
Stamina doing a great job keeping Gatlu from getting online. And as you mentioned, really, Quaquaval needs to be ahead and stay ahead. And that is not happening right now. And that's going to be a potential problem for the late stages of the game for Komai.
Absolutely, and they've also decided not to break this goal zone. You see these top teams, they don't want to give up all of this experience here. They definitely could have made plays to end this, but they did not want to. Buff over to the side of Komai. They were able to win in the bottom path with so much pressure from Stamina in the top path. Toast now level 9. Gatlu getting back in the game. They have evolved to Quaquaval. They are level 8.
Let's see. It looks like they're joining up with a team. Good little stun there by Adesu to put pressure on Minotaur. Narami peeling back towards Toast, who's just lying in wait. They collapse on Kira. Bang, easy knockout. Big backdoor surf by Gek. Right into the mean look. Toast putting Minotaur under the blanket, and they're getting shredded apart. KO streak of 2 now for Gatlu. We were worried about levels. A back-to-back KO is going to do. Huge lunge forward by the surf edge. They're going to try to trap them down. Caught in that big Espeon Unite. That's amazing. Mufasa's going to go down. While meanwhile, just Adesu on the side of Komai is there. We're still scrapping, and Komai's getting the better of these exchanges.
Komai with another double KO from Gatlu, ticked over to 9 mid-fight, right into the Unite move on the Blaziken. We were wondering if this Pokemon was going to get online, and here it is. Highest level in the match, tied with the Blaziken on the other side, and the Mimikyu for Komai. Komai, level-wise, looking fantastic here in Game 2.
Yeah, really actually falling behind. Good sequential team fight. Again, that big backdoor surf by Gek to position everybody into the hands of the Quaquaval to get that KO streak of 2 going. And then all of a sudden, Komai finds themselves in a really good spot. They're taking the objective up top. They've got 25 seconds until the basin objective. And overall, I think they're just doing good.
Yeah, Komai seems to be doing very well. The scoreline is a little better for Stamina. I'm not sure if either team is going to be looking to break this goal zone right here, as we are seeing our hype crowd here in San Francisco watching their favorite teams. I had multiple people out there tell me they were rooting for Komai.
It's hard not to like this team with how long they've been around and the players that they have on them. Now Anisa's getting chipped by Adesu. The spacing just very weird. Big lunge misses, but Mufasa is in the back line. Toast with great cover. Miraidon Unite move. The Meteors are landing on the heads of Komai, and they are falling apart. 2 players down. Regirock will belong to Stamina, and the push is on. It's 5v3. We're putting the charge beams down. We're trying to trap them, and everybody's in the blender. HP bar's getting eviscerated. Quaquaval is down. We're moving to the pad. Big surf only chips Mufasa. Everybody's fading back, but here comes Toast. Anisus tries to get away, but but Toast follows suit. They put the trick room down, and the trick and jigs are up. Only treats out here for Toast. They're eating.
Here we go. Minotaur actually able to peel away from this fight. And while they ripped through Gek at the start and made it really difficult for Komai, they did make it back. They had a 4-player Hydro Typhoon, and they picked up a nice KO. 92-90 right now. Levels extremely close, but a little bit of an advantage on the side of Komai. One force that is going to be difficult to deal with for Komai, however, is that Miraidon. It is just lining up these charge beams and ripping through the tanky support and defender core.
Yeah, we're going to need Toast to get clever and really get some good flanks and isolate Miraidon and maybe try to knock them out first with that type of priority. Mean look on Adesu, tons of damage down, charge beam there, and immediately Adesu's eviscerated. Back into the middle, Gatlu spinning to win. Going into the back line, they're trying to collapse. They're doing tons of damage. Kira takes a bunch. Hitman on the retreat. Anysus in the deep waters here as Narami and Gek, the water types, are trying to drag them to the Davy Jones locker, and they are successful as the third water type rolls up for the smoke.
Amazing stuff as Komai now heads down towards this bottom goal zone. Are we going to start breaking tier 1s? Not if the Miraidon has anything to say about it. Hitman pushing them off. The Thunder chasing them down. Miraidon Unite move for just a moment right there, and they're going to peel back. It's a close battle. Yeah, it is indeed.
Close battle indeed.
2 points separate these squads, and every fight seems to be going back and forth.
Whew. Take a deep breath, man. 45 seconds, and we've got it Groudon again here in game number 2. Don't forget, it is win or go home. Stamina Esports back against the wall as Komai is up a game.
Komai right now looking for a fight. Moving forward towards Anysus right here is Godlu. Red Rock getting extremely low, and the secure, of course, from Adesu. That's Adesu's job on the Espeon, and they're doing a fantastic one at that. Regieleki in the top path looks to be free for stamina as we have 20 seconds until Groudon. Again, stamina needs this, their tournament life on the line. They are now up in points, 92-169, which means it's likely that Komai is going to need to find a way to make a big play. Is Stamina going to take advantage of that, use something like their Blaziken, take the objective right off the map? We're going to find out in just a few short moments here, Dupe Snacks.
Toast in the mean look. Minotaur has the perfect information. We're going to watch how they square up.
And we now have the Miraidon setting up the charge beam, just seeing if they can do damage before the fight starts. And again, Komai needs to make the play. Gotlu deciding whether or not they want to go in. The healing from Narami keeping the team topped off. The only Pokemon that needs a little HP is just the Vaporeon, which will be fine. Groudon now being chipped, and the question is, how does Stamina want to fight with this?
Right over the wall, surf back, Anysus escapes, but now Gatlu's getting split. Gek needs to step up, eject button, Hydro Typhoon, avoided by the Umbreon. Meteors are landing on the heads of Gatlu. Looking in the back line, Mufasa's trying to make a play. Getting into the deep waters, Anysus is caught. Low HP, they're gone. Good pickup by Adesu. They pivot right back onto Mufasa, who's trying to run away. Fury Cutter, is it going to be enough? No! KO Streak of 2 for the Adesu. Hitman is on the backside. Miraidon not posing a problem yet, but now we're in the charge beam wheelhouse. We're moving back into the middle. The Thunders are chasing. The Groudon's getting ripped. Kira's getting worked on by Toast. Eviscerated is Minotaur, GG. And now they just got to take care of Hitman and finish the secure. The surf is stuck in the mean look. They need to separate Hitman from the rest. Groudon is low. The chase is on, and they secure. Narami takes it down. The kid makes the magic happen, and Komai is humming. They are a team, undeterred, undenied, and Stamina are out of stamina, and they're going to be out of this tournament.
45 seconds left, looking to make some final play right here as the points continue to head into these goal zones. 292, 189. If they could just get one of these buffs and move towards the other side of the map, they could possibly make something happen. But Komai knows they are up at this point, and they are going to be looking to score in the easiest goal zone to score in that tier 1 with the smallest shield, smallest recovery. Anysus trying to take down Gek. Gek, the wall finally does go down. Is there anything that Stamina can do here with the last 15 seconds?
They're going to try and put the pressure on as the fight rages on their pad. Hitman stepping up, another final charge beam to secure themselves in the final moments of this event, but it is all for naught. Stamina is eliminated.
There you go. Komai moving forward. EU is still in this tournament. You absolutely love to see it. Gotlu and Adesu, what a time.
Just noticed that Gek is wearing the Junkie GS jersey, their coach, representing their coach on stage here. And what a series by Komai. What a run by Stamina in our final World Championships.
Stamina now having an insanely strong tournament so far. Obviously, they had to take down Dignitas. They had to beat one of the best teams playing this game to move on to day 2. They were able to do that, but Komai truly had their number in these 2 games. It really did feel like they were the stronger team, and they're going to be moving forward in our bracket because of it. This is a great fight from Komai.
Yeah, I mean, look, because Gatlu went so deep, it forced Hitman and Minotaur Kira to fade back and cover the Miraidon. That was the target they were aiming for. But that puts Mufasa and Enisus completely alone. So with that split, it was a commitment of 2v3 on one side, 3v2 on the other with some great shutdown tools because Mimikyu, Toast's Unite move was still there. They deliver some quality knockouts. Surfetched and Blaziken down immediately. And then you can just systematically tear apart Stamina with no real fear. And that's exactly how they executed.
Yeah, once you have the Blaziken and Surfetch down in this moment, I think the secure potential from Stamina probably drops to about 5 or 10% at this point. Once 2 more members go down, it's really just up to 1 attack from Hitman to maybe get it, and it was almost impossible. Komai sewed that up so well.
Yeah, and if you notice, they actually delayed before the final hit so that even an A press or a charge beam, an unboosted charge beam, wasn't going to be enough. And once that early shot went off, okay, now we go. Secured for sure.
Talk a lot about Gatlu and his play style, and I do think when he is on, he is pretty unbeatable. The pressure that we saw from him in 2 games, he was aggressive in the enemy's face, as you mentioned, forcing them to use so many of their team resources to protect the Miraidon because Gatlu was so aggressive chasing it down. He will be our player of the game, but so many huge plays from Komai, and there's so many big plays.
I mean, look at Narami, 77k healed off of a Vaporeon.
Yeah.
Good pressure as well, right? Just hosing down the other team anytime they tried to step up. I mean, absolutely outpacing Kira on the Eldegoss, the classic healing supporter.
And now, of course, we do have to take a moment to shout out how unbelievably good Stamina is and how incredible they have been throughout seasons of Pokemon Unite. This is the last time we will see them here in UCS. What an amazing squad, a squad that everybody feared, a squad that I think every team knew would put the pressure to them. They would take an objective right in front of your face. They would make the play that would scare you, the play that would keep you up at night. That's the kind of crew that Stamina was, and it's so cool to have been able to cast them over the years. They've had a great run in this tournament, an amazing day 1 into some of the best teams out there, but unfortunately, their tournament run here in UCS ends today.
Absolutely, and again, I think it just shows how, not only how strong Stamina is, but how strong Komai is, how strong all the teams in this tournament are, as they are taking themselves to the limit every single game. I mean, yes, that was a 2-0, but that is not indicative of a stomp here. Those were close games. Stamina was not far off there, but again, slim margins.
Yeah.
Slim margins. And of course, we've got an interview with the Gexter up on stage. Take it away.
Hi, well, that was a little unexpected because we were having a lovely chat here. I didn't know that Gek is Portuguese and I'm Brazilian, so we were having a lovely chat in Portuguese. This is Gek from Komai Esports! Congratulations on this win, advancing even more into the bracket. Yesterday, you guys were completely dominating group stage, and we know as well that you guys dominated regional league. But it had been a while since you guys had played from regional league to now, because you did play at EUIC, but that was back in February, and we're end of August now. How has the experience been so far?
The experience has been pretty good. In the league, we had some hiccups. We had a tough opponent to beat. Shout out to BH3. They also made it pretty well in this tournament. We also had some hiccups to some of the other teams. The games were not as clean. I will say our team had a long time to bond, and it took a while. We're still fighting some battles, and it's finally paying off. He played off in the playoffs, a bit sloppy. Here we're a bit more consistent, if I dare to say. I hope it doesn't bite me in the neck, but It's looking pretty good. We know our strategy, we're playing our game. We're trying to not be fixated on the opponents, focus on ourselves, look inwards. And so far it's been good. It's the first time making out of groups, first time making top 8 at Worlds. Last year I was supposed to be here, I broke my shoulder. This year I'm here, and I guess it's paying double.
It definitely is. I'm so glad you got to finally come here, being our last Unite Championship Series here at World Championships. Right, so Gek, being your first time here, what was the difference between the vibe in group stage and now in bracket? Is it too different going into single elim?
Quite honestly, I prefer the bracket because the group is too much stress with tiebreakers. I don't like tiebreakers. Here, either I win or I lose, that's pretty good. I prefer that.
That's very valid. And I know as well that since the regional league to now, the meta has changed considerably. We had the addition of so many new Pokemon to the roster. How are you feeling in regards to this meta? Do you like it? Is it more challenging? Do you find it more versatile?
I hate it.
Excuse me? I love it. What are you talking about?
So the meta is very entertaining, spectator-wise, but I think it's very broad because the game is very balanced. Shout out to developers. The game is very balanced, but when it's very balanced, it's kind of all over the place, and everyone can bring their own swing to it, like their own take on the meta, and everything is very unexpected. You can play against anything and it will look decent, and you're gonna be like, should that be working? And it does. So it's about which team has the better take, and is very efficient at what they want to bring. On that end is good. In the drafter end, which is my department, it's very complicated because sometimes I question myself, is this right? Well, we'll see.
We'll definitely see, but now that you mentioned that you're the brains behind the draft, tell me a little bit how was the decision making for this series in particular?
The series for this series, we were thinking about ourselves most. We had 2 target bans because Enisus is a great player. Shout out to Enisus, amazing player, scary player, very proficient on the side turn, the Zacian. We had to respect it, and we just knew the game plan goes from there.
Right, that's amazing. So, Gek, do you have any final words now before we wrap up this interview for friends, family, and your fans?
I would like to thank my amazing girlfriend. Unfortunately, she couldn't be here, but she helps me with everything. And our coach, always beat us on stage. Thank you so much for everything, once again. And shout out to the crowd.
Thank you so much, Gek. Congratulations on making it further into this bracket of single elim of Worlds. And we're going to get back to the casters.
Speaking of this bracket, we are going to head on over and take a look at it here in just 1 second so you can see where we are in day 2. Gremio Esports moving forward. We also have T1 moving forward against Nemesis. Komai, you just watched them take down Stamina, so we've got our top 8 lined up, Dude Snacks.
Yeah, Exist Reject, EG Zeta Division, C2 Komai, Gremio T1, as we are roaring towards Championship Sunday here, and all of these teams look like they can take it all down.
Yeah, no question about it. So many amazing matchups in front of us. We have Japan versus Japan with Reject and Exist. North America's Last Hope will be going up against Japan's Zeta Division. And then C2, the lone Japanese team in the bottom half of our bracket, will face off against Komai. Gremio, T1, we still have a shot for both Korea and Brazil to make it to our grand finals. It truly is at this point, there's incredible regional representation, but now once you're at the top 8 and top 4, it really comes down to how good is this team? How good is this squad compared to everything else? It's always exciting to talk about these regions, but I think it's really exciting now to start to recognize that one of these 8 are going to be world champions, Duke Snacks.
Yes, without a doubt. One of those 8 teams, again, streaking towards Championship Sunday with some great results. We do have another off-broadcast result to speak to. Cincinnati Celts 26, beating Louisville 26-24. So that's very impressive, and didn't think we'd get that thanks production. On the other hand, Exist Reject, Japan versus Japan, as we march on towards the rest of the day. Let's take a break.
We're taking a break.
Taking a break. All right, everybody, as we are recapping some of the most vibrant moments in Pokemon Unite, oftentimes it happens at the expense of things that are happening around us, and we just go with the flow to bring you the best situations possible. And one of my favorite moments that we've gotten to experience was the NAIC blackout.
That's right. For a moment, lights go out in the entire stadium. We have no idea what is happening. We're convinced, by the way, that Doobsnacks has knocked something over and kicked out the lights in the entire place. Every other broadcast goes down, but you know, we're the kind of broadcast that just won't let a moment like this go by. So of course we stayed live, and it was pretty fun. Enjoy.
And you can see, I didn't make up the power not being on. And what you can't see from here, from this angle here, there is a cord with yellow tape on it. And I kicked it very hard, and then the power went out.
Welcome back to a very spooky episode of Pokemon Unite. Here we are at NAIC. I've heard of some of the ghost tours and things like that happening around, but we have one going on right now inside of this arena. It is a very spooky moment for Pokemon Unite, as some of the lights are on, some of them are off. You can tell that is the case because there's some light.
There's one light on here, and there's none there.
There's kind of some lights over here as well.
Wait, whoa, we have these back here. That's super spooky.
We could use this.
Spooky NAIC.
Ooh. Let me tell you the story of a match Doobsnacks and I had yesterday, where I was a level 15 Phalanx at Rayquaza. Ooh, we're up by hundreds of points.
Hundreds.
Surely our jungle scissor will meet us at Rayquaza, and we
No!
can... No! What happened, Doobsnacks?
They back cap.
No, say it ain't so. No!
We did it. We summoned the power back on with our strength.
Japan is dominating half of our top 8, but the top 8 has been set. Japan versus the world, as we've got one North American team, one LATAM team, one Korean team, 4 Japanese teams, and I think I missed Europe. I think I just completely missed Europe. I totally walked by it as we just saw that one qualify. I know, but you know, 5 regions, 8 teams as we enter into our top 8. Of course, I'm Evan Hashimoto. It feels weird to say that. I'm Wonder Chef, joined by Danilee.
Yeah, I love this. I love this. It's Japan. It really is a case of Japan versus the world. And I think now the question is, can the world take down Japan? Because for the longest time, even until this point, Japan, in essence, strongest region in the entire world. So let's see what we're going to be getting in this particular matchup. It's Japan versus Japan. Who's going to be taking this game? Who is going on to the next round? And who is going home? Because there is no second chances, Chef.
No, absolutely not. We've already seen some teams that felt like they should have gone further, but they just were not able to clutch out these matches. And yeah, you know, I started off by saying it's Japan versus the world, but this is going to be our second set of Japan versus Japan that we're going to see in this top, in the top 16 bracket. We're going to see it. We saw it happen one more time with Fennel, the favorites to win the tournament, being eliminated. And now we're already zooming into the match. Exist, that we just got a chance to see on broadcast, you and I, going up against Reject, who is now looking to be technically the top seed of Japan that is still in the bracket. So we'll see how they play. These teams have definitely played against each other a lot. You can see down there with the bans, there are a few common ones, but then also certain things like the Konfei that we've seen specifically banned out against a lot of Japanese teams, and Eveltal.
Yeah, so I'm glad you brought up the idea of like these teams being familiar with each other, because they're both from Japan. They scrim with each other quite frequently. So this is not a matchup that they're going to be brand new to. They have a lot of information on each other, existing information. And so I guess the question we have here is, do either of these teams have anything up their sleeve that's going to give them that advantage in this best of 3, or are they just going to have to really duke it out in a standard game of, you know, Pokemon Unite? Just looking at what we have on the draft so far, okay, we are starting to see a little bit of deviation from our current meta. Aegis Slash finally appearing on the main stage. I don't believe we've seen this in any main stage games yet. It has appeared in 8% of our games at Worlds, but very likely these are only off-stage matches.
Right. Interestingly enough, 25% encounter rate on Machamp. I feel like that might be lower than accurate. I feel like we've seen so much Machamp, but so far, really low encounter rate for all of these Pokemon that we're seeing, right? I mean, we see the Aegis Slash at 8, we see a 32, we see a 25, a 16, a 33. Espeon as well in a ton of these games, Mew in a ton of games. So we are going to be seeing a few common picks, but some pretty rare picks overall, I would say. Obviously, the Aegis Slash has got to be the most rare out of all of these, but that is a Pokemon that we got to see from Season 1 of Worlds. Oh, okay. Here we go, another rare one. Exist, playing a really unique comp. I don't even know what to say about this yet. I really got to think about it.
I don't think anyone really is going to have a way to comment about this lineup. Let's just see what Rejects decides to do to finalize their draft. Rejects is way more standard, right? You've got your frontliners, you have your initiators, you have your dedicated support, you have your attacker as well. So I think if you look at Rejects lineup, you know what the plan is. You want to have Haruto really dominate the early game along with Peewee. You want to have Pavone there to support. You have Satake as your main initiator alongside Haruto, being able to get those grabs. And then, of course, you have Overlord that's going to be hard carrying on the Alolan Raichu. Now, if I have a look at... hang on, let me think. So Mew obviously is support. I think Mew, without a doubt, is going to be support. Crustle as well, going to be secondary support. So that leaves the rest of the line.
Well, Suicune definitely can take up on like a little bit of a support role, right? And again, especially with a lot of these Japanese teams, there have been like really, teams that have played almost no tanks at all, teams that have played very few supports. So it's just a really different style, I think, that they tend to play. And of course, crowd, we gotta get ready this time, right? I mean, this is 2 Japan teams, this is their thing. Let's get ready for the start of the match.
Yeah, get ready for the start of the match, folks. It's game number 1 here. We'll have to see who takes game number 1, and then we can see what the case is going to be for game number 2. But Chef, are you excited? I'm excited.
I'm excited too. Ready, go! Exist versus Reject. Japan versus Japan. Who will make it into the semi-finals? Only one way to find out. Starting off over here on the left, Exist, of course, a team that I believe was 3rd seed out of Japan. I could be wrong on that. They were definitely not within the top 2 coming out of their qualifiers, but 2nd place was Reject, so they might have been the losers semifinals maybe of their bracket to be able to make it out. Definitely some experience against each other.
Right, so it looks like this game at least is going to be much quicker pace here, Chef. We do see a lot of pressure on both sides. We have Kaki trying to defend against Pavone, who's trying to go in for those little back caps. Capio is here, though they will get the secure on the Clefairy, so that's going to be a pretty big win there, especially for Aegis Slash, because you want to grab those levels as quick as possible, right? Because unfortunately, one of the biggest downsides of playing Aegis Slash, if you get left behind on Aegis Slash, it's really hard to come back in those levels, because it's not necessarily a great Pokemon when it comes to farming experience. You really need to have a solid early game, which is why we're seeing Tommy up here. He also wants to grab his own levels, and if they can grab a KO, it would be fantastic. Haruto would be a fantastic target here, but we'll see if Haruto is going to allow that to happen, because Peewee's coming in with the Espeon.
Ooh, yeah, pretty quick little cleanup over here, and we are going to be stacking a lot top. I like this, a lot of aggression. We are going to have a little bit of a 1v1 down on bottom, and they're just going to be kind of taking their time. Sometimes you do see that as a little bit of an opposite, but we did see a Reject stack and managed to get a few points in. Nothing super huge. We'll see if they continue on with the pressure. Definitely going to at least check what they can take out of the enemy central area. Exist trying to defend here, but it's not a lot of damage to be able to defend against this. We do see the Charmeleon trying to evolve into a Charizard. Not quite yet. That's actually quite a bit of damage. Able to melt, get a little bit of extra XP for themselves. No steal taken. So Tommy, who's a big MVP previously, now is going to start to hit that power spike pretty soon.
Yeah, I mean that's the dream at this point. We do have our On Edge evolving into a dual blade in that top lane too, so we could be starting to see some movement happening on the side of Exist if they want to make that happen. But it looks like they do want to kind of keep things under wraps for now, focus on those levels. Reject in the meantime want that Regidrago. There is a Mew here, but they did come in with the body block just in case they mistimed it, but they didn't even need it. Now that's Machoke not feeling too happy here. Does group up with Pavone. The heals are going to bring him back up. And I think Reject, they're going to slow things down a little bit and try to find their next opportunity to punish Exist.
The big thing here is that Reject has found all of their power spikes now. Of course, they've got the submission. It's not a Machamp yet, but they really don't need it to quite be that. And look at this, all stacking this tall grass, trying to find one target. There we go, the cross drop in, trying to find a target. They're all going to back up really smartly, I would say, from Exist. I mean, if anybody was in that tall grass, that is submission into so much damage. I mean, both these ranged attackers that they have, Pee-wee on the Espeon and then Overlord on the Alolan Raichu, that is going to be a ridiculous amount of damage, and you're not going to be able to escape that, especially if you end up following it up with any other crowd control for something like the Buzzwole. But they're going to continue this fight over to the Regice and attempt to steal, and they are going to be able to get it with the beam. Very nice from Exist. A follow-up KO as well.
And they're going to try and go for more if they can, try to get those scores, lower the defenses of this goal zone. Now you can see Reject, they want to try and deny this as much as they can, but look at Chan, body blocking on that Crustle, doing his job, allowing his teammates to score, and Exist being allowed to exist in this game. I actually thought Reject was going to play this game much quicker, especially having the Buzzwole on their side, but Haruto has actually been staying in that top lane, trying to keep tabs on Capio, which is fine. But I kind of thought Haruto would play a bigger role in this early game. Now, keep in mind, we do have 3 level 9s on the side of Reject, but the Charizard on the side of Exist is level 10. So I don't even know if this is going to be the perfect time for Reject to engage into Exist.
Yeah, the problem is that Exist has a really strong defensive team. If you overcommit, well, there we go. That's going to be a nice way to get a little pick. Obviously, this is exactly what they want. If Satake can find anybody to go and submission, and then they can kind of pick them off and kind of land the classic combo that we've seen at this point. I feel like the community should have named it at this point. If anybody in chat's got an idea, send me a message. But so that's obviously exactly what they want. But if they aren't getting that, it's so hard to go in because it's hard to aggress onto an Aegislash. Mew is so slippery. Charizard can unite to get away from things, and it's a little bit tanky itself as far as just kind of regen. Suicune and the Crustle together too have so much crowd control, so you can end up trapping yourself if you're being too aggressive. That's why I think they're playing a little bit more safe. Even though they do have such a strong early game comp, they just have only found a few picks here and there, and I think making sure that you don't get a little too thirsty for the picks is very important.
Yeah, Haruto going to be playing a little far forward for the team, just to scout out in case anyone does decide to go for a sneaky play, but Exist is just hoping to roam around on their side of the map. In 5 seconds, we are going to be getting that bottom Reggie spawn. We'll have to see what that ends up being, but you can see the Machamp is ready to go. He wants to grab somebody. Tommy is in the opposite bush. If he manages to face check that, he could grab Tommy. That would be a huge target. You can see everyone down bottom, though. They tried to go in. They tried to catch the Alolan Raichu, but couldn't quite get it. Crustle is going to be giving up his life. So will the Charizard. Tommy didn't even get to pull anything off in that. They give away the Reggie to Reject. And I mean, Exist, they have 3 Pokemon to defend, but ideally they don't want this to turn into a full-fledged fight. Thankfully, Reject have the exact same idea. Free experience going in the way of Reject.
That is going to be a little bit of a scary thing for this team. Is there's so much range damage and a lot of kind of vulnerable Pokemon to range damage on the side of Exist, right? If you're walking in with the Crustle, which you're generally going to kind of have to walk in or do a big X-Scissor in, but that's not really like mobility. You're a big target for the Espeon, for the Alolan Raichu. If you're going in with Fire Punch, oh my god, that's a great catch actually. They're going to be able to take down Espeon, one of those targets that I was just talking about, so you don't have to worry about it as much for a few moments as they're going to try to steal all the experience out of the center area.
Oh,
Haruto trying to counter, but just a little bit too low.
too much damage on the side of Exist. So beautiful rotations, and Reject was not expecting this at all. And they're looking to grab some more. They get another knockout under their belt, and you can see Reject, they're hesitating. They want to do something about this, but they have their squishy attackers here. Yes, they do get 1 consolation, 2 consolation prizes at most, but it came at such a hefty cost, Chef.
I know. I think they really, I mean, I didn't, honestly, myself, I too didn't expect, if I was in Reject shoes, I would not have thought that Exist was going to win that fight quite so cleanly and get so many picks right there. It kind of feels like you were winning a lot of little skirmishes, but again, it really comes down to the levels. Like you were mentioning earlier, Charizard already such high level. They've got a lot of damage on that team, and so, especially if they can get some key part of the comp like the Espeon out, which is exactly what they did by starting off that initial push to the center area, it can really, I don't know, it can be hard for them to actually take down anybody because they are relatively tanky. So it's really going to be, of course, as it usually is, about who's going to take down the first important target. If anybody gets caught out of position, that can be very problematic. And we're going to see a first kind of 4v4 team fight here. Looks like we could end up with a 5v5 as everybody rotating down to bottom.
Oh, big solar beam though, big damage on the side of Reject, forcing out that early Moonlight from the Clefable. They do heal back up though, but it's a small window of opportunity. Every time the Moonlight gets popped, that means that they could waste the cooldown, and they go right onto the Marchap. The team was already, they were healing with Pavone. Can they turn this around though? Dewbaker one down. They're looking to have another one go down. Haruto falls on that boss ball, even using his Unite at the cost though of the Crustal and the Aegis Slash. I mean, Exist, they got some big KOs there, but they're not confident in securing the Red Ice. It even resets.
That is really annoying for Reject. They were like, okay, we can get something out of this, and then the Red Ice is like, nope, you actually cannot, unfortunately. As this final stretch starts, a very awkward timing for it. Pee-wee already doing a little bit of damage to Groudon. Not sure if they're going to initiate off of that, but the numbers advantage was there for Exist to start off with. They're doing a solid amount of damage to Unite coming out from Charizard, and the big whiff on the Machamp Unite.
Oh, Satake, he completely whipped the Unite, so that's going to be a big chunk of damage gone, but they did get the Charizard X. Exist losing a core player on their lineup, even Aegis Slash copying the Unite, but Mew coming in clutch, securing the Groudon for the team, now turning on to Reject. It doesn't matter, they say, we got the main objective. And Overlord by himself on this Alolan Raichu, I don't think he's capable of being able to stop this attack. The scores are going to come in. The first Hunter Burger here for Exist. Can they grab any more points? They do have another tier 1 goal zone up top. This should be a pretty easy one here for Kaki. Oh, they're actually kind of scared to go for the score.
Yeah, I mean, they are up by a pretty decent amount. There's a lot of time left, though. So again, they're in a situation where easily things can get turned around on them, especially with the amount of burst damage coming out from the team of Reject. Yeah, no Unites available, just to note. But oh my god, wait, as soon as I said that, 2 Unites came up, 3 Unites came up. All right, the game is making me a liar. So a lot of resources for Reject. We are starting to see them from both sides. We could see one more full team fight, and it's only going to take 2 Hundo Burgers to win this back. One big Hundo Burger on either of the tier 2s now should be enough. I mean, doesn't even need that much. This is a scary situation. Counter score from Capio in the top path. That's going to be a big Hundo Burger. They've got to go back. They've got to defend here.
They have to go now, though. They know that Aegis Slash isn't here. 4 versus 5. This is the only time for Reject to basically take this game. But they're losing too many Pokemon battling for this bottom tier 2 tower. Aegis Slash makes it in time. Clefable, the final one to fall. And Exist lock in their place for game number 1, securing that first win and putting themselves one step closer to the next stage here at the Pokémon UNITE World Championships.
Japan really putting themselves on their own head, as we've now seen the lower seed teams out of the region, obviously no pushovers, because they're all in day 2, have now had a positive win record against the teams higher than them. Considered higher than them, obviously Fennel being taken down by Zeta. That's another matchup, and Zeta will be playing later. But Reject, again, looked as one of the teams that could easily win Worlds, going up against the Exist that was not within even the top 2 of their qualifying tournament, only, again, qualifying because, well, actually, maybe they would have qualified anyway, but technically, those 3 teams only qualifying because Reject and Fennel had already qualified through ACL. So all of these extra spots, they are not being wasted. These teams Exist, Zeta, and C2 have absolutely proven that they're like, we get this opportunity, we are not wasting it. Exist maybe gonna be taking out another monster of their own region with one more game.
Absolutely. Well, in a way, right, we can also say that it kind of doesn't matter how a team makes it to Worlds, because that's not a representation of how strong that team actually is on the World stage. Some teams peak at Worlds, some others just don't have the best weekend and they just don't get to play their best game of Unite. So for Exist, the fact that they are peaking during Worlds, and we're seeing teams like Fennel and Reject at times falling short, you know, it's hard. It's really hard sometimes because you don't have full control over how the game's gonna go.
Yeah, I mean, of course, there's so many different variants too. I mean, the meta's different than it was when these teams qualified. The players sometimes are different than when they qualified. There are just so many different things that can happen, and sometimes there are just teams that are better in different metas or with different players or whatever the situation may be. And clearly, Exist is showing off, as we can see Miss You here on the Mew, which Mew, I mean, has been for years. As long as it's been out, it has been an important part of the competitive meta of Pokemon Unite. I feel like we gotta point out once again though, Aegislash coming out and doing extremely well here, as well as the Suicune, who we haven't seen for a while. Obviously that's been strong for quite a while, but it's fallen a little bit below the meta. Clearly though, Exist feels like it's still in.
I mean, if they're comfortable playing that Pokemon, it doesn't really matter if something is completely meta. Something that might be unconventional during the time, if you specialize in that Pokemon, you can offset the supposed weakness it might currently have. And clearly, you know, for Exist, like, they know that, okay, we can pick Suicune, we're comfortable playing this Pokemon, we know its strengths, we know its weaknesses, and it complements our draft. That's the most important thing. You want to put together a cohesive draft. The fact that we're focusing on the Mew, I have to highlight this. We've seen a lot of Mew over the course of the past 2 days. I think we're going to be seeing a lot more today. And the damage output, the scouting ability coming out from the solar beams have been so crucial for some of these teams, right? Because it's a free way to scout. If you do clip Pokemon, it's big damage. It forces them to heal. And that in particular is really disadvantageous to teams that don't run classic healers, because you're getting free chip damage that's not necessarily going to be healed back.
Right, and especially with a lot of the Japanese teams, we've seen them not only not running a lot of healers, I mean, some of them do, obviously they're all different with what they are comfortable with, but a lot of them are not only not running like true pure healers, but a lot of them are not even running true tanks. So that damage that is, you know, considered not super high, obviously it's good. You still love the ability to poke from super far away, do some extra damage, but that becomes a little bit more permanent. It becomes a little bit higher percentage of their health. It changes the game a little bit more, rather than if it's just going to get healed up by something like a Clefable. So Mew, of course, going to be contested. We'll see how that ends up being dealt with. As Blastoise will be the first ban. Unsurprising, it's actually been the highest first pick of the entire tournament. So, I mean, hey, first pick, first ban, whatever works.
I want to see if Reject maybe ban the Mew here, because I would not be surprised if Exist even just go for the first pick Mew. No ban. Instead, they're going to decide to ban out Tommy's Charizard X. Which, do you feel like Tommy's Charizard X was a big deal in that previous game?
Oh, I mean, it's certainly, well, yeah, you were right on
There's
the first pick, yep.
Hey, it was good, it was good. Justified.
I do think the Charizard was a really big deal in the last game, but I'm pretty surprised that you would ban it. I do feel like one of the big weaknesses of all of the Charizards since they've been popular is that there are some pretty strong counter picks for it. Serena, I know people love picking against it, but obviously it's banned, so you could go back to something like Slowbro, but I guess if you just don't want to have to deal with that in your draft, you can just say get rid of it. And we are going to choose some power picks, solid power picks to start things off. Zacian and Psyduck, literally no team would ever be unhappy with that duo.
Yeah. Oh, that Crostal pick is beautiful with the Mew, though. You've got that Rock Tomb that can set up for those beautiful solar beams. So if you're Reject, you do need to be very aware of that. And as well, you've got the Surfetch, who can also benefit from that Rock Tomb from the Crustal. So Reject, they're going to have to consider how they want to pick these next two Pokemon. Can they afford to pick something that might struggle against that Rock Tomb? Or do they have to go for something with more mobility that allows them that independent save ability in case they do get caught, they can escape by themselves? Pavona going to go for the Eldegoss, and Haruto is back on the Buzzwole. I have no problems with the Buzzwole, but I'm kind of hoping Haruto has a bit more activity in the early game coming into this next game, because I feel like it was a bit of a wasted opportunity for him to just exist, but to not really do true damage to Exist during the laning stage.
yeah, it was definitely not the best top path. We didn't get a chance to see it as much because it's more of like a passive 1v1, but yeah, we'll see what happens here. Scyther, a pick coming up from Tomi. I'm excited to see that. Tomi has been an amazing kind of all-star show-off player in the best way, you know, just like a flashy one to be able to watch. And so watching a player like that on Scyther is going to be amazing, especially now that we see like Animo out of the tournament, which is really sad. But oh my, you know, if there is one Pokemon that you want to see an all-star player playing, and one all-star player, arguably known as the best player of all time, Overlord, who's trying to cement that title, by the way, on the Zoroark is going to be amazing. And this is a pretty atypical team to use Zoroark on. A lot of times you do like to give it something like a Blissey or a Comfey, which of course they banned themselves to give it that support, but I do think it's going to be a little bit more at playing a kind of sneaky and flanking, which is kind of what Overlord's been doing on the team anyway, and especially comboing it with the crowd control and the duo of the Buzzwole. That is an absolute classic.
Yeah, I think if there's a time to pull out your ace, it's now, right? Especially for Reject being down one game, they really need to pull out the stops to force that game 3. It looks like we are almost ready to go. Throwing over to Soph on the main stage to get ready for game number 2.
Well, a wild Sophie is here in the middle of the crowd for Pokémon UNITE. Let's make some noise because we have 2 Japanese teams here facing each other on the quarterfinals. And what we love about Japanese teams is that those Japanese casters, they have this lovely little phrase that they say at the beginning of every game. And you know it as well because you see it on your screen. So I want everybody here with me to say, ready, go. Once I count you down. 3, 2, 1, ready, go!
There we go. Game number 2 exists on the verge of eliminating Reject. Worlds, I mean, with at least one Worlds repeating player and Worlds potential winners from everybody's book now on their last life. Let's see if their adaptation works. I cannot wait for this Scyther versus Zoroark battle.
And it's just not any Scyther versus Zoroark battle. It is a legendary battle with 2 very, very powerful players. Now, laning stage this time it seems a little passive. I'm still waiting for Haruto to make something happen, but I kind of wonder at the same time, is he hesitating because he might think that Exist is going to put some pressure in the top lane? We do see a little bit of a skirmish. Haruto taking a bit more damage there than Capio. And then they kind of just leave it be. Okay, so again, just this very quiet top lane situation. We do have Overlord coming up in this Zoro, looking for anything if an opportunity presents himself. But Kaki and Capio, they are safe on their tier 1 goal zone. So I don't think there's going to be anything here for Overlord to achieve.
This is going to be interesting. This is actually a pretty tough duo for Overlord to kind of fight into. Yeah, this is going to be, I mean, already pretty low. I don't even know if they're going to be able to help all that much with kind of securing. They are able to. Of course, they do have the help of Pavone as well, but there's just going to be so much counter crowd control and so much invincibility on the side of this duo. I think it's going to be hard to dive.
Overlord going to try and go for it. Capio is the primary target, but does eject back onto the tier 1 goal zone in the nick of time. So, unfortunately for Overlord, not able to secure a knockout for the team, but he will be returning back into that central area to pick up some more experience. Peewee does come up into the top lane in case anything did break out, but the Psyduck is going to rotate back down to provide support to the Zacian. As you can see on the map, he is struggling, but Haruto turning onto Kaki here, and Cappy, if they can find anything, they don't quite have the skills there to completely finish the knockout, but they're doing enough to scare them off.
Right, and I think that's generally what's going to happen in that path. They don't have all that much like damage, but they are going to be so hard to push down, which is just going to slow down, I think, Haruto and their early game, which is maybe exactly what Exist wants. So we'll see if they manage to do the same thing. That's why we do see Overlord going up there and supporting quite a bit. It seems like maybe they want to see if they can power up Haruto, who's already made some star plays over this weekend. I saw them in the pre-show, of course, and make that happen. Big goal to start things off here.
Big goal. They also get the knockout onto the Surfetch as well. They're looking for more. Suicune goes down and the Scyther as well. This is what Overlord was looking for. 3 knockouts for the team. Big goals in that top goal zone. They're going to drop it to 7 points. And Overlord was like, was that a solar beam? I don't think so.
Something hit them for a lot of damage. Actually, I don't know what it was. I genuinely was like, wait a minute. They just like lost half their life. It wasn't the solar beam. It was something else, it seemed like. But maybe it was something like an electro ball. We are going to see a very aggressive push here. That might be a little bit too far. Overlord going down. And that's going to be quite good. That Surfetch getting a lot of levels, especially after getting KO'd. They might be able to pick up Pavone as well. So maybe a little bit too aggressive from the side of Reject. I know they want to continue the momentum, but you got to be careful against a team that's up against you 1-0.
Yeah, it's a little bit too much, and it's going to be quite a while for them to make it down to the bottom lane. So free Rogice on the side of Exist. They get the experience, they get the health regen buff as well. And all of a sudden, I think Reject are now starting to feel scared again because they looked like they were building up a lead up against Exist. But after a couple of mishaps, this lead that they built up has basically reset. Kaki, in the meantime, on that Suicune, not looking too happy. Does get the freeze off onto Overlord, but his teammates are coming in a bit too late. Scyther is nearby. He's waiting. He sees Pee-wee. He's thinking, you know what, Overlord does go for a couple of basic attacks, but seeing the Psyduck there, he is like, okay, let's not do that for now. We'll punish later, unless Overlord comes in, wants to go for the Steel Unite as well. Oh, he even gets the Scyther. Overlord playing on the edge of a cliff.
I mean, okay, obviously that was a dominant performance from Overlord, but one thing to be scared of there is you saw how long Overlord was crowd control for just trying to take down a lower level Suicune, and that's going to be the problem. In a team fight, if Overlord engages and gets crowd control by the Suicune or something like an X-Scissor, they are going to be out in the open for so long, which can allow dual wing beat, an easy target, something like an Electro Ball for the Mew, and the damage is going to be so high on something squishy without a true support. So they've got to really be careful there when they are engaging to not let that happen again. But right now, Overlord doesn't care. Level 11 against level 9s and 7s. You can see a lot of damage, but they're going to continue to push.
Yeah, Haruto going to be leading the charge here for the team. Capia does go back onto the tier 1 gold, and Reggie Alecki is about to run out. We do have reinforcements. Tomi is here on that Scyther, but is he going to be able to regret this? There's no Suicune, so Fetch is gone as well, but they want to continue this chase. We have Haruto there. They get the pullback on the Tomi. Scyther is super low. Overlord, he wants anything else he can get his hands on, but the X's are from the Crustal, slows him down. And wait a minute, a little bit scared here. The beam is there. They do get the secure. Crustal goes down, and Overlord still standing at level 11.
Oh, I thought that was going to be some sort of nice kind of double KO there from Mew, but they must have just been calling for everything. Just not quite able to take out those two high damage dealers that were pretty low life. So that could have been a pretty big swing, but Reject still fighting on with this lead. And the biggest thing here is their level lead's pretty good. It's not like insurmountable, but the points lead is actually starting to get ridiculous. So the score is 154-0. You know exactly how much lead that is. 153.
Oh, that was so close. The solar beam ticked out just as the Reggie ran out. So that's a Reggie steal buff going in the way of Reject as well. So that attack buff could prove to be quite lethal for Exist if they're not careful with their position. But the fact that they're playing so far forward, I have to say, incredibly brave here, Chef. We are almost hitting that 4-minute mark, so 2 more minutes before that final 2-minute stretch. And the gap between these two teams is about 150 points. So it's quite large, but it's not to the point of no return here for Exist. They absolutely can come back. But I'm wondering here for Reject, what's the game plan? Do they want to score more points to build up that lead, to really force Exist to rely on that Groudon as that final win condition? Or are they just going to keep beating them down to the point where they're just so under-leveled, so under-resourced that no matter what they do, Reject theoretically should beat them in every team fight?
Yeah, I mean, well, right now, let's see if they can steal away this Reggie Alecki. It's going to be Pee-wee just a little uncontested here, but we've seen how many times we can see a secure from a Psyduck. Not this time, though. We are going to see Scyther. That would have been pretty catastrophic as they've already missed the tier 1, but we'll see if we can get a few points back. They should get a little bit of an overdunk there, and not only down, I mean, they scored on the other side, so still about 160-point lead, and they will get a pickup on at least one person there. Now, I do think that the points lead is what Reject is focusing on. Wow, I cannot believe how fast they melted. Tomi actually starting to get some really nice levels. Overlord escaping. But yeah, the points lead, they have been sending Overlord to like strange places to kind of try and back cap, and so I do think they want to focus on that and make sure that they're not kind of overextending into fights, because when everybody's grouped together, I think it's a little harder for Reject.
It is. I do agree. Although even though Overlord is going for these like back caps, the gap between the two teams is still 150 points, Chef. So I think you have to really make that hard call. Do you go all in with the back caps with the scores, or do you try and go for that big preemptive team fight, maybe even before the 2-minute stretch? We've seen this strategy win for teams at World so far. You can surprise your opponents, force a fight at that 2-minute 20 mark, but that's not going to be the case. They go for Regice, for Reject. They're going to have a health regeneration buff going into the last 2-minute stretch, which, although not as handy as Regirock or Registeel's buff, that health regen will be very much appreciated.
Yeah, should be really good for this team. There's a lot of people that are going to be fighting kind of on their own, I think, and so that's going to help them a lot, especially keeping something stepping up like Zoroark, for example. Now, I do love the fact that Exist knows that when they fight together, they are stronger, and so they are making sure that they're not getting caught out in any sort of big ambushes. They're sticking with each other, so if Zoroark jumps on them, if Haruto on this Buzzwole jumps on them, they have somebody else to defend them. It's going to be a lot of helping each other, helping your friends here, and they're moving forward. Haruto caught out a little bit as they're going to be the first one to go in with the Unite.
Oh, Cappy already down to half health though, and they've already lost Haruto right off the bat, and Reject down to 4 players. Very, very risky. We do have Overlord sitting in the bush up top, but you can see the team is hesitating. They're separated 2 to 2. 2 of them on the bottom, 2 of them in the top. Zacian is too far. Overlord is there, but they're so separated. Pavoni does get the heal off. Peewee's going to be coming into the team. We still have Groudon looking very healthy, but look at this. They've lost the healer. That's a huge loss for Reject. Overlord isolated, stunned. He managed to escape for a little while, but this Surfetched is stuck on his tail. Capio wants him. He gets him. Overlord is down. Groudon is so low. Who gets the secure? It's going to be Exist with the Mew. Oh no, Reject. With only the Eldegoss around, it's going to be so hard to stop the scores.
Oh, this is so tough, so difficult. Already they're going to be taking back this lead. Hundoburger on this goal zone. They don't have anything less to score, so they're only going to be up by 40 points. That's not terrible. There's 48 seconds left. The big thing here is, what do you do? Do you back up? Do you defend? Do you leave anybody out here to try and backcap if you see the counter push? Obviously, we're going to have to see the counter push. Full commit to defense. That's actually a really, really risky choice in a situation like this, because now, with nobody close to the other side, one score of only 42 points, which of course is only going to need 21 in pocket. So if Overlord right here scored, they will win the game. Mew will be sneaking forward, maybe trying to sneak through, get a back cap, might run into the Zacian. That's going to be huge. 5 points in here. They're going to defend this top goal zone.
All right, they're going to try and go for the push here. We do have Chan trying to defend the goal zone. Capio comes in, the entire team flies through. Tomi is there, ripping through Reject's health bars. I don't think they have any way to score these points. I think this might just be it, Chef. Exist! Keep their tournament dream alive with a 2-0 victory over Reject.
Unbelievable. Japan pulling off upset after upset. Now both Fennel and Reject out of the tournament. Exist. They are showing that they absolutely deserve their spot. Certainly a heartbreaker out there for the Japanese fans, but wow, such an impressive run so far from this team, from all of the teams that, again, like I said, only qualified because the other teams in Japan are so good. It is really, truly, essentially a team effort, but a 2-0 victory over previous world champ Overlord, and the team that was in this tournament now, after Fennel was out, may be considered the favorite to win. What is even happening here? I feel like if anybody in a fantasy bracket, it is completely out of the window. And what play Exist had, playing absolutely perfectly down to the wire.
I kind of feel like teams may have been sleeping on Exist because I think realistically, like, everyone had their eyes on Reject, on Fennel, on Zeta Division that exist. They existed 100%, but they weren't really the priority coming into Worlds this year. And the fact that they are performing so well, all of a sudden, I think they're going to have some more eyeballs on them coming into the rest of the tournament. But I have to say, Exist, they have been so impressive in all their matches. They have been so good in deciding when and where to start these fights. Their drafts have been pretty solid as well. Like, yes, they do get a bit greedy. They didn't go for a classic support healer in this composition. They decided to go for stuns as well as durability. Their lineup surprisingly durable, minus the Mew and the Scyther. But I feel like Tommy on this Scyther, although he didn't play like the star of the show, he came in when his team needed him to clean up.
I mean, I do also kind of think Tommy was the star of the show just in general, but definitely amazing at cleanup, and that's especially what Scyther's going to be great at. But I mean, Tommy, here we go, MVP. I feel like we've seen Tommy on this MVP slot almost every single game that we've seen Exist up here. I mean, this is an absolute monster player. It feels like every time that we see one of these teams dominate from any region, there's going to be this one player. I mean, Overlord, a great example that we just saw in this set, but Tommy taking this exact same spot. Anemo's one of them. Reggie was one of them. There's just a ton of great examples of these players that it's just like they have some of the best micro in the entire game, the best pure player skill 1v1, and Tommy absolutely has to be on that list, has been a monster, huge reason why Exist has now made it into the top 4.
made it into top 4. I do want to give a big shout out to Missu and Cappy though.
Oh, yeah.
Like Missu's Mew, I think you need to respect that Mew pick. That might be a mandatory ban for a lot of teams moving forward, or a mandatory counter pick. And I know some of the casters on the desk, they've been a little bit on the fence as to whether Surfetch'd is a good Pokemon or not, but I feel like Cappy, the way he plays the Surfetch'd, especially in the late game for that game just now, he was doing such a great job at just keeping Overlord in check, poking him, making sure that he didn't have that space to be able to take over that late game. So just overall, Exist as a team, it's not a team that's just driven by one single player. Like every move made by every teammate just contributes to that victory. Just perfect synergy.
Right, and one thing too to look at is, I think the big thing is that it's so hard to say that Surfetch'd is good in every situation, but truly what Surfetch'd is good at is being able to counter burst damage, right? Because it does have its kind of moments. It's very much similar to Aegislash, actually, where certain Pokemon that really want to burst you down in like kind of a few hits, and then they lose their sustained damage, then they suddenly become like half of a character once you've actually dealt with their first few moments, and that's going to be so good against the Zoroark. It's going to be so good against the Buzzwole. It's just so good against a lot of the team, and so I think that that's why they decided to choose that Surfetch'd, and it was actually such a great option in that spot. Now, if the other team doesn't have quite as many, I totally understand why sometimes it's not exactly the best pick, but when you use it exactly like that, like you said, kind of just playing guard against Overlord specifically, it worked out so perfectly, and like you said as well, the Mew, amazing. Obviously the entire team of Exist, all-star players, it's just really easy to focus on something like Tomi, who you just get to see zipping around, playing an assassin, and it's so fun to watch.
All right, so for Exist, congratulations. They're going to be moving on to the next round of matches, but we still have more games to go because we need to find out who is going to be Exist's opponent. And our upcoming matchup, I promise you, is going to be just as exciting, maybe even more. But before we jump into our next game of the day, we're going to throw over to our winners interview with Exist. We got to hear what they have to say after that incredible victory.
Danielle, I'm definitely so excited to hear what Kakigoya from Exist has to say. Congratulations, omedetou, for making it to the semi-finals of Worlds 2026, the first team to qualify for semis today. So, how was this game for you, considering that Reject was such a high-valued opponent?
今回の試合でリジェクトさんたちはもう結構レベル高い相手になっていたんだけど、実際はどういう感じだった？
やべ、めちゃめちゃすごい。いつも日本でもめちゃくちゃ負けまくってるチームだったんで、もうめちゃくちゃ裏で対策してみんなで話し合いましたね。
They're known in Japan as a really tough to beat opponent, so it was pretty intense out there.
And did you expect for this amount of Japanese teams to make it to day 2 and for you to face each other on the bracket stage?
今年はDay 2なんだけど、日本からのチームはほとんど全員Day 2まで進んでできて、もうそう思ってた。大会が始まる前にどうでしょうか。
日本チームはもうめちゃくちゃ普段から強いと思ってたので、みんな Day 2に来るとは思ってました。
Yeah, we were actually super confident that the Japanese teams would all make it to Day 2, and we feel we're great at this game.
I totally agree, and well, unfortunately for the Japanese fans, but also fortunately for the Japanese fans, you have faced each other, advancing into the semifinals, but also dropping another Japanese team. What are your expectations? Are you just straight up looking for that crown?
次は多分準々決勝かなに進んでこれからなんかどういうことになると思っていますか？
これからも多分相手もめっちゃ強いんですけど、それに負けないくらい、頑張ります。
We know our opponents upcoming are really strong, but our mentality is there's no way we're gonna lose.
That is a great mentality to have, I totally agree. And now for the mentality in regards to strategy. There is a lot happening in the meta right now, so many viable picks. What do you think of the draft phase? How important has it been for you?
今のゲーム環境で使えるポケモンが多くてドラフトフェーズでなんかドラフトフェーズについての印象をお願いできますか？
自分たちの
そう例えば作戦として
今結構そのキャラが多いのでなんかチームによってなんていうのか色があるんですけどなんかそれに合わせにいくってよりはなんか自分たちの色を出す方がいいかなって感じです。
So right now in the meta, there are so many characters that are viable, and it's almost like each team brings their own flavor to it. And so we really want to focus on playing the Pokemon that go well with our style.
Okay, so you're talking about style. Could you give me one word that would describe Exist style in this World Championships?
一言として EXIST さんたちのスタイルについてお願いできますか？
一言。
はい、一言です。
一言、不屈です。
We're unstoppable. We're indomitable.
Okay, unstoppable. Love that. Thank you so much. Do you have any final words to give to your fans, family, and friends?
最後はね、応援してきたファンたちへの一言もお願いできますか？
いつも応援ありがとうございます。リジェクト久々にリベンジしたんで、これからも優勝に向かって頑張るので応援よろしくお願いします。
Thank you so much for all the support, and we're going to do our very best to make you proud and try to win the title.
ありがとうございます。Exist going into semifinals of Worlds 2026 of Pokémon UNITE. Give it up for them as we throw it back to the casters.
Great to hear from them. Great to see the Japanese fans in the crowd. In fact, I'm going to take a minute here, of course, just to kind of thank all of the Japanese players and production and casters and the fans especially, because, you know, we've seen the path of Unite throughout the past few years, right? And the Japanese fans are some of the most amazing fans I've ever seen. You know, being at ACL it was such a pleasure just to see like the passion they have for the teams and the players and the game itself. And we could see it out there in the crowd. Obviously, there were some really high emotions when you know, both these teams lost. You could see the teams like win, some of them lose. This is going to be the last World Championship. So I love to see that kind of passion, and Japan definitely brings it. So just again, want to thank all the players, all the fans, and of course our casters that are doing their own broadcasts. They'll be casting all the same games as us, but they are just the absolute goats. So big thank you to everybody out there from that. And of course, every single region has been really showing up for this game. So it's always really great to see that. But now there are only a few regions left in this top 8 bracket.
There's only a few regions left, and the action with our Japanese teams doesn't end here, folks, because I do believe our next matchup on broadcast will be Evil Geniuses versus Zeta Division. And I mean, Evan, we kind of had a bit of a talk about this, you know, beforehand, that this is going to be an incredible matchup. You have two very strong teams, very talented rosters, very wide pools of Pokemon. I want to see what they pull out to beat the other for that semi-final slot, because it's really going to come down to a case of a 2-0 or a 2-1 situation.
Right, and of course this would theoretically could guarantee that there's a Japanese team in grand finals to look forward to even another match if Zeta Division wins that one. Evil Genius is of course the very final chance for North America, so I know the crowd out there is going to be absolutely wild for that one. Very excited. A little bit later on, of course, we can see C2 and Komai, last chance for Europe against another one of the Japanese teams we actually haven't seen on broadcast yet, so that's pretty wild. And then Gremio, which I know Soph out there is excited for, of course, Brazil being still represented by their top team against T1 from Korea. Also, fun fact, Gremio, the only top seed out of any region to make it into the top 8, so they're going to hold on to that as long as they can, I'm sure.
I'm pretty sure they do want to hang on to that title, but it's been pretty interesting over the course of many years that top seeded teams generally don't go too far at Worlds. It kind of makes you wonder, what happened? Is it just a case of like when these teams qualify, they were playing at their peak, and then when they get to Worlds, the meta's different. We have new Pokemon as well. Sometimes the play styles have just vastly changed. So, you know, it's been a very interesting journey just sort of following Pokemon Unite. But we are almost ready to jump into our next game, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go for a quick break, but once we're back, we're ready to jump into our next game, Evil Geniuses versus Zeta Division.
Bringing you one of my favorite and most emotional moments. Of course, always emotional with Pokemon Unite, but last LAIC in 2025, I had this beautiful moment where I was casting with Zoinks, and soon came the Mustachio Bros holding this lovely box that I had no idea what that was about. And then they open it up, and there is a beautiful list collection of finer specimens of mustaches to award me as to be a proper member of the Unite squad. And that was just absolutely wonderful to me. I just felt like everything had come into, you know, that full circle, all starting with the Mustachio Bros, getting into Zoinks, and then Chef and Kelly and Denali, and then me too. Relic also has a mustache as well, so we've got a lot of mustaches in the team that have been through Unite all of these years, and to feel so, you know, a part of the team, to feel like I belong so much was absolutely memorable to me. Feels like one of those moments that you're happy that he goes to Brazil either way, but you're also confused.
And sorry to cut you off, but it's an important part for every Pokemon Unite caster. It's going to be huge for you. You've done LAC 2 times now. You get to select your mustache.
My mustache? No way!
Yeah, this is huge. This happens for every Pokemon Unite commentator. It's time for you, so if you may choose your mustache.
Thank you. This is such an honor. Thank you so much. Yes, I know. Thank you so much.
Speech!
Speech. Okay, I gotta give the speech with the mustache on, right?
Okay,
I would say so.
All right, well, we'll give you time to do it. Yeah, you can work that out.
Right.
While our teams are getting set
give
on
us
stage.
your opinion as well.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, please vote in chat which mustache shape you think that Soph should wield going into this third place match. And Smarty, the Rogue. I don't know if everybody can read the names at home with
The
the camera,
Smarty,
but
the Rogue, the Scoundrel, the Casanova, very Latino.
Hello.
The Body Boy, and the Bandit.
All right. Well, Soph, I'm loving the mustache that you got on right now.
I'm very
It is
glad.
pretty fantastic.
Should I get a tiny comb?
Oh, yeah, I think, we're going to have to break it down after you get a mustache. It's a whole new world.
Yeah. Yay! Let's go! He's just giving me permission.
I'm giving you
Yes. Am I the sovereign mustache?
You are the best mustache. How is this working at all?
I mean, it looks pretty great.
Hold on. Here we go.
You have the best mustache.
All right.
You heard it here, folks. You heard it here. Congratulations, everyone. I hope you enjoy the mustache, you know, homage. We have it going. I have your glasses as well, the shades. Yeah.
and welcome back, Pokemon Unite trainers and fans. Emotions are running wild here at the Pokemon World Championships here in San Francisco, California. A lot has happened, upsets, surprises, and I'm sure we'll have even more surprises and amazing games in store for you up next. But I'm Kellosaurus, we have Zoinks. How are you going with all of these surprises?
I don't know. I mean, a range of emotions, I think, is the exact way to describe what is happening at this year's World Championships. Upset city, underdog stories, but we still have some former champions in the mix as well. The semi-finalist Zeta Division from last year, Kyrios on Evil Geniuses being a former world champion. There are still a few storied contenders, but I'm loving the new teams stepping up to the plate as well.
Yeah, I think that's always the fun thing about the World Championships, right? Before we go in, we're formulating all of these potential stories. Who do we think we're going to see in Grand Finals? Who do we want to see in Grand Finals? But then it's these underdog stories as well that come in, that are coming to make a stand, which is, you know, just mixes it all up. I mean, it is a surprise box after all.
Exactly. No, we are getting some fantastic surprises within these boxes, Kello, and this next matchup is sure to be an incredible one. Evil Geniuses from North America versus Zeta Division. Very interesting watching this bracket break down. The Evil Geniuses starting today with a matchup against Volticons Unite playing in the EU. Now they have to play in the Zeta Division, and their path, if they want to make it to Grand Finals, is going to be all Japan all the time. However, I don't think it is a surprise to anyone to say Evil Geniuses probably were expecting to go against Fennel in this round of the tournament. Zeta Division with a huge upset just a game ago, 2-1 to knock that team out of the tournament and put themselves in the round of 8.
I think that really goes to show that you cannot underestimate any opponent.
True.
You cannot really, really, when you're going into this, you have to prepare for every single matchup, right? Because you don't know who's going who you're going to end up coming across. So I guess with Zeta Division's run this season, right, they did have a mix-up in comparison to what they had last year.
Right.
But this, what they're showing here, seems like a new and improved, a refreshed Zeta Division, and I'm really excited to see what they end up bringing towards day 2.
Yeah, I mean, their last major performance at PJCS, they were the final seeded qualified team from Japan. Due to 2 seeds already making it through after ACL, Zeta Division was coming in as basically the 4th place out of that tournament, maybe even 5th place to actually qualify via for this World Championships. But I mean, look at them now. The level up from that regional level event into this international one is tremendous. And take a look at this. Evil Geniuses must have seen the VOD about that Fennel matchup, and that is a Zoroark ban. One of the first of the tournament, is that was what Vidopa was rocking against Fennel. You gotta go check out the VOD of the Japanese broadcast because that was an amazing, amazing moment. Now we're getting into the picks. We only have one defender ban. That'll be Umbreon, but the Zarina is gonna be the first pick priority for Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, that's really interesting. It's a different look from Evil Geniuses. I know that they have been running that Blastoise and Umbreon composition, locking that in first. But I suppose with Umbreon off the table, Blastoise is still available. Yeah, Zarina, I guess they just want to take away that threat, considering Japan is one of those regions that is very well known to be running Zarina.
Yeah, I mean, Chris Smith, a very strong player on the pick themselves, so we'll see how they match up into this squad. Is very, very familiar with this Pokemon. Zeta Division's first 2 picks are going to go to the Psyduck and the Mew. That does make sense. Ducky was having some really strong Psyduck moments in day 1 of the competition, and that Mew has just been so formidable all tournament long, very much earning that 77% encounter rate.
Yes, so definitely one of those highest encounters up there. Otherwise, we do have, on the other side of the spectrum, the Trevenant with only that 4% encounter rate. And it was Nomu that did end up playing it in that match to defeat Fennel.
Yeah,
so,
that looks good.
Yeah, I'm excited. But, you know, we had some incredible plays from Lucario yesterday during day 1. We didn't really see Mega Lucario, only with that 13% encounter rate. Obviously, they only have that one moveset, right? They don't have that Bone Rush. It's that close combat moveset. So I'm excited to see how this one ends up panning out.
Yeah, that one moveset only, but with the obvious upside of being able to Mega Evolve and hit a whole nother tier of power level. Exactly. With that that Lucario. They look scary once they hit that stage. We'll have to watch out for Mizutama. Once they got access to that Unite move, Vin is going to be on the site there to be that answer. I actually do think that'll be a really interesting matchup into the Trevenant specifically. Back when Scyther was kind of seeing some of its heyday, it was that big anti-tank option. Not many Pokemon can hit a delete button on something as formidable of HP pools as Trevenant or back in the day Venusaur in that time. But if you have that Unite move, all that burst damage, you might even be able to explode a huge HP defensive target.
I guess that's the thing, whether they're going to end up utilizing that on that Trevenant or someone a little bit more squishier. Say a Mew in the background. But folks, we are going to get ready to introduce our two teams. I want to hear it loud in the crowd. Get ready for that ready, and you're going to follow up with go, okay?
Yeah, that's a great instructional.
Yes.
Here we
Two
go.
words,
Evil
two words,
Geniuses,
simple.
Zeta Division. A matchup for the ages on our main stage. I cannot wait. Here we go. Ready, go! We absolutely crushed that, by the way.
We did
Yeah,
crush
that's-
that. Oh, it was
you
a
too, San
great
Francisco.
one.
You also crushed it.
I
Well
hope
done.
you guys also crushed it at home. You better be following along. But Evil Geniuses over on your purple side, Zeta Division on your orange, as we are going to look at this Bounce Lead and Snorlax heading in the bottom path.
Yeah, a bit of a vacation for these two as they head into the bottom path. We normally see these two players end up in the top side of the map, but Chris thinking that matchup in that bottom side against that Lucario, or against the opposite of Lucario will be a little bit easier. Mega Lucario, tough opponent to play for some of these last hit secures when you're just that poor bounce sweep.
Oh, but we do have Mizu here going in, emptying out their Aeos, but they do end up getting punished, sent back to the Pokemon Center. So that is going to create some space up in this top path as now Vin has locked in that Scyther.
Yeah, even in that Pikachu stage of the Alolan Raichu, Curious is able to apply some paralysis stuns, slow down that escape route, and Evil Geniuses pick up an early knockout. Very big for this Scyther to start already getting online.
We do have those birds about to spawn, but Topo has decided to rotate down that bottom path. Meanwhile, we can see Roland and Vin trying to corner out Resta, but they are able to surf their way back to safety.
Yeah, you buy that space, it just makes it that much tougher for Mizutama to get any of these last hits, right? They don't have that support there for the backup, that it's going to be much easier for your carries to get that clear. Well done by the support core of EG. Now Vin is able to roam all over the map. It's becoming quickly the biggest thing here. It will be Ducky taking a nap, but in the face of 3, that might be too tough to survive. Vin does get that dual wing beat into multiple targets. They have to full heal. I don't know. They are not going to make it back to the Vol Zone. Vidopa with the chase down.
Yeah, being able to knock out that Snorlax allowed that aggression from Zeta Division to go and follow up with another KO. But Ducky and Chris Smith are here looking to follow up.
All right, they got the backup of the Alolan Raichu. Curious, it does have that stored power, but unfortunately, not enough damage to get it done and escape. They will get KO'd. Ducky going to return back to their own goal zones. An extremely successful invade for Zeta Division. They walk away with buffs, a couple of KOs, and most importantly, really stymie that EG experience.
Yeah, 100%, considering we already have 2 level 7s on the side, and they also have this space to go and knock out this Regidrago uncontested. For the moment, Evil Geniuses, they just need to try and gather whatever experience they can, but, well, there's not really much left on the table here.
Yeah, well, at the very, a bit of a silver lining, Chris Smith has a chance to get the evolution, and they won. What's up, San Francisco? Hope you're enjoying the World Championships along with the rest of us. Ooh, Roland taking a big Electro Ball as well. Chris Smith's going to have to take that back ball toy, finally evolve in this arena, and might stand a fighting chance against this Mega Lucario on the opposite side now.
I suppose that is really the scary thing about the Mew, just its utility, right? You can go and dodge a Solar Beam, but that Electro Ball is a sure hit move. So I think really great plays from Rom there to be able to showcase all of these different movesets from Mew.
Yeah, we might be looking at a different look of Zeta Division this year around. However, Rom was a staple of that team last year when they were the runner-ups to the World Championships, and for good reason. One of the best attacker players in the game. Not as many snipers in the metagame anymore,
more, but these mages looking good. Rolling with a nice follow me to kind of sustain in that fight, despite Vidopo having their Unite move. 3-on-1, that will be the Regieleki over to Vin, but that Urshifu is still getting damage done. Kyrios runs away, but Retza is able to cut them off before they hit that tier 1. Christmas in the face of 3 has the backup of Vin, but they don't have enough damage to close out these HP bars.
No, and now Nomu has to try and run back as we have Christmas quite low here. Mega Lucario is working on that Regieleki, so I think despite all of those circumstances, Zeta Division were able to hold their own.
Yeah, well done from Zeta Division. Evil Geniuses having a chance to fight their way back in, but again, they are fighting on a nice edge, especially if they don't have the support of Roland for a little bit longer. Electro Ball gonna close out that KO. We don't have enough mobility from the Alolan Raichu to get out of danger.
Oh, but look at that Ducky heavy slam over the wall onto Rom, but they are actually going to leave that as the rest of the team are going to focus on getting those Swablu Altaria. But as we are reaching that halfway point, really soon, it's 60 points to 86. So still a really close game between them, except Zeta Division's level. Oh, Zarina Unite!
Yeah, we see that Queenly Ascendant one-on-one Unite move. They're going to open up a little bit of space around that goal zone, leaving it at 9 HP, primed up for a solid overdunk, and Retza going to prevent Kyrios from doing it. That disable from Psyduck, one of the meanest moves in the entire game. So frustrating to deal with, but Evil Geniuses will break that goal zone. Not a massive over, though. They're going to have to defend these tier 1s if they want to hold on to the score lead.
I think it is still going to bide some space up in that top path, which means they are able to pivot down towards the bottom because there is another basement Reggie about to spawn. Everyone taking their positions, but Rom and Mega Lucario are in the wings.
Yeah, a lot of Unite moves, obviously not the Zarina, so we'll see which teammate decides to start the engagement. Ducky does find Vidopo, forces them away. That's a level 12 Urshifu. That is terrifying to deal with right now.
All Christmas is quite low, but they are able to get the shielding from the buddy barrier of Snorlax. Zeta Division are left standing as Ducky ends up getting pushed against the wall.
Yeah, they're going to get back to that Citrus Berry, gluttony doubling up the HP recovery for the Snorlax, and now they're going to block away as long as they can. Their job now is to buy as much time as possible before Zeta Division will ultimately break this goal zone, prevent a huge over if they can, but at this point, the Evil Geniuses are going to favor that experience. Big over for Zeta Division. They take the score lead.
Yes, they are going to take the score lead, but it is really, really close. We do have EG rolling up to the top to go and focus on this Regieleki, while Zeta Division is going to soak up all of that experience that has come their way because of that tier 1 break.
Yeah, a Regieleki push is probably out of the cards, especially with how much Evil Geniuses invested in that last team fight. No support Unite moves means you won't have extra access to shields, and instead, they got to favor EXP anywhere else, and oh no, Vin just shy of knocking out the Regi Drago. They're going to try to take that buff back by deleting Urshifu.
Vin is looking hungry, but they are left starving as they are not able to land themselves a KO. Nomu going in with a Unite move of their own, trying to get the stun as Zeta Division trying to push back, but Ducky is creating some great space with that block.
Wow, Nomu will eventually fall. Great healing by the Clefable to keep everybody up as a super close contest there. There'll be some recalls, but take a look at this. Zeta Division, 50 points into that top tier 1, and it's still not broken. So, Zeta Division having a chance to increase their score lead even more with some big pushes towards top.
The thing is, do Zeta Division even want to break that top tier 1 pad and give the extra experience to Evil Geniuses? They haven't been able to reach those level 13 benchmarks.
Right.
Meanwhile, we already have Lucario and Urshifu breaching that.
Yeah, maybe even level 14 momentarily, right? The level lead is surely in the hands of Zeta Division. Evil Geniuses are looking to pick up some EXP elsewhere if they can. With a big break, that is a huge recall from Nomu. They read the tea leaves, big jump pad block, and their Trevenant is going to defend that tier 2.
I know Trevenant isn't a psychic type, but it definitely had that future sight in mind to go and prevent that back cap, and that could have ended badly for Zeta Division, but now they remain in the lead. 10 seconds and counting until that Groudon spawns in the middle.
Matt Stucky can't face tank a level 13 Mega Lucario power-up punch. They will have to retreat back to the top side. However, that does kind of tell Zeta Division where Evil Geniuses is, and everyone's going in on the Groudon immediately. We're looking for the rip with that major objective that is the Clefable to take the last hit. Roland's support will secure it for Evil Geniuses, and now the damage is amplified for all of this NA squad. Zeta Division are sent scattered, but they still have 4 members up and running, and Urshifu is going to take one of those Groudon buffs back 46-hit combo. That's a KO streak of 2 for Vidopo. Ground on buff to one side, and Rom and Vidopo move their way towards Tier 1.
Just when you think Evil Geniuses had a moment there, Zeta Division snatch it on back by getting those KOs, and now they hold that lead. Vin is looking in danger at minimal HP here and gives over another buff.
Oh, and Chris Smith can't get the score in the face of Retza. That was so extremely close, but an auto attack is going to prevent that Serena. So now 205 to 276. Both of these teams have Groudon buffs to work with. The Zarina, the Clefable, both have access. But the problem is that Urshifu and Mew on the other side do as well. Zeta Division are forming up in the middle of the map, but there are 2 support Pokemon watching out, defending this bottom Tier 1. Looks like Ducky is going to play the defensive role for Team EG.
Yeah, you've got to be on your eye on that Mew and Urshifu up in the top path, as we can see in that picture-in-picture. It's just a matter of what they're going to do. We do have resources available on Snorlax and Alolan Raichu, but they're going in for a push. We have another 100 dunk.
Oh, wow, the Snorlax jump pad is not in time, and Urshifu also split push so they could get that score. Love that play from Vidopo and Rom. One goes to the jump pad, tries to bait it out, the other goes scores, but they get both.
But it's not over for Evil Geniuses just yet, as there's still 18 seconds remaining. The thing is, they have to break through the 5-person push of Zeta Division. Can they get another dunk? Yes,
they do.
Clefable gets 94. Is that enough?
It's not enough quite yet. They're at 474 for Zeta Division. They're going to need more scores from Evil Geniuses to get a start in this match. But Zeta Division is going to hold the line. Tier 2 not broken, and Zeta Division start this series 1-0.
Oh my gosh, that was a real nail-biter towards the end, but you've definitely got to give it up to both of their teams for that perseverance that they ended up demonstrating. I know, despite all circumstances, Evil Genius is getting the ground up, but then getting knocked out, passing on multiple of those buffs to continue pushing on forth. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough, but that does mean Zeta Division are now 1-up.
I know the scoreline is, I don't know, 50 or 60 plus point differential between these teams, but genuinely, that was so close. Vidopo and Rom playing that really smart play in the central area. They knew at least one player from Evil Geniuses was sitting on jump pad. They split to multiple locations to try to bait out, and they scored on both. That gives them 200-point dunks, essentially. You can see here the Clefable on the other side of the wall is evidently going to be the fly to secure the Groudon hit. They roll that one with a Unite move. They land. Dive bomb. Groudon gone.
That is wild.
That
I
is.
mean, really, that is really just the random roulette. The Wonder Wish coming in clutch for Roland. But yeah, as we said, they go on to get multiple knockouts with Vidopo chasing him down.
1v4, by the way, in that situation. Vidopo not scared, wants to make sure that Zeta Division stays alive in this tournament. This was that final push from Evil Geniuses. That 474 scoreline. So tough to get around, even with a 47-point score on that Tier 2. Looking great. Vidopo leading the way for Zeta Division, as they have for multiple years now. 75,000 damage done, did not get KO'd a single time, and knocked out 7 members of Evil Geniuses throughout that match.
Yeah, I mean, I'm even looking at the faint scoreboard of the rest of the team. Resta didn't get knocked out, nor did Rob.
Wow.
So it just really goes to show how much of an early game Evil Geniuses struggled with those team fights.
Yeah, it was incredible. If we want to start talking about draft and Pokemon selection, I think going into this next game, I think Evil Geniuses needs to address the Mew problem of it all in this next game. Rom looked elite on that Pokemon, and I do think they have some incredible Mew players. Kyrios has a fantastic Mew in the tank. I think it's a Pokemon you have to consider banning or picking away from this Zeta Division team. It's just been a powerhouse all tournament. That's the target I'm looking on the other side. Despite Vidopo looking amazing on this Urshifu, I really don't want to see Rom in that Mew again.
Yeah, I mean, Mew has definitely had an incredible presence here at the Pokemon World Championships time and time again. So I'm actually surprised we're not seeing it banned more often.
True, yeah. I mean, its ban rate seems surprisingly low, but there are a lot of meta game threats even in this game. The Feraligatr, the Surfetch, the Blissey, the Umbreon, I mean, the Zacian, and then of course that target ban, Zoroark. All these Pokemon are extremely strong and have been defining the metagame as we see it here in Day 2. Yeah, going into map 2, this is going to be really, really interesting. I mean, Evil Genius is making that one a lot closer with that Groudon secure, but you were calling it right there at the end, Kello. The level disparity was scary for Evil Geniuses in that final moment. Zeta Division had a tremendous lead, and, well, you saw what Vidopo was able to do with it right there at the end. 4 KOs, or 1-on-4 rather, and able to take a Groudon buff. That was game-changing for this team.
100%, but we are going to delay as we are going to head on into our second draft here. We'll have to wait and see whether Mew does end up landing themselves on the ban table, but Blissey is going to be there once again, joined by Zoroark.
All right, I think that makes sense, at least in the Blissey department. Zoroark, Evil Geniuses really does not want to face that Vidopo Zoroark. Zeta Division, I mean, no reason to change it at this point in time. Only thing we've seen change so far is the pick side selection. Evil Geniuses will be second pick. We are returning to the Groudon map.
Yeah, for Alligator and Surfetched once again, and it looks like we're going to get a side up in this time as well. So I'm wondering, because Evil Geniuses, they were in that first pick position previously. What is Zeta Division going to prioritize? Are they going to go first pick Urshifu? No,
that'd be crazy. Umbreon will be taken. Now, Snorlax and Blastoise are both viable options here. You probably don't want to double defender in that direction, but there are options available. Now, Evil Geniuses has a chance to take that Zarina extremely early again, with Zeta Division priority picking on that Umbreon, but Finn wants to go fist for fist. That Urshifu is going to be taken away from Zeta Division, banning Zoroark, picking Urshifu, really trying to force Vidopo into uncharted territory.
Yeah, we'll have to see what Vitopa ends up coming out with their plays next, but that does give opportunity for Rom to go and lock in that Zarina for themselves, and we have an Yveltal as well.
All right, big mid-range attacker Mew, notably still available in terms of selection. Curios highlighting a few, they would likely be the player to be locking it in for this game. We've seen success from Alolan Raichu, we've seen some interesting stuff, but Buzzwole is going to be locked in, so double melee Pokemon so far. Not afraid of the crowd control at the moment. Out of the Zeta Division squad, Evil Geniuses feeling more comfortable in the brawl. They're going to go with Roland on the Eldegoss at the same time. Zeta Division going to match that melee with Lucario and Blaziken. Only one traditional support Pokemon to be found in this roster.
We are really going in with a fist fight here with the Blaziken, Lucario, Urshifu, and Buzzwole. But to round it all out for Evil Geniuses, their long-range damage attacker is going to be that Cinderace picked up by Curios.
All right, well, Vidopo and Rom are both going to be on these all-rounders that might take a little bit to get ramped up. Christmas time is really going to start when they get access to a first set of moves for that Buzzwole. Finn on the Urshifu will have a tough time, I'm sure, at the start of this game. If I'm Resta, I am probably X-speeding as the Umbreon immediately to the other side. However, Umbreon not the best secures in the world for get those steals. So we'll see if we have any invades. Lucario invade would be a whole lot of fun, but we will have to see what actually starts in this next game. I am in particular excited for Curios to be on an A-presser Pokemon. Cinderace is going to be there. And what's up, San Francisco? Thank you so much for your support, cheering on these teams for Pokemon Unite. We are hearing it loud and clear backstage, and I know the players are as well. Let's get this thing going. Groudon, 2 maps in a row, Kello. This one's going to be fun.
Yes, it is going to be fun, especially considering there is so much on the line for Evil Geniuses, the last remaining North America team in the top 8. But folks, you've got to get ready. You've got to do it with us when that comes up. We want to hear you say, ready, go!
Let's get into it. Zeta Division going to be your purple team. Evil Geniuses, your orange team. 1-0 for Zeta Division. The last hope of local North America squad, EG, is going to be taking 2 games in a row against a very hot Zeta Division.
Yeah, and that's the thing. They have been on a roll so far in this competition here today, taking out Fennel earlier on. It's just a matter of whether they can keep this win streak going. But down in that bottom half, Ducky is quite low, needing to retreat as Curios, this Score Bunny, has decided to opt for that bottom half.
Yeah, I mean, Cub Fu, just so much of a liability. They got to give it that first clear. However, I could see Vin and Curios splitting a lot of the central area after this one. The Umbreon does go on the invade, by the way. You can see that Eevee on the minimap making that rotation. But Mizutama going to be taking a ton of damage. But actually, the first KO is the Snorlax, bottom side. Yveltal leads a charge towards that tier 1.
Yeah, and I guess while those members are down in that bottom path, dunking in their Eos energy, that is going to put the pressure onto Evil Geniuses, as Kyrios is still only a mere little score buddy who gets pushed back.
Yeah, Vidopo tries to pull him with the Blaze Kick, a fire-type starter duo, but Kyrios will make it back to that goal zone. They got Big Bro Ducky there to try to block for him. That will be some more scores for Rom. That is a dangerously fast leveling Steenie at the moment. They got multiple attack weight stacks as well. Zeta Division's early game is looking clean so far. A KO and 60 points scored.
Oh, but look at this. We can already see that Zeta Division is putting on the pressure. Aresta does have that blue buff, and that's why we had that delay of that evolution for Urshifu. But Kyrios, they're still the score bunny. They're trying to get this Voltoy. They do end up securing it, though.
Yeah, they do time it with, I think, that Ember and a boosted auto attack, but by the skin of their teeth, they will be walking out of it. Resta in a dangerous spot, but they do have a blue buff, so a successful early path invade like you were mentioning. First set of spawns in the middle of the map have just arrived. Zeta Division, the first ones to reach it, as we do have to go cleanup duty on that Umbreon. Reggie Drago down to half as Finn is in that water bear position.
Yes, and it's just a matter of whether they can go and lock on in, as Rom is on the chase for Ducky. They have retreated, but the job was done because it created space for Zeta Division to go and get that Reggie Drago.
Yeah, Zeta Division have kind of shored up all fronts. The only spot they've had to kind of abandon a little bit is that top path. Chris is getting a lot of stacks and a lot of points from that Buzzwole. Or sorry, one stack only, but a big dunk at 30 is really helping out Evil Geniuses so far.
Yeah, we do have those birds spawning on in shortly. As we are waiting in the tall grass, Vitoba already at that level 8.
Yeah, this is so scary. Vidopo is leveling up so quickly. Serena right behind them. Vin being that central area player. Like I mentioned, having to trade EXP with Kyrios, who's in the middle of the map as a Raboot, still hunting that Cinderace stage.
I guess that's a tricky thing of sending that Raboot down in that bottom path, is they weren't able to get that experience. So obviously needing to prepare for that late game, but they are just giving up so much in this early game. Unless they can get a KO and Rom, no, they slither away.
Yeah, Chris Smith kind of times that jump pad landing and gets the pull, but without a Unite move to kind of be that final piece of the combo, they're going to be a little bit short and not able to secure that KO. Zeta Division lives to fight another day, and it looks like that stage will be the Regieleki.
The Evil Geniuses are committing towards this Regieleki with 5 members. Zeta Division unable to find an opening, so that is at least going to provide some space for Evil Geniuses to do what they need to do and gather experience.
Yeah, they have finally leveled up. The Zeta Division have put themselves in a very strong leading position, and they're looking to push that even further if they can. A lot of central area invades, even with this Blaziken. But Vidopo is getting pushed around by this Snorlax, trapped up against the wall with that block. And Check Button with a Pollen Puff delayed damage is going to take out the Pokemon.
Yeah, just when you thought they were in the clear, that Pollen Puff is there to finish the job. But another KO onto that Yveltal is giving Evil Geniuses much needed experience that they were starved of.
Yeah, Chris was able to still keep that fight going. Super Swole Slam won't be there for the knockout, but certainly getting them a lot of value. Evil Genius is able to trade favorably for what feels like for once in the early game.
What I'm noticing from Evil Geniuses here is they are moving all together as a squad in comparison to what a scramble that first 2 minutes was. So maybe that is the name of the game here. Just stick together, because that is the plan.
Yeah, they
Stick together, stay together.
Perfect. I wish I knew the rest of the lyrics to help
I
you
don't
out,
either.
but yeah, turtling up is going to be one of the strategies they could use to actually get back in this match. Trailing behind it, still only sitting on that one score of the Buzzwole of 30 points earlier on this match, and we're about to hit the 5-minute mark. We got some Reggie spawning in the bottom side of the map, but yet again, the enemy central area is the battlefield that Zeta chooses.
Yes, they are not going to give this one up, as it feels like they're constantly here. We have some Unite moves flying. Finn is super duper low, is able to go and dodge that one. The Topo utilizing that Fire Blast to try and take down Roland, but they are still left standing.
Yes, Blaziken's got to move. I mean, they are such high a level, they could be a liability, but also it feels like their HP bar has never dipped below half in this matchup. They are crushing it on some of these invades into the enemy side, and Zeta Division does not want to take their foot off the gas.
No, you cannot take off the gas. You got to put that pedal to the metal because there is no stopping until the very end, especially considering Evil Geniuses. They need to make some moves because they are falling behind in levels and points, but one benefit is they have got that second Regieleki.
All right, it is walking towards that tier 2, and this time they are going to find one enemy Pokemon looking for information, and they are going to get shut down. So that's an Umbreon, not a lot of EXP, but it is a defender off the table. This could be Evil Geniuses posturing for a push onto that bottom tier 1. You see Curios being the insurance policy of the Cinderace towards the top tier 1.
Oh, but the Yveltal in the tall grass with their Unite move in hand is able to stop that push. Buzzwole ends up falling down as they utilize their Unite move, and now Zeta Division are going once again to invade.
Yeah, I mean, Evil Geniuses are having such a tough time getting experience. They have to early retreat into some of these fights and just look to take their own central. Ducky's already almost deleted. They're going to eject button with their own Unite move, apply that buddy barrier, extend this fight. Christmas is going to be in the face of 2, and both the Mega Lucario and Blaziken are extremely low, but they have got out of the fight. Now it's up for the rest of Evil Geniuses to take down this support core in the middle of the map, but it's Rom on the Zarina that is still coming away with KOs. They got the back of a no move from range, and Evil Geniuses are not able to defend their own spawn area.
Yeah, that is absolutely wild considering how this plan of sticking together isn't really working out in their favor. Only able to take out that Umbreon and none of those high priority Pokemon, which they really need to do.
Yeah, I mean, closing out KOs, it's been so difficult for this Evil Geniuses team. Zeta Division had the Mega Lucario and the Blaziken down to a fraction of health, both able to escape. And from that point on, Rom just sort of takes over the fight with the back of that Yveltal. 4 damaging Pokemon is proving to be really formidable for Zeta Division and relying only on that Umbreon for support.
Okay, we can see with 20 seconds left to go until the final stretch, Evil Geniuses have decided to commit to the Reggie Rock, but that has provided Zeta Division with the vision to go and get space in this central area. But Evil Geniuses, they're going right on in as Ducky goes in with a heavy slam.
Yeah, Ducky wants to open up that space, shut down that advantage that Zeta Division has access to. Early push, and already the Groudon is going to be in the sights. Evil Geniuses in the pit.
Yeah, they don't even care about this. They're going in for the rip and flip as we do have Snorlax taking in a power out, unable to get any stuns. Urshifu has now been wiped out.
Yeah, Finn used their Unite move to get into the backline, just trying to take down 1 if they could in the face of 4, but they're not able to do that at all. Chris stuck and stunned by Vidopa's Blaziken, and now Groudon was secured by Kyrios. They forgot about the Cinderace in the top corner, and they will get the Blazing Bicycle secure. KO streak of 2, that's a Groudon buff A-Presser, and Kyrios is shutting them all down. Mizutama has a chance, but that is eliminated. A 4 KO streak for Cinderace, and Eldegoss takes away the Penta, but Evil Geniuses are charging to the goal zones.
North America are potentially still in this competition as we have those Hundo Burgers rolling in. The thing is, there is a minute left, and it isn't much of a lead at 388 to 167. It's just a matter of whether Zeta Division can come in and divide and conquer.
Zeta Division do not have a lot in terms of resources. Only a Zarina Unite move and not much time to farm anything else. The problem is also they have no Groudon buffs. There is a tier 1 that's susceptible. However, Evil Geniuses will probably pull the plug on the defense quickly here, especially with backcap attempts from 2 of their members.
Yes, Zeta Division are going to commit to that top path as we have 2 dumps also going on in, creating a bit of a buffer for Evil Geniuses. It's up to Kyrios and Vin to go and defend this push, but here comes Ducky!
All right, Ducky with the eject button Unite move yet again. Power Nap sleepily defending that goal zone. Nobody's walking onto Ducky's tier 2 while they're still up and running. 588 is standing strong for Evil Geniuses, and Zeta Division can't seem to climb above the 300 mark. 10 seconds remain. Vidopo clears the way on that tier 2. Will dunk 1 more Hundo Burger, but it's not enough. Evil Geniuses tie up the series.
In North America, you can go and breathe a sigh of release as we have Evil Geniuses still remaining in this competition, going to a game number 3. We can see that crowd going wild.
Oh yeah, we've got a lot of Japanese fans cheering on their local teams, but there's also a ton of fans here to support the North American squad. Evil Geniuses pushing Zeta Division to the brink. Zeta Division, by the way, I think tired of playing Game 3s. If they could ever close us out at 2-0, I'm sure they would be pumped. But take a look at this battle. So many little micro battles all over the place, except for Curious, who is doing just fine on the outside of the Groudon pit.
Yeah, and I guess that's the thing. They needed to stick to safety as they end up dodging that Zarina and wearing them out as they end up getting stunned up. But Rom is able to make it all out. But yeah, it was just intense going into that. As you said, just so many things. I don't even know where to look.
I really like that play from Christmas as well, using that smackdown to separate Blaziken away from the Groudon pit. You see that Buzzwolf's #1 job is stopping Blaziken from getting in position, and Vidopo only has maybe a millisecond to charge and fire that overheat towards the Groudon. So Buzzwolf creating a ton of space against the most likely to secure on the opposite side for Zeta, and at that point, it's just Evil Geniuses cleaning up. Really good communication from that EG squad, and even better execution.
I think it's just surprising at that comeback, considering Evil Geniuses, they did struggle earlier on with just the aggression from Zeta Division constantly being in their central area, stealing away their buffs. But despite being at that level disadvantage, they obviously ended up getting really lucky, getting that last hit on the Groudon to go and make an incredible comeback.
Yeah, it is an interesting spot in that final fight. I mean, you saw Zeta Division's dedication to the damage dealers, right? 4 Pokemon that are so good in some of these team fights, but they do give up a little bit of that sustainability when you're in that situation. Evil Geniuses with the staying power are going to be putting themselves up at a tie game.
All right, folks, you got to do some deep breaths. I know I've got to practice some deep breaths right now as we are getting prepared for our game #3. One of these teams is about to get knocked out of the Pokemon World Championship competition. But first, we need to ban away some Pokemon.
All right, okay, we're finally seeing a little bit of a change-up, I believe, with that Zacian. Feraligatr going to be locked out, and it looks like the Urshifu is now going to be the next Pokemon taken away. All right, Vidopo, you have had it taken away from you. You've had it banned away from you. Now we're doing double bans up for Evil Geniuses. What Pokemon will be Vidopo going to in game #3?
I think considering Vitopo's track record in the WCS, I'm pretty sure they're well versed no matter what ends up getting taken away.
The Blaziken looks good.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll have to wait and see whether they do end up opting for that or a different all-rounder pick. But Evil Geniuses, they're going to go for this Espeon Blastoise first pick, which I suppose Blastoise would actually do really well in terms of that brawly composition that Zeta Division have been running, unless they decide to switch things up.
It is interesting too. You got a chance to talk to, or we had a chance to talk to Ducky in that interview, talking about they really liked some of the intricacies between Blastoise and Umbreon specifically. So Ducky very happy with this pick, I have to imagine, with Zeta Division returning to that Trevenant, that Curse Horn Leech, the constant pushing and pulling effect that Trevenant has access to. Can be really tough to deal with. Christmas gonna take that Blaziken. All right, Vidopo, you gotta find new things because Evil Geniuses, they love your picks.
Ooh, and you know what? Roland also going onto this Psyduck just to go and create some space with whatever moveset they end up selecting, but also that Unite move to go and reduce the damage that Zeta Division bring with their Unite move. But we do have Mizutama locking in Mega Lucario once again, and Vitopo is going to opt for a speedster option of Dodrio.
All right, that Dodrio available and ready to go. Reminder, a lot of this game has been defined by Zeta Division's aggression into the enemy central area. A speedster Pokemon like Dodrio, a very safe attacker option like Mew are so phenomenal at getting into the opposite side, and a Curse Horn Leech Trevenant, one of the scariest to deal with. Zeta Division is forming up a roster that wants to play on the other side of the map.
Guess one thing that Evil Geniuses are going to have to be wary of is Vitopo on this Dodrio going in with those sneaky back caps, those opportunities, right? Or are we going to just see them commit to more team fights like we've seen from these previous 2 games?
Yeah, oh man, I don't know. Evil Geniuses with some powerhouse picks here, Kello.
Espeon, Machamp, and Psyduck have been kind of a holy trinity of incredible stun combos in the past. A very, very scary set of Pokemon for Zeta Division to have to contend with. That crowd control is obviously worrisome, but the early game has been all about Zeta Division. So if they can hold on to that and kind of stave them off, it could be a major moment. But all right, San Francisco, we are going to be getting into game number 3. Ready, go! Zeta Division, your purple team. Evil Geniuses, your orange team. One of these teams will be moving on into a semi-final to compete against Exist. The other exiting in the round of 8.
Yes, we'll have to wait and see whether we're going to end up having Japan versus Japan once again, or whether we'll end up having a Japan versus NA once again. Either way, but down in that bottom path, those wild Pokemon are going to get soaked them up in an instant.
It is wild to think about, Kello, how desperately a couple of these players on either side of this stage want to get to that championship Sunday. Curious with the potential to be the only 3-time world champion if they can hold that trophy. And I know Rom and Vidopo want to get back there and have a chance to earn it after getting 2nd place last year at Anaheim so bad. These teams are leaving everything out here on our main stage.
Oh, 100%, not only for them, but also those others, including Ducky and Chris Smith, getting to compete on the World Championship stage and not having that shot there. So, you know, incredible storylines all around, depending on what team goes through.
That is true. Ooh, take a look at this. Rolling it down, moving across the map, gaining a little bit of info. Is going to be playing that bubble beam, so adding a little bit of an extra stun as Christmas will probably get this 10-point stack. Early stacks for that Blaze skin going to be so important for Chris.
Oh, 100%. And I mean, there are multiple Pokemon stacking on in as well. Blaziken along with Curios on that Machamp, and also for Zeta Division with Lucario and Dodrio. But once again, it's this aggressive nature from Zeta Division. Not only is Resta providing that vision for the team, but also putting on that pressure.
Yeah, this is phenomenal. Ooh, and they avoid getting KO'd as well. One of the best things about Umbreon is its defensive capabilities. Not only its healing, it can tank so much damage. They can play up forward in your face and still safely retreat back to the rest of your team.
We do have that Regidrago spawning on in the middle, but nobody is going to focus on that just yet. As we pivot down to the bottom part, there is a bit of a brawl happening.
Yeah, you see Ducky with that forward position, trying to land some of these Blastoise pushes if they can to the opposite side. Curio still wants to set up one of these Machamp plays, but just not enough damage to follow up. Vin does shoot the combo, but Curios just a little bit shy, too low of HP. They're going to make it back. But they do safely recall, but Umbreon waiting for the spawns. Look at how good that timing is. They have those respawn counters off cooldown.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see how Aresta is just sitting there, didn't actually decide to take that blue buff, despite nobody there to go and contest it. Once again, just providing that vision to determine where Zeta Division push.
All right, big KO from Roland. Curios is so low on HP, but that's multiple times now. They've been in danger and able to escape. So shout out to their movement on the map at this point in time. They're almost at the Machamp level. Dodrio going to be chasing down and contending for some of their EXP and takes down the knockout off screen. Now Blaziken going to focus on that Regirock, and Chris Smith will likely get the execution here with that overheat. However, Nomu right in their face.
Yeah, double defender coming in to go and disrupt Evil Geniuses. A double push onto Chris Smith that Chris Smith pushes straight on back.
All right, that is going to be the full heal used by Vidopo to ignore the submission from Curios. Doesn't mean they get out, but it also means this goal zone's left defended. Zeta Division walking away with the consolation prize of the Regirock, though. A major defense buff for the rest of the team.
We do have that Reggie Alecki going over to the side of Evil Geniuses, as once again Regidrago is not receiving any love, not viable for any of these teams. Instead, they want to focus on defending these pads, but they can't because Reggie Alecki pushed on through.
Yeah, it did land. Chris Smith was going to try to get that 29 points in. Successful, needing some more stacks in this game for sure. They're fighting Resto over on the other side, but it's like Curios setting up a KO and a Vidopo. That Dodrio going down. Curios is surely targeting that player specifically. The goal zone falls, makes this team fight a bit easier as Evil Geniuses tack on yet another major knockout.
Yeah, that is going to create some space down in that bottom path when that next Reggie Alecki spawns on in. Resta getting punished for pushing on fourth. That allows Evil Geniuses to actually secure their buff safely for once.
Yeah, I know. Finally, you're able to clear out that central area. Honestly, I'd still keep my head on a swivel for that trio because who knows when Zeta Division is going to choose is the next time for that invade. Evil Geniuses with a tiny bit of a score lead right now. 5 minutes left. These teams tied 1-1. A chance at top 4 at the final World Championships on the line. Reggie Drago finally gets its invite in the mail via Overheat.
Yes, it finally gets taken out at that halfway point as we do have a 3v3 up in that top path with that random Reggie yet to spawn.
All right, Reggie Roulette on the top side. Noman just going to get that recalled Assault Vest Trevenant, able to take some more shots from that Espeon, that special attack combo, nullified a little bit by that Assault Vest held item.
It's only a 22-point difference between these two teams so far. Once again, waiting on that Reggie Alecki. Both teams have those pads, but Curios actually going in with a back cap, trusting in Evil Geniuses to bide some time.
All right, I was faked out a little bit by those Swallows. I kind of hope Curios was too in terms of that sack, but they knew Sayayai could extend this fight though as the Buddy Berry extends, and Roland gets the disable last hit on the Registeel. Ridiculous performance from the Psyduck.
Yes, and that is going to give Evil Geniuses that attack boost to go and fight back, but Zeta Division, they don't need that as they manage to pick up 2 KOs of their own.
Yeah, Evil Geniuses landing a few nice combos. I think 4 players being the detriment for Chris Smith there. A jack button to avoid one source of damage, you just end up facing the other. So Evil Geniuses, though, they keep that defense and means they keep the lead. 186 to 122, and Curios takes down Resta and paves the way towards the top tier 1.
That is going to give them that chance to go and create some space up in the top up. But first, you have to make sure you get the perfect math.
Exactly. Some good math, a couple of stacks. Evil Genius is very happy with how the numbers are working out on the top side. And the reinforcements are here on the bottom. A Champ going to ignore that Horn Leech completely as Nomu takes almost all of their HP down, but Champ takes the last hit. But it is Reggie Alecki secured for Zeta.
This bottom pad is left on 22 points, so that is a huge risk for Evil Geniuses to let that in, as that could lead to a huge overdunk. But Zeta Division, they're not even going to worry about that. They're going to use this time to go and scope out that top path, not committing to breaking this tier 1 pad though.
Yeah, honestly shocked though Drio's not taking the chance, but maybe just hunting for that level 13 for a big final fight if it happens a little bit early. It'll be a defended goal zone. Resta is spotted, but Curios not quick enough on the A button, is going to have to take down these Swallow Alterias instead to satiate the rage.
Yeah, I mean, that is going to provide them with lots of experience that they need, especially considering Machamp is about to reach both of those plus movements. But Evil Geniuses, they have the best positioning up here in that top path for that random Reggie. But Zeta Division, they have other options on their hand while they go break this bottom pad.
That is going to be a 40-point overdunk. Major work. Regice is going to be the target for Evil Geniuses to focus on. That'll be a buff for the entire squad, but look at the minimap. Zeta Division, complete control over the middle of this Thea Sky Ruins battlefield. They are going to be right in the face of Grotto when they spawn in. Ducky just needs to push in no matter what damage. They are forcing the Evil Geniuses' way into the middle of the map.
But there is some push and pull as we have Trevenant getting knocked on out. Sai also gets utilized to go and reduce that damage. The chase is on as Mega Lucario is trying to make a retreat. We actually have members of Evil Geniuses going in with a full reset back home.
Yeah, Ron with a good call out, but they're just a little too late on the cooldown to check that tall grass. Ducky is back after recalling, so that main tank is ready and available to earn space. You see Machamp looking for a target. The Unite move from Umbreon is going to go sky high and dodge outside of that submission. Sherman, Unite move hits basically every member of Evil Geniuses. Evinopo strikes first, then is Curios down, but the Blaze is getting response. Resta KO'd by Chris Smith.
Oh my gosh, Finn is super duper low, has to make a run for it as Mew is on the chase. Straight onto them to go and knock them out. Roland is trying to make it up to tier 2 as they quickly dodge that Dodrio Unite move.
Groudon below half HP, and Vinopo is returning. Same with Resta. Chris Smith is in position, but they need to make sure that overheat is timed well. They miss it! It is going to be the Dodrio secure on top of the Groudon. Evil Geniuses need to take a buff as all 5 members of Zeta Division are glowing red.
But the thing is, Evil Geniuses, they do not have the numbers to combat Zeta Division. This is now Zeta's chance to go and they get the dunks, but Vin stops Resta with the 100
They're extending this one a little bit. I don't think Umbreon's going to be able to score in the face. However, that home goal zone has been made available. Hundo Burger for the trio. 3-piece special will make it in. 2 players stacked on top of that goal zone, speeding up Umbreon. Vin is the chance to try to take away this buff, and they don't get it in time. Hundo Burger secured, and that will be 1 taken. But there's only 20 seconds left on the match. Zeta Division are starting their defensive line on the enemy side in EG's home base.
Holy macaroni. What an insane final stretch, but Zeta Division against all odds come on back with that ground on secure to go and lock in that top 4 position.
Zeta Division, they shut down the world champions in Fennel, and they shut down another roster full of them in Evil Geniuses and push their way to a semi-final. Top 4, the first marquee match will be Japan versus Japan.
Oh, I bet the Japanese casters are going wild right now over at their desk. But yes, it is obviously going to be a sad day for those North American fans of Evil Geniuses, as North America are now wiped out of the competition.
Pushing them to the brink, and it comes down to a Groudon secure between a Dodrio and a Blaziken, a duel of 2 flightless birds. And in the end, Zeta Division, the one to walk away with the buffs and the match win, moving forward in this tournament all the way to a semi-final position just so far. This team, they remember Anaheim from last year. They remember that feeling of getting just 2nd place, and it looks like they'll do anything at another shot at a World Championship title.
Oh, 100%. It's just 1 step closer towards getting to battle out on that arena floor once again. But they still have another barrier up ahead with Ixiz to go up next. But yeah, there was just so much happening during this final stretch as we look at these highlights.
Oh, I mean, the Trevenant coming back and joining with that huge maneuver. You saw Curios going so deep, multiple targets, applying that unstoppable to ignore that submission, and Nomu just being such a problem as Trevenant. And take a look at this. Vin on that low HP. Rom knows exactly where they are. Unite move, eject button, whatever they can. They chase down that Espeon. Chris Smith rolling, buying as much time as they can, but jeez, this came down to the wire.
Yeah, it really did, as Groudon was super duper low here. Multiple members still up and running. The overheat charged on up, but it was just a little too late.
Yeah, I think that Electro Ball, I mean, let's face it, Zeta Division has the ability to coordinate over comms about their burst damage. The Dodrio, the Mew, all timing it exactly at the same time. It makes it tough for Chris Smith to know when that damage is going to be incoming from the side of Zeta Division. But it's Rom, your player of the game, who is able to shut down the opposing attacker constantly for Zeta Division. This Mew, elite out of Zeta.
Yeah, definitely a legend in the books there, Rom is, as they are clutching that Mew plushie as well. So must be a favorite Pokemon of theirs, as they ended up playing that one incredibly.
88,000 damage done, 5 knockouts, 1 feint, of course those 3 assists, ending the game with Electro Ball agility. That's right, we saw those shenanigans around the Groudon. Some big bursts of damage. This Mew is so strong, and they are putting teams on notice about how powerful this one. You can see there, they have what appears to be a Mew in their player picture, but I have a sneaking suspicion. I'm sneakily suspicious is what I am about that Mew.
Oh, let's give it away there, Lex.
I don't know. I think one of Bridget's favorite Pokemon might be sneakily hiding in there.
Oh, Bridget mentioned, yes.
Yeah,
We gotta do a Bridget mention there, but yes, incredible game, not only from Rom, but the whole of Zeta Division. Once again, we just saw that aggression trying to live in Evil Geniuses' central area, but really, it just came down to the wire, and these are the matches. These are the intense moments that we love to see.
It was such an incredible game. I mean, 2-1. Both of these teams are obviously ridiculously strong. I can't wait to see Zeta Division forge ahead in the tournament. I do think Evil Geniuses should have their heads held high at a top 8 finish in such an incredible World Championships we've seen so far. The best performing North American team this time around after a season of 2nd places. But let's talk to Zeta Division on the main stage as they make their way into top 4.
We have have here from Zeta Division, it's Resta! Omedetou! Now making it into semi-finals, this is such an important moment, especially for Zeta Division being a team that was finalist last year. How was this match for you?
今回は準々決勝に進むことができたと思いますが、今回の試合はどうでしたか？
正直めちゃくちゃ自信はあったんですけど、2試合目ちょっと悪い流れで落としてしまってちょっと修正が必要だったんですけど、もうラスト気合で勝ち切ることができて本当に良かったなと思います。
We felt really good. We felt confident going into it, but sort of the game flow got away from us at one point, and we were able to lean on our teamwork this time to achieve victory.
And I think it was very important to achieve that victory, of course, because it was a game 3, that final moment around the final stretch, because I think the team fight was just so well executed by you guys. So tell me, how did the communication go in that moment? Because like you said, if there were moments that it was a little bit, shaky, what changed?
その最後の対戦で集団戦ですごいうまくできたと彼女が言っていましたが、なんでそんなにうまくできたと聞いてる？
最後の瞬間に相手の怪力の人がもう僕を狙ってくるって分かっていたので、その瞬間めっちゃ集中できてて、その怪力のキャッチを僕はブラッキーのユナイトで透かせて、もうそれだけでだいぶ有利に働いたかなと思います。
Okay, so we figured out that Machamp was actually targeting me, Resta, and they were able to use Umbreon's Unite move to sort of counter that.
That's amazing, and Machamp had a very good play as well, so it was important that you guys shut it down. Lovely way to handle it. And now, how are you feeling in advancing into the semi-finals?
次のラウンドに行けるようになりましたが、今の気持ちはどうでしょうか？
優勝する自信はありますし、リトッポとロムを今年こそ優勝させたいなと思っているので、これからも頑張るので応援よろしくお願いします。
We feel really confident actually that we can win the whole thing, and we especially want to win for Vitopo and Romu from their experiences last year.
I was going to connect that especially because of last year being the finalists. Zeta Division, of course, brings up pressure. How do you adapting in regards to this responsibility, I would say?
去年は決戦まで行けたのに今年はそういうプレッシャーを感じている方もいるだろうと彼女が言ってんだけど、そのプレッシャーに対策できる方法とかはありますか？
僕あんまり緊張とかしないタイプなんですけど、チームメイトがいつもビトッポとかが引っ張ってくれるので、それに合わせてビトッポとかノムが引っ張ってくれるのに合わせてチームの流れ良くして勝ち切るのが一番チームとしていいのかなと思ってます。
So I can actually get a bit nervous in these moments, but having a teammate like Vitopo, it feels like he can sort of pull me and the rest of the team along, and that's really helped us thrive.
That's incredible. I look forward to continue to see you guys thriving. Do you have any words to say to your fans, friends, and family?
ファンへの一言、応援してきた方への一言とか、日本への一言お願いします。
会場で応援してくださっている方も声めちゃくちゃ聞こえてて嬉しいし、配信で見てくれてる方も本当に力になってるのでめちゃくちゃ嬉しいので、これからも残りの試合応援よろしくお願いします。
So we really have been lifted up by all the fans who came out to the venue to support us, but also the fans who are watching on the stream. And personally, it's given me like a feeling of strength, like you've given me extra strength. So we want to keep doing our best for you.
Thank you so much. ありがとうございます。Once again, give it up for Resta from Zeta Division! Now throwing it back to the cast.
All right, I love that extra strength being given both by in person and from afar. And hey, it's working. Whoever's sending the strength, you're doing a great job because Zeta Division is going into top 4. A chance at that finals stage again for Vidopo and Rom. And you can see they are playing like they want it. Our first semifinal is locked up. Kelo Exist versus Zeta Division. That'll be happening later tonight. We still got 2 more top 8 matches for best of 3 in CC and Komai and Gremio Esports in T1.
Yeah, that's the thing. 2 of these teams from Japan have already locked in their positions in the semi-finals. We still have C2 remaining. Are they going to join the rest of their Japanese comrades there? Or Kamae going to continue pushing on forth for the EU region?
Yeah, forging ahead the chance. Who makes it farther in this tournament, EU or North America? With Evil Geniuses finishing up at that top 8 position. Kamae, a chance to move forward. We still got Brazil and Korea also in this tournament in that top 8. Cannot wait to watch that matchup later today. We've not seen either of those teams very much on the main broadcast up until now, so that is going to be amazing. I mean, this tournament, how do you, any prediction, anybody who's got this bracket prediction perfectly, kudos to you. I think it was the strongest, the hardest task to ever pull off.
I actually want to know what everybody's predictions were that they locked in game. What were your top 3? Do any of your top 3 still exist? Because I'll be honest, none of my top 3 are still in the competition.
I neither, but all right, Kelo, that was it for the Kelosaurus and Zoinks duo on the Unite Championship Series. You'll see both of us on the mic a little bit later today, but for this specific one, you won't be seeing this combo again on UCS. So thank you all so much for your support, and keep cheering on these teams. Set it off to break. See y'all later. Taking a bit of a look back through amazing moments in competitive Pokemon Unite history, there is one that we gotta talk about. There was a regional finals win last year in North America that ended in one of the craziest ways that it can possibly happen in our game. We awarded a regional crown on a tie.
Yeah, it was unbelievable, which you will see in this clip. We are also wearing cowboy hats that we all really loved, but we won't be wearing those cowboy hats for long. Huge spoiler.
Check it out.
They're going to try to rally in towards this tier 2. Alejandro Berger again, 332 to 426. They got to take it all the way to the home goal zone if they want to save their tournament.
Snorlax can move in. It has a shield. It's broken. It just got broken by the Zacian. I don't know if they have another Pokemon with enough Eos energy to move in. We have Gyarados using their Unite move, knocking picking them up. Snorlax is moving in to try to score, but without the racial, that doesn't look like they can do it. Hoopa scores the top. 62 from Talonflame. More points right in. Can Machisel score in this moment? No, they cannot. 10 from Suicune.
12 more from Talon. 12 more from Talon
Where
going
does
into
it
the
put
final
them?
moments. We got to take a look at the actual score lead, but it's just going to be on us.
Please,
Hey, this
don't
is how
show us.
surprised we are.
Yeah.
Thank you for going to the score.
Whoa! It's a tie game!
Oh my God!
It's a tie game!
A tie
Who hit
game!
it? Juicers hit it first, right?
Juicers get to the
Juicers hit it
brickboard
first. Juicers win on a tie, right?
Oh my word!
Because they hit it first.
Followed up. I believe so. We need to see the stat screen.
It's
Orange
official.
Juicers win.
The Juicers
Orange
win.
Juicers win.
Wow! What a tie game!
I put that on the bingo board every single time, and it never happens. That's a tie victory. Orange Juicers back-to-back years are your regional champions for North America.
Welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. Here we are at Worlds, Day 2, our single elimination bracket, and boom, straight to draft between Komai and C2 out of Japan. Doob Snacks, this is a big one. We could possibly have 2 Japanese teams in the grand finals if Komai can't do something about it.
Yeah, Komai trying to be the Japanese killers right now, trying to eliminate at least one Japanese team from this run here. Japan, of course, looking incredibly strong. Bans Glaceon off rip into Blissey. On the other side, Espeon and Feraligatr.
Yeah, final couple bans coming up here. Komai having a really strong start to the day. They feel like they are absolutely on fire, but every region is having trouble into the most dominant one in the game. Of course, that is Japan. Looking phenomenal. Even Japan's having a tough time into Japan. Fennel going down, Reject going down. Your top 2 teams expected out of Japan, as we are taking a look at a little bit of a throwback for our draft right here. First pick is going to be the Surfetched for Gotlu. We saw this player sliding through earlier. Surfetch has been an absolute MVP star Pokemon this tournament.
Absolutely. You know, Surfetched looked very paltry in day 1, but in day 2, I can't deny that it has been impressive in the hands of these top players without a doubt. On the side of C2, Mimikyu, Mew back the other way, Gek getting a kind of a really late pick Blastoise, all things considered. We'll see where Adesu goes. No, Narami switching to the Vaporeon, one of the only teams playing this still.
Yeah, Vaporeon looking pretty good earlier for Komai. Obviously, Blastoise incredible. Oh, I mean, look, part of my heart wants Komai, but now that I see someone's playing Latias, maybe I am on board here. Doopsnacks, I absolutely love this Pokemon. The shields it provides are incredible. And looking at that build, I think we're going to be seeing Dragon Breath, which is incredibly strong and is very long range once you get it powered up. On the side here of Komai, we have Toast locking in the Scyther and, of course, Adesu on the Miraidon.
All right, I mean, we've got Chancemaker grabbing the Crustle, and that's a horse. Let's get our Galarian Rapidash into the mix. Listen, C2, they're making it this far through the tournament their own way.
I know legally I have to do it every time we see Galarian Rapidash, but I sincerely want to yeehaw this. I mean, incredible stuff here. I love this composition from C2. This is going to be exciting. This feels like a really strong composition as well from Komai, something they are very comfortable with. I think Miraidon is one of those attackers that isn't getting the same priority as something like Espeon, right? It's getting banned out in some of these games, but its range is incredible. You hit a couple of charge beams, and all of a sudden your opponents can't really feel safe being bunched up at all, which opens up a lot of opportunities, especially for something like a Scyther that wants to find individual targets and pick them off.
Yeah, what I'm concerned about is I'm not sure C2 is familiar with Gek and Narami's game to protect that Miraidon, so I think they're going to have a harder time getting to a Adesu than they might think. So we'll see how they can adjust on the fly here as C2 making a deep run.
Here we go. We are getting ready for our match. We'll have the ready go all together here in the Moscone Center in just a moment as we take a look at Thea Sky Ruins. Groudon in the center as our boss monster. Ready, go! Komai out of EU, your purple team. C2 out of Japan, your orange team. This best of 3 will decide who's heading to the top 4.
Woo! I cannot believe this is where we're at right now. Komai making a run. C2 from Japan making a run. 2 teams not high on anybody's pick list, and they're making their dreams happen. Narami going to try and stop Chancemaker's attempt to ruin the attempt of the Scyther to get online.
Yeah, Chancemaker right now looking to see if they can steal something away from the Scyther. Scyther's so incredibly fast, it might not be able to make it happen, but look at all the annoyance and all the problems it's created. This little Dwebble, as we take a look to the top path right here, it looks like we've got some good secures out of our Rapidash, and Rami now trying to get some points on the board.
Yeah, of course, trying to get their own stacks up because they'll be using that healing pulse out of the Vaporeon to really lean into the support abilities of that Pokemon.
We've got Scyther heading to the center of the map as well as the Miraidon right now, and we have Mimikyu and the Latias on the side of CC as they're fighting over some of this here, and it looks like a decent amount of it went over to the side of CC.
Chancemaker on this Dwebble just looking to harass, going back up top as we're looking downstairs. 3 versus 2, everything going to Komai there for the most part, and they're sitting pretty good in the 2v2 there, as there's a pretty deep push by C2 in our picture-in-picture, and we're seeing how they're doing on pad. Gek still not evolved, and this is an issue we saw with them earlier today on camera.
Yeah, we're going to have to see exactly what happens with Komai. Now, Komai, instead of fighting in the bottom path, instead of using Scyther in the top path, they just immediately sent Toast back to the central area to get some experience. Obviously, they want to keep any kind of level lead they can and didn't put pressure on the goal zone. They have hit 7 faster than anything on the map. Here comes the Scyther.
All right, Toast waiting in the wings. There we go, bang, dual wing beat collapse. Good charge beam, Toast barely able to get out. The chase is on. Wow. Latias can't quite get there though, and not really punished for it either.
Yeah, Haya there on the Latias, really going for that KO, and of course it would have been a massive pickup had they been able to get it. Beautiful screen from Narami, pushing them around with the Hydro Pump. Up in the top path, we have 6 on the Surfetch, but on the other side, we have once again have 2 Pokemon attacking that Tier 1 goal zone, and they are going to be able to score.
Well-timed Fury Cutter there to get some damage in. Narami and Gatlu going to sit on pad and see if they can stem this point assault that C2 has put together.
And we can see here we have the Mimikyu moving through the central area. I'm very happy they got that guy on his phone.
Yeah.
Cut to the guy on his phone.
Hurry, immediately. He's just there getting his drops, though. So
Yeah.
you can't blame him. Great drops this weekend across all titles. We're going for some points here. An easy 27 goes in. Adesu in the face of 3. Can't really do much. Nice collapse by the Mimikyu, and that's a KO easy.
And here we go. There's Toast with the Unite move. Looking to make something happen here, but unfortunately not able to pick up a KO. I think part of that was used to stay healthy in that fight. The other part is hoping you could make a play.
Toast is done.
Toast is done.
I mean, between the stuns from the Galarian Rapidash and the Rock Tomb from the Crustle Chancemaker, they're able to just easily seal up a knockout. Listen, this is very eerily similar to what happened with Komai in that first game against Stamina, and we'll see if they can bounce back here in the late stages.
Gek finally online as the Blastoise, right? Which I think is actually a pretty big deal for this Pokemon. You need this level 7. You've got Surf and Hydro Pump right now. Unite move being used, so they can target down Adesu, and they do pick up the KO.
Narami collapsing on top of this Galarian Rapidash. This horse is just causing them fits. They can't catch up. They can't slow it down. I mean, that Smart Strike there is just vicious.
It is frustrating to fight, and look at this here. 2 to 200 right now. C2 way ahead early on in this match.
I mean, this isn't good. This is not good. I mean, the horse is outpacing everyone on the other side of Komai. They can't really get anything together. Narami's trapped. The Water Pulse is down. They have to use their Unite move, going straight towards Chancemaker. E-Ball hits them. Gatlu has to use their Unite move just to retreat. And who else but the support horse coming through? I call it the support horse, but this time it's just a carry horse.
Yeah, it's doing all the horse things, it looks like. It's a support horse, it's a carry horse, it might be a long-range special attack horse. You never know, as we have 4 players from C2 heading to this goal zone. The Thunder can't stop them all. The Charge Beam either. Crustle catching them in the Rock Tomb, has to eject out. Absolute domination from C2 at the start of this game. 72 now that they've scored to 303. Tier 2 goal zone on the bottom side of the map broken.
I mean, Komai is doing what they can here. Toast does reset. Everybody else is going to get dusted. Opportunity here for the horse. No, they popped their Unite move to get away. And now the Vaporeon's down, and now the Scyther's down, and everyone from C2 is ready to assault this goal zone.
I think when you are playing Scyther, you absolutely need to have a level advantage. If you do not have a level advantage when you are playing Scyther, this Pokemon is not cooking. Normally, you need to be 2-3 levels ahead. Right now, you're 2 levels behind the other side. It's brutal for a Pokemon that is this fast, and it just speaks to how well C2 has been playing this.
Yeah, they're anti-cooking on this Scyther right now, unfortunately, and Komai is going to need to find a way to cobble together some more levels because this score lead is no longer something they should concern about, right? They just need to gear up and get ready to take a commanding fight in the late stages. That's one place to start. Still knocking out a level 10 isn't bad when you're a level 11 Scyther.
One of the toughest things about that is this score lead is immense, to the point where even if they win the final objective, they easily could not win this match. They have to score so many points, and they have to have C2 stop, like not stop anyone basically. More points now, 417 to 92, but here comes Komai.
Gek surfing in, trying to create separation. Light screen down, pressure on Hydro Typhoon. Doesn't stun up anybody, but Haya at least goes down. Gatlu on the retreat. We have the big meteors from the Miraidon Unite move trying to create space here. Narami and Gek frontlining again, but look at the horse going straight to the middle. Scyther Unite is there, Gatlu secures, and the horse is going for a big flank on Adesu. Can they cover? Yes, it looks like they can. Trick Room Mimikyu steps back in. Galu's trying to do some work. Thunder creates separation. We're settling down.
Yeah, we decide not to fight any longer. 92 to 417. C2 in a commanding lead. Such a lead that even if they lose the final objective, they feel like they could make this happen regardless. That is a very, very scary place for Komai. It means you got to win. You got to win big, and everyone needs to score to have a chance in this match. We do have some points in the bottom path right here. Narami getting punished for it a little bit, but at this point, I don't think that KO is going to be the difference maker. They do go down. 50 seconds now until Groudon. An objective spawning in the top path. C2 positioned to fight for it. Komai, not so much.
Komai literally just trying to struggle to find wild Pokemon that they can knock out to get experience. Gek taking the springboard over. Haya is right there. Chancemaker going to pin with the Rock Tomb. They have a lot of good information now, does C2.
Yeah, and here we go. Big time solar beam right there. We're looking for a possible fight. As C2 is mobilized around this goal zone, this could turn into a Groudon fight.
I mean, that solar beam chunked Desu in a big way, and that's forcing all of Komai to retreat, rightfully so.
Yeah, they peel back. Oh, huge rock tomb from Chance. Do they move in with it?
Quick little trick room. Mimikyu there, solar beam there, more spacing and slowing down.
Here we go, another massive rock tomb. They're just playing with their food right now.
Smart strike right in the middle, nice Unite move, Hydro Typhoon, Eject hits 3. They need a commanding team win here if Komai wants a chance. Narami on the chase, Toast is low, Gekka's low, they're gonna have to reset. Desu now is alone, Solar Beam is there, they know where they're at, and they're starting to rip.
Moving for the Groudon right here. The secure on the side of CC is not amazing, but it looks like they're trying to peel Komai in. We have a massive Solar Beam. Gek needs to reset.
Oh, bang! Narami is down, so they don't have their healing support player now. Solar Beam over the wall as Gatlu still trying to find some levels. Gek springboards in, C2 is relentless, going straight to the metal. The horse is down. Mimikyu does use their Unite move, but they're getting shredded. Gek is pursuing, Trick Room is there. Desu using their Unite move, it's not gonna be enough. Oh, can they get the Mimikyu here? Chancemaker on the backside working on Toast, who's trying to convert, and they're gone. So now it's all of C2 in command as the Mimikyu's being chased and everybody else can probably safely reset.
It looks like the Mimikyu gonna use the Shadow Claw here. They should be able to make it out. Mew helping to get them out of this horrible situation. The Trick Room allows them to fight. There is the KO. Time is running out. A minute left on the clock. We have the Scyther back. We have the Surfetch back. There's really only one option for Komai right now, but we only have 45 seconds.
Yeah, they're gonna have to use Gek to surf in. Oh, nice flank onto Toast by the Mimikyu. Springboard over. Gatlu's trying to go for it. Big X scissor. Gek surfs to the middle. They're gonna have to start hitting this objective. Gatlu follows the orders as well, but it's already 3 players down. Narami coming off spawn. Groudon at half, putting the pressure on, and there's not gonna be enough in the tank here as C2's got some great coverage and counter scoring at the exact same time. Groudon is secured by C2 anyways, and Komai's Game 1 streams dashed.
Komai having a disastrous game 1.
Yeah.
There's no other way to look at it. That was about as bad as it could go for the last hope for EU at the start here. Nothing seemed to go their way. They were behind the entire match, behind on experience. Their speedy Scyther not able to get online and pick up some of those big KOs. And C2 just cruising through the start of this best of 3.
I mean, that Galarian Rapidash was a problem.
Yeah.
They couldn't do anything. They didn't know how to react. They didn't understand what they were supposed to be doing. And it just dominated. Bell to bell. They couldn't slow it down whatsoever, giving enough time for the rest of the team to step up, level up, and take over. Well done, C2. Great team play.
We're taking a look at some of the bigger moments from this match, and really anywhere you're going to cut to in this replay package is going to show C2 winning a lot of these situations. Komai with no real huge moments for them. They had a couple opportunities, but I mean, look at those rock tombs now, just grabbing multiple members of Komai, having to reset. A Hydro Typhoon that hits a couple, but really just doesn't do enough. Beautiful plays from C2.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I mean, Komai, they actually, you have to give them credit for the sustained fight that they were able to take at Groudon, but they could never tip the scales in their favor, right? It was almost like they're fighting to just survive the moment and not try and win. I would have almost preferred them to just collapse on Groudon, try and flip it and get lucky, than whatever this kind of, you know, uncommitted attempt was, because it was so clear that they were falling behind so fast that when they tried to pull this thing off, there just wasn't enough time or energy or juice in the tank to get it done.
Yeah, I think C2 just expertly controlled exactly where they were the entire time. They basically made Komai do what they wanted them to do. The second they went into secure, whether they got it or not, it was too little, too late. CC got it anyway. Now Komai is in one of those dangerous positions. Not only are they one game away from being eliminated, this was the end of their run here at UCS. They also lost in dramatic fashion. There aren't a lot of silver linings to a loss like this. The only one really is we can just not do any of that ever again. And as long as we do something different, it's better than what that was.
The best part of that game is that it's over.
Yes.
That is the best part of that. Glean from that whatever you can and apply it as quickly as possible. That's where they're at now. Gek is no slouch when it comes to being that armchair quarterback for the team to put together a strategy that can react and win. We'll see what he cooks up. The rest of the team needs to find their confidence and start playing like they did earlier today.
Yes.
Because that was a team that was inspired. This was a team that was just on their heels the whole time and really didn't have any backbone or spine to step back into the fight and start taking some hacks.
Well, it's time for them to refocus. We've seen moments like this time and time again throughout the Unite Championship Series. A team is down, they figure something out in game 2, and all of a sudden the huge momentum shift allows them to win 2 in a row. But boy, C2 looked incredible. Of course, as we've talked about throughout this tournament, Japan as a region is just so unbelievably strong. The top region of this game without question. And they are proving it here in day 2.
The fact that they're laughing and just having a good time on stage, that's one of the best signs that you're relaxed, ready to go. And honestly, if I'm being completely candid, both of these teams right now are playing with house money. And I mean that in the sense that nobody really expected them to be pushing into the top 8 right now, fighting for a top 4 spot, which means they've exceeded the expectations set on them by the community and those of us that are in the booth. And now it's all up to them to just keep pushing the pace and really prove everyone wrong. One team looks relaxed and the other team looks lost.
Yeah, absolutely. They're gonna have to find it really quick, because it could all be over for Komai, all be over for EU here at the World Championships, our final World Championships for Pokemon Unite. Watching players that we've seen time and time again throughout the years, Gatlu, Adesu, Gek, I mean, these are players we've seen since the start of this game, and I know that they want to take their run deeper. I know that they want to make it to Grand Finals. They have a lot to prove as players, as a region. Gosh, that was a hard match. It's just a tough one. You have to be able to mentally reset yourself, and we'll see if they have it in them.
Yeah, I wonder where Narami wants to go after that game, right? I mean, they have the Sableye necklace on. They are a Sableye player. I don't think that's where they want to go, but the Vaporeon didn't quite do as much as other early game Pokemon, right? Like A-pressers like Hoopa and Eldegoss, which would have really helped protect the early parts of their game, unlike the Eevee, right, before hitting Vaporeon, which is having trouble dealing with Chancemaker, who came across the way for the invade.
Yeah, we'll have to see how they want to play it as we're getting ready for our next draft here. Interestingly enough, as we move through day 2, this has been a day of incredible competition and some insane upsets. I know a little later we'll take a look at our group stage, but as you mentioned before, a lot of the teams that we are seeing right now are not all the teams we expected to be watching in our top 8 heading into our top 4. It really goes to show how, close the level of competition is, how on par all of these teams are with each other as we are heading to our next draft. Komai, once again, is going to get first pick. The map will be Kyogre. C2 second pick, the bans. Glaceon starting us out, and once again, Espeon.
Espeon indeed. I love banning Espeon. I love picking Espeon. I just love Espeon right now in this meta. We'll see who the next ban is. It's for Alligator. And I have noticed I have perfectly lined up for the Pikachu ears.
Hey, pretty good. And I'm right over this Pokeball. We're both doing something.
It's doing something.
Next ban, Snorlax here for Komai. Final ban, they don't want to see the Machamp. And now we have a first pick situation. We're going to see how they want to use it. They grabbed Surfetch last time. The question is, do we use this to take Surfetch once again? But no, we are taking the Mimikyu.
Yeah, great counter pick, and of course one of Toast's favorite characters to play as well. So it's always good when you get a prized possession and you get to cut off the other team from something. Chancemaker quickly going to Blastoise, Arumini locking down Mew, and that's a great 1-2 pick from C2.
Yeah, absolutely love that. I think it's really powerful. You did take a strong pick away from Gek with that Blastoise, and Mew last game was so powerful. It was just amazing. Gatlu does get the Surfetch that he's been having an amazing day on so far. Gek from Komai looking for their pick, and they are going to give Narami the Psyduck. This feels like it could be a more impactful pick here as we're going over to C2. All right, man.
Come on, let's go C2. I mean, if you're going to be going into the well or reaching deep into the bag of tricks, this is where I like to be.
Yep.
Just Mr. Slime into just a horse. Just a horse that's been dominating. Why not? Prove that you can stop it. As Gek is eyeing up the Crustler, and Adesu locks in a Mega Mewtwo
Gek had a pretty amazing game earlier on Crustle, so I'm not shocked to see that here. Mewtwo offers a lot of possibilities, especially when you're dealing with so much crowd control on the other side.
Sure.
Side Strike is just a way to keep yourself safe. You can keep yourself very far away from the battle with Teleport. However, we have seen this strategy a few times, and I haven't been absolutely in love with it. I recognize there's something good about Mewtwo, no question, but it doesn't seem to be a difference maker in some of these fights. It also doesn't have an insane amount of burst damage, right? It has some pretty consistent damage throughout the fight, so we're going to have to hope that Gotlu can do enough burst damage to shut down CC. It's going to be tough with Metagross. As soon as it hits a Gyro Ball, you're not going to be picking up that KO anytime soon.
Yeah, I mean, Komai's been liking to leave Gatlu in one path and like hyper supporting Adesu in the bottom, and I think they're going to have to do this strategy because Kabi Killer is going to be able to assault Adesu on repeat all game long. Chancemaker, of course, if they're playing Surf, Blastoise can get in deep on engagements. So really, again, it's going to be on Gek and Narami to sort it out and protect the Mewtwo.
We're heading into our battlefield. Thea Sky Ruins with Kyogre here in the center, Doob Snacks.
Once you see the 10 minutes up on the screen, know that we're going into a ready go, and we need to do it.
Ready, go! Komai, your purple team. C2, your orange team. We are getting ready for EU to have one final shot at staying in this competition. We need the Komai we saw earlier today, and we need C2 to calm down a little bit because that last game was brutal for Komai.
We are hyper zoomed in on Toast, working through their central area. There we go, a better view to actual action happening. Chancemaker again, putting some good pressure on Gek at half HP. Boosted auto eaten by a Desu, kind of. Gek taking a ton of damage there, but no worse for wear as nobody's knocked out.
I mean, look at the secures there. 14 on the side of C2, so they definitely got the best of this fight right here. Up in the top path, we have the Mime. Always a tough Pokemon to fight, and if someone is good with Mr. Mime, it is one of the most frustrating things in the game. I love to see it.
It really is, right? It essentially plays a Crustle Light with the barriers that it puts up and a lot of good damage.
We have a Psychic Mime on our hands, so we're going to have to see exactly what that's going to look like. Big time Rock Tomb, Kakata moving through. Can they get the Mew? Ooh. They're looking for multiple KOs. Chancemaker on absolutely nothing. The Mew on absolutely nothing. One gets out. Adesu may pay for it, and it looks like they do.
Wow, wow, wow. Toast on the verge of getting two monster knockouts, but instead the script is flipped back the other way, and all that can be done by Komai is an eject button out of Gek to try and scrap back one of the knockouts, and Komai lost everything in that exchange. Yikes.
We're going to have to see how exactly this Mime wants to support the team. We're going to be power swapping and psychicking. I'm guessing we're going to be using that on our Metagross, which is going to make it even harder to fight. And the moment it goes in, it's going to do extra amounts of burst damage to their opponents, plus the healing. I mean, this is going to be a really exciting composition from C2.
Yeah, again, another inspired composition out of C2, really giving different looks to Komai, and Gek said it earlier in their interview. The game's really balanced right now, and you can show up with a bunch of stuff. You ask yourself, is that actually going to work? And then lo and behold, it totally does, and C2 is really marching to the beat of their own drum.
Here they go, looking for this Regidrago here. Komai around this with every member except for the Surfetched.
Okay, we've got some damage on Kokata. Popped up quickly. Gek with the cover. Narami's trying to get space. Regidrago getting worked on, and C2 has all the advantage there.
Yeah, C2 takes the objective. The top path, we still have Surfetched and Galarian Rapidash squaring off here. Surfetched behind on experience, so Rapidash doing a little bit better in our top path here. Trying to see what they can secure in the bottom path as they send the Mimikyu back to the center once again to get more experience.
They're able to trap Chancemaker for just a second, but Chancemaker is able to evolve there into the Blastoise. They are playing a Surfstoise as well, and that's going to be great for not only disengagement, but getting into the backline and assaulting Adesu.
Here we have Narami just getting some vision for the team, seeing exactly how C2 wants to fight. But one thing they know for sure is multiple members are attacking this top path here. Gotlu simply cannot fight them all by himself, but that does mean we have a player advantage in the bottom path here for Komai.
Yeah, they're going to have to face down this Blastoise, though, something Gek's familiar with because they usually fill this role for their team. We've got the Trick Room down. Surf separates just a Desu, but that's the spacing they kind of want. Here come the reinforcements. Haya moves forward, see if they can do anything. Tons of good pressure, and are they able to lock down a knockout on Toast? They do. Regieleki walks, but at what At what cost?
Yeah, the question is, was that worth it here for Komai? It might be all they could have gotten here. Gek trying to make something happen. Chancemaker able to make it out. Psyduck trying to defend, but here comes that Galarian Rapidash pushing forward, creating so much space for the team, and now they're trying to score, and they do break the goal zone.
Wow, Narami just stuck now. Adesu has to get away back to pad. Gek creates some defense here with the Rock Tomb. And holy smokes, look at Gatlu. They're on the wrong side of a nightmare here trying to get some paltry stacks in because obviously the top path didn't go too well.
Yeah, Gatlu trying to make a sneaky play right there, get some stacks. At the same time, we do have Toast, the Mimikyu, on the side of Komai, still looking for a lot of experience here. They're trying to keep parity with the other side, and they are 10.
Yeah, I mean, at least Toast is bigger than the Galarian Rapidash right now, right? Kabi is at least smaller than the jungler for Komai, so that's good. Big Gyro Ball. Look at the shield on Kokata right now as they're going to keep pressing forward.
And here we go. We've got the power swap on the Galarian Rapidash. It is hard to keep your lasso on that horse, and they are looking for the Metagross right now. If they could give it that extra power as well as that healing, that would be really strong for the side of C2. And it looks like they're using it to invade the central area of Komai.
Why not? Just take control of the whole thing. Solar Beam right there. Arumini putting a ton of damage on Toast. That's a Unite move directly on Adesu as they're fading back to the home goal pad. Another big Solar Beam creating space. Toast moving back. Kokata gets back to the pad as well. And these four players are doing great. And what's most impressive to me is it seems like C2 is moving in fours across the map, and yet wherever they commit to, the other side, they still kind of win.
Yeah, C2 is quite literally Pokemon uniting all over the place, moving as a squad, winning all of their fights, playing so well as a unit right here. And it feels like Komai does have some of those moments, but they are not working as in sync as C2 is. We have a Regieleki walking towards the home goal zone now of Komai.
I wonder how much they care. We've got the Spirit Fingers out, that Mr. Mime Unite the Showtime. We've got Toast using their Unite on Kabi. Can't slow them down. The triangle is down, and they're stuck in it. Toast trying to schmooze through the Trick Room, and now Narami is putting the pressure on Kokata with Gek. Can Toast convert on anything? No, gets stomped by the four-legged rock monster there. Kokata moving forward as Kabi, putting more stress on this Komai team as Gek X Scissors 3, but Arumini moves right back forward, jumps into the mist, carrying those Bubble Beam bubbles, gets a knockout. Are they going to get dispatched of at least Gek sorted them out?
Gek picks up a KO right here. This has been rough so far for Komai, a little better than last game, but that's not saying much, Dupes. Next, 130 to 335. Kokata in some trouble right now, might be giving up a KO. The Unite move doesn't pick anything up. That is a huge amount of experience over to the side of Komai. 3 minutes, 30 seconds, which means a minute 30 until our Kyogre hits the board. Komai needs experience. They need to get back in this game. Gatlu only level 11 right now. You're gonna want that to be much higher for our final fight.
Narami trying to eye up and get some information for the team, so they definitely know where the horse is, but I think Haya is still hidden and unknown to Komai. Narami decides to peel back. Chancemaker moving up. We'll see where they go from here.
We're looking at Komai all on the bottom path, grabbing experience. C2 deciding to never break that goal zone and give them access to more experience in the top path. Instead, scoring all the way through the bottom path, breaking their tier 2, even sending a Regieleki into their home base. And now they have forced Komai to deal with this Regieleki because they recognize that if it walks towards their home base under the 2-minute mark, they will lose the game, which gives C2 the opportunity to do whatever they want.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a big overdunk upstairs, plus 27 into that tier 1 goal zone. That extra experience is unlocked, but there's only 30 seconds until Kyogre.
30 seconds until Kyogre. This will walk towards the tier 2 of C2. I'm not sure if they're too worried about that right now. Reg Ice over to the side of C2 as well. They're going to have that powerful buff as we head towards this fight. Level-wise, we have 13 on the Mimikyu, 12 on the Sirfetch'd. Not too far behind C2. However, a lot of these fights have been brutal for Komai. It feels like C2 is just a well-oiled machine. And they're going to need to figure something out, Duke Snacks, because their tournament life is on the line right now. Gek looking for a Rock Tomb. They get the Blastoise. I'm not sure it's their target, but they bring it in with Psychic.
Oh, big Psychic and a push by the Surf back. Kabi is split from the rest of the team. Gatlu's right in the middle. We have a Rubble Rouse. Eject stun. Hydro Typhoon kicks up, and immediately Gatlu is dealt with. Toast wrangles up a good target here. Can they get the knockout on Kabi? They do. We're A-pressing down. The Coliseum is built, but nobody gets knocked out in it. We're pressing forward. Gek has no HP. Kakata stomps and takes care of them. Haya's low. They're gone. And now everybody's on a sliver of HP. Adesu's running away. Kakata's on the chase, but they peel back to the middle, grab a berry, and they're going to relax for a bit.
It looks like we're going to reset here. We still have a Unite move on the Surf Edge. It was caught so early and went down. They weren't able to use it. Right now, Mew is going to punish this Surf Edge, but there's a huge detect. They're moving forward right here. Komai getting aggressive.
They have to, right? There's 1 minute left. Get the fight.
Here we go. They're looking for it. Kyogre is being ripped right now, and here comes C2.
Right back into the flank here. Chancemaker's putting the pressure on. Kokata sees Narami. Kyogre's getting ripped. They got to try and secure here. Does Komai. Step in the middle. Solar Beam is way too early. Moves in. Surf Edged! Surf Edged! Gatlu takes it. Chancemaker's low. Can they get some knockouts and scramble to score? Komai is looking to scrap. They're trying to get through to the finish line here. Gatlu's putting pressure on. Toast continues to push.
They need to make something happen here. They have to score a lot, and they have to get rid of multiple members of C2. They're in the top path. Chancemaker caught by Adesu. The Blastoise goes down. 2 members of Komai in the goal zone, and they do score. 338, 365. It is not over, Doom Snacks.
They need to keep pushing. I don't know if they know. They have pockets full, and all C2 has to do is sit on pad. Gatlu goes in for a cheeky score of 6, not enough. Here comes Toast moving in. They need the points. They're getting eviscerated. Step on the pad helps to score. No, it doesn't go in. They're
Wait, Mewtwo scored.
Mewtwo
scored
with the Hundo banger. What just happened?
I think
that's enough.
Let's see. Komai ties it up!
Holy
Here at Worlds!
Adesu with the cheeky T1 score. We were watching the home goal pad as 2 other players on Komai were sitting at home base trying to insulate themselves from counter scores. And the cheeky Adesu on the Mewtwo Y circles all the way from the top path through the bottom onto that T1. Hundo Burger getting eaten. Win for game 2.
Wow, Komai pulling one out when they absolutely needed it, taking the only out they have, which was ripping apart this Kyogre. Gatlu with the legendary secure, and then it was time to score. Chancemaker, the Blastoise, also being caught by Adesu. Adesu with multiple hero plays in these final moments, Dupe Snacks.
I mean, yeah, that's the power of Mega Mewtwo Y. If you do have the space and can A-press, look at Toast with the cover, right, to save Adesu. Throwing the blanket over the horse, quick knockout, credit to Adesu. The Coliseum is built, but look, Adesu's just on the backside of it. Big X scissor by Gek, forcing out eject buttons. And yes, they did get stomped out, but they build just enough resilience with the getting away here as we go into this final rip and we see what Gatlu does.
Yeah, here we have Gatlu turn back
Fury
around.
Cutter, the Fury Cutter, fop, 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 just like a fencer.
It was so wild. He unites past it, right, to see what he can do, see how much burst damage he can get, and then he turns right back around for the secure. There's the picture-in-picture moment where Adesu picks up the Blastoise KO, and this is the moment here. Adesu decides to head to the bottom goal zone while multiple members here fight at this goal. The teleport gets him away and gets the score as quickly as they can. Komai coming back in this game. Unbelievable game 2.
Very close. Holy, okay. If I'm Komai, obviously you're breathing a sigh of relief and you're saying, we need to figure out the first 8 minutes of this game.
Yeah, you don't get too many of those. You don't get too many of those moments, right? So you have to take advantage of it right here. I think there was some really powerful stuff on the side of Komai. They looked a lot better than last game. That being said, they were still getting beat badly by the composition that C2 threw at them for most of this match. Score-wise, it was abysmal for them. They're too slow to get online on the side of Komai. However, when they played something even faster, like Scyther, they really got hammered.
Yeah, I mean, I think to me the difference between game 1 and game 2 specifically for Komai is actually having an executable plan against the Galarian Rapidash, right? They didn't let Kabi just take over like they did in Game 1. I'm not saying Kabi didn't have a good game. I'm just saying it was much different from Game 1 to Game 2, what that horse was doing to him.
Here we go, Adesu win in the crowd, C2 win as well, right up front. We've got our biggest fans of these two squads cheering them on. This is Game 3. It all comes down to this. Will EU advance in this tournament? Will C2 become another Japanese team moving forward with their chance for a grand finals? We're going to find out in a short 10-minute match. Our bans, they actually ban out the Galarian Rapidash as their second. I do too. It's so disruptive, it's so destructive, and it's hard to shut down.
Yeah, if I'm C2, if you can get a ban on a Galarian Rapidash, I think I'm feeling pretty good because then you can just go play any of the much stronger things in the game, right? I mean, like, stats-wise. Clearly, the Rapidash was good, but it's always fun to force your opponent into banning something so specific because then your other strategies come into play pretty easily.
Yeah, once again, we have the Mimikyu here picked for Komai. That's not only a Pokemon Toast is great with, but also it looks like they're stealing something away from C2. Yeah. Easy choices here. They love these picks. They were incredible on them. It looks like we're back-to-back going Blastoise and Mew. And honestly, if I'm C2, you don't even really need to change much. You won most all of the match, but they're taking the Crustle.
Yeah, so Blastoise back on the table on the other side. Gatlu back to Surfetched. Clearly a level of comfort there. Gek trying to see where they want to go with their defender pick. Is this the pick that's actually going to be made right now is my question. Snorlax, banned before, in play right now.
Interesting. So we go with the Snorlax here. They decide not to take the Blastoise that they've been playing a ton of. Kokata immediately snatching up that Metagross, and they liked the Mr. Mime play a lot.
This is what I'm talking about when the texture of a tournament changes in the middle of it. We've got a like third pick Metagross out of nowhere, right? And it's just because that's how the texture of this games are going. Narami back on the Duck, Adesu back on the Mega Mewtwo. The only change here, of course, is Gek on the Snorlax, and we'll see if that's enough to get it done.
We'll see what Kabi wants to play here. Obviously, no Galarian Rapidash for the side of C2. Things are looking a little different, and they're going with the Charizard. So they're moving into an extreme amount of burst damage from this Pokemon. The only disadvantage of something like Mega Charizard X is it's not flying up there in the sky, so it is no longer immune to all of the crowd control effects. If you can shut down Mega Charizard X for just a moment, allow it to stop fire punching you for a second, you can take this Pokemon out, but the burst damage is so incredibly strong that sometimes before you can even react, multiple members of your team have been KO'd.
Absolutely. There is some good tools on the side of Komai to contend with that. Of course, Toast, you know, with the Mimikyu, able to just, again, I keep calling, just throw the blanket over him and smother him down. Yeah. That's a great way to shut down a Mega Charizard X. Also, when Charizard goes up in the air to Seismic Toss you back down to Earth, Narami with just a clean little Psychic, you know exactly where they're going to land, and that's a clean stun pull that you can get done as well. And talented players like this can execute those finesse moves.
Well, here we have it. It is not over. It looked incredibly close there for C2 to be moving forward, but Komai found something inside them and pulled out a victory here. Groudon will be in the middle of our map. Ready, go! Komai, your purple team. C2, your orange team. This is game number 3. We are one game away from one of these teams moving forward to your semifinals. The other will be ending their tournament here today.
Chancemaker immediately going across the map to put pressure on Toast. They had to expect this. That's exactly what Chancemaker did in the first game. Narami better suited to help contend though, and Toast was a better Pokemon to combat this as well. So we'll see if they can stymie Chancemaker for a little bit and get their buffs as they deserve them. Yes, and that's gonna be a knockout, should be. Bang. K-opener to Komai.
Yeah, nice stuff for Komai, but a lot of what you're doing when you're invading like that, Doob Snacks, is you're wasting a ton ton of time, a ton of resources, and you're hoping that Pokemon does not get online as fast as they want it to.
Good
Charizard
stun.
going down, getting punished here. Komai having a stronger start to their game. Kokata not able to hit with that gyro ball either. They did get some experience, but they weren't able to push forward and make a fight happen.
Yeah, I mean, C2 trying to execute their game 1 strategy, not as good in the face of the Pokemon that Komai has brought to battle with. Oh, Kokata taking a ton of damage. Gatlu wants to close that one out in a big way. You gotta go get that one, Gatlu. They do. Narami's there. You gotta separate them from Chancemaker. Nice Fury Cutter, and that's a back-to-back KO there for Komai.
And now we have the Charmeleon online. They were able to score during all that. They're in some trouble right now, though, and another KO. This is just back and forth.
This is a crime scene for C2, right? Because what's happening now is that Desu is outpacing the other side, which means they can be far more aggressive and A-press this team down. Narami there in support, and we are just launching shots as Desu pretends to back. They do actually get out of dodge before Chancemaker can stop him.
This is a very different start for Komai. It's possible that that win has really changed the trajectory of this match. They look like a different team here. They look like the team we saw earlier. C2 obviously having an amazing start here, but now Komai right there with them.
Just Narami getting some information for the team as we've got some fans in the stands waving to the camera there. Good Regidrago take by C2, but Komai still feeling good right now.
Yeah, Komai not doing too bad. We have the Surfetch a little higher level than the Charmeleon on the other side. Obviously, Charizard takes a little while to get online. The Surfetch able to fight earlier, but as soon as it gets that Unite move, it is going to be a force to be reckoned with. It's something that Komai is going to need to take down as a team. 2 members of C2 in the top path fighting with Gatlu, as we have 3 members of Komai, no, 4 in the bottom path.
Look at everybody just poising, seeing how they're going to address this battle. Big heavy slam after it's like a huge knockout. Haya has to retreat here as Komai collapses on the goal zone after taking most of the Swablu and Altaria. Great pressure, great punch by Komai to get some points in.
Yeah, Komai now looking for some opportunities. Narami is actually going to back here. The question is, are they going to head to the top path to support? And it looks like we do. We have the Mimikyu and the Surfetch in the top path looking for a fight.
Gatlu looking for him. Kabi steps up, and here comes Kokata. Gyro ball for a quick secure on a wild Pokemon, but not on Komai just yet.
We had a miss right there on the Psychic, very, very close. The Regirock here, Kokata moving in. Regirock already at half, dupe snacks.
They're moving forward, nice block here, separation. Regirock getting pulled, secured by the Metagross. That could be enough. Nice Unite move on Gatlu. That gets a quick knockout, as now Gek is retreating. Narami can't hang tough as the Psyduck in the face of a couple players, and Kokata is just putting the pressure on. Narami trying to slow things down, but a fruitless endeavor.
Excellent fight there from C2. They were having a tough start, but they are right back in this thing with that beautiful team fight. Adesu does pick up a KO, and right now, Adesu is absolutely cruising in this match. The best we've seen him in this series.
Yeah, without a doubt, right? And it all happened because of the first 2 minutes of the game. They were able to get ahead, stay ahead, which makes them a much more volatile presence for C2 to contend with.
Here we go. We have Gek looking to make a play here, make something happen. Adesu peeling back Kokata, seeing if they can move in and fight Gatlu right here with the gyro ball, but an easy secure there for Komai.
Kokata going, oh, big inject there by Toast, using the Unite move as well on Kokata. We're trying to put the pressure on. Trick Room is down. Nice Sayayai out of Narami to stem the tides of C2 for the potential counter punch. They're working on Regieleki. The rest of Komai's backing up. Kabi looking for a flank, going towards Narami. They're going to try and convert with a fire punch, take them to the skies. They are bound, and now we are dealing damage. Pushing forward is Kabi. They're trying to burn down the countryside like Trogdor. Not today. Block. Gek off the pad. Kabi's on the back door, though, putting pressure on. Trying to get out his toes. Huge, heavy slam.
Wow.
And now this is the opportunity for Komai to turn the tide. We've got a good little power nap action in the middle. Another heavy slam eject button on Arumi, and now they're going to push through on Chancemaker. Metagross Unite attempt goes back onto Gek. Are they going to get a knockout? Not quite yet. They're still standing, and now it's Chancemaker that goes down.
Unbelievable from Gek there. A heavy slam on what looked like 5, a massive power nap on the entire team. Heroic defense from your defender player on Komai as they move to the top path. Kokata in a lot of trouble right here, but a great gyro ball gives them a large enough shield that they would not have gone down. Regirock now. We have Komai, and they're moving for it fast.
Toast moving straight forward. The rip is on. Kabi looking for an opportunity to inject themselves into the equation. Quickly secured by Adesu. The attempt is low. Haya gets the pressure on. We're scrapping through for the forward. The leash is on them, but it's not going to be enough. We get a knockout here. Gatlu puts the pressure on, going for a Fury Cutter, heavy slam separation, block back, and that's another knockout. Where did this Komai team come from? They talk about hitting the smelling socks. They're awake now.
Yes, they are playing Doob Snacks, and this is a very different game, completely different from Game 1 and Game 2, a Game 2 that they actually won. This is a different Komai. This is the best team out of EU playing in this tournament, but is it enough to stop C2? Because they have been on fire.
They absolutely have been, and look, C2 is a little bit behind. Oh, nice Mewtwo Unite from Adesu to give them a chance. Another good power nap, and Toast is scrapping. Kokata is down. Now is Chancemaker, and now the chase is on Haya. Eject, block, push them back, eat them up, put the blanket on them. Gone! And now Gek is scoring in their face. Kabi taking to the skies, trying to burn something down and make it happen. But is it going to be enough? We're trying to pivot back with Toast, back into the middle. Are they going in? Kabi has been able to burn a lot of stuff, but hasn't actually found a KO. Finally, Arumi deals with Toast, and finally, they deal with Adesu.
Beautiful stuff there from C2. They were trying everything they could from Komai to get away from that Charizard, but when it was time for it to pick up those KOs, it was able to do it with help of the Mew. Impressive stuff. This match is so unbelievably close,
yes.
But it looks for the first time that C2 is on the back foot. They actually are having trouble dealing with Komai for the first time in this series.
Yeah, that is an accurate statement. However, you can kind of see some potential cracks forming on Komai. Kabi took to the skies with the Charizard, and just a little bit of a miscommunication from Komai forced them to all get split, and they actually got taken advantage of, and maybe what was the first team win out of Scene 2.
Here we go. We're getting an objective here for the side of Komai, and we are getting the objective Reggie Alecki for the side of C2. They are letting that walk towards their goal. It is going to be a Reg Ice. They are going to have the increased healing around this fight. And now we have members of the team getting ready. C2 set up in the pit. This is the final fight between these two teams. One team is going home. They are eliminated from the Unite Championship Series. This will be their last time up on the big stage. 5 seconds until Groudon. Incredible positioning from C2. Gek moves in, looks for their moment. A little bit of a block, and now they're going to peel back. Stuck in a Rock Tomb, but I don't think this is the target you want for C2 as they're waiting for their moment. 181, 162. The Solar Beams find purchase and do a lot of damage. We have a Desu stuck in the Rock Tomb, but it can't do too much. Groudon just being hit here by C2, and we are looking to see who wants to start this fight. Chancemaker moves in and Gek moves in.
Okay, the Trick Room is down. Chancemaker has to Rubble Rouse, taking a ton of damage, blocking back to separate the team from Chancemaker. Kabi used the Fire Punch on Narami. Moving back forward, they take care of the Crusher. Off in the skies, Showtime into the middle. We've got the Power Nap and the Blanket put on top. We're combining everything. Komai is taking over. Oh! Now they're just chasing down poor Kakata. They have to use their Unite move. It's not going to be enough in the forces of EU. They have rallied strong. They are rallying on Groudon, and they are looking to win.
Komai right now ripping through Groudon. All 5 members get a buff, but here comes C2. They are coming off cooldown. 4 seconds until Mew. We now have players looking to score. Gatlu with full pockets. 281, 162. They're already up. If they make a mistake and lose these buffs, this could be the end of the match. But if they don't score, C2 could make something happen. 45 seconds left. Everything on the line for C2.
We're heavy slamming out. The pressure is on. C2 trying to find everybody. Adesu looking for the peel score. Charizard's there to cover. They are up 281, 162. They trap Gatlu. Toast right in the middle. Gets Chancemaker. Back the other way. Block separation. And the screen is down from the Mew, shielding them from the rest of the team. Gatlu with the big Unite to clear the trash out. Street sweeper mode for the Surfetch. Toast stepping back in. 66 goes in. EU is putting a button on this one as we got more points on top. The Hondo Burgers are eaten, and Komai is moving on.
Komai coming from behind. An absolutely disastrous game 1 and 2 until they pulled out a massive victory. And now in game 3, looking fantastic. Komai's heading to the semifinals.
Me oh my Komai, holy. I don't know what they did between game 2 and 3, but do that before game 1 next time and give yourselves a little bit less of a rocky road. What a bounce back, what a win.
This is gonna make me cry, brother. I love this guy. What a team, what a team. We've been following this squad for years. I have been casting this team. They made it to grand finals. Unbelievable. the crowd on their side, and they are going to be heading to the semi-finals. We could once again have EU and Grands. The last time this happened was the first year of Pokemon Unite.
Ooh. Oh my.
Oh my God, what happened to Holy?
I mean, what a game, what a game, what a game. I can't say enough about whatever their mental reset was between game 2 and 3, because it was a different team. And whether by hook or by crook, intentional or not, C2 went to the same strategy as game 1, but what they didn't take into the calculation was that the draft that Komai put together was so much stronger in the early parts of the game here.
And look at this fight. I mean, we just had such a beautiful start for Komai. They're moving around, eating these solar beams, which was tough, and they put it all in on Chancemaker. They went for the defender. Even after the Rubble Rouser, the huge shield, the Unite move, they collapsed on them as a 5-person team, putting all the damage they could on Crustle. And once that defender was gone, it was the opportunity here for Komai to win this fight. And look at all the pressure they also go for Char, right? The Mimikyu Unite move on top of it, right into a power up, like the perfect timing there from Komai. Beautifully done.
Credit to Narami as well. That Sai, that big Psyduck Unite, gobbling up 4 players when C2 went all in, reducing the amount of damage they're dealing out and allowing Komai to get that damage advantage was enormous. I mean, every player had an all-star moment in this game for Komai.
Yeah, no question about it. And you can see how much this matters to all of these players, the players on Komai, the players on C2. This is their last opportunity to become the world champion here in the Unite Championship Series. So much on the line, so much time, so many years that we've been watching these players struggle, succeed, fail, put it all out there on the biggest stage. What a win for Komai. Gotlu, player of the game, 10 knockouts, 4 feints, 5 assists. He is having one heck of a tournament, but I do think the MVP of this entire series is Adesu. Adesu had so many huge moments. The Mewtwo split in that game where the score, they would not have won without it. They would not have won without him surviving in the pit. I mean, just so many incredible moments. And then in this game, actually taking over the start of the match, finally for Komai.
Yeah, exactly. And like I said, C2 in the start of the game went with their game 1 strategy, but they weren't prepared for the much better early game that Komai had built for game 3, and it ended up being a disastrous moment, and Adesu able to take over. And because of that, and because of the emotional Adesu, and we want to hear exactly what's on that man's mind, let's go to an interview.
All right, thank you so much to our casters. That's right, I'm on stage with Narami from Komai Esports. After such an incredible game, you got the crowd cheering for you. So exciting. And Narami, some of those moments in that match were so intense, but it started pretty rocky for your team. A tough game 1, but you had a huge bounce back. How did your team come back from such a tough start?
Let's say that we had, I guess, a weird take on the Rapidash, because we expected it, but we thought we could have countered it with our draft. Well, we figured out that the players well too good. Honestly, Onyx is just too good on the Rapidash, and we're not used to play against it. So by game 3, we realized that we needed to ban it. So we tried to adjust our draft based on game 1 and game 2, and I guess it worked.
All right, a big adjustment, I like that. Looks like you're preparing a lot for each of your opponents that you're facing. I mean, has that been the secret to your success, or are you trying to focus a lot on how your team plays?
Yeah, I think so. Like, we put a lot of draft preparation behind every match, and I think this is probably one of the biggest reasons for our success right now. I feel like our meta read is pretty good, honestly. I feel like from the surface, from the day 1, the cleft games here and there, I feel like our meta read is probably one of the reasons.
Amazing. So, a meta is looking good. Your strategies are paying off.
That final moment of Game 3, your Psyduck, the Unite move, it feels like it changes the landscape of that fight. You held on to it for a while, you were making me nervous. But when using that moment, I mean, what are the team communications like that in really intense moments on your team? Is there one person kind of telling everybody what to do, or is everybody just talking all the time?
No, definitely I would say me, Adesu and Toast talk the least in these kind of moments. Also because I would say Gek and Gatlu get heated up the most during fights and they need to really get that communication going on. So no, in that final fight I just kept my ult because I expected the Zar to walk into me and he did so I just waited.
Amazing. All right, well, I like that communication from your team. It's looking good. You got a lot of people cheering for your team here, and I know at home as well. Anything to say to all the people supporting Komai?
We love you. We will look for more now. More wins.
We love you, and more wins. Awesome. All right, thank you so much. We're going to send it back to Spraggles and Doob Snacks.
Thank you very much, Zoinks. Now I want to take a special moment of this broadcast so that Doob Snacks can talk to our production team and tell him how he feels about them saying Adesu was on stage for the interview.
Yeah, for the record, I'm not pressing the top back button because I want everybody to hear this at home.
Right down the barrel.
They fed me the wrong information and embarrassed me. In front of all of you in the last Pokemon World Championships. Only I embarrass myself, and sometimes I let him embarrass me, but never from production. Unacceptable conditions. Let's get the right information. Especially when we talk to you and we ask real questions and then you don't answer us, and then you just force us wrong information. We love that. Let's get on the ball here for the rest of the show.
The graphic said it was Narami, though. Thank you for this graphic. Never a graphic we've ever asked for, but this is really good to fight with us right now. And I have to say, I have the best seat in the house because I am hearing production talk to you as you are talking to them right now. Pretty great stuff. The interview was incredible regardless. What a match for Komai. Still alive in this tournament. And this also means Japan no longer has the opportunity to have two Japanese teams in our grand finals, which a lot of us thought was a very high possibility.
That's great. And also, when we're talking to the camera and you just arbitrarily throw a graphic on screen, I'm not going to just stop talking and look at it most of the time. So just give me the right information in my ear. That's what it's for. That being said, I'm assuming we're ready for a break. They haven't told us that either because they've just stopped talking completely. So we're going to attempt to throw to a break, something that we do quite often. We'll see if it works. Let's go to break.
It's good for us to iron all this out right before we shut this down.
All right, everybody, as we're taking a look at some of the best moments in Pokemon Unite over the last 5 years, and again, have to rely on myself for this one. I want to talk about, of course, the moments in which we've crowned all of our world champions. Incredibly special, and I'm incredibly fortunate to have been a part of those moments. Please take a look and enjoy.
the trap. Can they X-scissor through? The block covers them, and now they have to peel back. Kraken in deep waters here. Tempo uses their Unite move right into the power nap, and it's Fatopo there to catch him. Mewtwo Unite is a huge Ice Age gets two. Peru Unite's got them eyed down. The block is up, but their HP bar is shrinking. They're on the verge of getting knocked out, and they're gone. It's just Fatopo standing in the way of Peru Unite becoming your world champions. Rayquaza's getting worked on. Fatopo's trying to find a way in. They Emerald two-step, and they are getting a knockout. They eye their way in. Rayquaza's low. It's secured! It's secured! Peru Unite looks into the eyes of Zeta Division and says, we are the Alpha and Omega. We are the beginning and the end. We are Peru Unite!
And welcome back, Pokemon Unite trainers and fans. We are coming to you live from San Francisco, California for the Pokemon World Championships. It has been a whirlwind here over at Pokemon Unite. We have happy tears, we have sad tears, there's just tears all around. I think they're going to continue flowing, but I'm Pelosaurus and we have Danalee. Have you managed, do you have any tears left to cry?
I'm saving this for grand finals. I think we have to save it for the grand finale for the entirety of the show. So they're kind of in there, but you know what it is, right? It's like just keeping all those tears in. It kind of hurts. It's fine. We suffer for a good cause. But we're not going to suffer now because we are coming into the end of all of our quarter-final matches. We are going to wrap things up for our last quarter-final match today here with Gremio Esports going up against T1. So this is going to be our upcoming matchup, but just a quick recap for our top 8 games in case anyone has missed out on any of our matches for today. At the top, we can see, oh gosh, excuse me, Kels. At the top, in the semi-final? Yes, we have Exist up against Zeta Division.
So both of those teams representing Japan making it on through. We have Kamai joining them from EU. It's just a matter of whether we are going to have Gremio Esports. Sorry, so much just put
That's okay.
My apologies.
I think both of us are out of
it. From Brazil, from Latin, going to join them, or T1 from Korea.
Yeah, so it's been an incredible day. We've seen so many upsets, so many surprises, so many teams just coming out and performing today. And this has been something that's been a repeat happening at Worlds year by year by year. It's never really been a case of the top performers from the season leading the charge. It's been the underdogs, the teams that teams have kind of ignored, coming in, surprising the competition, surprising us as spectators as well, and then all of a sudden putting on a show at Worlds. And it kind of goes to show that it doesn't matter how you got to Worlds, it is how you play at Worlds.
100%.
Exactly. So for Gremio Esports and T1, it is time to play the game of Unite of your life. Because remember, these are all elimination matches. There is no second chance. There is no lower brackets. If you are out, you are out.
Yes, 100%. They have got to play their hearts out if they are to go and make it to that top 4 position. One step closer towards making it towards Championship Sunday. But folks, I know this one is going to be a great one. We have some history between these two teams in terms of Gremio Esports representing Brazil. Some familiar names: Soto, Lel, Kailuk, Falzi, Angel Zine. They have had an incredible performance this season run. Otherwise, we have some returning players from Korea there coming on in as well. In terms of Zubin, who was actually previously on Sora Tigers Gaming, who ended up coming second back in Honolulu in 2024. So these players here, they are used to playing on the stage, right? It's just a matter of, well, here today, are they going to be able to continue that performance, to be able, obviously we've had interviews, there's people talking about being anxious or anything like that. It's a matter of being able to control that and focus on what needs to be done, which is, well, to win.
I mean, everyone looks pretty well composed, right? No, we're not really seeing anyone being nervous. Everyone's just kind of ready to get into the game. We're seeing notes being taken down as well, because we do have to think about the draft. The draft is the most important aspect for the teams now, because they need to think, what are we going to be able to play? What are we anticipating our opponents are going to play? And if they pick a strategy that we have not prepared for, do we have a contingency plan in place to deal with the said strategy? Because we have seen some teams pick some really unconventional Pokemon today. And I think that's where some of the aces have come in to try and surprise everybody and say, hey, have you prepared for Aegis Slash? Have you prepared for, we haven't had Galarian Rapidash today, but for example.
We did.
Today? I'm pretty sure we did. I remember yesterday. Maybe it was a different match. But we have to see something, right? And I think these teams also need to realize that when you're playing on the main stage, you need to leave the stage with no regrets. It doesn't matter if you win, it doesn't matter if you lose. If you don't play at 100%, that's gonna go with you for a long time. That's gonna be carried with you in your career after Unite. So for both of these teams, there's so much on the line. There's not just the title of being Pokemon Unite World Champion, but it's also just, that memory of, I played at Worlds, I played at the last year of Worlds. Was I proud of how I played?
Yeah, 100%. Obviously, that is the ultimate goal when you do come to the Pokemon World Championships. But it's also those personal goals. Being able to defeat your previous records is what is currently on the line. But yeah, there you go. You get to a Rapidash, but it's not going into play.
That's not what I meant. That's not what I meant.
Okay, you read it.
All right, so we do have specified bans. So Galarian Rapidash is a very specific one, but obviously this has to be a Gremio special. So T1 doing their homework. We do have a couple of very typical bans here though. So Hooper, Surfetched, as well as the Comfey, Feraligatr, and Zacian to finish up our last round of bans. So I want to see what's going to be the first choice of pick here for Gremio. They are hovering over the Snorlax. We've seen some teams in the past go for offensive Pokemon first, and actually Mega Lucario is locked in first for Gremio Esports.
Yeah, I think this is a surprising pick to go up first and lock in that Mega Lucario, but Gremier Esports are confident in that. Otherwise, a Pokemon we have seen, well, two Pokemon that we have seen time and time again operated by some pretty skilled players is going to be that Mew and Psyduck. Once again, in pretty decent hands on the side of T1.
This is a very popular pick for T1. They love that Mew. They really know how to handle it. So I'm curious to see what Gremio is going to actually decide to do to deal with that Mew. If they decide to go for a backline diver, if they want to try and go for AoE. We've got Blastoise here, so we have a lot of AoE crowd control if we do have a 5v5 fight break out. And it looks like Miraidon's going to be the team's attacker for this time round, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with Miraidon. It hasn't been a popular pick, though. It's been, I think, like a team-by-team popularity pick, whether you're comfortable playing the Miraidon or not. So Angel Zin's going to be piloting that for the team. T1, though, going to be picking up their own Lucario. It might not be Mega, but it is still a Lucario, followed by Mega Charizard X.
Yes, I mean, you're talking about whether we see these Pokemon as often. I mean, we can already see by their encounter rates. Miraidon at 23, Lucario at 15, Mega Charizard X at 13. So I guess this is where, well, it's a matter of, are these their comfort picks?
It has to be.
Are these their comfort picks? And, you know, with so many Pokemon on the roster currently, it's expected to see some other things come into play. And this is what makes watching Pokemon Unite so fun, right? We want to see these different picks, these surprise picks come into play, but then also we want to see this comfort, aka Blissey and Urshifu with
Mammoth
a high encounter rate there. Yeah.
So Mamoswine's going to round things out here for T1. I have to say, their draft is looking pretty interesting. So you've got Psyduck and Mamoswine to hold the fort in the front lines. Of course, Sabine on the Psyduck going to just be a huge disruption for Gremio Esports. You do have that Lucario that's going to be annoying as well, able to secure for the team. Pisterio's Mega Charizard X. I kind of feel like, was this choice picked up because he wants to dive the backlines for Angel Zin's Miraidon? Because aside from him, the only other Pokemon that can maybe dive the backline is Epee, but Lucario at the same time kind of doesn't want to dive too deep because you do leave yourself exposed to being picked up by that Blastoise and the Surf. So I guess T1, it's like a mix of like damage and dive, but all of their range damage is in the Mew. So that could be concerning if they struggle with the close quarter combat. Like if they can't survive all of this CQC, that's going to put pressure on Mew to perform. But it's not a bad thing, but it can be worrisome if they struggle.
Yes, so I'll have to wait and see how this one goes as we pivot across the Sky Ruins Groudon for this first map. I know we've been practicing it in the crowd. We want to hear loud and proud. Ready, go! And off they go, Gremio Esports representing the region of Brazil over on that purple side. T1 representing Korea on the orange.
So it's game number one. There's a lot on the line here. It is that game one victory and that one step closer to locking in this best of three set. So whoever gets it, that will be a slight advantage for them in this series altogether. I'm just curious to see, like, what's the aggression going to be? And it looks like Pisteria is already struggling. Lel already doing what they can on that Chansey. Unfortunately, they weren't able to secure the last hit, though, so Lel will be going down. But it did slow down the progress of Pisterio slightly on that Charmander.
Yes, and that's the thing that is going to give chance for that Cubfu to catch up, especially considering it has quite a slow clear earlier on. Otherwise, a little tussle down in that bottom path as they are fighting it out for these wild Pokemon. Once again, early game, you know, just trying to get that experience up and running and get those levels before rotating up.
We do have Saram looking to go for a rotation in that top lane. Pisterio, and also they do see Falby, you know, they did manage to meet up with the Swinub. So Saram going to join the team after seeing Falby move up. Kyluk almost going down, will be able to get onto that tier 1 goal zone. Oh, beautiful jump out there by Epee. Was potentially going to be caught out, but Lucario is quite slippery, quite difficult to catch. And I think that's really going to be it for that engagement in that top lane, Kello.
Well, you know what? There is a Lucario on either side, so dodging and weaving between them. But once again, just focusing on those wild Pokemon down in that bottom path. Now, we were talking about breaking through this front line of T1. One Pokemon that is going to be great at doing this is this Miraidon with that Charge Beam to be able to shred. If they can go and break down that barrier, that is going to be their avenue towards the Mew.
Yeah, absolutely can be, right? And I think the great thing about going for the Charge Beam on the Miraidon is that you're giving yourself a little bit of space, a little bit of grace with actually doing your damage. You don't need to get so close to the action. You can sit quite far back. And it's consistent damage as well. So knowing Angel's in, they're probably going to be doing whatever they can to just, you know, slowly chip away at T1, make them feel uncomfortable, because remember, it's not a classic support on this team, and they do manage to get a nice little KO there. The Psyduck is now gone for a while, which this early on in the game is a pretty big deal, not having your Psyduck there to protect your teammates.
So you can already see Kyluk is getting in some stacks up in that top path. They do end up getting punished by getting knocked out by their fellow Lucario. Nonetheless, we do have Falb, who was able to dunk in 30 points.
Oh, looks like Saram is hoping to go for a little bit of action in the top lane. I'm not sure what the build is. Ice Fang? Oh, he missed it. Yeah, it's Ice Fang on the Piloswine. So that's going to be quite a scary move for Gremio to keep an eye out on, because we all know Ice Fang, absolutely scary move. You get lifted into the air, thrown behind the Mamoswine in towards his teammates. So as long as they're able to avoid the Ice Fang, then Gremio is going to have a bit of an easier time engaging in these team fights. Falb is going to be sticking with his teammates, though, as they head towards the red giants. It's not an attack or defense buff, but still, health regeneration, very important for the team. They do have to be careful of Comey, and he still stole it. Oh, that's the thing with the Mew. So difficult to avoid. We do see a Unite, though, throwing them in the air, looking for that Miraidon, but Pisterio getting caught, and they do finish him off. Doesn't matter if you have that Unite, if they just don't have the damage. It is a 1-for-1 trade, though. Charizard for the Urshifu.
Yeah, we do have Salter, who is quite low, is going to use that Unstoppable to try and survive, but they do end up giving Homie a 2 KO streak on that Mew, and is growing ever closer to getting their Unite move at level 9. Otherwise, I feel like this battle up at the top path between these Lucarios has been going on forever.
It's a never-ending battle. I think Kyluk just knew. He was like, okay, guys, I'm going to dunk here. I'm probably going to go down, just waste this other Lucario's time. That's really all I can do. But we do have support coming into that top lane. Lel going to be chasing away Epe, Charge Beam, also landing some damage onto Epe. So this Mega Lucario does have to be careful with his position. Urshifu is here. Falb is looking for something. If he can find anything, he will take it. There is a possibility they dive the T1, but the Regieleki is more important here. They're going to start working on it. There's no Mew, so they don't have to worry about a Solar Beam coming in, but Epe can still be a threat in himself. Instead, turning onto Falby. It's only a T1 tower. There are no other Pokemon here. They do clear it, and they're going to go back and get the Regieleki. So now, this Aleki is going to threaten this Tier 2 lane.
I think that was a really great call, considering that T1 was only on 9 points. That is going to go and put pressure onto that Tier 2 pad. Psyduck going and backcapping as we have Gremio Esports looking to commit with multiple Unite moves, but the Meteors are raining on down as Mamo tries to eject, but ends up collapsing.
Oh, this Aleki is pushing with them. They're doing so much damage, and T1, they're trickling in. They're taking so much damage. They do take out Epe finally. Urshifu's going to go down, and all of a sudden, Gremio forced to retreat after losing their frontliners, but gosh, did they do some damage. Great knockout. Almost was able to get some scores in, almost walked the Aleki in as well. It's just that T1 just earned the nick of time, bringing in the support to be able to get those knockouts. But Gremio, this team means business. Every time they look for those knockouts or those objectives, they commit to it. It's not a team that we've seen where every now and again some teams will kind of pretend that they want to commit. No, Gremio commits to everything.
We do have this Regirock that is in T1's control. They are going to get the secure. This bottom pad is left on 7. So Sarab goes in on the dive of Soto. Soto goes back in with a surf but misses.
Yeah, he misses for now, but at least he's able to stick around with the team. If he got knocked out, I think that would be the go sign for T1 to push that bottom Tier 1. So we did buy some time. Up top, though, Epe going to be scoring 40 points in that Tier 1. Goal zone breaking that lane as well for Gremio, opening it up for T1. Down bottom, though, we still have Gremio keeping an eye out on T1. But you can see T1, they kind of just left it. Up Hysterio, finding the Lucario, lifts him in the air. Unite gets used. He's being stunned up. He's still okay. The shielding is there. This Mega Charizard X is pretty tough. But Falby will finally cut through the Mega Charizard X, stopping him. And Sabine also caught by Falby. This Urshifu is wreaking havoc on on the side of Gremio. And you can see even Komi on the Mew is struggling, forced to use the Unite, trying to do what they can. Dip, duck, dash, and dive, maybe can get a knockout. No!
No, they don't end up getting to push on back, but that is going to give Gremio Esports to push back as Serum is going to grab that Urshifu and wipe him out. Soto fighting for their lives now as they go in with a surf, but Gremio Esports, while they ended up committing, it just fell flat once again.
Yeah, and we had lots of Unites committed too, so that was just, it was not a cheap fight at all. Well, in the meantime, though, did get caught, should be taken out here thanks to Pisterio, will be burned down. That's going to be another knockout going into T1. They're looking for more, looking to steal those buffs as well. But man, T1 are so aggressive now. I think they realize if they just let Gremio be the ones to take the driver's wheel, that they're probably going to lose momentum of this game. So they said, okay, we're going to be the ones to try and control that tempo. We will try to pick the fights that suit us the most, which is why we're constantly seeing Pisterio on that Mega Charizard going in and starting off with the Unite for his team.
Yes, but it's going to really come down to this final stretch. We have seen time and time again results change depending on who ends up getting this final boss. But we do have Gremio Esports surrounding up in the top side. T1 Home is going to bush check, making sure that no one is waiting to invade.
Well, Saram getting pushed out there by the Charge Beam. Angels in very good job in trying to zone out. Komi in the meantime, though, very dangerous territory. Just slowly chipping away at Gremio with those solar beams. Very important, though. Could be the way to open the door for the team to just go in. You can see Saram is looking for whatever he can, using those earthquakes to threaten a start. Saram does get caught in the surf. He is very low on health. This Mamoswine is not happy at all. And there's no way for him to heal either. So T1, they're going to have to make the call here. You can see Gremio also slowly chipping at the ground on Pisterio, going in for the wrap. You can see there the Mamoswine looking to start things off with the Mammoth Mash. So much damage under Gremio. They've lost the Mega Lucario already. Mamoswine goes down. The shield's there for the Blastoise. Pisterio is low. T1, they've made a mistake. Gremio's taking the fight. Komi on this Mew gonna do what he can. Dipping, dashing, boosted attacks, Electro Balls. But is there a way? Maybe can he steal this Groudon away? We've seen him steal objectives before. This Mew could be what seals the nail in the coffin here. This Mew is waiting.
They're doing it. They're going.
He can't do it. He can't do it. There's just too much health on the Groudon. Blastoise secures it for Gremio, Kels.
Yes, and now this is going to be Gremio Esports' chance to go and get these dunks and overtake the lead. 218 points to 222. They need to go and get another dunk. Any hope he might be Angelzine with this 18 points. But first, they have to break through these barriers.
Do they have the damage? So far, nobody can score. Gremio is sticking around for too long, but T1 is losing health fast. They're jumping in. Anything.
8 points. They do the 8 points. They do the 8 points to 16. Gremio Esports have gone and take the lead and grasp this one as T1 steer out of control of this car.
They finally do it. Gremio, who are pushed back by T1 for the majority of that 2-minute final stretch. They break through. They take the objectives. T1 run out of gas. And it comes to a last-minute final score for them to be able to take over game number 1. And T1, you can see them, they are feeling the heat.
Oh, feeling the heat indeed, because I am sweating up that. Pretty sure everybody else is, but oh my goodness. And this just goes to show, despite, I guess, not being in control of the car or this match.
Just losing
this
control.
Map.
Yes.
During that first 8 minutes, it is important that you take control of this final stretch. And you can see Gremio Esports looking for that opening. And I guess in terms of T1's composition, they didn't have that healer on the side. Mamoswine dives on in at such minimal HP, relying on those shields. Merely just misses that, or that aura cannon there as well. But yeah, Gremio Esports just being able to commit together, focus one on one to go and take down T1. But yeah, that was Komi in the back line. I was biting my tongue. It was so close, but they just did it too early.
Well, they had to, right? Because at some point, I think Komi knew that if I wait, there's not enough time. I have to pray that this Groudon is at low enough health to try and go for the snipe. But as you saw, Gremio, everybody in the pit stopped. They knew that this Groudon was out of reach for the Mew. So great plays overall here from Gremio to be able to turn a dire situation into a victory here for game number 1. Now setting the pace for themselves and pushing them one step closer to securing the set. We do have Falb here as our MVP for the team, and man, his Urshifu was nasty. When he was able to go in, he did the damage. He really pressured a lot of the T1 Pokemon.
But you know what? The thing is, Falb wouldn't have been able to do that alone because they had Lel who did, I think it was 127k healing. I could be wrong, but I know that it was over 100k with those soft-boiled eggs. And that's the thing. It is a team effort when it comes to Pokemon Unite. So very well played from Gremio Esports in that final stretch to go and secure that Game 1 victory.
Now, it's not over yet here, ladies and gentlemen. That was simply game number 1. We are prepping to go into game number 2. So the goal for Gremio, take that game 2, secure that 2-0 victory. But for T1, they need to reverse sweep of the series if they want to have a chance at continuing on their journey here at the Pokémon UNITE World Championships. And I guess the question now is, what's next? Do they run it back? What Pokemon do they keep? What Pokemon do they change? What Pokemon do they need to ban going into this next game? Because I think there are definitely things that need to change. Komi's Mew, if that goes through, that has to stay. I think Komi's Mew is fantastic. The supporting crew could possibly see a little bit of a change. I think we might have to see some kind of support healer come in for the team to give them that sustain, because one of the big disadvantages... Sure?
Umbreon. There was no Umbreon at all during that last set. I mean, that could potentially be your secret key in terms of still having that bulkiness to them, but then being able to provide that healing support with Wish either on themselves or their allies. But we'll have to wait and see whether they do decide to go an Umbreon or not, or whether they're just going to stick with this composition, because, as I said, it wasn't necessarily anything wrong with the composition.
No.
T1, they were in control of that map for the first, well, I'd say 9 minutes, 8.5 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Up until that final stretch. So, I mean, I feel like they probably wouldn't really need to change anything here.
If the game, like if this next game goes the same as the previous game, I really think they need to have some kind of sustain. I'm just gonna quietly shout out Meganium here because I kind of like that.
Okay, we did see that yesterday. Brock did play that one.
I'm just gonna quietly vouch for Meganium here.
You're just biased towards Meganium.
I do, come on. But I feel like Meganium would kind of fill in a pretty good role, because not only can it heal for the team, but you also have the root, right? So you still have some kind of disable for the team, you provide the healing as well, and the Unite being able to buff up both of the heal and the root as well to be a bit more impactful in those team fights, and it's quite tanky as well, you know? So I feel like Meganium has room to be here, maybe if you don't go for the Mamoswine, because Mamoswine at times, fantastic Pokemon, but without some kind of healer to sustain a Mamoswine, it does struggle when you're in those awkward like situations where you're like trying to initiate but you can't and you're taking damage.
Yeah, well, I don't know whether we'll end up seeing Meganium. I'm sorry to burst your bubble there, Danalee, but
Meganium.
As I said, I feel like if anything, Umbreon or even Eldegoss will probably fit the
Eldegoss probably makes
bill
more
for
sense,
Fable. I'm sorry, Meganium is down there in terms of the healers for me, but doesn't matter what I think or we think anyway. In the end, it's going to be what T1 and Gremio Esports are most comfortable with, and Subin once again is going to lock in that Psyduck.
Look, the Psyduck can stay. I'd have no problems with Psyduck being on the roster here for T1. It's just the accompanying support with the Psyduck, what they decide to go for. But really strong opening here for Gremio. Love the Snorlax. We've seen so many fantastic Snorlax over the course of the weekend. And Snorlax, the goal with this Pokemon is very simple. You know, distract the enemy, disrupt them. If you have access to block, you can push them towards your teammates. So yeah, the Snorlax pick, amazing. Love it. Mega Lucario, it worked out for them in that previous game. I don't see a need to change. I knew it! But it was the wrong team. But we still got Meganium.
Meganium is going to make an appearance with that 6% encounter rate. Danalee, do you have Future Sight equipped? I feel like you've just used Future Sight there.
Yeah,
unless Lela's just doing this one for you.
I'm telling you right now, that is why I glitched out earlier in the broadcast. You know, where I kind of like stopped. I think that was when it was happening. I just didn't realize it.
But
Typhlosion! Yes.
We're getting the Johto representation here. The fact that we have Meganium, the Anti-Flosion making an appearance. I mean, obviously we have Feraligatr over on the side of Gremio
He still
Esports,
counts.
but he
He
is
still
there in the band
He still
section.
counts.
You know, having
banned.
all of those first partner Pokemon and making an appearance is really exciting to see. But I think this was a really smart play from T1. You pointed it out. Urshifu was a massive threat from the side of Gremio Esports. So to be able to lock that one in for themselves really just took that option away. But they got other options. They got, well, yeah, we have plenty of options. We already covered that. I mean, Meganium being one of them.
Yep.
There we go.
Well, I
we
don't
love
know.
them surprises.
I don't know if Meganium's going to take over this role of it. We still got Meganium. That's all we need to know. But moving forward, though. Okay, so what am I expecting going into this game number 2? So game number 2, I think for T1 to take this, they really need to take control of the game, Kello.
Yes, but as we are getting set to go into this match, everybody get your breath ready because we are going to do this together. We want to hear you loud and say it proud as we enter the Thea Sky Ruins Kyogre map for this second mate. Oh, we missed it.
We can do it anyway.
Ready, go! Oh, so I know we didn't have the visuals, but it's okay. We gone and done it. But there we go, heading on into this second game. T1 over on the purple side, Gremio Esports over on the orange.
All right, so let's see what's the game plan here for T1 and how does Gremio respond in kind, because Gremio's responses in the previous game were beautiful. I loved how they approached the game. They didn't get too carried away. We are seeing a little bit of a skirmish down bottom. Suto putting a lot of pressure on Pisterio, who is not feeling too happy there, so has to back out to heal up. Okay, let me think. Oh, Lel already on that Chikorita just being an absolute nuisance.
I mean, you called it, right? Lel's just got to go and put on that pressure. But yeah, that is going to definitely be a tough a path down in that bottom part as Chikorita is going to go and help Valve along. Epe does end up getting knocked on out. So this is going to give Gremio Esports a great advantage as these Swablu's and Altaria soon to spawn.
Yeah, we do have Falp here with Komi in the central area. Now, you know, he's not a fully evolved Typhlosion, but the thing with Typhlosion overall is that it is a deadly Pokemon if he has the setup. The thing is, Komi has support. Seema's there. They do get the knockout, but the burn damage almost taking Komi out. They just need a little bit more. Look at Lel. This tiny Chikorita gets him with that last basic attack and evolves into a Bayleaf.
The little Chikorita that thought they could and they would, and they did go out, taking them out, and now they are in that Bayleaf evolution. But as we pivot down into that bottom path, we can already see that Snorlax is at level 5. Miraidon does need to garner some more experience.
Yeah, just a little bit more. Suto going to be in a bit of trouble here. Saram is there. Pisterio's right on top of him. Sabine coming in. A basic attack. Oh, the eject. So close, but Suto, he knows his limit as that Snorlax, so we'll be able to escape, preventing T1 from getting that experience. But because of that, they did zone them away. Regidrago's open. Fal's looking to steal, but it's just too late. That Mew getting the final secure. So T1 getting the experience where they need it. And if you're Gremio, I hope they're ready for whatever attack comes, because T1, they are about to hit a very, very scary timing.
Oh, 100%, because I'm looking at that Urshifu on that side that has already reached
no,
that
Suto.
level 7. And as I say that, they come in swinging, able to go and knock down that front line for Angel Zine.
Yeah, the surging strikes Urshifu, absolutely deadly. So agile, so aggressive as well. Up top though, Epe is going to do his best to try and hold the fort, but as a solo Mimikyu, it's quite difficult against 3 Pokemon. Will go down, unfortunately. I mean, there really wasn't much you could really do there, but 25 points scored by that Lucario, 21 by that Typhlosion. That top lane is going to go down soon. T1, what's the plan? Do we commit to the bottom lane? Do we need to go top? It looks like for now, Blaziken does want to try and go for Registeel. A huge objective if they can grab this, because that's an attack buff.
Yes, 100%, but the thing is they have to be wary of Angel Zine and Zolta, as Subin is taking care of that risk on that side up, which is going to give that Registeel buff over to their side. Homie diving into that flux zone, unable to take them a ride on, but they are still allowing their team members to go and whittle this down to 3. But here comes the squad. Meganium and Typhlosion popping their Unite move. Sabine trying to dunk, but they end up getting wiped out.
Yeah, I think at this point Sabine knew he was going to go down, so he was like, okay, I'm going to stay right here as long as Pisterio gets out safely, my Blaziken, it is all good and dandy. Kai, look, they're going to be leaving the enemy central area as they go for these central wild Pokemon, the Swablues, just to grab that experience so that they're able to keep up with T1, because right now for T1, they are leading with level 10 on their Urshifu. They do manage to get level 10 on that Typhlosion, so the great news here for Gremio, as long as they can keep up, they're not going to fall too far behind in these team fights, and they should be able to fight toe-to-toe at this next major objective. But Kai, look, the Unite's going to be used by the Mimikyu as well. Just not enough damage for Epee, though.
No, they weren't able to go and finish the job, and now we have Lel coming up here for that extra support, which means T1 do have to go peel on back. Looking at the minimap, they have a lot of wild Pokemon experience to gather on their side.
Yep, so that's going to be going into the pockets of the Urshifu. Mimikyu has hit that level 10, which is pretty significant. 11 now on that Urshifu. So T1, they are rocketing themselves ahead with all of this experience. Whereas for Gremio, I kind of wonder for Gremio, it looks like they have started to play a little bit more defensive. They're not focusing so much on experience. They are kind of falling behind here.
Oh, yes. I mean, their highest level is going to be that Typhlosion at level 10. Meanwhile, we have Urshifu and Mimikyu on the opposite side are at their level 11. Subin, once again, just being an absolute nuisance as they pop their Sai to go and reduce their damage. That is going to pave the way for Naomi to come on in, swinging and kicking, taking down that Miraidon as we have the Salto trying to protect the squad.
Here we go. Epe's come in with the Mimikyu as well. Kylo, they're able to take down the Mimikyu there with the final last hit. Blaziken, though, wanting Suto, but the shields are too much. Blaziken goes down. T1 over committing against Gremio, and it's right as the red dice is here. You can see T1 wants it so bad, but they just don't have the health. Saran so low, almost being taken down there by the Miraidon. Will be able to escape in the nick of time, but at what cost?
Well, the thing is, that is allowed Gremio Esports to catch up in that experience is what they really needed. Being able to pick up multiple KOs along with that Reg Ice, providing that team-wide experience. We have that Reggie Alecki that is still sitting up in that top path, a big threat to T1 considering their Tier 1 has been eliminated.
Looks like we're going to be going into that top lane here for Gremio Esports. Kells, they're going to try and deny this Reggie Alecki from T1. And unfortunately, there's not really anything T1 can do. You can see they're focusing more on getting all of these wild Pokemon and I guess getting ready for that next major objective, you know? Are they going to try and push that top lane because it still exists? Are they going to maybe try and push that T2 down in the bottom lane? They, of course, have to deal with that Reggie Alecki, but Pisterio is in position to take this, so he should be able to finish this off. But down bottom, we can see Gremio converging on that bottom Tier 1 gold zone. They want to get rid of that. Sabine did spot this, and Komi is here as well on that Urshifu, but Falb is going to be running, leading the charge for the team, burning them down slowly on that Typhlosion. We still have Meganium, Sabine super low, but is able to survive. Urshifu was there, surging strike, slowly chipping them away. Typhlosion goes down, looking for more Angels in, super low. Lel trying to escape. Kylo being focused down. The Meganium's the next to fall, and maybe Angels in, the only survivor.
The only one left standing, able to go and retreat back to home base. That is going to provide so much experience over to T1. Komi has already reached that level 13 mark, but there is still 45 seconds left to go until the final stretch. T1 currently in the lead at 130 to 88 points. It is still a really close game, considering those points, but also these levels.
And it's a really weird game too because both teams have opposite Tier 1 gold zones open. So there is an opportunity to back cap even during the last 2-minute stretch. But it looks like unfortunately Suzo super low. Epe going in deep will go down though. It's a 2-for-1 trade. So for T1, they're super happy with that. They get the Registeel buff right before Kyogre as well. And Gremio, I think they're starting to feel the heat now.
Yes, they are feeling the heat, especially with that Typhlosion. It's just a matter of whether they can actually dive on in, considering they don't have the Unite move just yet. But T1, they're going to take the opportunity to go and poke at the opposite squad, considering they do have that Mew available.
there. The Miyukai look. Oh, big damage from that Solar Beam. Saram just cutting through those health bars. Epee threatening on that Mimikyu as well. Komi, though, really wants Suto. There goes the Snorlax. The front line is gone. I think it's time to go. But Urshifu taking critical damage, will be taken down. Was focused down. Epee, though, going to buy some time. Pisteria, though, focusing on the Kyogre instead. And Lucario locks it in for Gremio. They stole it away from T1.
Yes, and now this is their chance to go and dunk in some points if they can. Saram on the mute is here. They're not able to stop the hundo dunk that comes out from Foul. So now Gremio Esports hold the lead.
They hold the lead, and T1 are now on the back foot because the whole point of that play was for the Blaziken to get the secure, but the Mega Lucario being able to challenge and steal that away. That was the win condition for T1, so what's the plan now?
Well, it looks like they're going to go and collaborate together up in the top half. It is not over to T1 just yet. They need to just go get a singular KO to go and get some shields as Meganium gets caught on out by 4 members. Subin popping their passive just as a threat here as Soto and Angelzine are taking safety back in the flux zone.
All right, Gremio, they're going to try and protect that tier 1 goal zone. Down bottom, Typhlosion's going to go for the 100-point dunk, so they're going to be able to increase the lead. T1, though, still barreling down that top lane. 2 Pokemon down. Snorlax has got Meganium has gone in the back line.
They did it!
They get the score! They are currently leading! Gremio, they are not in position to go for another score. And we see another one there. 412 points to 288. And you can see Mimikyu just preventing them from going for those back caps. We're going to a game number 3, Kels.
Just when you thought it was over for T1, they're losing the Kyogre. They are still in this competition with a great push up in the top lane together. You can see them breathing a sigh of relief as we go into a game number 3. This quarterfinal, all these matches have been absolutely wild.
It's been wild. You can see both teams kicking and screaming because they know what is on the line. But I think for T1, that breath, that sigh of relief, that relaxation is what they need going into game number 3 because it has been wild in this best of 3 set. It's unfortunate for Gremio Esports. They were so close. They stole away the Kyogre buff. It looked like they were going to be able to take the game. But I kind of feel for Gremio, did they maybe, just maybe, overextend with the defense in that top lane? Because I kind of feel like there's a reason why a lot of teams forfeit that tier 1 goal zone up top. And it's really because it's hard to defend. You don't have access to the jump pads from your goal zone, so you don't have that knock-up ability to slow people down as they're scoring. And they only had a few Pokemon up there, so effectively they lost the Meganium in that top lane. They had no supporter, and losing the Snorlax, I kind of feel like that was where things just went absolutely sideways.
Yes, that Urshifu diving on into the flux zone to go and deal with Angelzine on the Miraidon was absolutely insane in those final moments. But our player of the game is going to be Pisteria there, who was on the Blaziken. 5 knockouts, 2 feints, and 2 assists, being able to dish out 54k damage. But they also took a lot of damage themselves.
They did get quite a bit of damage. To be fair, there was a lot of damage output as well coming up from Gremio too in those team fights. But, you know, Pisteria, he did what he needed to do. I think, if anything, big shout out to Komi. At times, I feel like Epee as well, coming in with the Trick Room, really came in clutch because it really stopped Gremio from just going all in on those fights. They had to pay attention to when the Trick Room was going to be on the ground. Saram, with some of those fantastic solar beams, especially around the Kyogre pit, I feel like he also landed some really, really big solar beams that stopped Gremio in their tracks. The team overall, they put in a lot of work together to save this game. Now, the thing is, do they have enough left in the tank to go into that game number 3? And another question, what are they going to be allowed to play in game number 3? Because both teams have proved that Urshifu is kind of broken. So I feel like the Bear is going to be sitting in a ban slot going into game number 3.
I mean, it's so tricky considering, well, there's only the 3 bans on either side, right? What do you end up replacing out of those 3 bans to go and take away that Urshifu? I mean, if not a ban, picking it up themselves. But I guess we're going to have to wait and see whether Grimmy Esports are going to select the map or whether they prefer to select their side preference.
Right. Yeah, that's also going to be something that comes into play because we had Kyogre for that second game, and I have to say, Kels, it's been pretty interesting seeing a lot of teams just enjoying the Groudon map. I thought we'd be seeing a lot more Kyogre today, but no, it's been a lot of Groudon instead. So game number 3, picks, bans. I kind of think Grammy maybe are regretting the I love Meganium.
I was about to ask you that.
I hope they're not.
You were shouting praises to the Meganium. How did you feel? Would you say it would be a good idea to pick up Meganium again?
So, okay, I kind of feel like the state of this particular game, the Meganium did all right. I don't think it did horribly. It was just towards that end when Lel got caught in the corner. I think Lel was trying to like hide in the bush to like sneak by to do a back cap. He got caught out, wasn't able to contribute to the team with heals and the roots. Then Suto got caught out as well, so I don't think we really saw the full potential of the Meganium. But we are seeing the healing numbers here though, right? You're still seeing like 46,000 damage healed for the team, which is very significant coming in from a support Pokemon.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll be honest, I'm not sold on it. But
fair.
No, that's okay because yeah, we'll have to wait and see whether they are going to go and select something different because in the end, the next one's going to be that final game, right?
Yeah,
it's
game 3.
The one that is going to determine who ends up going to face off Kamai in the semi-finals.
Yeah, that's an even harder matchup. So if this is a tough game for both of these teams, that next one is going to be an absolute party, not just for them, but also us spectators, because we've had some fantastic games today. I have to say, we are spoiled today, Kels, where we had so many good games right from the start up until that finish line. These matchups have been insane.
I mean, it is the Pokemon World Championships after all. I feel like every single one, we are spoilt 100% over the top by whatever matches come their way. It has been, I know,
the
it has
last
been
time
incredible.
we're going to be spoiled too. Oh, sad times. It's okay, we're going to focus on what's at hand here, Kels.
Yes, well, what is ahead, and that is going to be this next game. Are we going to see only one of these regions is going to be able to progress on through? Is it going to be T1 representing Korea or Gremio Esports? The last chance for Brazil, but yes, a big sigh of relief as T1 remain in this, and you know, that's the thing, back to the drawing board. We might end up seeing something completely different come out into this next draft.
Yeah, so we're going to give the players a moment to sort of breathe, get ready for that next
everybody.
game. And us, I think we
feel
all
like
need a moment.
to all just practice our breathing exercises, all right? Everybody, we're going to do this together.
Okay, fine.
Right, we all got to, all right, ready? Breathe in. 1. And breathe out.
Okay, just let it all out. Let it all out. Get ready for this next up and coming game. Okay, hang on. Picks and bans. Right, so we spoke about bans. So, Kels, walk us through bans for game number 2. So what was banned out? Let's kind of theorize, like, okay, who could we swap out to put the Urshifu? I feel like Urshifu is going to 100% be banned. 100%.
Well, there we go. Top Pokemon by ban rate. We actually have Feraligatr leading the charge at 60 bans at 60%. Now, Comfey is another one which I feel like we have really seen into play. Well, it has received 51 bans as well. So I'm noticing 3 supporter bans out of this.
Like, let's be realistic, okay? Supports are MVP. People just don't think that because our plays are not super fancy, but we enable the rest of the team to do what they need to do. So there's a reason why your supports do get banned quite a lot. Especially Blissey. I kind of feel like between Comfey and Blissey, I feel like Blissey is the higher impact support. You get a bonus of both healing as well as a Unite that buffs up your main attacker or whoever Blissey decides to do for that Bliss assist on. So that makes complete sense. We do have our top pick rates here, Kels, and Blastoise is leading the charge here at Worlds with a 54% pick rate.
Yeah, 54%, but following them is a fellow defender being Snorlax as well. And you know what? No surprises here to see Mew in the top 3, as we have seen so much Mew here today in this competition with 46 picks.
Yes, and we also have Espeon. I think a lot of people weren't expecting Espeon to be so good at Worlds, but after we saw from day one, teams picking this evolution time and time again, and how consistent Espeon has been in terms of its performance, I think teams are starting to remember that, hey, Espeon's kind of legit. There are so many things that are good about this Pokemon that makes it a really valid attacker. It's just now that it's competing with the Mew, if you don't have the Espeon and Mew's available, you kind of have another option. So yeah, I can see why teams are really pivoting towards these. And they're both pink. I don't think the color has anything to do with it. Maybe it does. Who knows? Pink is a pretty cool color.
No, it is. I'm like trying to do the math, whether the math is math in there. The picks and the percentages being exactly the same.
We
and
don't.
I'm like, anyway, my
We don't math.
Just
We don't math.
We don't math. No. Well, you know, Pokemon Unite, you do need to do math. We do need to do numbers. That is what it's all about, right?
Apparently I've been playing this game wrong. I've not been doing math. Just saying right now. Oh gosh. Okay, well at least the only math I can tell you is I've got one more game left in this set. That is the only math I'm going to be able to do for today. So coming into game 3, yeah, aside from Urshifu, I think Mew's going to be highly contested in terms of choice. I don't know if Miraidon's going to come back, assuming that is it Comey that played the Mew? I think it was Comey. If Mew goes back, or was it Saram?
It was Saram.
It was Saram, yeah. So if Mew gets picked up once again by T1, I want to know what's going to be the choice of attacker for Gremio, if they even go for attacker. Because some teams just completely avoid the attacker role and say like, hey, we're going to pick an all-rounder instead to kind of take that role. Which sometimes is valid, but it's like a very risky play. You kind of do it for specialized lineups. Like if you're expecting a certain Pokemon to appear at you can do that.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's so hard. It's so difficult to really read this because there are so many different options. And as we mentioned, these players, they are not new to the scene, right?
No.
They have been in the Unite Championship series for quite some time. So obviously dedicating a lot of their time to go and practice a variety of Pokemon. And I think that is what's really necessary in order to make it to the World Championships, is to have that diverse pool, especially considering, you know, all of these bans being targeted pick or like stolen away, but then it's also just, I think it's that research to also keep up with what is effective currently in the meta, keeping up with all of these patches and everything like that. Like honestly, I just gotta recognize the amount of work that goes in to playing a Pokemon Unite and the time and effort that a lot of the teams here that have made it here to the World Championships that have put in to make it here.
It's invisible labor that people don't realize. It's like something that happens behind the scene. No one talks about it. So we've got to give appreciation to the teams, especially when it comes to homework, not just studying their groupings, but also studying their future opponents. You know, it's like we might play against this team, we might play against this other team. We've got to study both.
There's so many layers.
There is
so many layers, you know.
So
it's not just the opposite teams, it's themselves as well. In the end, they've got to play what they feel most comfortable with, but it's also I love being able to see players play a certain Pokemon because it's just their favorite.
Yeah, so I had a moment to kind of think, okay, if let's say Saram doesn't have access to the Mew again on the side of T1, what's going to be an alternative attacker Pokemon choice? And the best option I kind of thought about them was actually Espeon. Espeon is really popular in Korea in general, so they're technically still part of the meta. But for Gremio, I kind of feel like Gremio is a team that goes a little off better. Like, they're probably going to pick Espeon if it's available, but they picked Miraidon in that last game, and it kind of made sense. It just didn't work out the way that they wanted it to, because I feel like the Miraidon could have had more impact, but just based off of the Pokemon that he was up against, you know, it's like you have a Urshifu that could come at you at any moment. We saw so many close quarters where it was like Miraidon was just minding his own business. Then all of a sudden you have this Urshifu come out of nowhere, starts bopping him in the head, and he's like panicking. He's like, how do I get out of this, you know? So it was a rough game for the Miraidon. Could have had a better game, but, you know, Urshifu just doing Urshifu things, you know, bullying people out of their lanes.
I mean, that's the thing. This pick ban draft phase is only a piece of the puzzle.
Yeah.
Right? We have seen demonstrated top meta picks being shut on down. I mean, in the end, yeah, that's only just the first step into entering that match, but really it comes down to those choices when you are actually playing. And something that I feel like is really key that I've recognized over the past 5 years of the Unite Championship series is, well, one thing is vision, right? We have seen teams here today constantly over in the enemy territory, providing that vision, utilizing that tall grass, and whether we are going to end up seeing that Kyogre map come into play, that is a map that is able to provide that with all of the extra tall grass that is around.
Yeah, and I guess that's also going to add another layer to the battle, because you need options to safely bush check. Not all Pokemon can safely bush check. It looks like we're ready to jump into the game here, Callow. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going into game number 3 between Gremio Esports and T1. Winner of this set will be continuing on to the semi-finals, and unfortunately we will be saying goodbye to the loser of this set. Now, couple of bans. We are seeing a brand new ban here. We are going to be saying goodbye to Mimikyu on the side of Gremio Esports and the Urshifu. So 2 major Pokemon eliminated from the pool. On the side of T1 though, Blissey is going to be taken out of the pool, and the Blastoise.
Yes, but that does leave freedom for Zacian, also fetched, to also be picked up.
And
it
for
looks
Alligator.
like Kylu. Yeah, true, and for Alligator as well. So whether we'll end up seeing these
There it
Pokemon come
is.
into the mix, and yeah, I mean, look, if it's not banned, you've got to pick on it up, right?
I mean, you had to weigh the options. You have to think like, okay, is it worth it to let the Feraligatr through? Is the Blissey, is the Urshifu, is the Mimikyu too much of a threat? And we have to let, you know, the Feraligatr through. And I think they just decided, okay, this is a trade we can afford to take. So, you know, the Feraligatr and the Psyduck paired up together. Very scary duo, by the way, for the Zacian. Love the support duo for Gremio, though. The Eldegoss, fantastic lane support. The lane that Eldegoss is going to be in, super, super annoying. I think Suto Snorlax actually did a reasonable job in that last game. It was a hard game, but he did the most that he could. Pikachu!
Sorry, what?
Pikachu?
Okay,
and Skeledirge.
We have seen Pikachu come into play, but really that was pre-evolution to a Alolan Raichu. But the fact that we just get
1%
Pikachu?
encounter. This is a 1% encounter, and Kobe's gonna go for Delmize.
Oh my god. Is this real?
No,
Can
it's
you
not
pinch
real.
me right now?
I swear,
am I dreaming?
I swear I actually fell asleep backstage. I'm just slap me, please. Okay,
I mean, we're in a fever dream right now.
I
Let's
think
see
so.
Skeledirge come into play. I know. Well, it says 6% encounter rate on Delmize. Delmize, I absolutely love its gameplay. That ability to go and yoink those opponents if they land that shot. But it is so tricky to do that.
It's tricky, but we're looking at the best players in the entire world, Kel. So I believe that they have their top 8. I do believe they have the capability of piloting that Delmize, but man, that Pikachu picked was just way out of left field, and I'm just trying to think here. Okay, you're drafting that Pikachu. What is Pikachu good at? Burst damage, range, kind of wants to be away from the
It's
fight.
annoying.
Yeah.
Lockdown if they go Volt Tackle, but we'll have to wait and see what that moveset is.
If
but
it's Volt Tackle, it would be wild.
Oh, but folks, in the crowd, as we are getting set up for game number 3, we want to hear you loud. Get ready to get those voices as we watch that Reggie Drago strut on by on Thea Sky Ruins Kyogre map. Ready?
Ready?
Go!
Game number 3 between Gremio Esports and T1. Once again, winner of this set is going to be going straight to the semi-final, and it'll be playing up against Komai later today. An even tougher matchup, but they've got to survive this set first. So is it going to be Gremio? Is it going to be T1? We're about to find out. The lanes have finally begun, Kels, and very interesting lane matchups here. Delmize is going to be going up against that Zacian in that top lane.
I can just feel the energy from Soph right now. I don't know, I'm feeling that connection link with Gremio Esports Brazil. I know she obviously has that soft spot for supporting her region there. So, but they are the ones that are going in and putting the pressure as they're trying to take this down, this Delmise, but earlier on, it is quite bulky.
It's a very, very bulky Pokemon. Quite difficult to take down, and of course you've got Psyduck as support, so you are going to be able to have Sabine there to provide support in case anything bad does happen. We did see Falb stick his head out of the bush there on that Pikachu just to see if they're able to accomplish anything. Sadly not. Down bottom though, we do see Suto in a little bit of trouble here as they do rotate the Combusken. Saram super low, but thankfully we'll be able to float on away and heal back up with that berry. Komi though will need to be careful on that Blaziken though. The Combusken's super low. Actually just going to teleport out. They want to save the berry.
Yeah, save that berry, especially when the pressure is down on that bottom path. But that does mean this Totodile does have to fend on back, try to get this Indeedee with Soto threatening the steal.
Now, I got Saram here. They've got the secure. No problem with the Electro Ball. Up top, though, we still see quite a few Pokemon up here. But again, I think, you know, everyone's identified. Like, there's no way anyone gets knocked out up here. So it's really just, if there's an opportunity, go for it. But instead, we are going to be shifting our focus to the central area here with Regidrago making an appearance. Saram and Komi is here for support. Lel and Suto going to create some space. Falb comes in on that Pikachu. You can see Angel Zin coming in as well. Regidrago down to half health. Komi super low, having to back out. Will go in again. Cancels the overheat, but the side up gets the secure on the Regidrago, but it did come at the cost of losing that Blaziken. And Saram going down to the Pikachu.
The Pikachu! Valve absolutely on a roll with this Volt Tackle Thunder. Pikachu being able to go and clear the way and leave this bottom pad on 4 points for Gremier Esports.
Such an interesting build here for Valve. I wonder if we're going to be seeing some more Pikachu later. I don't know, okay? I don't know. This could be a back pocket strat here for Gremier, because I don't know anybody that would ever say, oh yeah, Pikachu is the best Pokemon in Unite. It has its niche. It definitely has its niche, and apparently we're about to find out if this is going to be the one. Komi though coming in hot for the team, catching our Angels in. There goes the Skeleton. Pistera going to be coming in on the Feraligatr as well. Falb is here, double stun there onto Suto, and the Pikachu use the Unite. Lots of damage. AoE gets incapacitated. Sabine is super low. He really wants the side. Like he gets him at the cost of his own life. Epe though coming in on the Delmise, keeping Kyluk in the bush. This poor Zacian. There's only so much you can do as a single Zacian. They're going to have to give away that Reg Ice.
Yeah, they're going to give away that Reg Ice over to T1, considering they just lost too many members. Not only that, they have given up that Tier 1 pad, clearing some space for T1 to go and invade Gremier Esports central area.
Yeah, they're going to be using the Snorlax to push Komi towards the enemy side, but Suto is super low. This Blaziken also wants that Snorlax. We'll be able to finish him off onto that Speed Flux, but is he going to be okay hiding in the bush, loading up that overheat, doing damage? They can't really do too much. They're being threatened. Kyluk having to dash out as that Zacian Falb doing what he can on that Pikachu. Stunned up by Sabine, unfortunately, but look at this. Free scores. We do get the first pull in there by Epe, catching Angels in super low on that Skeledirge. Sabine, though, very low. The Psyduck finally goes down, and Saram in no man's land, getting knocked out too.
Yeah, that is going to provide some much needed experience over to the side of Gremier Esports, but we can already see that Delmise has managed to yoink away that blue buff already. They are going to go pivot to the top, considering there's a lot of wild Pokemon experience available up here.
Lots of Pokemon for Gremio. T1 have got to be careful. Komi and Epe are at risk of being knocked out. Blaze can be pulled at the block. They have the damage. They catch the Blaziken. Huge knockout too. That's a level 11 Blaziken. So big injection of experience going in the way of Gremio. And with Regieleki here as well, they are going to try and take this objective. We do have the Mew coming in, but just too little, too late. They grab the Regieleki. They're going to try and use this to push that top tier 1 goal zone because they would love to grab those points if given the chance. Epe is going to go down. T1 still in danger. Here comes the Feraligatr though, looking for the Zacian, doing a little bit of damage. Now stuck in the wall. Pikachu comes in. Lots of AoE damage with the Unite. And T1 sent reeling as Regieleki went in. Blaziken is here, charging up Overcharge. The Skeledirge in the back. Komi doing what he can just to dish out the damage. Angel's in, be pulled in. Delmise is there looking for more. Can't get the finish off. They tried to heal, but it's just not enough with the Elder Goss.
No, they have just run out of gas. They are needing to flee, giving up these goals over to the side of T1. Another 17 points goes on in. This has left over 15, and it's not going to give Gremier Esports any of that comeback experience that they need.
They really, really need that experience because although they are, I guess, in a good position, you're running a Pikachu. Pikachu wants to be
It's a level
ahead.
12 Pikachu.
It's a level 12 Pikachu, but you want to be ahead. That's the thing. Pikachu is fantastic in the early game, but as the game gets later and later, Pikachu struggles to really find footing in its games. Epe though, oh man, the burst damage there on the Delmais didn't even exist. They get another one as well. Those are the knockouts you want. You want to go in, get the knockout, and basically be done with it. They're going to try and go for another one here. Blaziken, though, super tanky, trying to go into the backlines. The stuns are there. Komi trying to jump onto this Eldegoss, looking for more. Will go down. Falby's low. Mysterio's alone on that Feraligatr. Is not able to get the knockout. T1 losing everybody left, right, and center.
But the thing is, we have the respawns from Delmais and Psyduck as Delmais is sent back home packing. Skeleton looking to go and get that 50 points as Kyluk is pressuring Subin into that flux zone. But the thing is that Dunk hasn't brought Gremier Esports into the lead as it's 209 to 264 with T1 still in control.
Yep, so at least the gap is closed, right? The game is not out of reach here for Gremier Esports. T1 might be leading, but all it takes is just one good score during that last 2-minute stretch to be the way for Gremier to win this game. Now, we do have to consider, with 40 seconds left to go, we are reaching the end point of this game, and I hate to say this, we're reaching the end point of Pikachu's peak. Okay, Falby's still going to be very important. You will still have access to all of this burst damage, but he has to be so careful because Pikachu, this late into the game, is extremely fragile. They managed to get the catch onto Kyluk. The Zacian, already at half health, will be able to escape. They do have healing there thanks to the Eldegoss, so it's not all lost. Angel's in, gotta be careful. Pikachu, gotta be going for Komi. They do get a catch.
Feraligatr.
Yeah, just a little bit. Feraligatr wanted to go in for the backstab. There's the Thunderstorm as well. The damage, so much damage onto T1 for Feraligatr. Mew already going down. Final 2-minute stretch as well. The objective is on the field. No Psyduck, no Blaziken. It's only the Delmais.
It's only the Delmais left standing as they end up getting bolt tacked by Falb. The rest of Gremier Esports is going to collapse and pave the way for them to safely go and secure this Kyogre for themselves. The thing is, they still need to get these dunks. Psyduck is on the pad, ready to go and jump and interrupt them. The thing is, can they keep up these defenses? No, they cannot, as Tier 2 has been broken and Gremier Esports has now taken the lead.
We still have a minute and a half to go, Kels. It's not over yet, so even though they can potentially score T1, if they can somehow pick up Gremier, maybe they can turn things around, but the health bars say otherwise. Blaziken respawn, sent back to the Pokemon Center. Delmais as well. Psyduck incredibly alone. We do have this Feraligatr coming back into play as well. We've still got 1 minute on the clock. Is the game unattainable? Not quite, but we're asking for a full team dunk for T1 to win.
And this is a really smart play for Gremier Esports to go and lead the rest of T1 that is up and running away from these pads. And now they're able to go and turn around, wiping out 3 of those members. We can see on the mini-map that Blaziken is heading up onto the top path all alone. But at that point lead, any point, well, they don't even have any points on him. They have 0. They're left just to defend. But there's nothing that they can do.
They can't break through Gremier. They're too tanky. They're too big. They have too much support. Only 20 seconds left on the clock here, ladies and gentlemen. T1 cannot defend against Gremier. And you know what that means. Gremier Esports lock in their place in our semi-final matches. They will be playing their next match today. As for T1, their journey ends here at the Pokémon UNITE World Championships.
That is such a wonderful sight to see for the Brazil region as they are going to go in with a celebratory hug. Emotions once again here at the Pokemon World Championships are definitely running high with happiness. But yes, congratulations to them in terms of, you know, not only making it through to the semi-finals, in terms of just where they have been in the UCS, they've gone and defeated their previous track records. This is the furthest they've ever come at the World Championships, so that must just feel so good for them.
Look, I mean, they're crying happy tears. They are happy that they made it this far. That level of appreciation alone should be enough to tell you how grateful they are that they've been able to make it this deep in the competition. And they know their next opponent. It's going to be Kamai. It's going to be a tough one, but nothing is impossible.
No, nothing is impossible. We have seen time and time again here during day 2. But yeah, this was such an intense match between these two teams, and you could really feel the tension of them just putting in their absolute all.
They put in their absolute all. They picked the right moments. They went all in on a very interesting lineup, because with all things said and done. And it was this moment right here, right before Kyogre spawned, they picked the perfect fight for T1. And I kind of feel like T1 wasn't expecting it. Like, yes, they knew the skirmish was going to start, but the full commitment by Gremio, I feel, caught them off guard. They were popping Unites. They were using all of their long cooldowns on T1. I kind of feel like once T1 realized what was happening and what time it was just too little too late. They lost their entire roster. They lost the Kyogre. They tried to go for a home-based defense, but just look at these health bars. They just didn't move.
No, they didn't move, but we've got to definitely give our flowers there to Angel Zine on that Scaly Dirge, being able to pick up 12 knockouts and 15 assists, only getting eliminated twice. But even then, just that damage dealt from that Hyper Voice, that range, 81k damage in total.
Huge damage on the Scaly Dirge. I know a lot of us casters behind the scenes were kind of speaking amongst ourselves, thinking, why are teams not picking Scaly Dirge more, right? Like, this Pokemon has so much potential to really rock the meta, but I wonder if it's a case of like teams just being a little bit nervous. But Kel, I know you're getting super excited here.
I was getting excited because I was just seeing Pikachu. Valve, I mean, the fact that, yeah, that's the thing. I know in terms of you were saying early game, Pikachu tends to drop off in that late game, but they were just able to carry that on through and very successfully. That Volt Tackle, just being able to get that lockdown is such a threat, but also just that AoE Unite move. I don't know if anybody was counting. If anybody was counting, how many Unite moves did Pikachu end up getting to use there? It was just thunderstorm after thunderstorm after thunderstorm.
Look, I think we're going to hear it for themselves. So we do have a winner's interview lined up with Lel. Let's see what they have to say after an incredible best-of-3 set versus T1. Throwing it to you on the stage, so.
Did you call for an interview? Did you call for a Brazilian interview? Did you call for the first time that Brazil makes it to semi-finals at Worlds? Give it up for Grêmio Esports! Lau, congratulations. This has been insane. A Game 3 series as well. Very much hard thought. How are you feeling? Como é que tá agora, depois desse jogo 3? Difícil, viu?
Ah, nossa, eu tô muito feliz. É inexplicável. Esse aqui é o sonho da minha vida. E, pô, não tem como explicar, tipo, meu time sabe o tanto que a gente lutou para estar aqui. Depois de 5 anos, a gente conseguiu. Finalmente pegamos um top 4, chegamos longe, ainda não acabou. Mas foi uma série muito difícil, mas eu acredito aí que a gente consegue ir longe ainda mais.
He recognizes how difficult this series was and just how much it meant for Grêmio and for themselves as players that have been playing since the first ever WCS. What a moment. I am myself just as emotional as Lel is, and he knows that this is just, well, the beginning of their journey towards that grand finals. Lel, you're facing Kamai now on semi-finals. Do you have any thoughts about that? Como é que você tá em relação a jogar contra a Komai na semifinal?
Cara, eu fico muito feliz por eles. Eu gosto muito deles, né? Eu conheço o Adesso e o Getlo desde o primeiro Mundial, que eles inclusive caíram no nosso grupo no primeiro Mundial. E pô, eu vi a emoção do Adesso aqui, eu compactuo com a emoção dele, porque a gente sofreu muito, mas finalmente a gente conseguiu. E logo agora, né? Demorou, mas chegou. Então é um prazer enfrentar a Komai. Eu acho que não teria um time melhor nessa altura do campeonato para enfrentar que não eles.
It's a very special connection that Leo has with Adesu and Godlu from Kamai. They have been playing against each other since the first Worlds, and they've always bonded because of the tough journey that it is to be fighting in the world stage, and that it is a pleasure to be facing them, of all people, in this semi-finals. Okay, can I ask a little bit about this Game 3? Eu posso perguntar um pouquinho sobre esse jogo 3? Tell me about the Pikachu pick. Me conta do Pikachu.
Cara, esse Pikachu do Falb tem história, não tem jeito. Ele surgiu no Like de 2024 e levou a gente pra final. E pô, o Falb, ele parece um Pokémon básico que não faz muita coisa, mas o Falb tira leite de pedra dele. E ele faz isso, então é um Pokémon que a gente gosta muito.
He says it is a specialty from Falb that goes back to the first LAIC when they made it to Grand Finals against Luminosity Gaming in 2024 as 2Z Esports, and it's a specialty pick from Falb that is just one of those Pokemon that he makes the impossible become possible, so they bet on it and it really made it work. Right. Tell me a little bit about the experience all around, because yesterday it was group stage, today the stakes were higher. How has San Francisco treated you? Como é que tá sendo o Mundial desde ontem no group stage, agora na eliminação simples? Como é que São Francisco tá sendo para você?
Tá sendo muito legal. Eu até tava falando com o meu time, eu acho que o ecossistema desse Mundial aqui, né, dizendo assim, tipo, tá muito bonito, né? O evento inteiro tá muito bonito, a entrada, tudo tá incrível. Então tá sendo muito legal. São Francisco aí, com certeza é um dos melhores mundiais, agora ainda mais, né? Que a gente já disputou.
Well, he says that San Francisco is treating him really well, especially because of how beautiful this event has been everywhere here around this Worlds 2026. And of course, the way that they have made it to semifinals adds a little bit more of excitement to this experience as well. But this has been an incredible experience altogether for them on Grêmio. Okay, do you have any words to tell your friends, family, fans? I'm your friend too, you want to say something to me?
Eu quero sim, muito obrigado, Sophie. Eu sinto que você é o nosso amuleto da sorte, né? Sempre dá muita sorte pra gente nos campeonatos. E pra minha família, que eu vou falar pra família de todo mundo, vou falar pra mãe do Falb, que vai assistir isso aqui depois, pra mãe do Souto, pai do Souto, a família de todo mundo, família do Angel, do Kiluk, do Replicate, e pra minha também, pros meus amigos. Eu sei o tanto que vocês torcem pra gente dar certo nesse jogo. E a gente conseguiu chegar muito longe agora e vamos continuar por mais. Muito obrigado, eu amo todos vocês e é isso. E pra torcida do Grêmio aí, aos guri, não tem jeito.
Well, he wants to send his shout-outs and love to especially his family and the players' family, everybody that is supporting them. It's just been such a wild journey, and he's so appreciative of all the support that Grêmio has been getting all throughout. And a special message to me as well, that he says that I have been a lucky charm, which is very lovely. Thank you so much, Leo. It's always a pleasure to cast or even interview you. Right, this was it. We're all both very emotional Brazilians here on stage. I almost cried. You probably almost cried as well. So that was it. Thank you so much. Muito obrigada, Leo. Back to you, Cassis.
Gremio having a fantastic run today. And of course, with Soph by their side, their lucky charm. How much further can they go? But it's been great to hear their point of view from Lulz, right? The fact that the Pikachu pick, this was a specialty pick. This wasn't just something that came out of nowhere. It was something that they specifically picked for the team, especially for Fal. This was his own personal specialty, which goes to show that sometimes it's not really about the meta and what other people say about a particular Pokemon. If it's a comfort pick, it's still a comfort pick.
Yeah, 100%. And they definitely rocked that Pikachu pick. An incredible performance from Gremio Esports there. As I said, you know, making it the furthest for themselves, but also for the Brazil region as well, is such an incredible achievement to receive here today. But the thing is, the run isn't over.
It's not over.
This is only the semi-finals, right? Obviously, they only have one more match that they have to do, which is going to be up against Komai. Whether, yeah, that's the thing. That is going to be the last one before we determine who ends up playing in Championship Sunday.
I don't.
Otherwise, well, on the other side, it's Exist versus Zeta Division. So either one of these teams are going to face off against Japan.
Look, I think at this point, it's not even a case of like, it's only semifinals, right? It is semifinals.
It is.
Yeah, it is semifinals. So you just want to go deeper and deeper. You want to make it to finals. These games are going to be the toughest games in the entire tournament. You've just got to keep going up and up and up. Learn about your opponents. Get ready for your up-and-coming matchup. It's tough for both, like, everybody involved, our top 4 teams, right? Because not only do they have to worry about their current opponent, they also needed to pay attention to their previous games. For example, you know, for our 2 Japanese teams, who regardless of who wins, they needed to also do research on Komai and Gremio as they play their game and get ready for the finals tomorrow. Because remember, folks, finals are grand finals are tomorrow. It is not today. You might have a little bit more time to do that research, but again, still got to research your opponents, and you got to get through.
One step at a time, Danny. One step at a
Okay,
time.
look, you got to prepare for everything, okay? Whether the ceiling falls, if everything goes wrong, the power goes out, you've got to have the contingency plan.
My brain is not equipped for that. You know what? I'm glad that I'm not the one that ends up having to deal with that anyway. But yes, one step at a time. The focus inside obviously is going to be that semi-finals match. And, you know, we're talking about you need to do this research, but the thing is, no matter how much research you end up doing, like we just saw demonstrated, you can end up having some surprise picks like Pikachu. But otherwise, folks, I'd say definitely hydrate, grab some snacks, do some breathing exercises, because you are going to need it for this upcoming match. Zeta Division up against Exist. That is Japan versus Japan. But we'll be back very shortly after this break.
Do you remember that really funny score comp that we casted together last year?
Oh, you bet I do. That was definitely some wild comp that we witnessed. Something that I don't think we expected. Do you remember what it was?
Yeah, so I think the key players in particular was, as soon as you saw the Dodrio and the Sableye, everybody knew it was going to be that ridiculous score comp. And I think for a long time, like, we kind of thought score comp just disappeared, right? Like, it wasn't good. But then all of a sudden, score comp comes in and ends up being like the best game last year.
Well, I mean, it was very back and forth between the two teams, right? And that's the thing. It's a strategy so wild that you just don't see it very often. And I think that is why we were just so shocked at that moment and why it's just ingrained in our brains.
Yeah, so in case anyone's kind of wondering what we're talking about, I think we're going to have to go back down memory lane and catch that game again.
What on earth is happening?
I said I wanted Slash on a different Pokemon. Give me Sableye. I am down. I am down. That is very, very fun.
Wait, look at these builds.
Yep.
Goal getter, Zoroark, goal getter, Talonflame, goal getter, Snort. They're going in for score comp. Look at these score shields. Look at the Aeos Cookie. Luminosity, they're pulling out all of the stops this match. I don't know if this is too risky here, Dunley.
I want to see Nouns' POV right now on the camera. I just want to see their faces. I want to see if there's confusion, if there is shock, if there is fear. Like what? 10 seconds to go. Nouns have been cleared, and Luminosity, they have done it. They have broken through with a score comp. Match win to Luminosity Gaming from the North America region.
Welcome everybody to the Pokemon UNITE World Championships for 2026. The semi-finals are about to begin. The final 4 teams are left in our tournament. 2 teams will make it to Championship Sunday in the arena. And we got 2 cool guys to cast this next one. What's up? I am Zoinks. This is Wonder Chef. And we are going to be casting over this first semi-final. 2 incredible teams have made their way through the tournament to get into this position. A chance at Championship Sunday in the Chase Center. An unbelievable opportunity, and look at how they've done it.
Brand new world champion for our final world champion Exist and Zeta division on this side of the semifinals. Japan versus Japan, but the story doesn't end with Japan versus Japan. It begins with Japan versus Japan, as some of you may know, I've done so many games in esports, is gotta be one of the most ridiculous storylines I have ever seen in my entire life. And that is not an exaggeration. That is not me falsely hyping up this match.
Never.
I truly have never seen this before. The storyline here, Exist and Zeta Division, both qualifying out of Japan in the 4th and 5th places of their qualifier. Now, normally those would not be qualified. They would only be top 3. However, the Zeta Division making it in and Exist making it in were due to Reject, who now, of course, is out, and Fennel, who now, of course, is also out, winning top 2 at ACL. Literally 4th and 5th place get in because of them. Now, who beat those 2 teams? Exist, you can see right there, defeating Reject, and Zeta Division defeating Fennel. So both of these teams have only qualified because of other Japanese team success, and then defeated those exact teams in Worlds to make it to, well, one of them will make it to the Grand Finals. Truly, I have never seen anything like this ever happen in any sort of bracket. Actually, truly unbelievable.
Yeah, that's like some Monstars stuff on a Looney Tunes. We are transferring the power from 2 of these other teams from past successes, and now all of a sudden these 2 teams are wielding it. But now we are forcing them to fight it out to see who makes it to Championship Sunday. Worlds is so special for a ton of reasons. The international competition, we get to see so many clashes of regional play styles, but it's also where rivals get to meet. And we have a Japan versus Japan matchup to make it, and of course, we are in best of 5 territory now. For anybody who has not seen a Pokemon Unite semifinal before, first of all, get ready, you're in for a treat. But 2, our format changes a little bit here. 3 versions of Thea Sky Ruin exist in Groudon, Kyogre, and Rayquaza. The first 3 games will play out in those map series exactly as I said it. Games 4 and 5 will return to the map choice mode we have seen in the rest of the best of 3s.
All right, and we can see right there, Groudon being picked, starting off with the first draft of this set. And again, sit down for this one because it's going to be long, but then stand up because it's going to be exciting, and then sit down again and then stand up again. We're going to be standing the entire time.
It's jumping, you get it.
Yes, exactly. We're all going to get a lot of exercise here, but the band starting off, Zeta Division, and I have to point this out, Japan versus Japan, they have been so knowledgeable, of course, about each other's comps, and their bands have been very smart and very specific.
Very specific, and honestly, that first one, that Mega Charizard X, has been kind of a staple out of all of the Japanese teams that we have seen playing at this event. So a targeted band region-wide. We'll see how it can work out in this game number 1, but one Pokemon that always seems to rise to the top since its release, that's Zacian. First pick priority, and the Mr. Mime is gonna return to the battlefield.
Yeah, a pick that is very much always at the top, and a pick that is not always at the top at all. In fact, it's quite interesting as well to see that Mewtwo is being picked very, very early on. Now, we do know that Miss U has been a Mew player in the previous matches. We heard that it's very, very good with it, but it's banned very quickly by them. So a very interesting first 2 to take. I love the double defender to follow up. 2 Pokemon that have been extremely strong forever.
Yeah, Umbreon and Snorlax, getting the combination there is phenomenal. Now, we haven't seen too much Blastoise out of either of these teams, but we'll see. The Mr. Mime combination with it could be phenomenal. And here we go. The Aegislash is going to return again. Exist really liking this Pokemon. Rocky Helmet Focus Band and the Muscle Band. A few extra shing-shings for that combo. Final selections for Zeta Division. Vidopo and Rom, we have seen so much success from them in the Mew, the Zoroark specifically, but we're going classic. Vidopo gonna go with the Leafeon, and Rom gonna take that 2% encounter rate Latios into the battlefield.
This feels like we're watching like a greatest hits of the Pokemon Unite meta over the last like 4 years, right? Double Mewtwo?
We are going double Mewtwo.
Okay. So obviously this is a best of 5 set, and there's lots of time to adjust your draft, but I didn't expect that we were gonna see so many unique picks, let's put it that way, from both sides. Obviously, we have seen a lot of these work out over the day. Aegislash is maybe one of the weirdest ones that we've seen do really well just very recently, but I don't even know where to start with either of these drafts.
Yeah, I mean, double Mega Mewtwo is terrifying in terms of Unite move, right? That infinite Psyburn, a total global attack. It stuns, it does damage, and of course, it gives vision across the board. If you get hit by 2 of those, I mean, that's what took out the dinosaurs twice. Like, that is so crazy to deal with. Now, on the other side, Zeta Division have access to their own meteoric abilities. That Latios is a Pokemon that levels up and gets stronger and stronger, but it is a bit of a case-by-case basis. Is this Pokemon solid in the metagame? And if you ask any players, it might be a 50% poll if it's solid or not. It does scale, it does have some big end game moments, but can it hold on into that late game?
Yeah, we'll see how this all plays out. Umbreon had that rescue hood, so I do expect there's going to be some heals, but here we go. Japan versus Japan, so you know we got to do it. Ready, go! Game number 1, Zeta Division versus Exist. Who will make it to Grand Finals?
All right, lock in for this best of 5, a chance at the Chase Center, and of course, this will be a chance for either of these teams to be the lone Japan representative for the region going forward in the tournament, a region that was talked about for so long as being the best in the game, especially this year. And these teams have the chance to prove that they are the best of what everyone is saying.
Right now, a nice invade from Nomu is going to at least take away a little bit of experience in there. A very funny little defense. 2 Pokemon that we haven't seen fight in the center area for, I feel like, quite a while. But we'll see if they can steal much else away from Tomi, who's been such an all-star player over the course of this weekend. Right now, doing a pretty good job of defending, but it's so difficult to deal with. Now 2 annoying invaders.
Yeah, this Umbreon is going to join the fray. Resta, one of the best Umbreon players we have seen all weekend long, and they really do love that Pokemon. Evil Genius is deciding on a strategy to try to shut down that Umbreon. Resta persevering in it in an earlier series. So Zeta Division clearly relying on some power picks that they know very well. Vidopo, of course, we don't need any introduction to their Leafeon. The World Championship finals last year were a great one to this power pick.
We are going to be pushing down this bottom tier 1 very quickly. A lot of early aggression on a bottom path for, I would say, compared to what we've been seeing from most of the other teams. And I will, by the way, get very confused as to which Mewtwo is which. That is a guarantee. It's been a while since there's been a double Mewtwo, but boy, do we love it as casters.
We make the joke all the time as casters that we can't do numbers. I do not want us to try letters. That is a whole new one. Yeah. And they're all the way at the end of the alphabet. There's like 30 letters in the alphabet. Who knows?
Something like that. Maybe more.
Wow. Well, more Mega Mewtwo's. I don't know if anybody's asking for that one. All right, Rom, pushing forward to this Tier 1 goal zone. Reminder, at that level 5, this is where Latios is going to start stacking up that Eon power. Getting more damage done. It is going to be that Dragon Pulse. So those passive ticks of damage after landing these big hits is going to be impacting the side of Exist a lot.
And we will see, I mean, there's so much range damage on the side of Exist, but they do, of course, have, I'm assuming that they're going to have the Wish, a little bit of healing from the Umbreon, just because it did have the Rescue Hood on, but there's not a ton of healing on their side. So I am curious how they're going to deal with the ability to just poke from, I mean, so many different angles with multiple Mewtwo's, and, I mean, we'll just see exactly how they choose to even try to engage, as right now we can see they're just taking damage, not able to approach.
Yeah, that's true. Interested to see what the Mime moveset is. We could be looking at a little bit of an option there, but of course Mime's got a few options available to them. Nomu trying to go for another invade. I mean, this is classic Zeta Division at this point in time. Nomu leading the charge. Vidopo right behind. Level 8. That means that Leafeon has its Unite move available. Yet to pull the trigger on that one, though. Heavy Slam going to buy them some time. Kaki will go down.
Tomi just taking down a ball toy in the middle of this fight. The ball toy almost taking down Vitopo in the middle of the fight, but instead it'll be Vitopo taking down Tomi. So it's a big circle. Still nobody's taking down the ball toy. Vitopo, though, now being attacked by Capio and just barely able to escape over the wall into the jump pad. Perfect escape. Barely getting such a great winning situation out of that invade.
Yeah, Capio just seems like a couple frames away from getting the stun on the Leafeon and prevent the escape, but not going to be the case this time around. Zeta Division going to get away with a very successful heist to the enemy central.
They managed to steal away a good amount. Now Regidrago is going to be the target of what they're trying to take away next. We'll see if they can get a steal at least on the secure. Regieleki going down up on the top path, and we're going to kind of just be trading some objectives otherwise. But no, as usual, some of these teams just kind of walking next to Regidrago. They're kind of using this cover. They're not really trying to take it down, so just a poor little ignored objective. In the meantime, again, we've got quite a bit of poke, especially on the bottom path. I feel like nobody's going to full engage there until they've got a few more people actually there.
Yeah, well, here's a little chance for a small engagement. Kaki on this Mega Mewtwo. X is going to be deleted in its Mega form. Has a chance to Unite move, but immediately shut down by Vidopo. That early game of the Leafeon already proving to be phenomenal.
Oh, nice heavy slam. Is trying to just kind of pin them up against the wall there, just to at least maybe try to get a little bit more damage, but not really quite enough to follow through from the side of Zeta Division. They're still building up those stacks for Rom. It just doesn't seem like they quite have all of the damage that they want, especially if they're not going to full commit with the Leafeon. Regidrago finally goes down off screen, as it does tend to do.
Yeah, as aggressive and fast as Zeta Division plays, they are a pretty easy tempo to follow. If there is a yellow dot above the Leafeon's head, they're going to start a team fight. Like, that is the go button at this point in time for Zeta Division, and that is what they can play their aggression around. Exist so far has not found a way to kind of stun the Leafeon out or shut that combo down. Now, there is some options, as Mr. Mime is going with the walls, the barrier build of this Mime. Some big combo damage available, but like you mentioned before, not a source of healing.
Yeah, there's going to be not a lot of healing really on either side at this point, so just a lot of damage, but also it's weird. It's just such an aggressive game, as we can see yet another kind of invade here is going to be pushed away, but the points total is low, the levels are pretty even, and I kind of expected it wouldn't be that way after this much fighting, but we are going to continue to fight. Again, just a little bit of poking from both sides. It looks like Exist will be the first ones to get to Regirock. Not sure they're going to be close enough to try and get a steal. They will not. Oh, Zeta Division, though, is going to at least go in with their defender. Rom trying to get a few more pokes, but it's just, there's a whole lot of kind of nothing going on in these fights, as weird as that is to say.
Yeah, well, we did see one Mega Mewtwo Unite move, but it didn't buy them enough space, I think, for the hit, the push. But that Aegis Slash is dangerous. That wide guard in that shield form, a ton of shielding. Big push by the Snorlax, though. A full 5-player heavy slam is going to open up for at least a little bit of offense from Zeta Division as that Zacian gets within range. But there's too much damage the other way. They have to retreat, and now Vidopo is in danger. The Mega Mewtwo X pulls them back in, but Leafeon returns the favor with a KO.
Vitopa's the ultimate call an ambulance, but not for me player in this game so far. Every single time it looks like they're about to go down, they're just like, free KO for me.
Yeah. That is cool to see, though, that Mega Mewtwo X is going to be that future sight, that big pull, that yoink that Mega Mewtwo X has access to. Not exactly a Delmise anchor shot, but it'll do the trick in some of these medium-range moments. That might not have worked that time around, but that is still a weapon inside Exist's arsenal.
And it is really going to be interesting as well, just to see Missy, the player who was playing Mew so expertly well, play on such a different style. I mean, this is the first time that I've seen it in this tournament. Definitely some people have seen it. That was quite a bit of damage. I like the heavy slam, building him a little bit of space. This should be a Kahoot goal zone. There's no chance of that one living. Yeah, I like that. Exist, they said, okay, you know what? We don't have the strength to defend this. Let's just back up. Let the points go up, because we're scoring a little bit other places. We're taking the Regieleki, and things are still staying relatively evenish.
Yeah. Just big shout out to Mizutuma on that Zacian, by the way. I love that Metal Claw interaction. You could block some of that range damage incoming. Almost not quite a deflect, but you do totally reduce that damage. So shuts down that Mega Mewtwo attack. Nice little tech there, and you can see people watching with bated breath. Thank you so much to the Unite community for coming out to our final World Championships. Here we go. Nomu trying to block the way, but it's the Mega Mewtwo that strikes first. That's the carry for Zeta Division. Gone.
Oh no, trying to heavy slam out of there. This is such an awkward time for a fight. 2 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock, so nobody really wants to use anything. And at this point, I think Zeta, they just got to back up. They've got to accept that this tier 1 is probably gone. But a counter push right here could mean that they could take the fight for the 2-minute mark. This is still extremely close. 21-point difference. And as far as levels, almost exactly even, maybe exactly even. No, slight advantage. 2 level 13s for Zeta Division. So they're just going to back up. They're not going to go for some huge counter push. Nobody's trying to take the Reggie on bottom. This is going to be a close fight in the center. No gigantic advantages as far as points go.
That's true. Now, Rom's been relatively quiet on the Latios so far, but they are huge. Capio knows that they could be a threat. They go right onto them, and the Mega Mewtwo Unite stumble up. They're chasing down the Latios. That's target priority number 1. Eliminated. Exist takes 2, as the Umbreon also gets KO'd. Groudon down to about half HP, but Vidopo is going to open up a bit of space. Mega Mewtwo Y falls to the Leafeon, but Vidopo is working with a fraction of HP. Groudon taking down some hits, and it will eventually be secured by Exist as they wipe out Zeta Division.
Vitopo was so close to taking that, extremely close, but 4 members up, and we are going to see a Hundelberger counter score from Vitopo, unchallenged. However, still the points advantage for Exist. They've got a bunch of shields, they got a bunch of points in pockets, but we'll see how they decide to actually score. Tons of defense coming in from the side of Zeta Division, and at this point, if you steal away these shields, that could be everything. Capio being jumped on first, great use of King's Shield, manages to get out of there, and this is a hilarious chase. They're just trying to get out of range as any way they can. Heavy Slam catches one, and now they're just gonna kind of scramble in the middle of the lane here. Two being pushed back, huge wall coming out of Snorlax. That's two members down from Zeta Division. In the meantime, a great attempt, but the chase becomes the chased, and that is gonna be a full team wipe as Exist with 45 seconds left gets that many more points in pocket.
Yeah, they are gonna float and fly towards that final goal zone. Dunk on their opposition a little bit. Exists a hundo burger from Tomy. And they're gonna be starting things off so extremely well. Zeta Division, they are familiar with that Grand Finals arena stage, but Exist looking like they want that same feeling as they are going to start our series 1-0 Wonderjet.
A solid, clean game from them from start to finish. I mean, this was a close game. I expect this is going to go a lot of games in this set. Again, it's going to be a 3 out of 5, but certainly game number 1 going to the side of Exist. One of the teams that I think very few people expected to make it this far. I guess you can kind of say that for both of these teams, but Exist truly starting the pace out in their favor. And I mean, we got to hear a lot of really cool stories, actually. Of course, Pochi Nohara, our wonderful, amazing Japanese friendcaster, who's currently on the Japanese stream, and maybe not currently in this match, but you know, throughout the weekend, gave us so many stories on Exist that we got to hear, and it was really cool to hear. I mean, they're a team that's pretty new altogether as far as to the WCS, but some of these players, for example, Kaki that you can see has been playing since the first season of WCS, has not made it, and they've been working really, really hard to get here, finally do, and I mean, what a statement to make.
Yeah, man, I mean, watching this replay, that is exactly the playbook plan that Exist wanted that final moment to look like. They needed Latios off the board, no matter what. They invest so many moves. You get the Aegis Slash pushing up first to get some stuns, some big hits. They open it up. They don't even get the chance to make it there because the Snorlax and the Umbreon playing defensively. They invest 2 Mega Mewtwo Unites. Snorlax with the heavy slam to prevent any melee options having a chance to secure, and Exist gonna pick up that first crowd on, and of course that game 1 win.
Great slow-mo right there. Yeah, that was such a cool final fight. Obviously, it was nice to see this little chase and kind of the return, kind of, I don't know, counter-engage, I guess you could say, once they turned it around on them. But realistically, I think it was just the power of who and how many they had, you know, on the side of Exist. I love that little play right there where they did attempt to kind of wall half the team back with Snorlax. Fortunately, just wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, and there it is, our player of the game, Tomy, playing against their previous team, by the way. So they were on Zeta Division last year in Anaheim, having the chance to compete against them now in this semifinal. You know this player has got a lot to prove. Seeming like they're fitting in with Exist extremely well.
Extremely well. Yeah, that's another thing that Shinohara told us is that, you know, moving over to this team, I think a lot of the Japanese fans are feeling, and casters are feeling that Tomy is just gelling with the team a little bit more. We've certainly seen that in a lot of our regions as well, right? Where you're like, okay, this is a great player, this is a great player. They're even on a good team, but something's just not really exactly working out, and then they make a shift over, and you're like, wow, okay, this has just unlocked their potential. And I gotta say, Tomy has looked to me like an MVP of the entire tournament. Obviously, we don't know who's won, but I mean, they have just been unbelievable as far as just player skill in every single game that we've seen.
Yeah, this Urshifu has looked unreal when they are playing it every single time. This threat is so scary. Despite maybe its early game weaknesses, Tomy has found a way to persevere every single time. We are headed into game 2. Reminder, our best of 5s are a set map order for games 1, 2, 3. So we just saw Groudon. We are headed to Kyogre, and the game following this will be Rayquaza.
Have we seen Rayquaza since game 1 of the entire tournament?
I don't know. I really don't think so.
I don't recall seeing it, but of course we've got a lot of caster pairs here, so there's certainly a chance to miss it. But we will inevitably see that later, not right now. Kyogre, we've seen some amazing plays on the Kyogre map, and going back to the bans, we are going to see some similar ones, and I'm really curious why Exist is banning the Mew. And again, Misyu was super MVP on the Mew in every game that we've basically seen them play so far, but they just don't want the other side to get it. They don't don't want Zeta Division to get it. And I mean, I get it. It's a very high contested Pokemon. Same thing with Blastoise, which will be I would say the most common first pick over the course of this weekend at this point.
Yeah, I think it's a counter rate, probably backing that claim up, right? 83%. This Pokemon has been unbelievably strong. If Rom does stay on this pick and it doesn't rotate somewhere else, we could be looking at a spin pulse Blastoise with those held items. But the opposite side, we got the Feraligatr for Exist and the Yveltal. Two powerful new releases added into the game. Exist bringing, some fresh stuff, but how about this? Resta, after so many games on this Umbreon, is deciding to opt for a different defender in the Articuno, who's making their tournament debut.
Encounter nothing. There's not even a 0 right there.
We don't
it is
got
like
the data.
We're looking up. We're like, wait, what does this Pokemon do right now? No, I haven't seen Articuno for a few different events. I love that these teams are bringing out some really wild picks, but they're not troll picks. They're out of left field. There's so many strong meta picks in this game right now. The field is so wide, the widest it's maybe ever been, and these Japanese teams absolutely know it. We are going to see the double birds being picked up on the side of Exist. Both extremely strong. We've seen them strong throughout the entire weekend. Do love having that secure, but a very offensive team. And again, the Suicune, I think the Suicune has looked quite good today, the very few times we've seen it.
Yeah, I got to hold a bit of an L of the Suicune. I was watching in the green room. I did see it selected. I did not have a lot of faith in that pick, and well, Zeta Division proved me wrong by making it to this best of 5. So I am loving this Suicune pick as the final option for Zeta Division, and Exist get a very rare last pick Psyduck onto their team.
Further into the bird comp, depending on whether or not you count your Yveltal as a bird. But no, I mean, okay, so the most amazing way that Zeta used Suicune, which again, I expect not to see very much Suicune, but it is truly their counter dive option, right? And they use it specifically against Overlord diving with, an assassin option, and now technically it's like also an assassin option with Feraligatr. That's the way we've been seeing it played so much, getting those flanks. So anybody who tries to dive you, you're just like ice.
Yes, exactly.
And it's no longer your turn, basically. Which is, I think the counter dive, we saw a perfect example of that even in the last set where Brazil was so good at that, and that's a very important part of this current meta, I would say.
Yeah, you do have some great anti-melee options overall with the Suicune. You also got Resta applying some freezing effects as well in combination, so maybe we see some Suicune passive moments happening a little bit later on in this game. But reminder, we are headed to Kyogre. More healing available on this map. And of course, Exist is going to go with their strategy of all damage all the time with only one supportive Pokemon. In this game number 2, Wondershep, I cannot wait. Here we go. Ready?
Go! Game number 2, like you said, Exist. Starting off strong, but Zeta Division certainly not going to take this one lying down as they've completely shifted their draft strategy. I mean, hey, there's going to be, I think, a lot of different draft strategies going into this. As expected, Kupu will be in that center area, and we're going to see the Great Bacon Bird down here in the bottom path.
Yeah, this is a terrifying Pokemon. It is so strong. It has not had the best experiences so far at this event. However, it feels like when it does pop off, you get a player who really understands the intricacies of this Pokemon. All of a sudden, the Yveltal looks like a brand new beast.
Oh, yeah. Every once in a while, I'm still, it's kind of up, literally and figuratively up in the air for me as far as how much I like it. We are going to see a little bit of an invade, by the way, right there. Kaki is going to be pretty deep over there. I'm not sure if they were able to really steal anything away, but at least they were trying to delay them.
Yeah, something time. Also, that means that Articuno's got to be in the central area at that moment. So, you might still get the level 5 on the Urshifu, but Exist is going to get a lot of value on the top side of that map. They're already at level 6 on their Croconaw for Tommy. That is going to be their main focus of carry for the side of Exist.
It's been such a polarizing character. Teams playing really well against it, teams playing really well with it. It's won games, it's lost games, and we'll see how it ends up playing. Vitobo diving deep, getting pretty low. So realistically, I think trying to build space, but running into Kaki again once in this center area. Nomu getting low, Ron getting low. The Buttlebee trying to steal a KO. Yeah, almost right there. But everybody gets out scot-free. The Buttlebee almost about to be our KO leader.
Oh, big invade. I don't know the last time I saw a Torchic invade, but it's going to pay off for Exist in the terms of levels, not for what Pokemon they turned into. But other than that, it was a really good investment for Exist. They're going to be catching up on some EXP. The trade comes out, but of course that evolution, you do not want to be gated at that that spot. Now, Mizutama also behind the pace in terms of levels against their path opponent in the Surf-Etched.
Reggie Drago spawning. We'll see if they actually do fight over it, if they decide to back up. Reggie Drago already getting pretty low. Tomi not even jumping in quite yet. I wonder if they're trying to actually get the steal, waiting for a better moment, but they're actually just going to use their move to try and maybe reposition. No real full aggression. In the meantime, there's a little bit of aggression down the bottom. You might be happy with whatever Pokemon just got KO'd.
Yeah, well, come on. I'm not going to rejoice every time, but...
Yeah, you will. Yes, you will.
I smiled. All right. I'll admit it. I gave a little bit of a grin, but that is all right. Again, the respawn, and you can see, though, that the focus for Exist is on a lot of the other players, and this Combustion is going to be taking a while to level up. That's the trade you make when you focus so much on these damage-dealing Pokemon. That's a lot of crowd control sent out one way, but some full heals pop for Exist. They're able to walk out of that Whirlpool freezing combo and get back towards that Tier 1.
Another nice thing about the Suicune is nothing really outranges it on the side of Exist's team, I think. So it is going to be able to kind of get in that perfect little position when kind of everybody's mid-range, and you really want to just be able to throw out those Whirlpools. They are pretty chunky, quite honestly. You can see how much damage they can deal, even in situations like this, as we're getting the range still pretty low.
Yeah, it's true, but now Tommy has access to that waterfall. Hindrance, resist, charging right at you. You're gonna ignore so much of that Whirlpool, but that's okay. Zeta Division already getting some space with that Blastoise, and now Vidopo's getting to work. That's the Feraligatr. Tommy shut down. Vidopo knocks out their previous teammates, and now they're focusing on Mizzy. What's a Flux Zone to a Rapid Strike Urshifu? Well, unfortunately, they find the back end of the Blaze Kick, and they will be KO'd. Exist sets the trap, and they get the counter punch.
I mean, you said what's a Flux Zone, not what's the second tier Gold Zone.
Yeah,
Little bit far, but yeah, we are going to pick up another KO onto the Blastoise, and so Exist doing a good job of defending. I mean, that was extremely aggressive from Zeta. Oh, yeah, nice. Taking on a Tier 1 as well, kind of in the background. So a lot of big wins in that moment for Exist, and they're going to be taking the level lead as well. Only big exception there being level 10 Urshifu, which is relatively scary.
Yeah, it is a situation where you even broke that goal zone, though, right? So you're not going to have a chance to get a ton of score, but it's at the trade of getting a Reggie Alecki, which could, of course, result in more scoring on top side if you push, or on the bottom side if you rotate away from it with playing off that vision. But it looks like Exist are going to take a page out of Zeta Division's book and hunt for EXP in the middle of the enemy central area.
This is going to be a lot, I think, of what this set is. I mean, these teams are not afraid to... They don't say, this is your side of the map, this is our side of the map. They're like, this is all of our map. And then the other team's like, no, actually, this is all our map. But nice, we're going to go in. But Tomo barely dodging that, making them run into the wall. So Tomi getting extremely low, taken down. Great little manual dodge there. The overheat being charged just barely short of catching that Articuno. I think that would have been a KO. But they are going to continue on chasing Pitopo. Maybe saying, trying not to go quite as far this time. Instead, all the damage will be going there. Articuno taking, being a good tank in this situation.
Yeah, going down, buying a bit of time with their Unite move, not casting it near enough to a goal zone to apply that ice block effect, but instead just trying to slow down the members of Exist, who, at the moment, don't feel like they're any worse for wear. They're setting up for a fight on this basement Reggie spawn, and so of course be applying a status effect to the entire team. Whoever can get that last hit, Nomu, Mizutama within range. Bukaki is watching that tall grass as the side up.
And the secure is so good on both these teams, and it's really scary, I think, to go for anything until somewhat of a flip, but we are just going to see the engage. Once again, Surf-Etched going to be the first one in, but maybe the first one down as well. No, great use to try to stay up, managed to pick up a single KO, trades 1 for 1. In the meantime, the Unite going down on several members, but Regi's getting really low. The overheat should secure it, and it will. So that Regi's buff going to them. Nomu's going to go down probably next, and now only Articuno left to try and fight for this. Blastoise will run back to maybe try, and oh, I'm sorry, Vitopo's in there. I didn't even see him. I didn't even see him.
Vidopo cleaning up. That's level 13 Urshifu at 4 minutes left in the game. They have taken buffs back single-handedly, seemingly. They got rest up, backing him up on the top side, but still unreal fight from this Urshifu. Mizutama going to be on the back. They did win a 1v1 against Hapio, but they had to use their Unite move a little earlier. Might not have a chance to kind of burn one here at the 3:30-minute mark, seeing as you won't have it back in time.
Yeah, Vitomo was so far down there, just diving that backline. I literally just did not see the name, which is wild. I don't think that's ever happened to me. But that's just showing how good that kind of dive and the movement has been from Vitomo, which is really going to be kind of the main, I think, deal. We're only a minute away from the final stretch here, and Vitomo already level 13, the first in the game. But the big question is, how will Existent deal with him? If they can deal with their Shifu, I think they've got a great chance of winning. If they don't, obviously, it could just be a whole wipe, and it's all going to be about, obviously, that positioning, lots of tough decisions.
Yeah, that's true. All right, 3 minutes. Articuno could invest their Unite move on one of these goal zones, and they might actually, as we rotate down towards that bottom side. Beltov's going to go down as Mizutama picks up that first KO. Tomi waiting in the wings, but they're too low of HP to take a re-engagement, even with Nomu at a tasty low HP. Capio is going to play off to the right-hand side. They're hiding in the tall grass, maybe faking a recall, ready to re-engage, but everybody from Zeta Division has scattered. They still got to stop the Regieleki. They still got to pick up some EXP.
Yeah, but Topo already hitting 14, leaving a little bit of EXP there in case anybody else needs it, actually, because they just don't assume. Oh, big overheat! I mean, luckily it was against the Articuno, right? That could have been a huge moment. I mean, only 2 minutes and 20 seconds here in the game, so that could have led to something big. But luckily, pretty tanky was able to actually not take all that much damage from it. I thought it might have even done more than that.
Yeah, still alarming, I'm sure, for the Articuno to all of a sudden see a bunch of their HP bar gone, but they are going to walk away from it. Capio's going to get a Fury Cutter into multiple targets. Resta already applying those freezing effects as Surfetch is taking the offense, but everybody else is focusing on that Kyogre. Blastoise unites to hit everybody sky high, but it's Tomi on the Feraligatr to get the last hit on top of the Kyogre. The Water type takes down the Legendary, and now they are chasing towards the goal zones. Nomu, the last line of defense for Zeta Division.
And a small line of defense that is. They're going to get a ton of points in. This was a less than 100 for each team scoring game until this moment. And I mean, Suicune infamously a very strong defender, but the respawn timers are so long. And look at this, Hundo Burger after Hundo Burger, 479 points to 60. That is what I would call an insurmountable lead. However, the timer is so long. That was such a quick fight at the 2-minute mark. I mean, they just all jumped in, all committed. And I mean, obviously that Blastoise Unite was pretty huge, but it just wasn't quite enough. And now they've got one chance to push back.
Truly one of those things where time favors no one. Both teams will have the chance to pick up enough experience to get some Unite moves ready to go. Exist obviously having the points lead is going to put them in pole position in this situation. Zeta Division onto this tier 1. Nomu going to be the first to score. That Hundo Burger will be uninterrupted. Same with Roms on the top side. But still over 200 points separate this team, and Exist got the big one.
Huge back cap going towards the center goal zone of Zeta Division as well. 200 Burgers, and Zacian jumped over them. In the meantime, they both scored because of that one incredible timing. You can only see that one on the mini-map. Resta's gonna go very, very low. Might manage to escape, but they've got to push, and a really unfortunate timing on this pause. But I mean, that double Hundo Burger was gigantic. The counter score might make this basically impossible. That was a great expression. 10 out of 10
that's
for that
what
one.
We're all feeling, okay?
Exactly.
I hope you feel valued in the crowd, because that's what we're all feeling right at this moment. All right, we'll be jumping back right into this one very, very soon. But Wonder Chef, you were just calling it out. That is very likely going to be all for game number 2. Exist just too strong in these final fights around the Kyogre. That Feraligatr getting that last hit. Waterfall applying that hindrance resistance, able to ignore so many effects of crowd control, just makes this Feraligatr such a scary threat at any given moment. Big secure in that moment, of course, and now Exist is looking at match point, Wonder Chef.
Wow, I mean, what a team, man. I am so impressed by Exist. Look at everybody out there. Shout outs to every single person. Look at this crowd is full cheering for all of these players here at the World Championship. I mean, I was out there earlier. I cannot believe how hype everything is. All right, Alex, turn around. No, this is just an incredible send-off that we've had. I mean, we're not even at the finals. We cannot wait for the finals tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, if you think this crowd is packed, I cannot wait for Championship Sunday when we are in the Chase Center, starting off the day. So everybody watching, please, bright and early, be there to see Pokemon Unite crown its final world champion. 2 incredible contenders are playing for that spot right now as we speak, and the energy is so sick already. These 2 teams are so fun to watch, Wonder Chef.
Oh, they are. And I just want the crowd to know as well, backstage, we've been able to hear all of you throughout the entire day. So we are so thankful that you are so loud for us here. And of course, we need you to be just as loud tomorrow. And not only tomorrow, of course, I mean, this isn't the last match of the day. I kind of feel like I was lining up to be that way. This is only one of our semi-final matches. 4 teams trying to qualify for the grand finals. Only 2 of them obviously can make it to Championship Sunday. These 2 teams, it would mean a lot to them. It would mean more to the, I mean, not more, but I mean, just equally as much to the next 2 teams as well. Pause, finally resolved, but again,
Ready,
at this point,
go.
ready, re-go.
Ready, re-go.
Ready, re-go? I don't know, doesn't matter. 20 seconds left on the clock. Exist, holding on tight. There are some points in pockets for Zeta Division. They're down. Actually, it's a 4-4 fight, but I mean, they do not really have the aggressive pressure to score back, and so I'm gonna lock that one up and say Exist, like you said, moving to a 2-0 lead on match point to make it to Championship Sunday.
Exist, the number 4 seed out of Japan, headed to the World Championships, have just set themselves up in match point against one of their biggest rivals in Zeta Division. This matchup we have seen before on streams. Of course, the Asia Champions League raging on in person, online, wherever it may be. These players, probably the ranked ladder for crying out loud. Yeah. These teams have competed against each other so much, and now all that preparation is coming down to one final duel in Japan versus Japan.
And I mean, these teams have put in so much work. I know I said a lot of really nice things about the Japanese fans and players earlier, but it's completely true. And I mean, the amount of work that these Japanese teams have been putting in is unbelievable. And there's a reason why 5 of them qualified for day number 2 of Worlds. And then most of them have been eliminated now by other Japanese teams. Now, the knowledge against each other, because they've been playing so much, like you mentioned, is extremely high. That's why we do see a lot of bans that are very specifically targeted to specific players on the enemy team, rather than these kind of blanket bans that were like, yes, this is a very strong Pokemon. Instead, let's choose something, you know, that they really like. But Tomy has proven that they can play multiple Pokemon in this kind of assassin role.
Yeah, I love that you said that exactly, Wonderstep, because assassin is exactly what this Feraligatr is doing. 6 knockouts, very, very impressive. A little bit low on the damage front, but in this matchup, Tomy playing that sweeper role, really wanting to close out a lot of these knockouts. Same with the Surfetch, Blaziken, Yveltal playing a bit more of that range, get some poke in early. But the other side, Zeta Division are going to need to find a way to shut down Tomy in these final moments. I mean, that waterfall charging right through the Hydro Typhoon of Rom, ignoring everything and securing the last hit on the Kyogre. That's a terrifying feat, and I do think it might be time to put the Feraligatr away if you're Zeta Division.
I think that would probably be a good choice, but then there's so many other things to deal with, so we'll see what their decisions end up being. I do want to point out, though, of course, damage low across the board because there's no healing in the entire game, basically. Right. They are playing with exactly how much HP they have. No, there's a little bit of healing, but no true healers, not a lot of big tankiness. I mean, there's a little bit, so you do expect relatively low damage games, but it's wild to say an MVP, 6 knockouts, 17,000 damage. That's like me playing on Ring, but without the knockouts. So yeah, I mean, amazing stuff for them, and that's exactly the stat line that you want as a type of assassin character. You don't even care if you deal the damage. You just want to get those final hits and just get the other Pokemon off the board.
Yeah, it's been super impactful to see what this player can do, and just a reminder, I mean, playing against their previous team, Tomy with back-to-back MVPs, they were on that world stage with Zeta Division when they felt that second place sting. They don't want to let that one happen again. If anything, they want to try to take down this team, take down whoever else they can, and of course return that Championship Sunday arena spot.
I cannot wait. I mean, the stakes have literally never been higher. These teams are playing with so much pride on the line. I mean, you can even see just from all of the fans, from all the different regions out there, all of the different chants and the signs and everything has just been beautiful to see. I mean, the passion behind every single one of these players and teams is ridiculous. There's so much staff behind each of the teams too. I mean, I was hearing about Exist Coach, who's a player who's been playing in multiple WCS events. So, I mean, I think it was, I don't know, even like 4-ish years ago. It's been quite a while. So we get to see so much of a storied history. There we go. There's the fans that I'm talking about. I mean, just giving such a great show for us back here here behind the scenes.
Oh, I like that I will secure sign. Which is a fun signs overall. I like to, believe that about myself. Doesn't always happen in game, but I do feel that energy. And of course, we got a lot of signs cheering for specific players. We got Zeta win. Of course, we got crowds supporting Exist as well. This is going to be, like we mentioned during the game, this one is at match point. All right, Unite fans got moves. I like to see it. So does Buzzwell, though. Best answer, Buzzwell, guaranteed.
I think there's a Scrovit over there as well. Can't count that out. I actually couldn't see which
Green
it was.
pick on match point, please.
Well, maybe in the next match. I think that would be a little bit higher of a chance, but I don't know. I do not know if we would see the Gauntlet Green or if we want to see the Gauntlet Green at this point. That's a whole other game, a whole other set, a whole other lifetime, it kind of feels like. So I'm going to focus in on, of course, these two Japanese teams. Now, the big question is, of course, we've gotten a chance to see a lot of, specifically some of the Japanese teams, I feel, or me in particular. I love watching them, but, there's been a lot of reject, a lot of Fennel. I haven't seen as much Exist, so I don't know, specifically talking about Tomi again, how far his Pokemon pool actually is. So we've seen a few. We've seen 3 or 4 throughout the day. Obviously, it's going a lot to that Urshifu, like you mentioned, but this was a great example of even if you steal away that Urshifu, even on an amazing player like the Topo, they still are going to be amazing on some other options. So do you get rid of the Urshifu and the Feraligatr and then see where they go after that? Or do you just start trying to focus on other things? It's a very difficult decision.
Yeah, and that is interesting. I don't know. I just feel like Urshifu, the playbook is out there a little bit more on how to shut down this Pokemon, right? This team has practice in defeating Urshifus time and time again in a long storied history for Zeta Division. I do think if you're going to approach this draft, my focus is going to be on that Feraligatr. But of course, these teams have done a lot more prep for their opponents specifically than I have. They got plans, but sometimes you head into game 3 and you're looking at that scoreline 0-2, the playbook has got to go out the window. You see the communication from the team, though, on Zeta Division. It still looks good. There's a mixture of focus, but there is comms. They want to build a plan that can shut down this Exist team that is just playing like a rocket.
Yeah, this is nice to have a little bit of time to kind of rethink about your strategies, recompose yourself, and I mean, they're certainly not out. How many huge set comebacks have we seen over the course of this weekend? It's literally too many to count. They are all blurring together in my head because this has been maybe the best tournament of Unite that I have ever seen. So Zeta, they certainly have the answers, but the thing is there's just a lot more of a cushion, right, for either whether it be risks from Exist or, wild picks that might be a little bit more unexpected or just the ability to make a few more mistakes. And they've got that with a 2-0 lead, which is as comfy as you can honestly be in this game.
Yeah.
Still not that comfy because you're up against Zeta Division, who took out Fennel.
Yeah, that is, ridiculous. That is such a laundry list of incredible teams that have fallen to both of these squads. I mean, we talked about it. That top side of the bracket looked so scary. And a lot of that was because there were 4 Japanese teams on the top side, and it's a region that has been so feared worldwide going into this Pokemon Unite World Championship Series for a clear reason.
Yes, I mean, the story of just Japan's strength as a scene is so interesting, right? It's been a big back and forth. They've had such amazing years, but sometimes they've been amazing even as a region, but not been quite able to close out the World Championship itself. Right. There are just some real outliers in a lot of these other regions, amazing teams to watch, but they've only, of course, won the singular time for Worlds. They would love to make it to right here. They would love to become the final World Champions, and hopefully we can see one step further towards that if we can get into draft for game number 3.
All right, again, Exist at match point, and we are going to see a changeup of sides. Exist are going to go to that first pick position as Zeta Division have elected to be the second pick, getting 2 Pokemon right at the start of the draft. Band's going to flex a little bit, and Zeta Division is going to take Feraligatr off the board, and Exist does not first pick it.
So I will point out, we do have to say, of course, exactly like you said, this is Rayquaza 100% for this map. It's not a decision from either of these teams, so you are going to have to draft around it. And I do like Zashin in the fact that it is very strong, secure as well when you get into a kind of scary situation around Rayquaza. So it does a little bit make sense to me.
I'm never afraid at taking a first pick Zacian. It's just in the context of this draft. We're seeing a lot of the Urshifu. Now Exist still has a chance to pick it. Again, this is a team that loves playing 1 defender and 4 all-rounders if they can help it. Maybe an attacker in there.
that it's going to be the Blastoise. That's been an option for Rom in this series already. We could see them return to attacker, and that's going to be the Latios for Resta. We have seen this one before. Comfey is an available Pokemon. However, with the lock-in of Latios, I have to imagine we are not going to be seeing that option. However, Vidopo threatening that there's always a possibility, but picking up the Zoroark.
I do wonder if we might see something like the Surfetched again. It seems like it's been quite a good counter to the Zoroark, or something like the Aegis Slash again, but we might not be at that point. Well, there we go. We are looking over that. Tommy's decision is going to be really interesting. I do like these two picks if they do end up going with it, but again, I don't even know what a support is at this point anymore. They are going to go for it. Surfetched, and I do wonder if it is going to be Tommy sticking on this. I would have to assume so, but that's pretty awesome. And we got the duo!
We got the duo. So Rom and Resta, Latios and Latios. There is a lot of fun interactions between these two Pokemon, but of course the biggest will be that passive, where on cooldown, these two Pokemon will be able to fly anywhere to each other. Oftentimes we see this happening with one Pokemon coming off a respawn and immediately jumping right back into the battle between to help out their partner. So Resta and Rom picking up these two attackers, but again, this is a late game focus for Rom when they are picking up this Pokemon. Exist. That was their game plan in game one. Shut down the Latios in that final fight, and it was picture perfect. This time around, though, they don't have two Mega Mewtwo Unites, they only have the one.
Yes. Interesting to note, by the way, they actually did switch. So it's going to be Tommy now on the Zacian, and I do wonder if they are going to be up in that top path. Interesting to see how these teams are shifting around, especially in this potential match point moment.
Match point exists. 2-0 over Zeta Division so far. Best of 5, extending this one a little bit longer. And we are headed classic mode. Rayquaza, Thea Sky Ruins will be the stage.
Ready, go! Game number 3, Exist, trying to close this one out. Now on the left side, Zeta Division, they've got to prove a point in this match. They've got to make sure that they completely steamroll the next 3 games. They steal back the momentum, everything goes their favor, and they're starting it off with an invade from a Snorlax.
Zeta Division has done a lot of things in this match that feel just so marquee Zeta Division. We saw Vidopo on the Leafeon, but now we have the Zoroark locked in, a Pokemon that led Zeta Division to a defeat or to a success over Fennel earlier today, the tournament favorite. Could this be the recipe to come back in this series?
Nomu, the recipe for them is Berry and then other Berry. They actually managed to steal both out from behind that goal zone.
Salad.
Yeah,
two berries is a salad.
Okay, yeah, sure. Or it could be a sandwich if you. I mean, yeah, it depends. I mean, it's two pieces of something to. Anyway, we are have an actual game here. 9 minutes on the clock, and we're going to see finally the evolution here into this Espeon. It's going to be a very scary path, but not quite yet. You know, not right at the start. So nice that they got the evolution, but a big focus on the bottom path. Oh my goodness, Vitomo did so much damage, then took so much damage. That was kind of scary, just on all sides.
Yeah, especially because that Mega Mewtwo almost had half off cooldown, not able to chase down that Zoroark with that auto-tracking attack. So Mizzy going to make it back towards that goal zone. Zoroark getting away with a really cheeky KO in this early game.
Right, we did see a KO as well on the Farfetch'd up in the top path, who now we can actually see on the minimap is rotating to get a little bit of the experience from the center area to evolve into that Surfetch, which we are going to see happen. So nice maths from the side of Exist. They are making sure that they're going to hit all the power spikes that they want to, and at least for, you know, the next set of spawns, which should be relatively, again, this is Rayquaza, so every single time we play the Rayquaza map, I think the spawns are going to be not exactly what they are.
Yeah, it's always a little tricky for us to deal with, but Vidopo is going to have some tricks of their own. Mega Mewtwo the first to fall, and Nomu going to land on top of the War Turtle. Defender takes out their counterpart. Nomu going to likely fall, but they're going to waste some time into the tall grass, and they make the great escape. Big push for Zeta Division. Back-to-back early game wins in the bottom half.
This is a little bit scary that this War Turtle currently is kind of being denied a lot of experience by getting KO'd a lot. I mean, it's not a Pokemon that needs a ton of experience, but they do need some, especially for kind of being their front liner. And if your front liner is weak, oh my goodness, nice body block. That was a beautiful body block from Resta, making sure that Rom stayed up there.
Yeah, the Latios duo runs deep between these two players. That backup was perfect. And the Mega Mewtwo getting within range, another one to stop that attack from Yeezy. The Mega Mewtwo going to be denied any KOs, but of course these Zeta Division players leveling up, waiting for that future moment. Zoroark handling the early game, and so is the Snorlax so well. That's allowing Latios and Latios a lot of room to power up.
Right, they are going to take some time for sure, and we can see they're not like full engaging, although they get pulled, and oh, nice, managing to get back over to Rom. That's an awesome usage of that. I think that was the passive, right? To be able to teleport over. I don't know, it was a little bit of a dash, so
I think it was Dragon Cheer.
You think it was just Dragon Cheer?
I believe
I thought it was a little too far. Okay, maybe I'm wrong, but regardless, very nice little momentum to be able to do that.
Uh-oh, Tommy is going to find Vidopa yet again. This has been a matchup going on all game long, and often Vidopa's been winning the 1v1s, but Tommy so far having the last laugh at this 2-0 scoreline.
Ooh, look at this. Taking a nap in the tall grass. That's what I feel like doing after this long day of Unite. But no, I'm actually way too excited. Definitely couldn't sleep. Capio up top. Might be soloing this Regieleki as everybody else kind of posturing. Nothing really on the map to do. There's a little bit of experience on the side of Exist in their center area. But in fact, that experience is being hunted down by Zeta Division at the moment. Vitopo going very far in, but it's a little bit too far. Jumping behind the wall. Maybe not intending to quite as much. Big KO. Here's Latios. Will pick up 2 in a row. Very close to getting some return KOs, but I think that might have been, ooh, nice.
Yeah, that is absurd. Latios combining for even more damage, and now we're Unite moving the Surfets. They are going to jump in for the goal zone defense, but that buzz will pull is perfect, and Vidopa's going to set up yet another KO. This Zoroark is dancing all over Exist right now, and Nomu is going to be opening up the way with the Snorlax. Mega Mewtwo Y does take down the support player in Latios, but Zeta Division is going to be very happy with that engage.
Zeta Division doing an amazing job of knowing their exact limits and getting out of situations with very low HP. They have been scarily low. It's stressing me out just watching, but I mean, you really need to know that, especially if you're playing something like a Zoroark. That is kind of going to be the ultimate test, and especially for Zoroark with something that like, doesn't have a Comfey, doesn't have a Blissey helping it, you really need to know exactly when you need to get out of there. And the line is not very, wide as far as your time to escape versus your time where you get KO'd.
Yeah, Vidopo going by the old school of if my opponents are unconscious, I cannot take damage. Yes. And it is a great science that they have been employing so far. Regice is going to be that next major objective. Nomu buying a little bit of space. Misi's going to take a ton of damage. Luster Purge followed by Dragon Pulse. That's a delete button. And now Nomu going to open up some space. Unite move to try to counteract that Espeon. Mizu Thomas taking a ton of damage, but an eject button will make them safe. Surfetch does get the secure, and now Exist might have a chance to fight back in this game. Mega Mewtwo Y. Splash, stun, but Shan is the only one standing.
Oh, well, was for a moment. One more, though, if they can even hunt it down. A great little barrier to try and at least catch that Mewtwo, but it does give them the space to take down that goal zone. Gigantic fight win for the side of Zeta Division. They say they are still in this set very clearly. I mean, there are not a lot of answers so far for kind of every angle, I think, that Zeta has been fighting them. The range damage has been huge. The initiations from the Snorlax have been amazing. And obviously, Vitopo is kind of just doing whatever he wants.
Yeah, when you have this big of a level lead, you can actually full combo these Surfetch, dodging detects left and right. How about a KO streak of 2? Vidopo is not done quite yet. Chan does land the Hydro Pump, and finally, this Zoroark will be satiated as Mizu Tama gonna shatter that tier 1. Zeta Division almost at the 300-point mark.
And they want more. They want more experience, more points, more everything. They're all the way in the center area, building up even more stacks for their Eos Pokemon. This is just looking dominating. Regieleki being taken, heading down towards his tier 2 goal zone, and they're in perfect position to try and push it through.
Capio had so much damage on, they felt the only safe way was to go back to the home base. A no move from the backside, a Snorlax flank is going to open things up. Espeon Unite move won't pick up anybody, seeing as the Snorlax is taking a nap. Rom takes the KO. Regieleki lands, and Zeta Division passes into 300 points. Capio trying to get some damage done back the other direction, but it's actually Espeon taking some KOs. Rom in a dangerous spot with Resta standing right beside them. A 3 KO streak is massive. This Latios is huge.
Oh my goodness, they need to KO it right now for experience. It gets away, gets another return KO. Tommy doesn't even continue the chase. What an escape. The duo is working so well. Unstoppable. Huge is an understatement. This is one of the heaviest scalers in the game. Level 14 before the 2-minute 30 mark. This, I mean, I saw them take nearly half of every single Pokemon's HP in one hit. They've got threats from literally all directions to deal with if you are Exist in this final fight.
Rom feeling that need to push everything to the limit. Bring this roster to that final stage you're familiar with, and Nomu is going to be the first one into the fray. Vidopo hanging out in this tall grass. Final stretch, Zeta Division. If they want to extend their tournament lives, they are going to need to do it within this final stretch. Exists with a chance to close it out, but Zeta Division with a dominant lead. Vidopo, poke damage, but immediately out of the fray.
Biggest win there is Division. They saw almost every single person huge unite from the Mewtwo. They are going to counter-engage with some extremely low, but Starfix immediately getting melted. 2 members down now for Exist Zeta Division with just infinite damage. Rayquaza low. Can they steal the secure? And it is going to be Zeta to confirm a total team wipe and Rayquaza. I think that this one is surely in the bag for them. This will not be a 3-0 sweep.
You cannot count this team out. Zeta Division is going to be doubling up on these Hundo Burgers. The Latios duo for the damage, and Vidopo for everything else. They are carving up this Team Exists, and what a bounce back for Zeta Division.
This is, I've got to say, the best Latios game I've ever seen in my entire life. Hands down, no questions asked. That is ridiculous. I mean, what an entire game from Zeta Division. I said they have to deal with threats from all directions, and it's absolutely true. There's not a single member of this team right now that was not a gigantic threat to Exist. At this point, the threats don't even matter. I mean, this is such a gigantic lead. We're seeing an attempt to push back, but you would need double pockets. You would need pockets on pockets to be able to have enough points to actually make this back. So all I can say is what a ridiculous game. We saw Latios combo, and like I said, the best I've ever seen it work.
It looked phenomenal. And I mean, you're right, Zeta Division, every single piece was moving in perfect harmony to force this game into, or this match into game 4 rather. I mean, Vidopo's Zoroark, unbelievable. The KO numbers are gonna be out of this world once we head to the stat screen. But Nomu Snorlax, by the way, just an epicenter of so many of these team fights. Vidopo head in the early game was largely in part to that pocket duo working all over the map. It felt like the invades were being set by them. And now, Zeta Division holding on in this series. It is a 2-1 scoreline.
When we started this set, I said they need to make a statement if they want to make this comeback. You know, they need to say, hey, hold on, you are not running us over. We have so much fight left in us. And I don't know if there's a better way to make a statement than that. I mean, that was a huge win. Of course, it wasn't a Rayquaza map, but it didn't feel like that mattered quite as much, maybe. Not like anybody went for specifically like Ripper Flip or anything like that. It was just winning after winning after winning every single fight from the beginning of the match to the end of the match.
Yeah, it looked electric from the side of Zeta Division. Exists kind of, I think, unfortunately, waiting on the sidelines, watching some of that match is what it felt like. That was Zeta Division all the way through. This moment in particular, the Regieleki landing, Nomu holding back 4 of them, and that says Rom on a Latios, an attacker. I'm jumping into the enemy flux zone to pick up a few more Eon power stacks.
Yeah, I don't know who the assassins are on this team anymore. I don't even know what's happening. They just all do a lot of damage. They all move really fast, and I'm very scared. Zoinks, please send help.
Yeah, we got an incoming Wonder Chef, don't worry. Oh, that's right, we have a whole nother game to cast immediately next. This series is delivering. This ain't no sweep. Zeta Division back in this one in a very real way. Vidopo, 12 KOs, 1 feint, 6 assists. Rom, 14 KOs, 0 feints on that attacker. They might have been target priority #1 in game 1. That game plan not happening for Exist in game 2. They were held to 2 digits. Zeta Division, how about 4? 1,012.
Oh my goodness, you can see the damage numbers there, 84K coming out of that Latios. And the scariest thing about this matchup was that at the start of the game, it was like, oh no, how are they gonna stop Vidopo? How are they gonna stop Vidopo and Muzutama's a combo? And by the time we got to the end game, it was like, we gotta look past that, man, because that is not even the first combo that we gotta deal with in this game. It was truly so scary to see an early game strong combo and a late game strong combo. A great way to cover for it, by the way, as well. I think this draft strategy was extremely cool, but I mean, these Japanese teams have been bringing extremely cool draft strategies across the board.
Yeah, really specifically tailor-made to their opponents, but also showcasing the abilities of these individual players. That is a speedster heat map, everybody. everybody. If you're growing up right now and dreaming of playing Pokemon Unite, that's the heat map you should pin up in your bedroom. That's the one. Zoroark looking unbelievably good.
Also on the right side, the stat distribution, there's no assists, there's no damage taken, there's no crowd control. It's just scoring, knockouts, damage dealt, all the Chad stats. No, I mean, truly, this is exactly what you want as far as all of your stats for a Zoroark player. So really great to see. I mean, such a fun Pokemon to watch from all the way from the beginning of, when it released. And I mean, it's just so cool to see these top players still playing it at a level like this, but especially not seeing it kind of as like the baby assassin type anymore. It just shows like I think maybe even a higher level of skill.
Yeah, I mean, it takes a lot to play Zoroark without a support right there next to you. You did have the Snorlax that time around. But all right, Zeta Division exists 2-1 currently for the team exists. Zeta Division still playing this one from behind. A great start, but they have to remain flawless if they want to bring this series all the way to Championship Sunday. Exist, on the other hand, are going to be looking to close this out any way possible.
Oh yeah, I mean, that was such a huge momentum shake-up right there. I mean, he just completely stopped Exist in their tracks. So I almost feel like Exist has got to be a little bit more scared because there were so many things there that they now have to deal with and think about in the next draft. They're going to start off with taking the Mew away once again. They've been really confident on that ban, especially as a first ban.
That Pokemon has just been so phenomenal all weekend long. I think it's definitely worth the ban. See that Mega Charizard X actually moving up to 1%, so congrats on the promotion, Mega Charizard X, in terms of ban rate, with the Machamp right there in tandem. It has been so phenomenal all weekend for a lot of players, and I love that the Feraligatr ban going to return yet again. Now Exist in that first pick spot did go with the Zacian last time around. How much do we feel that Tommy needs to have that Pokemon to feel comfortable in this series?
I feel like there's probably more options than we even know. If I'm being 100% honest, I've been, well, okay, it is in the first spot still, but I'm still going to stick with that spot, right? Now, again, they did manage to go with a switch later on based on how the draft went, so there might have been another strategy for Tommy to go something else a little bit later in. We are going to see, though, I mean, this really strong combo that worked out already, and they're just like, let's just go back.
Yeah, Mizutama, one having access to that Buzzwole. Again, interesting to see them go for it. I didn't know if I loved the matchup against Surfetch in particular, which Exist will still have that draft ability, but Mizutama obviously likes the play. So they're locking that one in, and Miss You is on this Yveltal Cursed Incense Heal and Stoppage, ready to go.
We always got to get the Heal and Stoppage, but also Mamoswine, who hasn't come out for very long, and yeah, this looks, I think, a little bit familiar. I'm having deja vu.
Yeah, we'll see. Natami Urkaki got a Latios in the tank. Do they want to counter pick this one? I feel like Zeta Division telegraphing a little bit of that final selection on their side. And we got Comfey and Zeraora for Exist at match point. Are you kidding me? We are almost assuredly looking at a Sweet Kiss Comfey look. Zeta Division, what do they want to do to try to deal with that? Obviously, they have one half of the Latios duo. They could select it. Rom might be going back to basics. There it is.
All right, full repeat from the side of Zeta Division, but Big Cat means big trouble on the side of Exist. We've seen this combo work so well. This is one of the best Pokemon to watch when you have a skilled player playing it. And boy, I would have to assume that Tommy's Pokemon selection pool is incredibly deep if they're willing to go to Zeraora at this point.
I mean, what a combo. And I've been talking a lot about that Tommy versus Vitobo rivalry duel that is constantly going on. Similar Pokemon pools, filling out similar roles for the team. And how about this? A duel between Zeraora and Zoroark. We got the ZZ battle right now in game number 4, and it is going to be hard for us to remember the names of those Pokemon when they're engaged in combat.
Literally more confusing than the double Mewtwo's for me. One thing I do want to point out, though, is the Mamoswine. That's going to be such an interesting pick, and it's going to really, I think, change up a lot of the aggression that we could see out of the side of Zeta. But here we go. Match point still for Exist. They can close this out right now, or we could see Zeta even this set out. Only one way to find out between these two incredible Japanese teams. Ready, go!
Let's get into it.
it exists, your purple team, Zeta Division, your orange team. These teams want this chance to play in the final Pokemon Unite World Championships Grand Finals tomorrow. Exist on match point. Zeta Division already feeling hungry with that game win last one.
Oh yeah, you know that they want to tie this up more than anything else in the world right now. Another hungry Pokemon, that Snorlax, who managed to steal away a couple berries last time, kind of going the same exact path, running away from a solo Comfey, but more so I think just realizing that they didn't have the targets that they wanted to quite yet. Zero Aura is going to be a pretty tough invade, I would say.
Yeah, but the problem is with just this Comfey applying damage, no one doesn't have to be too worried. They can stick around for quite some time. That's of course going to change with a 3-player rotation. Zacian having such a great path early on. Capio at 4 points, Aozen actually losing a few out to Mizutama, but still is able to rotate and rejoin even for that contestable bundle beat.
And we will, I would have to assume this is going to be Sweet Kiss as well, right? I actually didn't get a chance to look at the items for
Have
the...
to imagine,
yeah, but almost 1,000%, which is only a 999%. Tomi, though, going solo, I got confused, I got tricked, I thought that was double Tomi, but Tomi might have got tricked too. Nice escape over the wall. Great way to get out of there.
Yeah, intelligent not to Volt switch back in. You know, I'd be tempted to hit that button again, but they will make it out of danger. Now, Capio will have the backup of the Comfey for the moment. That is a good thing about Exist composition. They can feel very good about Kaki supporting multiple players on the team. Capio going to be clearing out this wild Pokemon EXP. Here we go, Nomu continuing this invade strategy. And there it is, the confirmation. Sweet Kiss pull, Tomi goes for the big play.
Oh, Sweet Kiss, and I mean, I love this combination so much on the Zera Aura. It's so fun to watch. They're not going to commit to actually trying to do the damage. Nomu kind of looks like they're lost, but this is very intentional, of course. They are going to steal some more berries. They're just trying to be annoying, spend some time here, build some space for their own team by going way far forward, and it's working pretty well. You know, they haven't really lost all that much for it, and even KOing a defender doesn't mean all that much. In the meantime, Vitopo, level 7 already.
I got a theory that these defenders know when they're on the invade, the camera's going to be on them, and they just want a little bit of screen time. And Nomu's like, hey, put the camera on me. I'm going to go check out the enemy central. Right now, we're going to be focused on Reggie Drago, as that is one of the main objectives spawning in. Vidopo and Resta, the only ones doing damage as Exist, have a different plan in mind, and that's pushing this tier 1, but Vidopo wise to their tricks.
Oh, they barely got out of there in time. A little bit scary. Once again, not a lot of defense on the side of Exist. And whoa, nice. They are going to go in. Big, heavy slam, but it's a nice little KO to take out Ledios early. We are almost going to see, okay, the Pillswide is going to go down. In fact, but there we go. Assassin versus Assassin, but you got a little homie on you, and that's going to help with that fight.
Yeah, this Sweet Kiss is so difficult to deal with. You saw that Tomi didn't even need to get that Volt Switch pull to take out the Latios. How about that? Just a natural Sweet Kiss pull in. That discharge dealing out constant damage, amplifying their own attack as well. Big play with this Zera Aura, and that Comfey, such a perfect support. We saw Latios in this game and the last, and now we're seeing another iconic Pokemon Unite combo.
We are, nice check in the tall grass, trying to prevent them from even stealing it away.
Yeah.
There was an attempt as well from Resta on the Latias, but we are just not going to see either of those work. It does feel like Exist feel a little bit more comfortable right now than they were in the early last game.
Yeah, and it is a quieter start for Zeta Division, who looked unreal at the start of last game, but Vidopo still has hit level 9, and of course that Latios is powering up throughout this match. So there will be some moments for Zeta Division, surely very soon, but Rom and Resta are going to have to work together on this tandem to defend this tier 1.
And, okay, I mean, it's a great combo to defend. They are very much in danger of, I was about to say, getting Icicle Fanged. And, they do manage to get out of there just barely, but great mobility to survive. However, it does look like we are going to get a ton of scores, and that goal zone's going down.
Yeah, just spaced out a little too far. Yveltal's attacks leaving an area of effect on the ground. It's too tough for these Pokemon to deal with at this time. Now Reggie Drago getting extremely low. Heavy slam attempt to steal, but the auto attack a bit too late to take it out of Zera Aura's hands. Tomi has a ton of buffs hovering underneath him right now. I think a Reggie Ice and a Reggie Drago to work with.
Z-Confusion, one time. Almost one time, he did the full thing. Yeah, that was actually a really good attempt to steal from Nomu. Again, I say this the most complimentary way possible. Nomu is a very annoying Snorlax, right? Like, truly disrupting the other team. Yeah, exactly, perfect. Thank you for showing for Nomu. Again, they know the camera's on them, and Missy will go down. That's a huge win for them. That's been a really problematic Pokemon to fight against for them so far in that bottom pack. have.
All right, but Reggie Alecki was secured, so Exist actually going to have that extra objective to work around. See the Piloswine actually rotating through their own central area? I think at this point, they just know the Snorlax is waiting in the wings. They're trying to find them a little earlier this time around. And wow, Nomu making the opposite call as well. I'm going to enter this tall grass with my wall up and make sure to find that enemy Pokemon. Comfey goes down, Rom getting a few more stacks, and that Latios getting stronger and stronger.
I do love when you see teams that have clearly fought against each other a lot and that they just have the hard reads.
You'll be here.
Yeah, that was so much damage on that Mamoswine. And this is scary to see. Zavelta kind of in the forefront, but they managed to get kind of a one-combo KO there. Mamoswine getting healed and going back in, but they are just getting dunked all over the place.
Yeah, the Latios stacks just shy of KOing that Yveltal in time. Sasha with the Unite move will be able to take down the Reggie Steel. Big Sovereign Sword from them. Nomu, one of the last defenders up for Zeta Division, as Exist have found another gear in this game number 4.
Holy, another huge Zeraora game at Worlds. It's classic at this point. Not to say they won yet, but already it's been looking really impressive. I will say they haven't managed to get the pull off really so far. For anybody who hasn't watched a lot of Zeraora, you can manually pull with some really very tight timing. And wow, almost managed to one-shot the Zoroark right there. But Topo in a scary position. Manages to escape. They're getting a little bit of counter damage on the Mamoswine, uniting to get away. But again, Nomu denying that really amazing defender play.
Yeah, that block has been so tough to deal with. You called it annoying. I'm calling it formidable. Whatever it may be, Zeta Division, it's honestly probably even more than just those two. Zeta Division relying on this tank player in a major way, and it's paying off so well. 40-point dunk for Rom is huge, uninterrupted. But now Tommy's going to join the fight. That sweet kiss pulled, not there in time. But who else to start the fight? Then Nomu.
Oh, barely escaping Tommy, just barely with almost no HP. Oh, by the way, Nobu also enabled the goal zone to go down by annoying them to walk back, like kind of baited them back into their own center area a little bit, and they weren't able to walk back over to the goal zone in time. So truly, this has been an excellent, excellent game from Nomu, a VIP play for me so far. He's going to take the Reggie Alecki, says, nope, get away from me, get out of here. This is not my spot. Oh no, gets jumped on by a very scary combo. I do not think you can escape that. Wait, the dunk working really well, and we actually got off.
Oh, they're Unite moving into Tommy, but they're going to dodge away. There is no way that duel is going to end in a recall.
What?
Zeta Division and Exist, that is a nightmare for me as a commentator, but that's okay. They are going to walk out of that one while baiting out a Buzzwole Unite move, as well as, I believe, Zeraora. We are at 2 minutes and 30 seconds left, and Mamoswine and Zeraora have yet to get that yellow pip. Buzzwole going to be will not have enough wild Pokemon to farm it up in time, so Vidopo is going to start this fight early. Mamoswine going to have to run for the hills, as they will have to recall and get their HP back.
By the way, I think the Mamoswine knew that there might be somebody in the tall grass. They walked forward and then walked back at the perfect spacing, and they didn't get KO'd.
You've heard of Spidey sense. What about Mammoth sense?
This is, you've played against the other team too much sense, and look at this. This positioning's really scary. I mean, it is entirely Zeta Division around this. They need to win this to stay in the tournament.
And they have the score lead, but not by much. This is such a small increment. Mizutama going to jump into that tall grass, but they're going to find the entire team of Exist. They will wipe out that Buzzwole from Zeta Division, and now Zeta have to rely on the rest of the squad. Nomu separating Tomy and the Kofi from the rest of the crew, as Capio's getting damage done to this Groudon. Mamoswine controlling one side, Zeraora controlling the other. Latios looking on the outside, but it's the Zeraora securing the Groudon. Exist have wiped off 3 members of Zeta, and they have the Groudon.
Only a 50-point lead that's about to just completely disappear. Only 2 members of Buzzwole and Latios, and they are not going to be able to defend all that well. Just trying to get anything that they can. Unite coming out from Mizutama. A few more members jumping in, but the gold zone goes down in the meantime, and they're getting extremely low, but a great jump onto Yveltal now. Melissier managing to pick up 1 before they go down. However, the points lead has already been grown.
2 buffs taken away, though, by Zeta Division. KOs from both the Latios and the Latios, so that is a little bit of extra firepower. Problem is they are over 200 points down. This is getting extremely scary. But look at the respawn timers for Yveltal and Zeraora. Almost 20 seconds on both of them. Zeta Division have the chance to force this fight and take it. Nomu's going to get a score, 277 to 419. Zeta Division is not out yet.
How much damage can you deal, Latios? I mean, we have seen it do so much even without this buff. Level 14 now, they're jumping in. The slam, the unite from the heavy Shining does at least get one down, 2 down now for the side of Exist. Everybody's still up on the side of Zeta Division. Unite's coming out. Tomi will be able to take down one. That's one buff stolen back. Rom extremely low. Can anybody find an answer? No! Exist all down!
Zeta Division! They take out all of Exist! They lose the ground on, but they take those buffs back, and Zeta Division force a game 5!
No way! A full team wipe? Is that real? Wait. Okay, they look really happy. What's going on here? Oh, a full team. Wait, was that?
Zeta Division.
Yeah, that was Zeta Division. Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. It was the other way around. I got a little bit confused for a second. But wow, I cannot believe that they managed to pull off a full team wipe on that second push. That's one of those moments where we say, hey, you know, they're not out of this yet, but it's so hard to truly believe that. But why would we ever doubt that for Zeta Division? I mean, a buff on just their highest damage dealers. Wow.
Unbelievable. Yeah, Latios and Latios picking up those KOs, getting those ground on buffs. That's right, send these teams your energy, because what else could you ask them to do? Are you not entertained? Exist in Zeta Division, giving us absolutely everything in this semifinal.
I'm so glad that it's going to be a game 5 for this. I'm sure that all of, especially the Japanese fans too out there rooting for these teams, are going to be a little bit sad if it was a little bit of a one-sided set. But wow, Zeta Division has found some unique answers, and so far it's been the same comp 2 games in a row that has been unanswered by Exist. And I wouldn't say unanswered, I guess. Let me rephrase that. Wasn't unanswered in game number 2, was in the game number 1, but this time around they still managed to pull it off, despite the fact that it seemed like Exist just had it in the bag.
Yeah, we're looking for answers. Maybe we'll find them in this replay. See, Mizutama getting their Unite move back kind of at the 11th hour, right? They used it before that final stretch had begun. They could extend that defense a little bit. Take a look at Rom, by the way, lining up multiple KOs. Yveltal just feeling the pressure like they had to stop these scores. Didn't get the KO on the Latios, and that just sets up Rom for a KO streak of 3. Unreal from this attacker player. 5 KOs, 71,000 damage dealt, and Zeta Division fight still in this match. Game 5 upcoming.
The positioning, by the way, in that final fight of Rom, it was so far forward. It was unbelievable. I was like, there's no way. And they were so low in the end, but they made it work. I mean, truly one of the best comebacks that I've ever seen. The only way that they were going to be able to win that was really just getting a full team wipe. And that's exactly what they did. And you mentioned it so perfectly. It was the fact that it was this particular buff, right? The Groudon buff being able to increase that damage. If it was another buff from a different, I mean, if it was Kyogre, or obviously if it was Rayquaza, that's just all, whatever, you're done. But if it was Kyogre, I don't think you quite get the damage to be able to get that full team wipe in reverse. Right. It's just so cool.
Yeah, it is phenomenal. And this Latios has been paying off, like you mentioned. Obviously, they took a game 1 loss with it, but still, it has leveled up in the second half of this match. This scoreline being tied 2-2 is so much in part to Rom's dominance in the late game on this. Latios, of course, always backed up by Resta. And I mean, the entire squad of Zeta Division has been playing out of their minds to force this one to a game 5.
I know, it's incredible. I mean, this is one of the well, okay, let's say after game 2, that has to be one of the most stressful situations you could possibly be in. You are so close to making it to Championship Sunday, playing in the Chase Center in the huge arena in front of everybody to try and win for your entire region, and then suddenly you just find this inspiration and you make it all the way back, and now I gotta say, the momentum's in Zeta's favor.
Yeah, it is unbelievable. San Francisco, thank you so much for cheering on these teams. These semifinals are incredible, and we know you're loving it just as much as we are backstage right now. And we are going to only have one more game in this semifinal, the Duel of Japan, to see what team will extend their tournament into Championship Sunday and fight for the final World Championship title in Pokemon Unite at the Chase Center.
it all comes down to this. I know that just means so much to these teams. Teams that have already proven themselves over the course of the weekend. And look at this. Everybody staying in for the long haul. I love to see it, but I mean, literally, I don't know how you could ever see such a high-quality Pokemon Unite match. I mean, one of the best we've ever seen, and one more draft will decide how this one plays out.
I cannot wait for Ralligator going to be leading the way for Zeta Division. Ever since making that pivot, it has been huge for them. I saw Latios hover there for a minute. Maybe we rethink that one, but probably that Mega Charizard X will return up all the way to a 5% ban. So more promotions for Mega Charizard X. Love this, but Exists are finally making a change. Latios off the table.
Love to see it. I mean, it has been the biggest problem, and of course it's been a duo that's been a problem,
Yes.
but it's a duo that, not to say that they can't work independently of each other, but it really does help if you just get rid of one of them. It's going to do more than 50% of the damage to that team comp, so I do like that a lot, but now the question is, I have to assume the Zeta Division is talking about, if they do ban this, what do we go to next to kind of really bait them out of it?
Exactly. ROM has a lot of options. We saw the Blastoise previously. I was mentioning I wasn't a huge fan of it in that situation, but if Exist is going primarily melee Pokemon, it could be an option. Either way, I think you likely leave ROM's selection to pretty late in this draft and see how Exist pans out for the rest of it. It will be the Blastoise for Exist, so trying out quite a few defenders to see what clicks. The Mamoswine not quite cutting it. Blastoise now into play.
I did like what I saw from the Mamoswine, but Blastoise has just been so good. Hard to hate on that. And Yveltal looked amazing, by the way, last game from Miss You, so I do like that choice. But wow, some big shifts here. Blissey and the Alolan Raichu, who we've obviously seen both of them do really well, but not quite yet in this set.
Also, shout out to Resta, a leftovers enjoyer on Blissey. Okay, I like that. That max HP obviously getting a boost, but that passive healing as well. ROM on the Alolan Raichu has been a Pokemon, like you were mentioning, spectacular this weekend. We'll see how ROM can play it. Mega Mewtwo Y and Urshifu locked in for Tommy Vidopo. Hey, they like those odds.
Yeah, you know, it kind of just went full circle for Tommy. They're going from one Pokemon to another, all the way back to the Urshifu and Vidopo. Just really locking in on these Pokemon throughout the course of this set. And that's really what you want to do, is just kind of play your big comfort Pokemon. If it's working, you just continue to play it. You just get better with it every single game. And I like these drafts from both sides. It's a kind of similar concept, I think, to what we saw before. A little bit more supporting for the side of Zeta Division, maybe a little bit more, you know, aggressive melee-wise. But it's a very similar concept, I would say.
Yeah, no, I think so as well. That Mega Mewtwo Y Unite move was phenomenal for Exist in that game number 1. I know, harkening back all the way to the start of the series, that was a lifetime ago. That was before Zeta Division woke up and came alive. But Exist, you gotta remember your roots. Where have you come from? Remember that 2-0 start. And we'll see who can close this out. Match point Exist, Zeta Division. Game 5, we return to Groudon, and we will only be sending one team from this Duel of Japan into Championship Sunday. A chance at a finals here on the line. Ready, go!
Game number 5, taking it the distance, Exist versus Zeta Division. I cannot believe they brought it all the way back, but why would you ever count them out? Giving us one of the greatest sets that we've seen in Pokemon Unite. Stopped a little bit early by a pause. We'll make sure that that one is solved quickly. Certainly no issues for a game of this caliber.
I bet it's because our ready go from the crowd was just so unbelievably good, the players were in shock. I think that's got to be why. Yeah, honestly, unbelievable job from everybody involved. Hopefully we get back into that game real quick. Thank you everybody so much for supporting these teams. We love USF. Thank you for supporting all these squads here in Pokemon Unite. This championship has been amazing. We've had a bracket story of upsets all over the place, starting in the group stage, launching into this day number 2. Predictions thrown out the window, brackets busted. But we have 4 incredible teams left in our tournament, and we're gonna go down to 3 very shortly.
Can't believe it. I mean, what an incredible set of teams to be able to qualify for the grand finals, to be able to potentially be your final champion for Pokemon UNITE at Worlds. I mean, they are all teams that have had such a huge history. Of course, not only these two, but coming up a little bit later, we do have Kamai and Remio. So just amazing, amazing teams. I mean, I know that you all out there are so excited for this. I'm excited for it too. That's how I feel. That's actually how Zoinks is back here. He's jumping in the air.
Oh, yeah. I've been getting airborne on camera, folks. Just don't worry. It's only when the camera pulls away, of course, I do it. I don't want to scare you all with my pure athleticism. But thank you so much for joining with your own athleticism, with your cheers, your vigor, and, of course, those fists in the air. I mean, these teams have been phenomenal. They're worthy of this celebration. I guarantee it. And boy, oh boy, I'm already getting excited for tomorrow's best of 5 in the Chase Center.
Oh, I know. It feels like this could be a grand final. Like, that's the level of excitement and tension that's in this match right now. But it's wild that there's like another best of 5 and then tomorrow's grand finals. Like, we are just getting grand finals after grand finals, but that's the way this tournament's been, right? It almost felt like the first match of the entire tournament yesterday was a grand finals match. So just a truly legendary event, and no matter what.
And take a look at there. We were just watching Vidopo at the Sorark plush, or the Sorua plush on screen. I mean, master of momentum, Vidopo, in this series. They looked a 2-0 scoreline match point in the eyes and said, not today. I'm going to be taking over in some of these moments. Nomu as well, absolutely crushing it. I mean, this defender play on this Snorlax is unbelievable. You know, water covers 70% of the world. Nomu covers the rest. I mean, he is unbelievable. Probably the best Snorlax we have seen all tournament long.
Maybe even more than the rest of it. And here we go back into the game. It looks like we will just get an unpause. No restarts, no remakes. Let's keep the momentum going.
All right, let's get into it, folks. This is another reminder. Match point 2-2. Exist with a hot 2-0 start. Zeta Division with a scorching comeback in this one. 2-2. And where is Nomu? But in the face of Exist.
Exist literally just sent Kaki down, just like, okay, we know Nomu's getting, finally going to the bottom, but everybody just going in, and Nomu playing the escape game, just building up a little bit more space. We'll see if they ever do truly get punished in this push, but again, just wasting time is the biggest resource in Pokemon UNITE, so they're doing a great job of it.
I was going to say, they might have backup momentarily as we see both Resta and Vidopo moving towards the other side, but they will just take those Natus, Tomi, not even in the same zip code in time to contest those ones. Vidopo with that quick clear.
And we do see still the Pikachu down here, the Electricarata, and they're trying to challenge for some of this, but I mean, it's going to be so difficult against the Yveltal, so they did manage to, I think, take most of that for the side of Exist. Exist doing well, 4 stacking up top as well, so just a pretty strong start, but nothing huge yet.
Yeah, exactly. Just little skirmishes all over the place, but it's good to see these teams, even when their backs are against the wall, the pressure is there. They're not playing cautious. They are playing to win, and I think that is so clear from both of these teams from the region of Japan.
Oh, look, I mean, you just constantly have to look in the other center area for the action here. It is just non-stop. The aggression is huge, and we are going to see, wow, Wartortle escaped. That was not the word that I was about to expect to have to say. A nice little escape right there, but mostly just a backup, and just assuming that there are some other targets you'd maybe rather take. Don't want to overextend.
Yeah, it's not often you can think that Vidopo is going to be forced into a recall, but take a look at this. Capio in the tall grass is going to get that big dash towards Vidopo, who's already brought down to lower than half HP. Feint attack will get them into the safety of the flux zone, but of course they are giving up real estate towards this Zacian, a Pokemon that's strong in the early game, but it also can scale, and it's looking for that EXP.
Oh my, I mean, if we hadn't had Vitopo return right there, that was actually starting to get a little bit of a scary situation. Rom and Resta getting a little bit low, but they do manage to get some EXP for all 3 of them. In the meantime, the space built is used very well by Exist, and really, when you look at a match like this from these expert teams, a lot of it is just building space.
Yeah, that is true. So much of it. That's both information and, of course, the chance to shoot down the objective as quickly as you possibly can. All right, well, Zeta Division are going to be contending for exactly that, Wonder Chef, as they are here at the basement. Reggie, but Exist has 3. Make it 4 members as Tomi on the Urshifu will be joining the fray.
Oh, and Zacian all the way in this enemy center area. But we'll see how this fight goes. As a spin Stoice will be on the table here. Going in, doing quite a bit of damage to Nomu. Attempts to steal, but no chance. Missy on this Yveltal has been incredible as well during this entire set.
Ooh.
A 1v1 happening a little bit up top with these kind of solo players that we've seen from both sides.
Yeah, it is kind of a scary thing for Exist right now that Zacian is starting to fall behind. We just saw Mizutama on the Buzzwolf for one of the first times this game, and they are almost at that level 9 on the Buzzwolf, so outpacing their path opponent. Vidopo now heading into the enemy central. They try to illusion, get past that damage from the Mewtwo. They still will tank it, but I believe they steal away that red buff.
Ooh, Vitopo quite low, getting out of there. But again, like I said, a great limit tester, and they have really not overextended almost any times, right? I mean, this is their Pokemon. They are loving it. Showed the plush earlier. Nice defense, though. I mean, Spinstoy's Yveltal is going to be such a difficult goal zone to break. I don't even know how you get in there.
Yeah, I mean, Rom is almost at Unite move territory, but still, that duo might not have enough damage to get the job done. Problem is, there's going to be multiple goal zone defenses up and coming as Regieleki is knocking on the door of that top tier 1, but Nomu there with the shield is going to buy a bit of space. Mizutama Vidopo taking the job of pest control, taking down Regieleki.
Yeah, and again, the space built by Regieleki was there for them to be able to take those birds and get that experience for free without having to deal with the enemy. So it's just such a smart game that these teams are playing, and a lot of times the real action is happening behind where the visual action is happening. Obviously, the visual action is more important to watch, but it's just interesting to constantly have to look at what's happening everywhere in such a smart game.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to our observers. There is cameras having to fly everywhere in this game. Fights on all fronts, truly. As Zeta Division, again, poised into that enemy tall grass, looking to see if anybody is rotating into their direction to get a quick KO. But the major focus is going to be here on the bottom side of the map. 10 seconds until yet another objective, and it is a close battle.
And we got to be careful for this rotation. A scary gank squad coming from the top. Mizutama and Vitopo going to jump in, but a little bit late. First, we're going to see the Yveltal get a ton of damage on the backline of Zeta Division, but the flank does happen. Urshifu was securing the Registeel. Yveltal going down first, but they get some huge returns with both Buzzwole and Zoroark going down for them, and Nomu will be a third, and actually a fourth, I'm sorry. They're just getting KOs all over the place. Exist doing a great job of dealing with that flank.
Yeah, a huge fight win over Exist, and still that game plan of focusing on Rom is coming to the forefront. They focus on that Alolan Raichu and actually force Resta into using the Bliss assistance on the Alolan Raichu outside of the fight so they could rejoin. You'd love to throw that on one of your melee Pokemon like Buzzwole or Zoroark to kind of join the Blissey into the fray, knock up a few enemy Pokemon. But since that combo was gone, Exist had all the room in the world to work around that objective, and it led to a ton of knockouts.
Right, it's kind of like you get a 2-for-1 if you do manage to go in with a Blizz assist, but it's just a 1-for-1. Not that it's bad, but just a 1-for-1 otherwise. Regidrago will go down to Vitopo on the Zoroark. And wow, yeah, big Unite's gonna land on Rom, and once again, just getting targeted out very heavily. Kalki will be able to take that KO. They're going for one more. The Blissey, not a huge target, and big defense coming out. Vitopo very low, but they're not gonna get all that much experience if they do chase down this Blastoise. Again, just trying to waste its time. It's very funny to watch.
Yeah, again, shout out to Exist for having a situation where you've lost 2 games in a row, put into map number 5, and you do not deviate away from this aggressive game plan. It just shows so much courage in the face of a really scary spot. Now, Tomi in one of those as well in a 1v4. Capio finally there for the backup, but Nomu, not enough staying power with the Snorlax to pull away the Urshifu.
Yeah, already level 13 Tomi on that Urshifu. Yeah. Very scary to deal with, and that's the threat that won the early games of the set, and also a ton of other games throughout the weekend for Exist. So there's got to be an answer. There's some great answers on the side of Zeta Division. It's just the question is whether or not the situation will arise where they can fully utilize those answers. Obviously, something like a Buzzwole, if you can target out, would be great, but we are getting very close to the final stretch. Probably don't want to commit too many of those answers quite yet.
Yeah, you can see Zeta Division really late on the rotations for Registeel because they were sort of figuring out what they wanted to do with that Regieleki. Delay that knockout, break the goals on first, but now we're just going to go in for a major fight. Shan trying to push them away, but that Blastoise will go down, and Zeta Division get a KO while only expending, I don't think, a single Unite move unless the Snorlax popped there during that fight.
Yeah, this is, I mean, they're just going to reset, I think, here. A huge forward position. But again, this is going to be one of these teams' final stretches in the Unite Championship Series. One of these teams will advance to Grand Finals. 2 minutes to decide who that will be. I love this aggressive positioning from Zeta Division.
Yeah, where else would Vidopo be than right in Capio's face, already taking that 1v1, and they're going to have to retreat out of that fight. Zorok has eliminated the Zacian effect. However, that Buzzwole is down. Misutama KO'd by Tomi, who's starting their own Unite move. Rapid Strike Urshifu jumping right in the mix with that crowd on, and it will be secured by Vitopo, the Zorok. Vitopo wants to return to that grand final stage. Sets up for a KO Streak of 2, and they clean up the Urshifu.
Oh no, everybody down for Exist. They were looking so good, but they just weren't able to deal with Vitopo in the end. A Hundo Burger going in, a huge lead, but that was such a fast fight. And hey, we saw this the other direction. Zeta Division with a full team wipe in reverse. I do not want to call anything yet. This is not a huge lead. 1 minute and 15 seconds left. Mizutama getting caught out a little bit right there. Not sure they'll be able to confirm that as a KO. They are going to get some vision, but everybody stacking top.
Mizutama and Resta can risk a little bit here. They do not have Groudon buffs that they would give up, but obviously they don't want to give up a single inch if they can help it. Over a minute left. Nomu going towards that home goal zone, but Tomi is going to be already in position for the defense. Exists on the outside, looking in that 90-port goal zone. That's goal zone point differential getting even worse as Vidopo puts in a Hundo Burger.
Oh no, the defense is going so well. They can't score on the goal zone. They need to find something, a great eject button out from Mission, but they need more damage. They need to take them all out. Mewtwo going down, Blastoise going down. The hopes are disappearing for Exist. The defense too strong. Another member down, 2 left, and that won't be enough with 23 seconds left. One is in scoring position, and one all the way at the home goal zone. Tomi with 10% HP has to try and defend, but even then, it won't matter. Zeta Division runs it back 3 games straight to move to Grand Finals.
1 year ago, Zeta Division took that arena stage, and it's gonna happen again tomorrow. That banner will be flown here in San Francisco as they are one of your 2 Worlds finalists and will be the only representative from Japan.
And what a well-earned spot. I mean, the true reverse sweep. This was looking abysmal. This was looking terrifying. But they saw a win, and they took it, and they ran with that win, and they stuck with their guns. They played the Pokemon that they love the most, and what a way to earn that spot back. Zeta Division, incredible run.
I mean, talk about a team never losing faith in one another. Down 0-2, but then finding so many moments to just come alive and push to the other side of the map and take it. I love this. No love lost between this squad as Exists coming over to the other side as well. Zeta Division. I mean, the celebration is so well earned. They are moving on for 2 years in a row to Championship Sunday, and now this team will have another chance at earning a World Championship, one that was denied last year. Another run back.
And this is the team, the lowest seed in Japan. They only qualified in the 5th place spot because other teams did well at ACL, and they have fought all the way back. I even heard that when they were being placed, you know, kind of in the meta positioning, one could say a tier list, I don't really like to use that, but in something like that, they were considered not that good before Worlds, even from a lot of the Japanese teams, a lot of the Asian teams that have played against them a lot. But what an incorrect read. They are your top 2 teams in the world. What a comeback.
I mean, and let's take another look at these replays, because this was a phenomenal game. Number 5 Exists looking great in a lot of those moments. That was what I was talking about. That priority onto the Alolan Raichu from Chan and Capio looking really good. But this is that final moment. Vidopo kind of eliminates the Zacian. That Buzzwole Unite moving does put the Mega Mewtwo wide down to about half HP and using its Unite move. So many major moments forcing out big resources.
I know, it was, I mean, this was just an incredible set. I mean, a huge back and forth, but really all coming down, of course, to this somewhat of a flip. Look, Nomu with the jump, by the way, the heavy slam so close to being able to take it. The Unite from the blasters coming out. There were, I mean, 8 different options, all just trying to take that. And of course, what else could it be? Vitopo, I mean, what an absolute monster of a performance over the course of this set. 3 games straight with their favorite Pokemon, and I mean, they showed why.
And for any hockey fans out there, we give points for goals and assists the exact same. Resta, I believe, both safeguards and bliss assistances the Zoroark to make sure that last hit secure is available. Obviously, it was in the face of a Hydro Typhoon. Zoroark battens down the hatches, and Vitopo is your player of the game.
Yeah, but I mean, truly, it was everybody, especially when you look back at what they had to do to make the 3-game comeback. I mean, Vitopo was amazing, incredible, one of the best drawings I've ever seen, but everybody, I mean, we talked, I feel like, kind of endlessly about Nomu, but I mean, the combination too, the Latios combination in the first few games of the comeback was unbelievable. I literally almost can't believe it. And Mizutama sticking with this Pokemon that has enabled so much of what all of these other Pokemon want to do on that Buzzwole has just been also just an incredible key part of this team. Just an absolutely amazing set. One of the best, I think, we've ever seen in Pokemon Unite.
Oh, I am loving it. It feels like our semifinals in Pokemon Unite are blessed to go the distance, but we have to hear from Zeta Division. So let's jump down to an interview with them on the main stage.
The giant on the hill, the king, the master of Zoroark, Vitopo! Zeta Division yet again making it to grand finals of Worlds back to back. You and Rom, how does it feel?
やっぱりこの結果で優勝の決戦まで2年連続進出できたことで特にロムさんとビトコさんの気持ちはどうなってるでしょうか。
もうそれはもちろんめちゃくちゃ気持ちいいです。
It just feels amazing.
Can only imagine how amazing it feels and what a incredible challenge that this semifinals was, especially against a team that had been doing so well. 2-0 exists, but you reverse swept them and made it to grand finals. Tell me a little bit of how this series was for you.
逆転勝利になってどんな感じでしたか。
いや正直まだ実感湧いてないんですけど、なんか勝つたって感じな2試合だったんですよ。でもこの勝利をかみしめて、また、敗北をこの決勝戦に持っていけることが、すごい成長にもなりましたし、この経験を生かして、優勝できたらなと思っているので応援よろしくお願いします。
So to be honest, everything happened really quickly. But to have the chance to go back and sort of revenge our loss in the finals, it's just going to be so amazing.
Well, honestly, I cannot wait to go to Chase Center tomorrow to see you guys play yet again in our grand final of Pokemon Unite. We have in the second semifinals, Kamai and Grêmio Esports. From these two teams, who do you think is the biggest threat, or who are you most excited to play against?
この最後の準決勝でグレミオと他のチームが出てんだけど、なんか相手になってほしいのはありますか？
すごい質問ですね。かなりそうですね。自分は見てる限り狛江 e スポーツすっごい強いなと思うんで、狛江 e スポーツ打ち倒したいと思ってるんですけど、逆にフォースゲーミンググレミオ e スポーツが来たとしても、全員打ち合わせてみせるので、もう誰でもバッチコイです。
We really found that Komai looked extraordinarily strong, but Gremio being there, it's still someone that we have to defeat. They're standing in our way.
Yeah, and they're both very mighty opponents, so difficult. But of course, you made it to this point back-to-back at Worlds, and it means that you, especially with Rom from the same roster from last year's second place at WCS, that you both have the greatest synergy. So tell me, before we get into tomorrow, how has this whole season of 2026 been with this roster of Zeta Division?
今年はビトポとロムとあと3人のなんか去年と変わったメンバーですよね。で、全体として今年のシーズンはどんな感じでしたか？
そうですね、まあスクリームの雰囲気とか特に変わったなって感じはしなかったんですけど、本番になってノム選手、ロムじゃない方のノムの方がもう雰囲気すごい良くて、もう声もでかいし、なんかこっちの体温も上げてくれるような選手なので、その大会本番の雰囲気がすごい変わったかなと思います。
So it didn't feel that different composition-wise to start with, but once they really get into the matches and the heat of the matches, Rom has had a huge voice, and he's really added a lot of energy that has been key for the team.
I have to ask because I've heard from our lovely Shinohara, one of the Japanese casters, that was a huge leap in the performance that you've had from the qualifiers in the last month until now, and your performance here at Worlds. What exactly has changed?
多分篠原さんという日本のキャスターと相談してて、先月から結構レベルアップができたという感じでしたが、何かなんか前から変わったことはありますか？
変わったことは特にないと思うんですけど、やっぱチーム全体としてレベルが一つ上がったのは、やっぱチームとしてのなんか意思統一とかがやっぱちゃんとできてきたのかなって感じがしますね。
So he can't point to one particular thing that's changed, but the team has been honing their skills together, and so that must be the result.
Well, it's a definitely amazing, successful result. Congratulations on Minito. Vito for Zeta Division, your first grand finalist of WCS for Pokémon UNITE Championship Series. Thank you both so much. Now I'm going to throw it back to the casters.
What an incredible storyline for this team to make it into this spot, into this grand final spot. They carry all of Japan on their backs. I mean, they wouldn't have been here in general if two different Japanese teams didn't qualify, Reject and Fennel, and then now, of course, I mean, they took down Zeta in such a close match, so literally, truly, they're carrying so much of their region's pride. Just one of the best storylines that I've seen of any team getting there, and one of the best sets that we get to watch, too. And, of course, I got to bring it with my favorite co-caster ever. No. I'm so happy that we got to do that. But I mean, I cannot believe their path up here. Again, they were considered the lowest of the low of the people who did qualify.
Yeah, I mean, what a bounce back from anything regarding that at this point in time, right? An unreal tournament run for this team, but this this semifinals showcase was something unlike we've seen from this team ever, right?
Yes.
What a pop-off. I think we're going to be looking at a lot of Zeta Division, obviously, tomorrow in that grand finals, but I believe we're going to be looking at even replays from their entire tournament run because Zeta Division has become a team to watch today.
I know. I'm still actually so ready in my mind to say exist because they were doing so well in this set. But yeah, Zeta Division, I mean, pulling off some of the biggest wins you could possibly pull off. Of course, we can see here how some of these early games wins. I mean, this one was the one to get them to a game 5. And boy, I mean, the amount of damage, that was maybe the most impressive one for me. The fact that they were able to play that off of the comeback with the buffs after being in such a losing position on match point. I mean, that was the ultimate clutch. I mean, if you can't break them in that moment, I don't know how you ever break Zeta Division.
No kidding. If you got Groudon buffs and you're still playing on the back foot, that is a tough place to be. Yeah, Zeta Division, so unreal. Even in these moments where things look dangerous, Zeta Division rising to the occasion. Groudon being that main focus is unreal, but of course that Blissey backup onto the Zoroark is phenomenal. And Vidopo walking away with that Groudon secure.
I feel like I want to rewatch this set over and over and over. And I mean, this, of course, was the big attempt right here. I mean, so many different things happening both on the northeast side and the west side of the map. But it really still felt like there was a chance for it to go either way. And I mean, just incredible play from this team, from both teams. I mean, we have to give it up for Exist as well. Such a similar storyline for both of these teams and absolutely proving themselves to be some of the best in the world, but one has moved on to the top two. You can see their path. Of course, that's it's Fennel, and then Evil Geniuses, and then Exist. Oh my God.
And in every single one, they had dropped a map. Everything going the distance, rather.
Yes.
So Zeta Division, familiar with the marathon that some of these games can be. And in the end, it's Zeta Division, the ones to surge forward and go on to Championship Sunday. Congrats on the win, but no time to rest as they are going to have to prepare for whatever final is on the other side. Wonder Chef, that's it for us on the Unite Championship Series. We're going to be headed to one more semifinal, and Two Snacks and Spraggles are going to take it away. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break.
Spraggles and Zoinks here, looking back at some of Unite's greatest moments throughout the year here at UCS, and one that I have to keep as a huge memory in my mind is the coin flip or the coin hide guy from ACL. This was one of my favorite things that I ever got to do on broadcast, especially because of how it worked out. There was a guy, and at the start of the match, he would flip a coin, take the coin, hide it behind his back, put it in his hands in front of the players, and then they would pick the coin. If they got it right, they got to choose whether they were first or second pick. And I was talking the whole time about how I could easily beat the coin hide guy. And then mid-broadcast, a man walks next to me. Who is that man?
That's the coin hide guy. Spraggles, you got the chance to actually put your money where your mouth is. You picked the coin. You were successful, and I think we celebrated harder than we ever had for any moment in competitive Unite. You got to check it out.
He came around, sat on a chair over here, and all I saw was him slap his knees incredibly hard.
Yeah, that's true. What?
Well, I don't, whatever it takes for the MVP.
Oh,
this is huge.
this is huge. It's coin hide time. Time for Spraggles to pay the piper. Okay.
Are you hiding a coin right now?
Okay.
There's a coin. Yeah.
Whoa! Okay, all right.
Okay. Talk us through your thought process, Jake.
All right,
what are you thinking?
Here's what I know is going on right now. The coin, I'm not picking yet. The coin is here. He wants me to pick here. And then he's going, oh, he'll think that. And then I will pick here because he switched it.
Okay.
He wants me to not pick this hand so bad.
I can't believe this is happening.
You feel it. Why are you doing this to me? The coin is here.
Oh!
What is it? Side select. Oh, first or I'll do first pick. First pick? Okay. Hey! Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh!
Yes!
This is so great!
This is my favorite.
This is the best graphic ever made!
This is awesome.
This is one of the greatest things that's ever happened to me.
I love the
New
coin hide.
tournament MVP.
Welcome to the 2026 Pokemon World Championship. I can feel the energy. I can sense the excitement to compete. More than 2,000 trainers have descended upon San Francisco to test their skills, and fight with all their might to become the next Pokemon World Champion.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. This is it. It all comes down to this moment.
Yes.
Our final semifinals match ever for Pokemon Unite, and it is between two incredibly amazing squads. I cannot wait to bring you this game. It is going to be the highest of highs and the lowest of lows because one of these teams will head to the grand finals and one will not. Hi, Jake, your resident content cowboy, Spraggles, the Yeehaw, all that stuff. Doob Snacks, talk to me about it, brother.
Listen, you want to talk about two teams living the dream right now. They are living a dream, living on a prayer, however you want to say it. These teams are pushing far further than anyone believed they could, and now they are one best of 5 away from playing inside the Chase Center for our World Championship Sunday 2026.
I cannot stress this enough. So on one side, we have found our finalists, right? We have found Zeta Division, who were not able to make it happen. They lost last year at Anaheim to Peru. They are back to claim that title. And up on the stage, we have two amazing stories in front of you. One is Komai. Komai has multiple members, Gatlu and Adesu, who were the runners-up in our first ever Pokemon Unite Championship. And then, across from them, Gremio Esports, Brazil, the incredible region that just seems to never make it all the way to Grands. And this is their opportunity to not only do that, but have the final win be for Brazil.
Just two amazing squads that we're going to get into right now because we have our draft screen. We are playing on the Groudon map here in the Thea Sky Ruins, and the first ban is the horse, and across the way the Comfey. Blissey follows up, and we are in the action now.
We are in it. You saw Komai earlier have such trouble with Rapidash. If any team can play Rapidash, they will not let that team have it. As we see our final ban here from Gremio, it is going to be the Espeon. First pick to Komai. I wonder what they're going to grab here. A lot of powerful choices. Espeon was a strong first pick for them. Blastoise, another big one.
Yeah, we'll see who they want to target down here. Great choices. Surf fetched for Gatlu, which Gatlu has almost been like just no-lifing this Pokemon this tournament so far. And in day 2, it's been working out great. Clearly, Komai in the semifinals. Across the way, though, great choices for Gremio. I said Blastoise first. We'll see if Gremio believes in that and selects it. It is highlighted and not locked in. Mega Luca out of Kailu, Salto, locking up the Blastoise as mentioned.
Yeah, Mega Lucario here, obviously incredibly strong early. People have been playing Lucario since the start of this game, so all of the mechanics are there, and then its potential to rip and secure objectives has been unmatched. As we look at Komai, Toast, was on Mimikyu in all of the games that they were winning to get here. So I'm not shocked to see this Pokemon. Gek on the Snorlax. I feel like Crustle has been insane for Gek, but Snorlax, of course.
Gek has been playing insane on 3 different defenders. Crustle, Snorlax, and of course, Blastoise. Skeledirge is underrepresented. That thing looks crazy. Lel grabbing Meganium, an underplayed Pokemon as well. We only saw it out of Peps yesterday, and Gremio Esports today. We'll see how Kamai responds. The Duck is available, and Narami has a great side note.
Yeah, and this is also an excellent Pokemon to deal with Skeledirge. It's pretty telegraphed exactly where it's going to be, so Psychic is really easy to land on it, and you can pull it closer to your team. We'll see if they decide to play that, though, as we do lock in the Mewtwo Y. Adesu looking phenomenal on this earlier. Basically a tournament saver for Komai on this Mewtwo Y. And then, of course, we do get the Duck final pick over to Gremio.
Yeah, they're starting a lot of usual suspects on Komai, right? They're going with their bread and butter, things that they're used to. Fall, gonna gutter pick. Last pick, this Typhlosion, something that can have just explosive damage.
I love the Typhlosion here. There really isn't anything on the side of Komai that outranges it. So the only thing that I don't like about Typhlosion is when someone is really far away from me, I can't fight them. You know, the Decidueye, Snipe Shot, Inteleon, even something like the Dragon Pulse Latios that we've been seeing. But when you've got Typhlosion like this, you're landing a ton of those eruptions on Gotlu, on Toast. Gek is taking an insane amount of damage from Typhlosion. And Meganium, I've barely seen any Meganium yet, so I'm so excited for this. This is a best of 5 Dupe Snacks, so we are hoping, just like the last one, to go the distance here. It is late here in San Francisco, and this feels like vintage Pokemon Unite. All the other games are shutting down. Everyone funneling over to see the final Unite match of the day. There is our battleground. Thea Sky Ruins, Groudon in the center as we are getting ready all together now. We are gonna hype this thing up with a ready go in just one moment, Dupe Snacks.
Gas it up, get the energy. Ready,
go! Komai, your purple team, Gremio, your orange team, the final semifinals for Pokemon Unite.
Okay, feel the energy now. I've got to calm down because I got words to say. Gatlu and Adesu working in the bottom path together. Again, a pair for a long time in this game. You mentioned it, year 1 finalists, Narami and Gek holding out on top. And look at this unique approach. You have the support core actually holding down the top path. A clever little switch up, and is actually going to make things hardio for Gremio right now.
This is a bizarre play here from Komai. I'm excited to see exactly what their plan is with it. One thing about this Meganium, early Chikorita, it feels almost unparalleled. The secure is incredible, and the healing is just broken. So maybe they're trying to counter that somehow.
Yeah, really, they're not worried about stacks, right? So maybe the thought is they can insulate a little bit, getting clever, getting that wild Pokemon across the map, has enough sustain to get out because Snorlax is just so thick, and they're gonna make it back to pad here. So I kind of see what they're going. They're just trying to slow the flow in the top path and try and get Adesu online again.
Here we go, Soto in the center right here, getting caught. They're looking for a KO. Soto peels away, but here come Lel and Fall.
Yeah, they're getting pinched here. Angelzine steps up as the Fuecoco. Toast goes right to the Swablu and Altaria. They try and peel back. They will be successful, but a 4v3 here. Narami finally pulls up.
And here we go. Angelzine almost level 5. They will evolve to Crocolore. They will get Hyper Voice, and then they will become a massive problem here. We're going to see if they can steal it. No, just barely not over to the side of Gremio, and that's great for Komai. They need to slow them down as much as possible.
Absolutely. Narame always getting information here. Going to be the informant for Komai. Tell them exactly where the members of Gremio Esports they can suss out. And look at this. Hyper rotation up. We're going to put some pressure on. Lel working through these Natu here. We got a Gotlu backdoor. Gek is taking a lot of damage. They're trying to pin down Lel. They're going to be successful. If I'm not mistaken, that's the K opener to Narami and Komai.
And here we go. Power-up punch moves in. They're trying to push them off the goal zone. Crocolore moving to the top path now. Looking for a KO towards the Mimikyu. They're in trouble. Toast trying to run. The eruption, the eject button, and the double KO from Gremio.
Overextending is Komai, just really leveraging the fact that they got a knockout on Lel, and it's just too much. Angelzine trying to get points in as the Crockle, or Gatlu has to grab a berry, gonna try and stop. But look at the eruption damage right there, Cowboy.
Yeah, incredible stuff here. We finally have Narami back to help support Gatlu. He can now peel away from this goal and look for some more experience in our bottom path here. Adesu, level 5 right now. So we have the level 6 there, Soto and Kylo.
Yeah, I mean, they're understanding that this team works through Adesu's success, and now, because of Gek right there, they're able to get a lot of experience back. But Adesu getting isolated, pinned, just enough.
Ooh.
No, they get knocked down, and that gives the evolution to Sauto and to Blastoise.
Now Blastoise and Mega Lucario here in the bottom path, and that is a Meganium. They now have their Unite move the earliest in the game here at level 7, paired with Solgaleo. Here comes Tosto, level 9 Mimikyu, ready to Unite right back the other way.
All right, Toast in the mix. They put down the Trick Room. Lel pops that Unite move. Nice little grass knot, deep engage. Toast is in trouble. Trying to peel back, good cover, and that's a knockout on the Blastoise. Pressure's on. Kylu's pinned against the wall. Here comes the Typhlosion, secured by Lel, and Toast somehow still standing.
I cannot believe Toast makes it out of there with a double KO. However, Gremio with the objective here.
Woo! There was some good hype on the crowd for MOBA Mondays. Unfortunately for them, this is a Saturday, so we're going to watch the pros play a little bit.
That's right. MOBA Mondays is something I do. Everybody hates when I do it.
Yeah, they don't like when I do it either. Nice secure there by Gatlu on the Regidrago. Good presence by Gremio. They're trying to get Toast. Toast just escaping by the skin of their teeth every single time. Angelzine expending that Unite move out of Skeledirge just to guarantee the knockout on Gek.
Now, if this is the first time you're seeing Skeledirge, this thing does so much insane damage at crazy range. That Unite move from Skeledirge is a global Unite. It goes across the entire map. You can shoot it from your own base and secure the Groudon in the center. I've seen it done. It's incredible, and we can see some massive secures here in game number 1.
I also want to highlight the Hyper Voice. If you line up some targets, the range on that can get pretty crazy, and we've seen the burst damage go down and be awesome for us. So we'll see what happens there and how Gremio Esports can keep using the strength of that Pokemon.
Kamai, multiple members here in the bottom path, but they still have to have one in the top path dealing with the Reggie Alecki here. So this fight is being taken now by Gremio.
Gatlu getting isolated, using her Unite move back to pad. We're trying to get to the berry. Lel moving forward. Knockout quality Typhlosion, Hydro Typhoon. Narami grabs the berry. Gek in trouble, squaring off and buying time. Back on the backside, they're looking for a new target. They're putting pressure on Soto. That's a knockout.
That is a big knockout. Lucario scoring in the top path, however, for Gremio right here. It is 0 right now to 183 as they are continuing this push. Big time Mimikyu Unite move. The eruption is landing. They are trying to push Komai back, and it looks like it's actually going to be effective. Komai still hasn't scored a single point.
Listen, they haven't scored a single point, but they're taking good team fights regardless. So while they're not putting points in, they're trying to catch up in the experience department here. Regirock looks like to be well positioned by Gremio as Komai does peel back.
And here we go, Regirock right now, an easy secure here from Gremio. They are all alone down here. Komai not able to contest it. It's gonna be a big time buff, giving them extra defense and special defense.
The problem is no points for Komai means no stacks for Komai, and that's really how you get the damage damage numbers up. So Gatlu finally gets 40 points in. That's the 40 points that they own right now, but they really need to get some more.
Surfetch finally scoring in the top path. That's Gatlu from Komai, 40 points to 183. As we have 10 seconds till another objective here, and it looks like Komai has decided that they aren't going to contest these objectives right now. As you mentioned, they need to make sure that they have enough experience to win a massive fight later in the match.
Soto holding it down. Of course, Komai pressuring with 3-4 players. Heavy slam, trying to go for the cover. Lots of damage. Power nap in the middle, going to allow Kylu to split and hit Mega Lucario. Power up punch charged up. They're lining up their target, and they're going straight for Gek and Toast. A nice little surf reposition by Soto. And now these two players in the face of 4 are doing great for Gremio. Finally a knockout. Meanwhile, scores up top. Let's see if they can finally get some points back here. Can Komai? Soto finally goes down, and they're finally getting more points in. But this point lead is stretching.
Yeah. Yeah, 156-267. While all that was happening, Gremio took their opportunity to score on their tier 2 goal zone and break it for Komai. They still haven't taken Regieleki, which means this Regieleki could be walking towards the home base. Komai does not want that. They're here to stop them.
Toast steps up. Regieleki's getting ripped. We have the eruption on Gatlu. Goes straight into him. Heavy slam combo. Pin with the block, and it is taken by Gatlu. Regieleki marching towards Gremio. The pressure's on Surf. Split on Gek. They're stuck. Adesu needs to peel back. So does Narami. They do give up their tank, but everybody else makes it out, and I think that's a decent exchange.
Yeah, that's what you want if you're Komai. If anyone were to go down, it's going to be the lowest level on your team, the smallest KO timer. Snorlax is back with plenty of time to set up for Groudon, which is hitting the map here in just about 20 seconds. We have another objective in the bottom path these teams could decide to fight over. It also is one of those objectives that could turn into the final fight. Komai just chipping it right here, but actually using it as a bait to try to grab Soto.
Tons of damage on Soto, which means they have to base so they don't have their frontliner going into the Groudon.
And here we go, looking for their moment. Falbin trouble, big time heavy slam. Mewtwo Unite move really early. Are they gonna take this fight, dude?
They're gonna, I think they have to. We go for a heavy slam, pinned against the wall. Soto goes straight in, power nap for a couple. Gatlu gets in deep, they get a knockout on the Skeledirge. We're moving back through, eruption on the backside. Sai comes out as well. We're mitigating the damage, Lela's getting pinned. Soto has no HP. Narami goes down, Gek sees Soto. All he needs to do is press him down. Gatlu low, Kailu comes through with the Mega Lucario. Getting in the way is Gek. They eject button, miss with the block. Toast has no HP. Adesu needs to step up. Groudon getting shredded. Back on the backside, we go for a close combat, misses. Kailu runs around. They're gonna charge up the power punch. Great block, and it's secured by Toast. What a save by Gek, and what a finish by Toast!
You see the Skeledirge Unite move flying from out of nowhere, which is just too early. However, they can steal these buffs, Dupsnax. If they KO a member of Komai right now, they will take this powerful Groudon buff. 250, 267. Komai is behind, and right now you're about to see it. Close battle. No one knows who is ahead, but we in the stadium know that Komai needs to score. They're looking for their moment, and they're going to attack at the tier 2.
All right, we have no Unite moves on the side of either team here as we're working our way in. Heavy slam, they're going for Skeledirge. Angel Zine pushed and knocked out. Straight into the backline is Gatlu with the flank. Soto pushes back to Pad. That's a huge Hydro Typhoon in the middle of everybody. Power nap on the backside, stuns up. Cannon comes through, and finally the dominoes start to fall. We still need to get a couple more points in. Heavy slam by Gek, they need a couple more. We got 20 seconds, and finally they push over the threshold. Everybody from Gremio is gone, and Komai is gonna take game 1.
Wow, Komai with an unbelievable fight there. Gremio looking for the rip. The Skeledirge Unite from downtown, not able to get the secure. Beautifully played by Komai, making sure Mega Lucario was not safe enough to take the objective. What a fight, what a game 1.
What a fight, what a game 1 indeed. Great communication by Komai, great execution and timing. Of course, you see Skeledirge from way downtown always has an opportunity, but what was scaring me was that Mega Lucario with that power-up punch where they can just slide through some of that CC. But well-timed, Gek over the wall, heavy slam block, closes the door with Toast, and now Komai has a real shot.
The amazing moment for Komai is how long they were able to slow down Mega Lucario, so much so that it was no longer in its Mega form when it's much more powerful. Then they were able to zone it out. The Skeledirge Unite way too early, but it's possible that they didn't have vision over the actual health of Groudon at that point because they were pushed out of the pit. As we take a look back at some of the big moments here, and of course, we're taking a look back at this fight, which was incredible back and forth between these two squads. Soto, I don't know if I've ever seen a Blastoise with less HP.
I mean, yeah, that was wild work. What I want to point out, though, was the power nap knockup on 2, and Gatlu immediately hits that big Surfetched lunge and just skewers a couple players, dealing massive damage and giving Komai the advantage in that team fight. And these are the final moments here where Groudon's getting low. Toast has no HP. Adesu is chunking in. They go back down, close combat there, and watch the timing as we try and get this thing secured.
Here comes a Skeledirge Unite ripping through them. The disguise actually passive there from our Mimikyu saves the entire game. Had that passive not been up, they take damage from that Unite move. They are deleted from the center of that map there. crazy that it was saved by that. And of course, they then secure with the Shadow Claw. They still need to fight on this tier 2 though to make sure they can score.
Yeah, and it was a well-executed fight, right? Because you had Gek leading the charge, and it gives Gatlu just enough time to give a big flank, and he'd be able to use their Unite move when it comes back off cooldown and really drive a bunch of Gremio esports off that pad and open up the floodgates.
Player of the game, Adesu on the Mewtwo Y. Really the only player I've seen handle this Pokemon well today, in my opinion. I think Mewtwo Y absolutely has a place in the meta, and it is in the hands of Adesu. Big plays all around. Toast, obviously, with the huge secure right there. Looking over to the side of Gremio, they were in control of a lot of this match. I'm wondering how much they want to change after a game like that, because it did feel pretty dang good for them.
Yeah, it sure did. It sure did.
And it sounds like we're heading to an interview after one game with Soph. Let's take a look.
As whoa, let's say all of that again, rewind. Spraggers, we do have an interview after one game, as we have here supporter for Gremio Esports, Nando, and we have Zara for Komai Esports. Tell me, Nando, why is Gremio going to win?
We have the Latin blood, the Latin passion, we have the dream, we have this opportunity, and we're not gonna give it up.
Make some noise! Amazing. And of course, Zara, I would say maybe the biggest Kamai fan. Why are they going to win?
Well, we're insanely clutch. We have belief. You know, after all these years, Europe has come this far, and it's just in our hearts. It's just for Europe. Europe, we can do this. It's coming home. It's coming home.
Give it up for Kamai as well, everybody. This is the final semifinals that we're going to have at Pokemon Unite ever. Every time I say these things, I get emotional. I know everybody does too. Whew, but I gotta keep the posture. Right, so after this one game, we get into draft. Tell me, Nando, what do you expect from Gremio here, or for Kamai, one pick that you wish to see?
Well, we saw that Mimikyu doing a little bit too much. I want to see my son out there, because no one cancels out other Pokemon like my Slowpoke.
It's true, that slow beam is definitely nasty. And for you, what is the pick for Kamai? Because the bans have already come through.
Well, we have a lot of Pokemon that I think we're really comfortable with, but I think, well, the Surf Hatch just got taken, but I think our trusty Mimikyu, I believe in Toast. I think Toast knows what he's doing. He is the go. So I think that the trusty Mimikyu will be really, really good here.
Okay, so looking at it with a Surf Hatch as well for the first pick of Gremio, a little bit different from the defender Slowbro. And on the other side, you have that as well with the Feraligatr and Crustle. So casters, take it away, tell me more.
Thank you very much, Soph. I love seeing all the excitement in the crowd for this, and of course there is. Everything is on the line for these two squads. We're into our draft here. Gatlu on Komai, grabbing the Feraligatr that is not banned out.
Yeah, I mean, Lel and Soto going back to the Blastoise and Meganium. Toast and Narami going with their usual suspects. So not a lot of switch-ups except for the ones off top here. And we'll see where Adesu uses this gutter pick to try to counteract where Gremio is going.
I wonder if Gatlu is as proficient on the Gator as he is on the Surfetch, which was obviously stolen away from him. They recognize it's a problem. They want to make sure they can take it. Gremio, their final pick is going to be the Blaziken. We've got the Miraidon to attack, in path, incredible damage with Charge Beam, and then Blaziken, probably the best secure tool in the entire game in Overheat.
Adesu going through the roster here. Looks like they're going back on U2Y. All right, we've got ourselves a scrap. It's pretty easy to see what Gremio Esports is trying to put together with their draft. Komai, on the other hand, it looks like a team that just wants to scrap.
Yeah, they want to fight. They've got some pretty strong rip with Toast. They have some incredible secure with Gatlu's Crunch, but they really do want to catch them, right? They want to catch them with the Psyduck. They want to catch them in the Crustal Rock Tomb, and they want to punish them at that point, KO multiple members of Gremio, and then take the match. Meganium, once again here, had a really strong game and had some big moments as the match went on, but I do find that this Pokemon's power level oddly goes down as the match goes on. It's one of the strongest to start. I thought it was interesting how Komai tried to counter that, but we're gonna have to see if it can be a game changer later.
Yeah, perhaps the thought process is, let's give ourselves a little boost in the front side so we can get our Blastoise and Blaziken online to the middle and later parts of the game, where it's okay if it drops off at that point in time.
Here we go. We are seeing Kyogre here. Our maps rotating through in our best of 5 semifinals. Getting ready for our game and the ready go that I hope is thunderous on Championship Sunday. And we're practicing it here with all of you right now. Ready, go! Gremio Esports, your purple team. Komai up 1 game, your orange team. The last semifinals of the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series, Dupe Snacks.
Yes, indeed, Spraggles. Kyluke, Lel going into the top path here. And we have a more traditional lineup from Komai, sending the Squirtle and the Psyduck into the top path as Dwooble joins Adesu in the bottom path.
And Toast just getting some experience here in the center. We've got some teams fighting over some of that experience in the 2 paths is what I'd like to be taking a look at right now. Kyluke doing okay right here. It looks like they've secured just a bit more than they have on the side of Komai.
Of course, Narami just A-pressing down, trying to set up their team. Nice little stun on Kyluke to give Gatlu the opportunity to try and secure some of those Natus. So really, both teams working well together.
And here comes the Combusken up towards the top end. No, it actually looks like they're fighting to the... Sorry if you guys heard all that noise. That's Dupe Snacks. He cannot handle the look of this Pokemon.
It is a preposterous looking Pokemon, is Combusken. Here we go, Toast working through the middle. A lot of pressure on Falb as they're looking to peel back downstairs alongside Angel Z and a Rock Tomb there out of Gek, slowing their push. Gek just by themselves, Adesu with the backside support. Gek trying to get out after using the eject button. Rock Tomb's gonna separate and give them a chance to get out.
It didn't work fully, but that was a beautiful Rock Tomb that you know they did not expect to run into
Yes.
in that tall grass. Crustle can put up the walls. And if they can catch their opponents in them, Komai can finish them off quickly. That is the plan that they have, especially with that Feraligatr on their side.
Gek quickly to level 5. Lagging behind, unfortunately, is Adesu, that Mewtwo Y, and we know they need to get online to really make their presence felt. Gatlu working through, has Crunch. They are working through those Natu. Kyluke, nice little Fury Cutter. Gatlu has to get out.
Yeah, Fury Cutter does some absurd damage. So does Crunch here. We have 2 all-rounders that have incredible burst damage in slightly different ways. And they both have an interesting kind of dash move as well. So we're going to see which one comes out on top. Regidrago now walking down towards the center of the map. And look at that heads-up play. They knew where they were.
Charge Beam right into the tall grass. Gets 2 tons of damage down. Toast setting up the Trick Room. Overheat eject over the wall. That's a great knockout and great credit to Gremio Esports to suss that out and make it happen. Trick Room down. Gek puts the Rock Tomb to save the other players on their team. And for them, can they get out of dodge?
And we now have Gek running away from this exchange, trying to make sure they get out, and they do. Falb, however, heading to the top path, looking to score. The Rock Tomb trying to stop, and it looks like they do have to peel away from this fight, back towards this experience right here. Gremio now trying to take as much as they can. On the other side, we've got the support core from Komai holding it down in the top path. Meanwhile, Feraligatr in the central area, stealing the experience away.
Soto just putting tons of pressure on as Wartortle, struggling to evolve to level 7, but putting pressure on Gatlu nonetheless. Narami watching their support opposite Lel as they both decide to join the fray downstairs.
Here we go. Gatlu being chased down right here. The overheat doesn't quite pick up the KO, but they're looking to stop this. However, the waterfall allows them to get out. Registeel now being worked on by Gremio.
Lel taking a ton of damage from Toast, puts down the Trick Room. Salto right there, gets the evolution after it's secured. Toast uses the Unite move, but they're dispatched up immediately. And now, Gremio Esports looking to push. They've done a ton of damage.
Yeah, Gremio now with this early advantage. They have the Meganium, which is great. It has the early Unite move. Falb in some trouble right here, but they do pull them back. It looks like they are going down. Yes, Gatlu picks up a KO, looking to chomp some more. Nice. The Feraligatr with the double. Soto having to run back. The waterfall, chasing the water Pokemon. Can they pick up Blastoise? And they do. Call it a triple.
This Feraligatr is eating good now. I've said it before. Theosky Ruins looking like Lake Placid, and this is Gatlu's house. They're going to go down, but not before that KO streak of 3 and a bucket load of points.
Amazing stuff. They actually even picked up a 4th one right there at the end. Gatlu making a huge play once their Unite move came online. Beautiful stuff from the Feraligatr and Dupe Snacks. You can see why this thing was banned out most of our tournament.
Yeah, it's incredibly strong when it gets going, and right now it is leading. It's right up there with the lobby leaders in terms of level. Just a bit more to catch up, and it's going to be on fire. Look at this, though, investing a lot of time into a Desu to get them online as they're working through the central area.
Soto right now at level 9. We've hit the Blastoise Unite move, which is huge. In fact, we have a Unite move on every single member of Gremio as they're possibly looking to take a fight here.
Yeah, Surf out of dodge as Narami and Toast are just putting a lot of pressure on. Toast kind of baiting the reset there, seeing what's going on. Mewtwo Y Unite, but that's actually to kick off the fight downstairs. Gek with a nice X Scissor backdoor. They take tons of nice rubble rouse timing. Look at that shield, it's huge, and they're gonna work towards fall. X Scissor there, here comes Datlu. They have to retreat. That waterfall missed, but the pressure continues. Adesu and Toast working in tandem. The meteors are crash landing on pad, but it's not enough. Toast starting to work through wild Pokemon, and here comes Galu. Bang! Hits 2! Big crunch, and the Miraidon goes down. Soto with the flank surf push, but nice little save on Gatlu to prevent themselves from getting pushed. Hydro Pump is there, Trick Room down, Hydro Typhoon out of Soto, and now Komai has to retreat.
Here comes Foul, the Blaziken looking to see if they can push this fight. Adesu in some trouble. The side strike as they peel back. Toast grabbing some experience, and at any moment, Foul could decide to move in. We have multiple members of Gremio ready to fight. The objective is here. Regice is being ripped, and here comes the Secure with the overheat. Bang! Over to Gremio Esports.
Gremio using that overheat very well. Gek trying to recapture some magic from earlier in the day with that Rock Tomb. It's just a little late.
Here we go, 4 minutes on the clock. Komai up on the scoreboard. A little stronger look from them than early game 1, but both of these teams very much in this match. I think the scariest thing that we've seen is Gatlu. Once he gets going on the Feraligatr, can Gremio do anything to stop it?
Yeah, I mean, that waterfall, the mobility that it's given is so good. Toast going to dash out of the Trick Room there to walk away from Angel Zine. The Thunder chasing. Gatlu looking for their target. Are they going to hit their waterfall? Here we go. They're going to look for one. They're going to get Lel. Not going to use the crunch, though. Actually going to back up. Eject button.
Unite from the Surf Edge. Moving in with a leak and taking them all down. Swinging with the big-time critical hits. Reggie Alecki now being taken by Gremio. And even though these fights have gone pretty well at moments for Komai, they have had real problems securing objectives from Gremio.
I mean, we're going right back downstairs. We've got the counter score of 31 points to try and keep this point lead even. Komai looking decent on levels. Toast is 13.
Yeah, this is a crazy match here. Komai doing very well experience-wise. However, again, it feels like Gremio has done an amazing job of pushing them away from objectives, making sure that Blaziken can secure, and they really don't have an answer for it on the side of Komai. Their only answer is simply knock out Pokemon from Gremio. If Gremio can survive long enough to take the objective, they can win this thing. Gatlu hiding in the tall grass right here.
Seeing Soto, going to chip them up, not going to use Crunch yet, going to try and get over the wall into the Trick Room. Soto trying to surf them out so they can deal some damage. Overheat charged up to Tall Bush. Gek eats that on the chin. Nice Unite move, going to stun. Trick Room down. Komai pushing. Hydro Typhoon kicks up a couple. Gek gets in there with a Rubble Rouse. They're in front of 4. Toast has to peel back. They get Soto down, but really Gremio is raining meteors on the heads of Komai, and they have to retreat. There's 2 players down for Gremio. Wild exchange in that fight, and Kyogre has hit the map.
Kyogre's hit the map. Blaziken is looking at it, deciding whether or not they can go for this. The healing from Meganium, and they are looking for Kyogre, either to take it or to bait Komai in. Komai has to do something to stop them because the secure potential from Gremio is far too high. Gek with the Rock Tomb. They only catch the Blastoise. They peel back. The Side Strike from the Mewtwo. No one wants to make a big mistake right here. Gatlu, the Feraligatr, re-enters the fray.
Kyogre getting worked on. Here comes Soto right there into the Trick Room. They have to surf out. Nice little buff here. We're going back on the backside. Gek tries to X-Scissor. Charge beam into the guts of Komai. And they are getting electrified right now. 1 player down on each side. The fight continues. Toast puts the blanket over and finds the surf fetch. Toast back into the Trick Room. Says, come fight me here. Nice little engagement by Gatlu. Gets one back the other way. They're waiting for a crunch. No. Gremio Esports looking like dinner right now. Komai gonna turn on Kyogre. Kyogre, and it's just Blastoise for Gremio to give them a chance.
And here we go. We said their only plan was to KO every member of Gremio. That's what they did. Kyogre getting extremely low right here. The X's are just a little early. Blastoise moves in, looking for the secure. It's the side up from Komai.
We are working on razor thin margins, and Narami cashing in for Komai as Komai is about to go cash in this AOS energy.
And let's see if they can score right here because they need to. Doom Snacks 100 points in the bottom path. This is going to put them ahead. Can they stop them? Can Gremio take a buff right here and score back the other way as Gek runs away from this goal zone?
Gek is caught, and they're going to give up a buff here as they're trying to X-Scissor away, but the Meteors landing from Miraidon is enough. The buff goes over to Lel, carrying 45 points, but we got a Hundo Burger being cashed in by Narami. Adesu has to play some defense. They're teleporting away. They're going to A-press and focus on Lel. They're going to work on preventing them from scoring, but really, it's Komai on top.
Komai taking game number 2. Obviously, they're feeling good. But if you've been watching the broadcast all day, you'll remember that just a few moments ago, this exact situation happened. 2 games in a row and then a reverse sweep. So while they're feeling good, they cannot take their foot off the gas. They have to dispatch Gremio this next game.
Yeah, exactly. You can't relax now. We saw that from Exist against Zeta. They fell asleep at the wheel, and the next time they look out the window, they're getting passed at the finish line. Zeta waiting in Championship Sunday and watching to see which one of these teams they'll have to face.
See on stage our players getting ready for the next game. For both of these teams, it could be their final game here on Saturday. Gremio needs to figure it out. They need to get it together. The question is there something they have to change in their composition? Is it something they have to change in their play style? Is it just that Komai has the better of them? Gremio is so good. I think there are a lot of looks that they can throw at this team, and we're going to need to see another one here in Game 3.
Yeah, I really just don't think Gremio was able to handle the tandem of the Mimikyu and Feraligatr. They engage in such different patterns. It's really hard for them to adjust with both, especially because the Blastoise is trying to create space in one direction.
And here we go. Gotlu moving in. These are these massive moments from Feraligatr. You know, you move in with a crunch that you've charged, and if you charge it early enough, you're able to then, you know, prime a second one very quickly and do crazy damage. There was the Mimikyu Unite move right on top of the Surf Edge as soon as it popped out, as you mentioned. Chomp, chomp, chomp. The Feraligatr picks up
Boom.
big KOs, huge waterfall, huge crunch. We're heading right back into draft.
No, we're not. Back to
All
the replay.
right, fair enough, but you could imagine
Back
what
to
I
an
thought.
interview.
We're going to an interview.
4 players down like we saw. Gremio, just the Blastoise, Salto coming off spawn. And now we're going to watch how they really mitigate and give themselves the best chance. The Surf is early, tries to pin Gatlu here. Hydro Typhoon, just that little beat of a setup that Hydro Typhoon takes is the window where Komai decides to execute on the Groudon, and they're successful.
We can see our crowd here watching late into the night in the Moscone Center. Obviously, as soon as this is finished tomorrow morning, everyone needs to get ready because the Unite Grand Finals will take place at the Chase Center, an arena that seats over 500 people. Oh, wait, hearing from production, almost 20,000. I was close. I was close.
I can't even wait to hear the Ready Go in a 20,000 person arena. But right now, we got another game to talk about. Gremio Esports going to be on the purple side, getting that first pick. Komai going through the ban phase now as the orange side. And we've got Comfey, Machamp, Galarian Rapidash, and Blissey.
Komai, without question, fully shaken by Galarian Rapidash. I mean, it almost cost them the entire tournament.
Yes,
as they
correct.
were trying to fight this. So I understand the idea behind banning this Pokemon. It was so tough for them to deal with in their games earlier today that now if anyone has a horse, they do not want to see it. Final ban's going to be Zacian, and that means our first pick is over to Gremio. They recognize that stealing the Surf Edge maybe wasn't enough here. Let's see what they want to do, and it's going to be the Snorlax.
I mean, Gremio is throwing whatever they can at the wall to see what sticks. And just like Narame, a.k.a. Adesu, said in the interview earlier today, we just can't contend with a horse and we're going to ban it. And sometimes that's just what you got to do. However, if you let Komai take what they want, they're going to go Crustle, which is great.
Yes.
And Gatlu back on the Surf Edge, nothing but comfort there.
Yeah, Gatlu's been crushing on the Surf Edge. He had Feraligatr as an option, but decides not to go with it. I don't know, they both look pretty incredible, but clearly the play style of Detect, able to negate damage, then give you that huge shield, and the dash, which lets you engage in some very exciting ways. Gatlu's been crushing this tournament with it, so I'm not shocked to see it once again. Mega Lucario is back. Mega Lucario is always scary because this Pokemon always has the potential to rip, flip, and secure an objective.
Without a doubt, Lel on their comfort pick of Eldegoss, a Pokemon that's just been incredibly solid since day number 1 of the game. Narami with the hard counter, though, going to crank up that healing. We've got a Clefable and a Desu grabbing Espeon, one of my favorite Pokemon for this event.
Yeah, Espeon's been unbelievable. Probably the best attacker, the thing that's fought over by a lot of these teams for that position. Desu out of Mewtwo jail here for just a moment. The question is, did he get comfortable enough on it that maybe it was the better choice? Well, we're going to find out. Fouled with the Typhlosion. I loved this earlier. And what I would say is a controversial, at least for us, and a possible game-winning or losing pick, the Leafeon. Talk to me.
Yeah, I mean, Leafeon, again, if it gets online early, can certainly help take over a game. However, its fall off in the late stage of the game is vicious. Yes. It is absolutely vicious. And you're talking about in the face of a Clefable, I mean, even Follow Me and Gravity can just be an absolute crime scene for it. Toast locking in the Scizor, most likely going to be a Scyther. And they're going to be able to combat here. And honestly, Angelzine can get online faster than Toast, but if Toast matches pace, they are cooked, brother.
Yeah, Scyther incredibly fast clearing through the central area. Nothing really competes with this Leafeon, and Leafeon also gets its Unite move 1 level earlier, which is massive. The whole game plan behind having Leafeon, of course, is to win early. If you don't win early, this Pokemon feels like an absolute waste. If you do, however, and you take over the game, you support your top and bottom path, you let your Pokemon that need to level a lot, like Mega Lucario and Typhlosion, get online, you can get such a lead that your opponents can't come back. We're going to see if that is what they can do as we head to game number 3 in our semifinals, possibly our last semifinals game ever. Rayquaza will be our map here on Thea Sky Ruins.
We are getting into it. Make it a big ready, go.
Ready, go! Gremio Esports, your purple team. Komai, your orange team. 1 game away for Komai from heading to the grand finals on Championship Sunday. The final grand finals with 2 team members who were at the first Pokemon Unite grand finals that we held in London. Could they make the journey back? Could they finally win? They have to dispatch Gremio first.
They have to indeed. And look, Gremio, despite the fact that Leafeon needs to get online early, they sent it to Path to really favor this Typhlosion. That's going to be tough because we're going to have this Scyther, Toast, jumping into Path and starting to smash through this team.
And now we have some experience secured here by Komai, some by Gremio as well. Toast already in the bottom path. Gek in trouble right here, able to make it out, not quite level 4 yet.
It's going to be interesting. Toast on the hunt now. Desu walks right into Fob, tries to get out. Toast with the cover. Dual wing beat is enough to scare Gremio away. Desu still hanging out, and we're just going stored power, baby.
We have a stored power Espeon here, planning to dance around members of Gremio with that damage.
Here we go. Dual wing beat right in the middle. Toast peels back immediately. Gatlu gets trapped, tries to eject. Not enough. Taken down by Lel. Toast with another dual wing beat, and then flies backwards to try and get a berry and save themselves.
Desu right here on the stored power is surprising. They would be able to hit Falb even in their Unite move with Psyshock, Psybeam, but it looks like they've decided to play a build that allows them to play around their opponents much more if they decide to jump in.
All right, tons of pressure on Toast here. Desu steps up and they snuff out Angelzine, and this is what I'm talking about. Now the Scyther's bigger, the Leafeon can't really have an impact, and it got dusted so easily.
Yeah, the question is how quickly can this Leafeon get its experience? It is only level 4 right
no.
now.
Fob is cooked. They're in the middle. They try to use Flame Wheel. Not enough. They do get Toast, but now Desu is going to close the door with Gek. They get credit there. Kailu getting the pressure on and kind of beating up Gatlu here. Narami needs to step up, and they're dusted. Narami now fading back towards Gek. They have Moonlight. They just chose not to use it in that exchange.
Looks like everywhere we turn, there was a brawl breaking out between these 2 teams. Disjointed, but a ton of fighting. Level 7 now for the Scyther, and while this has all been happening, Leafeon has been farming, and they are online at level 7 as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of Komai immediately throwing that quick early lead into the trash can, and they really, if I were them, would have funneled everything into Toast and just tried to roll together and just mop up Gremio. They split themselves up, and good KOs back the other way make this very tough.
Oh, here we go, down to the bottom path. Fall now level 7. They do have Eruption. They have evolved here into Typhlosion. Angel Zine almost level 8 on the Leafeon, which would give them a powerful Unite move. Adesu in so much trouble, caught early. Gek is trying to push them away, and they barely make it.
I mean, Adesu is just playing face roll right now. They're just bush checking with their teeth, and they almost paid for it there.
And here we go, looking for a possible secure here, Doomstacks. It's something that Gek has done before, but they weren't able to make it happen this time. Peeling back towards this pad as 4 members of Gremio are looking to fight.
Nice little heavy slam right in the back line. Emerald 2-step is going to get a knockout on Adesu, and Gek's going to go down as well. Maybe. They're actually allowed off the hook as we're going for a big over of +21.
Yeah, big overdunk in the bottom path, 123 to 105. In the top path, however, we have Komai fighting at this tier 2. No jump pad, so Gremio has to run all the way back, and it lands!
Toast with a big Unite move there, looking to put some damage down. Fall with the backdoor here, Eruption, Flame Wheel in. Toast takes a ton of damage, Toast is gone. Narami's sitting right there, no points to score after the Regieleki hits. Gatlu is in no man's land, and the pressure is on for them. They are able to take the buff, use their Unite move to try and escape, and now it's Narami topping them off with the Moonlight.
Yeah, unfortunately for Gatlu, the only way to get out there was to use that Unite move, so they're going to need to find a way to charge it back by KOing wild Pokemon. Meanwhile, we have Leafeon being aggressive. This is what it needs to do, obviously. Right into the central area of Komai. Can they steal anything? That is the plan.
That's the plan indeed. Soto on a mission, at very least, to just gather information for the rest of the team, as Gremio Esports is doing a good job keeping level pace here. However, the score belongs to Komai.
Komai now ahead, 210. Gremio, 123. And for a moment, we have calm after so much fighting here on Thea Sky Ruins. Toast moving towards the center. They're just looking for some of that experience. They are now level 11, highest level on the board. A bunch of level 10s, however, on the side of Gremio. They are absolutely keeping pace with Komai here.
Yeah, without a doubt, as we have Toast, this Scyther, just hungry for levels and doing such a good job leading the lobby in this experience. Gek, Rock Tomb check, Salto is there, heavy slam. They're going to pin Gek against the wall. Nice little Razor Leaf out of Angel Zine, but not enough damage.
Here we go. The objective in the bottom path. Gatlu starting on it right now. The gravity would slow them down, but here comes Angel Zine.
Angel Zine actually throws the Razor Leaf in and backs up. Fall with the Eruption, trying to move in. And now Kyluk goes Mega. They're going to try and find their way in. Nice lunge on the back door there. We're going forward, and Gremio takes it on the back of Kyluk. And now the Eruption is raining on the heads of Komai. They have to try and get out, but the Lava Storm feels a bit too much. No, we're flipping the script. Narami's Moonlight topping off Komai, giving them the sustain they need to keep on fighting. Adesu roking through Salto with those stored powers, moving back his Fall with the Flame Wheel, trying to get away from Gatlu. Narami with the cover. We use that dash to get some healing, but the pressure continues. Angel Zine looks for Adesu. They can't knock it out. The Leafeon showing why in the late stages it's just a bit too difficult. Fall is now trapped. Dual Wing beat back in, and you're talking about fights. No, Komai wants that action, and they're looking pretty good.
Adesu now with the double KO. The future sight picking up the first one, looking for another here. Ooh. If it does pick up a KO, you get that free stored power that is boosted here. Now looking for Lel. You can see why he picked this Pokemon and what his plan was fighting Gremio, and what a fight that was. But you'll notice the objective goes to Gremio. Mega Lucario is a problem, and they need to deal with it early, Dupe Snacks.
Without a doubt. Gremio Esports, again, keeping decent pace with the levels right now, but the scoreboard, as mentioned, belongs to Komai.
Beautiful cheer. I can hear it in the crowd. Let's go, Spraggles. That's really nice, guys, but let's focus on these teams.
Let's focus on these teams. Focus on the game. Nice little Unite move. Tries to pin Kyluk, and an X-Scissor combination puts them against the wall and knocks them out. Meanwhile, Toast is nabbing this Regieleki for the squad.
And here we go. Toast ripping through this Regieleki. Soto scoring in the bottom path. Angel Zine now seeing what they can get done. 223, 210. Gremio is up now after that play, Dupe Snacks.
Yes, they are. We have less than a minute until until we have our boss monster on the map, as Gatlu is desperately working through Soto. Fury Cutter finally dispatches the Snorlax.
Reggie Alecki just getting worked on here by Gremio. Again, they are up, but it is small, only 13 points. And here comes Keck, looking to see if they can score here. They cannot. The gravity not fast enough to stop Kyluk and stun them right here. The Reg Ice is going to be free, and now the question is, how are they going to fight this? If Gremio peels back and lets them score, they will be behind Dubsnax.
Gatlu going to get their points and maybe getting that last stack they need, but certainly getting over level 13. Sauto goes in. That's a big block to the team. Eruption on top. Toast goes for the back line. They force out the Cypher Unite move. Big lunge back the other way. Kyluk is getting pinned. Close combat on top of a bunch of characters. Rubble Rouse as well. They're making this the fight. The Leafeon goes down. Sauto's next. They're putting them up to the skies as Lel topping off the HP of Kyluk, and the rest of Komai is peeling back. Adesu with the stored power, dual wing beat downstairs, fall to the backside, eruption, flame wheel combination, trying to look for more targets. Another eruption on the heads of Toast. They're trying to work their way back in. Gravity is down, Moonlight is helping. Toast goes in, gets a knockdown on Paul. Lel is the next one on the chopping block. Cut him down, call it chopped. Kyluk is getting chased. They're pinned and Gatlu's right there. We've pivoted our attention to Rayquaza. Heavy slam in, and I think we have to slow down for a bit.
And here we go. Will they take the fight? Angel's in so much trouble. The Scyther moving forward. Toast picks it up. Sauto back in, and Sauto's trying to stop them. And now Komai is going to turn their attention towards Rayquaza.
This is going to be all for naught here. We've got the block, retreat pinned against that rock tomb. Lel goes in, X-Scissor into the wall. But here is Fall ready to battle. Eruption is raining on the heads of Komai, but that Moonlight is helping them out because they're dancing in the Moonlight, baby. Sauto looking for the way in. Heavy slam in, secured by Adesu. And this is going to be Komai's show to finish this thing out. They are putting tons of pressure on with Fall down and Lel running in the wrong direction. This is all Komai.
Komai running to score right now. They are already up 358 to 223. Any more points and this will be too far for Gremio. Gremio falling just short. The trap was sprung. They were waiting for Komai to call an ambulance, but not for them, as Komai takes a massive fight. A reversal win, 223, 658. A clean sweep in our semifinals. And for the first time since the first Pokémon UNITE World Championships, EU is back in the grand finals.
Oh me, oh my, it's Komai. Gremio Esports with no real chance in this one. EU 3-0 clean sweep to punch their ticket to Sunday.
Amazing stuff. What a battle between these two teams. Komai, back to Grands. Year one, Adesu and Gatlu show up just short, running into who became the two-time world champions from eventually Luminosity Gaming. And now, in our final world championships, they have a chance to right what was wrong so long ago.
And on the other side, facing them down, is going to be Zeta Division. Last year's World's Finals runner-ups with two players, Matopo and Rome, looking to exact their own kind of revenge. Komai, Zeta, the stage is set in the Chase Center.
Gremio, it can't be overstated how incredible they are. What a season they've had. What a region LATAM was. The most difficult region to fight in by far. Japan probably being its rival. So many incredible teams, the world champions. Now, getting so close, Gremio almost making their way to the Chase Center. It'll be the first time Brazil would have seen the finals, but being taken down by EU. And I can tell you, this has been one unbelievable day two, and one that I don't think anyone could have written.
No, not even close. Not even close. You are looking at a team in Komai that finished second in the EU League, making it here. Really putting their mettle to the test and on the world stage and delivering in a big way.
Some big moments from this match here. Obviously, as we mentioned, that Mega Lucario from Kyluk. Such an issue for Komai. They had to shut it down, and shut it down they did in some of our final moments right here. Gotlu having to peel back right here. The Eruption looking for the KOs, but that Moonlight just continuously topping Pokemon off on their team, especially Surfetch. The combination of Clefable Surfetch seems to be a winning one in every region.
Yeah, it's incredibly strong, like you said. Detect with the dash back into the Moonlight, and then you can have the gravity cover, which Narame used pretty expertly all game long, was enough for Komai to, again, have the sustain they needed in this team fight in the face of Pokemon that can shell out a ton of damage.
Angel Scene going down right there. Unfortunately, Leafeon having one of those Leafeon games where it just doesn't feel like it gets enough done early and it can't fight well enough late. Typhlosion holding on in these final moments, seeing if they can pick up a KO, but with their powers combined, Komai was able to dispatch the remaining members of Gremio again and again, looking for the final secure right here onto the objective, and it is stored power. Wow.
Whew. Gotlu, gonna be your player of the game. Might be holding up the Torchic, but it's all Surfetched for the bird today. 74k damage, 8 knockouts, 5 assists. Very well played and made me a Surfetched believer. Day 1, couldn't pay me to be a Surfetched believer. Day 2 in the hands of Gotlu, I'm back.
And let me tell you, they're always trying to pay us for stuff like that around here, but we say no, we cannot be bought. But Gotlu proved it right here. The question is Zeta going to let him get his hands on this Pokemon as we move to tomorrow? 128,000 healed there from Narami, and this is what we're talking about with this floating in and out of combat from Gotlu, and Gek, of course, tanking an insane amount of damage here. Followed on the other side, the Typhlosion, reining in 113k.
I mean, you'd think putting up 113k damage would be enough to get your team over the finish line, but really that just shows the strength of Clefable, completely negating that damage volume out from one of the best players going in fall.
There we go, taking a look at our heat map here. Gotlu all over the map, of course, hanging out in that top path. Now we are going to head up to the big stage to talk to none other than Gotlu and Adesu. Take it away.
They were there at the dawn of UNITE Championship Series. They were there on the first World Championships of Pokémon UNITE. Gotlu and Adesu! Let's go, Komai, let's go. Komai Esports, your second grand finalist of the final World Championships of Pokémon UNITE. I couldn't even, I don't know. This is it, this is meant to be. You guys are the past, the present, and the future. How does it feel? Let's start with you, Gotlu.
I feel very emotional and very happy because in 2022 we got to this stage, qualified to the final, and doing it with Adesu and not leaving him is something I feel really honored to play with him all those years.
How about you, Adesu?
We've been here, he and me, together since the beginning. First Worlds, we made to the Grand Finals. Last Worlds, we made to the Grand Finals as well. Couldn't be happier, honestly. Honestly.
Okay, you can wind down a little bit. That is the end of day 2. You, of course, you still gotta, do your studies for grand finals. It is the pinnacle of Pokémon UNITE, but you can rest a little bit. How was this series for you? It's a best of 5. Brazil has been very strong all throughout, but you did a clean sweep. So tell me about it.
I think we were very confident in what we are going to do, and since the meta game, you couldn't really check what team is playing what. I think it's just so nice to see which meta game is the best, depending on the region. And you can see from the bands, they were very confident in their ability to play their game. But at the end, our game was better. So.
It definitely was. 3-0 is a mighty accomplishment. Adesu, this best of 3, right? 3-0. There was a lot, I would say, of course, that you did, Gotlu, with the Feraligatr picks and the Surfash picks, but you as well, Adesu, always being the most solid player, I would say. Player maker. I think you are a player maker. So tell me how this best of 3 was for you.
it was intense for sure. First of all, because I'm playing against friends, we've been screaming with them since the beginning. I appreciate them a lot. In the backstage, I thought, let's have a blast doing this. I was thinking about enjoying it, not gonna lie. I was trusting in my team, in our structure, and I just followed. It was, I don't want to say this, but it was like really enjoyable. Yeah, more than tense, it was really enjoyable.
Okay, guys, I want to shout out Junkie. I think he's one of the best coaches that you can have, and the structure that he has played with Komai is amazing, so shout out to Junkie.
Shout out to Yankee!
We love our shout outs and we love the journey that you two have had together in different teams, now back together in another grand finals. 2022 now becomes 2026. Yay! And it is it is Kamai this time around, a team that came out on top all throughout regional league. So tell me how all of this through the beginning to now has been for you.
Honestly, it has been really rough. Like after the first year, like we constantly tried to get to the second, like to finals, and we keep losing at top 8. So like when we got through top 8, we was very emotional on stage compared to like our win right now, because we were just so confident that this confidence just brought us here. So I'm really proud that we managed to be able to show that we are like the reason why we are in the top.
The journey for me was extremely hard, not gonna lie. I have super good teammates during this way. We always fall short for little things. I always say like, it's details, it's just details. We have to be there, we need to try again. I know it's details. And finally we made it, honestly, with honestly greater players as well.
And it really shows that the synergy in this roster in particular, right, for Kamai, really ironed down those jitters because the synergy was there and it just feels like you were all playing like a well-oiled machine. What are the expectations for tomorrow to face the runner-ups from last year's Zeta Division?
I'm very excited. I really like playing, like watching Bitopo, so I'm very excited to play against them and see how we perform against a team of this, yeah, one of the best teams in Japan, essentially.
Yeah, stated, for sure. Bitopo is such a great player. All Theta Division are proving like they are great. They did a reverse sweep as well. It's gonna be hard, but excited for sure. It's gonna be hard.
We're all so excited for this grand finals, the last one ever of Pokémon UNITE on the World Championship Series. Any last words for everybody here and at home, family, friends?
Hello, Mom. Thanks for watching. Thanks for cheering for us. I really hope you guys enjoyed our performance, and thank you, Komai, for being with us and just helping us so much throughout this journey.
A big thanks for everyone. Like you guys, all my teammates, Red Maugis, Inder, Siren you playing, Toon, Robin. Thank you. You guys made me the player I am here to fight for again the World Champion title. And overall, gracias a mi madre. Madre, muchísimas gracias. Eres la cosa que más me ha apoyado jamás. La mejor. Muchas gracias. Thank you to my mom, basically.
This was Kamai Esports, Godlu, and a day to everyone. Give another round of applause for the grand finalists of Pokémon UNITE World Championships 2026. Now back to the booth.
Thank you very much. So huge shout out to Komai. The table is set here, Doob Snacks. We are ready to go. Tomorrow, the runner-up from last year, Zeta, out of Japan, against year one runner-ups from Komai. A brand new champion will be crowned in the last ever Pokémon UNITE World Championships Grand Final. Live in the Chase Center in front of 20,000 people. Zeta, Komai, they made it all the way through. I don't think anyone would have predicted this outcome. I am so unbelievably excited for tomorrow morning.
I am too. You look at this run, Zeta Division beating Volticons Unite from EU. Zeta Division beating Evil Geniuses from NA. Zeta Division beating Exist from Japan, making it to the finals after that amazing reverse sweep. On the other side, of course, we have Komai taking care of Stamina Esports 2-0, C2 2-1, and then a big 3-0 statement against Gremio for them to make it on Sunday. And for me personally, I think it is so cool. Gatlu and Adesu making the finals of the very first Pokemon Unite live event we ever had, and they are in the grand finals of the very last live event Pokemon Unite will have on the World Championship stage in the biggest arena we've ever played from, and that in and of itself is incredibly exciting.
So many amazing teams that we've had the opportunity to cast over the years. It's been incredible. This has been one of the wildest day twos, one of the wildest tournaments.
This is the best tournament we've ever had, period.
It's insane. Day one was heartbreak across the board, crazy finishes. Day two, every huge team somehow getting dispatched on their way to making a grand finals that I cannot believe. A first-time champion who both made themselves to a runner-up position, and they will secure that final title. Doob Snacks, whew, Championship Sunday is going to be insane, my friend.
It absolutely is. We've warmed up our ready goes all day long today, and it's going to be thunderous tomorrow to get the energy going in that arena, because truly, top-level Pokemon Unite is really tough to wrestle with when you have these top players battling in terms of excitement.
Obviously, this is our last Saturday. This is our last day two. We're going to send it up to the stage here, and we're going to give you a little final word from some of our casters right now. Take it away, guys.
Thank you so much, Spraggles and Doob Snacks. I know they're going to be joining us up here very, very soon. But yeah, that's right. This is the last time that the Pokemon Unite Championship Series will be happening on this World Championship stage. And so from us on the talent team, everyone behind the stage and everything like that, we want to say thank you so much to the players who have committed hours and hours to competing in this game and proving that it can be such an exciting moment on stage. The crowd that is cheering so loud and making these players excited to play the game. And of course, thanks to this entire team putting on a great show.
Right, and I just, of course, have to thank everybody out there, the players and the spectators, everybody involved for, I mean, obviously we get to share our passion a lot with everybody, but thank you all for sharing your passion with us, because that's what fuels us, and this is just such an awesome two-way street where this community has constantly just brought each other to their best.
This is such an emotional moment for all of us, and I know that everybody watching, everybody here in the Moscone Center, we all love Pokemon Unite. Yeah. We all love all the experience and all the memories that were built with this game. Thank you.
To everyone here, thank you so much for joining us on probably one of the most memorable journeys that all of us on the stage have ever experienced in our lives. For the past 5 years, we have watched champions be crowned at the World Championships, and to see people's dreams be achieved, to watch everyone's journey going from start to finish. It has been an absolute honor being here. All of us have been absolutely honored to be able to crown every single champion. If there is one thing that we could ask of you, everyone watching today, all of our players, our attendees at the venue, and everybody at home, please join us tomorrow for the grand finals, and let's celebrate the best ever grand finals we will ever have for Pokemon Unite.
Pokemon Unite has just brought me a wave of emotions, but most of all, joy. It has truly been such an honor to be able to bear witness to the growth, the passion, the evolution of our players, our teams, to be able to see them overcome hurdles and achieve the goals, their personal goals, their team goals. It has just, I have cried so much today, and at the moment I have no more tears left to cry, but honestly, just thank you so much for coming together, whether it was in the crowd cheering or whether you were tuning in from home on the streams. It might sound cheesy, but in the end, Pokemon Unite unites us together.
You know, don't be upset that it's ending. Just be happy that it happened. Internally grateful. I love you all. Thanks. Thanks for being so passionate about it and making this a very fun and easy job. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I think there are going to be a lot of emotions. I know. I feel nothing but gratitude. This has been an absolute joy. Our job's not done. I'm sure I'm going to say this a million more times tomorrow. But thank you all. Thank you to our players. Thank you to everyone who supports this game. We really care about this. I hope we made it enjoyable for you. We love you, and tomorrow is going to be the best send-off any game has ever seen.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's not just us behind the camera, though. There is such a giant team working behind the scenes.